Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
You. Zhong Ying's eyes widened as he stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't break free from Guan's grip. It wasn't just a matter of being restrained, his power couldn't even manifest. Under normal circumstances, the eruption of his integration stage strength would have destroyed this medicine valley in an instant. But now, his physical and spiritual energy were completely suppressed by an unimaginable force, rendering him utterly powerless. Never before had he felt so stifled. After all, he was an integration stage cultivator, free to roam the 9 dynasties as he pleased. Despair filled Zhong Ying's heart as he realized his ship might truly capsize today. But he didn't want to die. "Spare me, senior." Zhong Ying pleaded through clenched teeth, discarding any pretense of dignity befitting his stage. Guan had already used his spiritual energy to isolate the surrounding space, ensuring their conversation couldn't be heard by outsiders. He had a rough idea of Zhong Ying's identity, which was why he didn't kill him outright. Instead, he asked, "Give me one reason not to kill you." By now, Zhong Ying bore no hostility toward Guan, likely having been scared out of his wits. "I am called the Ghost Thief. I wasn't stealing the 7-fold purity tree for myself but for the sake of ordinary mortals. Senior, as a high-ranking cultivator of the Taixuan Sect, you must understand the disparity in resources within the cultivation world. The Taixuan Sect hoards too much, leaving spiritual energy in the secular world thin and the path of cultivation inaccessible to those without a prestigious background. If this continues, only aristocratic families will dominate the cultivation world." Zhong Ying's voice quickened, his eyes reddening as he spoke passionately. Guan felt a twinge of admiration for the convincing performance. He actually agreed with the Ghost Thief's ideals of aiding the common people. It was a noble sentiment. But stealing from him? That wasn't going to fly. "You already know my strength. I have no choice but to kill you to prevent word from getting out," Guan said flatly. Zhong Ying nearly fainted from terror. His mind raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him. "I know a certain curse technique. It would bind me to you completely. I wouldn't be able to defy you. If I did, I would suffer misfortune and die. This is it. I'll trick him." Zhong Ying's terror began to fade, replaced by excitement. "Zhong Ying has developed hostility toward you and harbors deep resentment. Do you wish to perform a lifespan investigation? You're planning to betray me even as I prepare to let you go? Interesting." Guan's curiosity was piqued. "What curse technique?" he asked. Zhong Ying eagerly explained, "It's called the Heaven's Oath Curse. Both parties must form a ritual, after which I'll swear my loyalty to you. That's all it takes." "Fine. Follow me to a secluded spot where we can set it up," Guan said, dragging Zhong Ying toward a distant teleportation array. Though Zhong Ying remained immobilized by Guan's spiritual suppression, his heart lightened. It seemed his ploy had worked. As he was dragged along, Zhong Ying's thoughts churned. Who is this man? To suppress an integration stage cultivator like me so effortlessly, could he have reached the profound mind stage? Or is he one of the retired supreme elders of the Taixuan Sect? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he grew. This must be reported to the sect. The two of them teleported to Xian Valley and exited its bounds. Along the way, a few disciples glanced at them curiously, but seeing their seemingly friendly conversation, they quickly looked away. Once they had traveled dozens of miles from Xian Valley, Guan stopped in a secluded forest, ensuring they weren't being followed. Throughout, Zhong Ying remained trapped in Guan's spiritual grip. Forcing a fawning smile, Zhong Ying asked, "Senior, shall we begin?" Guan nodded and smiled back. The sight of Guan's smile sent shivers down Zhong Ying's spine, an instinctive sense of danger rising in him. Before he could react, a wave of immense spiritual consciousness crashed into his mind. Soul search? In a dimly lit hall, Zhong Ying knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed on a shadowy figure atop a flight of stairs. The figure was shrouded in black mist, its true form obscured. "Your stealth techniques are unmatched. You will probe the Taixuan Sect's strength," the figure said in an icy, emotionless male voice. Zhong Ying hesitated. Liu Beitian has reclaimed the position of sect master in the Taixuan Sect. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the integration stage. Are we really going to confront him head-on? The shadowy figure replied, "This is the main branch's order. We must annex the Taixuan Empire before the impending demonic calamity. The Empire's coastal location is critical to our future plans." "The main branch's order? Has the main branch finally decided to support us?" Zhong Ying asked, elated. "Yes. The failure 2 centuries ago left the main branch dissatisfied with us. Although we've infiltrated the Taixuan Empire, compared to the other branches, we've brought disgrace to the Nightshade Sect. You will investigate the Taixuan Sect's current strength. Once the main branch's profound mind stage grandmasters arrive, we will attack." Zhong Ying was thrilled. This was his chance to earn merit. The scene shattered, and Guan's spiritual consciousness delved deeper into Zhong Ying's memories. It turned out Zhong Ying wasn't the Ghost Thief at all. He had merely used the Ghost Thief's name to provoke the Taixuan Sect into revealing their hidden strength, allowing him to gather intelligence. By not acting under the Nightshade Sect's name, he avoided alerting the enemy, and in the event of failure, he could still survive as the ghost thief. Had it not been for Guan's lifespan investigation ability, he might have been deceived. Half an hour later, in the forest, Zongying collapsed before Guan, his eyes rolled back and body rigid. His soul had been obliterated by Guan's spiritual energy, leaving his body lifeless. Without a word, Guan took Zongying's storage pouch and incinerated his body with spiritual fire. The execution yielded 240 years of lifespan, but it did little to lift Guan's mood. The memories he had extracted revealed Zongying's true nature, a scoundrel guilty of murder, robbery, soul forging, and countless atrocities. This deepened Guan's distaste for the Nightshade Sect. Initially, he had thought the conflict between the Taixuan Sect and the Nightshade Sect was merely a clash of sects. Now, he realized that if the Nightshade Sect unified the Taixuan Empire, life would only grow harsher for everyone. Profound mind stage, Guan murmured before turning and leaving. Autumn winds swept through the forest, scattering Zongying's ashes until they vanished completely. Guan headed to the 8-View Celestial Realm, examining Zongying's storage pouch. Any suspicious items were destroyed to avoid exposing the realm's location, leaving only cultivation resources behind. An integration stage Grand Master's storage pouch was indeed extraordinary, brimming with countless magical artifacts and pills, though many were of dubious nature. After an hour of busyness, Guan finally left the 8-View Celestial Realm. Returning to Xian Valley, he went to find Ying Ni to check on the progress of cultivating the nightshade plants. He saw Ying Ni meditating in the nightshade garden, clearly immersed in her cultivation. Previously, preoccupied with her training, she hadn't been drawn in by the commotion caused by Guan and Zongying. Over time, she had grown accustomed to visitors from the Alchemy Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and the Ji family seeking Guan. Of course, the primary reason was Zongying's exceptional ability to conceal his presence. "Why are you cultivating here?" Guan asked, noting that Ying Ni was absorbing the spiritual energy of the nightshade plants. This was detrimental to their growth. Ying Ni opened her eyes and replied, "Cultivating in the valley helps me avoid exposing my true cultivation level." Without further ado, Guan grabbed her by the arm and pulled her up, heading toward his loft. "Go cultivate in my quarters. I recently set up a restriction there. None of the disciples can spy on what's happening inside." Ying Ni frowned but couldn't bring herself to refuse Guan outright, so she followed him back to the valley. Winter descended, blanketing the third medicine valley in thick white snow. Guan was inside, reading a book, when Ji Xuanyu suddenly came to visit. Hastily, he put away the secrets of Taixuan, and rose to greet her. Ji Xuanyu closed the door behind her and activated a restriction before asking, "The Shenzhou Sutra, did you comprehend it in a dream?" Having studied the Shenzhou Sutra for 6 months, she had gained numerous insights. Guan replied seriously, "It's not a cultivation method, but a collection of life lessons. It's meant to stabilize your state of mind. A calm heart is key to cultivating effectively. Not from a dream. Of course not. I received it from a senior I met in the outer sect. He gave me the Shenzhou Sutra and rambled about how the Great Dao is simple, among other things. Over the years, I've studied it often. While my cultivation hasn't improved, my mindset has become more tranquil and open. Nothing worries me anymore, nor do I obsess over anything." Guan shook his head as he spoke. Ji Xuanyu listened closely, then gave him a long, thoughtful look. "This book is indeed valuable. My mental state has noticeably improved. I no longer dwell on things I can't achieve for now," Ji Xuanyu admitted. "I'd like to take this book back to the Ji family. Do you agree? If you do, I'll try to secure a 7th grade spirit tree for you. The Ji family's resources are on par with the Taixuan sects. Of course, if you disagree, I won't force you and will ensure the Shenzhou Sutra remains confidential." A 7th grade spirit tree? The Ji family was that powerful? Suppressing his excitement, Guan replied calmly, "Naturally, I'm willing. The Shenzhou Sutra contains the ideals of sages like Confucius, who aspired to share their philosophies with the world. How could I keep it to myself?" The Shenzhou Sutra was essentially a compilation of sayings from ancient Chinese sages like Laozi, Confucius, and Zhuangzi. Guan had carefully noted their names in the book, creating an image of extraordinary individuals. Ji Xuanyu's face lit up with a smile as she began discussing the sutra with Guan. They talked for a long time before she finally took her leave. Just as she reached the door, Ji Xuanyu suddenly turned back and looked at Guan. "You now preside over the vast Third Medicine Valley, with a status and position unlike before. You've likely heard of the Nightshade Sect. If they attempt to recruit you, don't agree. Why not? The Nightshade Sect's methods are sinister and unorthodox. Collaborating with them seldom ends well. Besides, the Ji family and the Nightshade Sect are mortal enemies. That last reason was probably the most important, wasn't it?" Guan mused inwardly. At the same time, he felt the weight of the Nightshade Sect's encroachment on the Taixuan Sect. Ji Xuanyu's warning clearly stemmed from knowledge of many who had been swayed by the sect. Guan waited for over half a year, passing his 60th birthday, but the Ji family's promised 7th grade spirit tree had yet to arrive. He didn't believe Ji Xuanyu would deceive him. The delay was likely due to the Ji family's complicated procedures. Still, it was nothing compared to the Taixuan sect, which had promptly delivered the 7-fold purity tree as promised. Under the scorching summer sun, Guan was sowing seeds in the Third Medicine Valley. Beside him, Guyu was chattering away about the latest developments in Taixuan Immortal Venerable. This year, the story had reached its peak, with the protagonist, Gu Yu, teaming up with the second lead, Zhou Tanzhou, to battle a demonic villain threatening the world. The cliffhanger had left readers on edge. Guan was in good spirits, having spent 100,000 years of his lifespan the night before to upgrade the grand yin-yang transformation into the 9 extremes yin-yang body. This upgrade retained its previous abilities, such as shielding him from detection and causal deduction, while adding the ability to create 9 avatars. These avatars could act independently, either in battle or in other tasks. Returning from his experiment, Guan had tried using an avatar to harvest medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, the outcome remained the same. It did not yield additional lifespan. He had no choice but to rely on diligent effort. As Guan planted seeds, he contemplated which combat techniques to enhance next. Although he had initially planned to strengthen himself monthly, the frequent battles between integration stage grandmasters in the Northern Sea mountain range this year had made him reconsider, delaying his plans. Hey, are you even listening? Gu Yu couldn't help but ask. Without looking up, Guan casually replied, I'm not going to write the story the way you think. Just wait and see. How much longer are you going to write Taixuan Immortal Venerable? Gu Yu asked in a low voice. With no one within 10 miles, there was no fear of being overheard. Not much longer, just a few more years. What's next? We'll see. Maybe nothing. Don't do that. If you stop writing, it'll be a huge loss for the cultivation world. If I stop writing, it'll be a good thing. Cultivators can focus on their practice instead of sneaking off to read books all day. Nonsense. Who reads every day? You only write a few words a year. We only read during our breaks from cultivation. Their banter continued until Gu Yu pulled out the latest volume of The Secrets of Taixuan, proving he hadn't been slacking off. Satisfied, Guan tucked the book into his storage pouch and asked, any major news in the cultivation world lately? Gu Yu rolled his eyes at Guan's obliviousness before answering, there is, actually. The demonic factions and the Nightshade Sect have been battling in the Northern Sea mountain range for over half a year. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion and the Wanyin Sect have been nearly wiped out by the Nightshade Sect. At this rate, they'll unify the demonic factions in 2 or 3 years. His tone grew excited as he mentioned the Nightshade Sect. The Nightshade Sect and the Taixuan Sect are bound to clash eventually. That battle will decide who controls the cultivation world of the Taixuan Empire. The sect seems unperturbed, as if victory is assured. Hearing this, Guan thought of Liu Batian's lifespan limit and doubted whether Liu Batian could successfully break through. Lifespan limits were frustrating for Guan. After all, he couldn't exactly go around announcing the existence of such limits. They were like an inevitable fate, something all cultivators struggled against. Yet who would willingly resign themselves to fate? Guan firmly believed there must be a way to defy fate. It was just exceedingly difficult to find. The two chatted for another half hour before Gu Yu left, mentioning that the Gu Sect was preparing for a confrontation with the Nightshade Sect. He too needed to focus on his cultivation to contribute to the Taixuan Sect. A week after Gu Yu's departure, the Alchemy Hall issued an order to harvest medicinal herbs earlier than usual. Even the Third Medicine Valley saw cultivators from the Liu and Ji families coming to collect large quantities of herbs. These signs suggested something significant was about to happen. Guan's thoughts didn't immediately turn to a Nightshade Sect attack. Instead, he suspected Liu Batian was preparing to challenge his destiny and attempt a breakthrough to the profound mind stage. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. One afternoon, Guan visited Horizon Valley and was surprised to find Li Sundao there. His cultivation had reached the void transformation stage, a remarkable feat for someone only in their 200s. On the surface, however, his cultivation remained at the first level of the core formation stage, an impressive disguise. The two sat at a stone table in front of a pavilion, conversing. Li Sundao praised Guan's exceptional skill in cultivating medicinal herbs, crediting them with helping him break through to the core formation stage. Without those herbs, Li Sundao said he would have had to rely on Yi Liuyun to transplant a golden core, a method far inferior to forming one naturally. Guan smiled modestly, attributing Li Sundao's success to his innate talent. Yet from Li Sundao's grin, Guan could tell he was secretly smug, confident that his void transformation stage cultivation was still a well-kept secret. Guan, how is Ying Ni doing with you? Li Sundao asked, raising his teacup with a smile. She's doing well. She's even started cultivating medicinal herbs herself, a fellow practitioner now, Guan replied. Cultivating medicinal herbs. Li Sundao's expression became subtly intriguing. Guan suddenly recalled something. Liu Batian had mentioned that 2 centuries ago, the Nightshade Sect had controlled the royal court. Could it be that Li Sundao's techniques came from the Nightshade Sect? After all, Zhong Ying's concealment methods were proof that even high-level cultivators could struggle to detect them. And then there was Ying Ni's Nightshade cultivation. Could it be? Was there a Nightshade Sect infiltrator right beside him? The more Guan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Li Sundao continued, the cultivation world has been unstable lately. You should stay vigilant. Guan followed his lead and asked, are you referring to the Nightshade Sect? Yes. Uncle, as an emperor, what's your view of the Nightshade Sect? Li Sundao's face remained calm. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, wreaking havoc on the world. Guan was momentarily stunned. Those words didn't sound like something a member of the Nightshade Sect would say. Li Sundao then recounted his past. His father, the previous emperor, had fallen under the Nightshade Sect's control, turning the royal court into a tool for their profiteering. When the truth was exposed, the sect murdered his father. Left with no choice, Li Sundao sought the Taixuan Sect's help, offering intelligence in exchange for their support in ascending the throne, especially since he wasn't the crown prince. The bitterness in Li Sundao's voice and his clear animosity toward the Nightshade Sect made it hard for Guan to doubt him. I might have my disputes with the Taixuan Sect, but that's internal politics. If the Nightshade Sect were to fight the Taixuan Sect, I would unhesitatingly side with the sect and spare no effort, Li Sundao said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent directed squarely at the Nightshade Sect. Guan was taken aback. The Nightshade Sect's actions are so atrocious, yet no one knows where their headquarters is. How do they attract so many followers? Because of the Nightshade flower, Li Sundao explained. It's said that the flower can alter a cultivator's aptitude and even extend their lifespan. Moreover, the resources provided to its followers are truly generous, which is why people continue to join them. From what I've gathered, the Nightshade Sect's foundation is exceedingly strong, likely surpassing that of the entire Taixuan Empire. After all, the sect we're dealing with is merely a branch. The Nightshade flower? It can change one's aptitude? Guan raised an eyebrow. No wonder Yang and I meditated in the Nightshade Garden. However, he remained skeptical of the flower's supposed effects. Could a 6th grade herb really defy fate? Li Sundao went on to recount the Nightshade Sect's actions from 2 centuries ago. Entire cities of people had vanished overnight, leaving behind ghost towns. To this day, the fate of those residents remained unknown, though it was undoubtedly grim. Listening to the tales, Guan felt as though he were hearing ghost stories, deeply unsettling ones at that. The Nightshade Sect was disturbingly sinister. Rumor had it that the sect wasn't composed solely of cultivators but also included monsters and spirits. This reminded Guan of the Nightshade Ghost Mother still left at the Heavenly Mending platform. Li Sundao's storytelling continued for a full hour, yet Guan remained engrossed, never growing tired of the eerie tales. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Guan. Zhongliang harbors hostility and murderous intent toward you. Would you like to perform a lifespan investigation? Zhongliang? Who's that? Guan was taken aback. He rarely made enemies, as he always treated others amicably. The name alone sounded ominous. Guan silently chose yes. Consuming 100 years of lifespan is required. Proceed. That's steep. Guan couldn't help but ask aloud, Uncle, have you ever heard of Zhongliang? Li Sundao's brow furrowed. Has the Nightshade Sect reached out to you already? This person is from the Nightshade Sect. Guan grew tense and immediately chose yes in his mind. Zhongliang, integration stage, 3rd level 1462/2900/3000. Integration stage, 3rd level? Guan's frown deepened as he pondered how Zhongliang had come to know of him. Could it be because of Zongying? No, that didn't make sense. Guan had meticulously checked and confirmed that Zongying didn't carry any communication artifacts linked to other grandmasters. Besides, Zongying had been dead for over 6 months. Who could it be? Realizing that he was now on the Nightshade Sect's radar, Guan felt an overwhelming urge to storm their headquarters and eliminate any loose ends. Unfortunately, the Nightshade Sect had no known headquarters. Even Zongying's memories showed that his meetings with the mysterious shadow were held in ever-changing locations. 200 years ago, Zhongliang was the leader of the Nightshade Sect, Li Sundao said gravely. He was severely injured by Liu Badian and fled. Have you had any encounters with him? Guan shook his head. I met him once outside the Taixuan Sect's outer sect. He invited me to seek some kind of opportunity with him, but I refused. Talking to you today just reminded me of him. I didn't expect he'd turn out to be a Nightshade Sect demon. Li Sundao didn't doubt Guan's words but instead contemplated several possibilities. Could Zhongliang have targeted Liya? Or is it me? Li Sundao's face darkened further. The name Zhongliang sapped the interest from their conversation. After inspecting Horizon Valley one last time, Guan quickly departed. Returning to Xian Valley, Guan entered the cave within the 8 View Celestial Realm. He intended to re-examine Zongying's storage pouch, just in case. Upon arrival, his spiritual sense caught a peculiar sight. A vine from the spirit tree was fiddling with Zongying's storage pouch. Keeping his presence concealed, Guan approached silently, his steps making no sound. As he exited the cave passage, the spirit tree froze in apparent shock. Its vine recoiled instantly. Guan walked right up to the tree and said coldly, You've developed sentience. So why are you skulking around? Are you afraid of me? Careful, or I'll burn you to ashes. As he spoke, spiritual fire ignited in his right hand. His frustration with Zhongliang's enmity had already put him in a foul mood. The spirit tree trembled violently, its leaves falling in a flurry. A soft, timid female voice emerged. I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of that tree. What tree? Guan stared at the spirit tree, asking sharply. The tree was nearly 300 years old, and its ability to speak didn't surprise him. The spirit tree's voice had a soft, feminine tone reminiscent of Zhang Qiang, likely because it had developed its sentience while frequently listening to her. I don't know, but I can feel it. It will devour me. The trembling words made Guan frown. His first thought was the human face tree, another sinister plant from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. However, the human face tree was of a lower grade than the spirit tree. Why would it inspire such terror? Where is it? Guan pressed. I don't know. Is it near? Very far away, very far. This answer ruled out the human face tree. Could it be related to the Nightshade Sect? Could the vanished citizens of entire cities have been consumed by some evil tree from the sect? The more Guan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His unease deepened when he remembered Zhong Liang's enmity toward him. He wasn't afraid of Zhong Liang but feared his concealed cultivation being exposed. This won't do. I can't sit and wait for disaster to strike. Guan's gaze turned steely. His terrifying divine sense as a grand ascension stage cultivator spread outward, enveloping the entire Taixuan Empire. The empire was vast, but no match for the range of his divine sense. He began a meticulous search, determined to locate Zhong Liang even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. In a dim underground chamber, Sohan sat cross-legged in a freezing pool. The water radiated icy mist, and beside him stood a white jade longsword that looked as though it were made of bone. Blood-red energy coiled around its blade, exuding an eerie menace. Sohan's face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured. After a while, a distant wail reached his ears, causing him to open his eyes. He turned to the meditating figure seated against the wall. "Master, what was that sound?" Zhong Liang, eyes closed, replied coldly, "Don't concern yourself. Just pitiful worms begging the heavens for mercy. Their fate is none of your business." His long white hair draped loosely over his shoulders, and his broad daoist robes hung casually on his frame. His square face and perpetually furrowed brows lent him a domineering presence, the crease between his brows almost resembling a third eye. The wails unsettled Sohan, making it hard for him to regain focus. "Don't forget why you joined the sect or why you took up my sword," Zhong Liang snapped, his tone tinged with impatience. Taking a deep breath, Sohan closed his eyes again. Zhong Liang, however, opened his, casting a cold glance at Sohan. A chilling gleam flickered in his gaze. This boy's hatred isn't strong enough. I'll have to capture his master to provoke him further, Zhong Liang thought. Suddenly, Zhong Liang's heart lurched, a momentary feeling of dread seizing him. His brows knit together. What's going on? Was that an illusion? Unease gnawed at him as he released his divine sense, scanning the area. Yet he detected no sign of an intruder. Meanwhile, in the 8-view celestial realm, Guan's eyes gleamed with determination. "Found you?" After scouring the Taixuan Empire and finding no trace of the Nightshade Sect's headquarters, Guan had turned his search underground. Focusing on areas with unusual spiritual energy, he had discovered Sohan. Next to Sohan sat an integration stage cultivator, and a few miles away in a vast underground chamber stood a colossal spirit tree. The moment Guan saw the tree, he knew it was the entity that terrified the spirit tree. This had to be a Nightshade Sect base. None of them were innocent. He resolved to kill them all and then track down Zhong Liang. Until Zhong Liang was dead, Guan wouldn't have peace of mind. Turning back to the spirit tree, he said, "If you sense anything unusual nearby or feel scared again, let me know immediately. I won't mistreat you." The spirit tree's trunk swayed nervously as it replied in a trembling voice, "Yes, master." Satisfied, Guan left. Even in the spirit tree's presence, he didn't reveal his true strength. There was always merit in keeping one's cards close. After leaving the 8-view celestial realm, Guan entered a forest, stepping onto the infinite free step and vanishing into the distance. In the underground chamber, Zhong Liang's frown deepened. His divine sense had swept the area multiple times without detecting anything amiss, but he refused to believe it was an illusion. At that moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. His expression changed drastically. Instinctively, he tried to leap away, only to discover in horror that he couldn't move. The feeling of being utterly immobilized mirrored what Zhong Ying had experienced before his death, unbelievable, terrifying, and utterly despair-inducing. Zhong Liang was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the integration stage, yet a single hand had rendered him powerless. Shifting his gaze, he saw a figure wreathed in purple-black demonic energy standing beside him. The intruder was Guan, who had deployed the 9 extremes yin-yang body. The oppressive demonic energy obscured his true appearance, leaving Zhong Liang unable to discern his identity. The Nightshade Sect's base was fortified with over 100 formations and restrictions, yet Guan had bypassed them effortlessly using the 9 extremes yin-yang body and the infinite free step. It was as if he walked into an empty field, leaving no trace of his intrusion. Pressing his hand on Zhong Liang, Guan turned his gaze towards Sohan. Sohan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, but his maximum lifespan remained at 199 years. A typical 9th level foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan would surpass 200 years. Clearly, the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword offered extraordinary potential but failed to break the limits of destiny. No wonder practitioners of the sword saw rapid progress early on, only to face madness and ruin as they advanced. Focused on his cultivation, Sohan remained unaware of Guan's presence. Guan's gaze returned to Zhong Liang, ready to deploy the soul search technique. Out of habit, he checked Zhong Liang's lifespan stats. So, it's you after all. Then go to hell. Guan clenched his right hand, and the terrifying spiritual energy of a grand ascension stage cultivator surged into Zhong Liang's body. In an instant, Zhong Liang was annihilated, his body and soul reduced to nothingness. A sudden gust of wind swept through the cave, startling Sohan awake. His pupils dilated as he quickly rose to his feet, grabbing the white jade longsword beside him. "Who are you?" Sohan demanded, pointing his sword at Guan, his voice tense. "Where's my master? Why did he suddenly disappear?" Fear gripped Sohan's heart. The figure standing before him was truly terrifying, especially in the dim light of the cave. Before Sohan could act, an overwhelming pressure burst from Guan, knocking him unconscious and sending him tumbling back into the freezing pool. Guan turned and walked toward a nearby tunnel, disappearing into the shadows. A few miles away, in a vast underground chamber shrouded in dim light, a towering spirit tree stood over 100 feet tall. Its blood-red leaves glistened eerily, and vines dangled from its branches. Each vine held a person, their necks tightly wrapped by the tendrils. These captives struggled helplessly as their bodies withered at an alarming rate, their life force being drained. Many had already been reduced to desiccated husks. The scene was utterly horrifying, a chilling display of despair. Below the tree stood a group of Nightshade Sect disciples, each guarding batches of captives. These prisoners, both male and female, were covered in talisman seals that suppressed their spiritual energy, leaving them as helpless as common criminals. There were over 1,000 captives, guarded by more than 100 sect disciples. The captives stared at the monstrous tree in despair as it consumed their companions. "This is a demon, a demon. You vile beasts! You tricked me into joining, only to feed me to this cursed tree. What kind of creature is this demon or monster? Damn you all!" Some cursed, some wailed, and others begged, their cries adding to the horrifying atmosphere of the cavern. A seductive female demonic cultivator sneered. "Victory and defeat determine justice. Stop whining. None of you are saints. For all we know, the heavens might see this as purging evil." With that, she lifted a man beside her and placed her lips against his forehead, draining his life force. The man's complexion turned pallid, and his eyes lost their luster. Whoosh! A sudden gust of cold wind rustled the grass at her feet. The demonic cultivator instinctively looked down, but before she could react, a blade of grass shot upward, piercing through her forehead. Blood sprayed from the back of her head. She wasn't the only one. At the same time, nearly all the other Nightshade Sect disciples were killed, their bodies falling lifelessly as blades of grass pierced them with terrifying precision. The captives froze, their expressions shifting from despair to astonishment. They collectively turned their gaze toward the shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness. "It's the demonic shadow divine art?" Someone from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a captive exclaimed with joy. Before the echo of those words faded, Guan accelerated, leaving behind only a series of afterimages as he moved past the captives, heading straight for the giant tree. The captives remained frozen in place, as though paralyzed. A moment later, all of them simultaneously turned to ash. Guan's eyes fixed on the enormous tree, and a notification appeared before him. "Nightshade Tree, 8th grade 340/42,000/230,000. 8th grade?" No wonder the spirit tree was so scared. The tree's trunk split open, revealing a massive human face embedded in its bark. The face was genderless but radiated greed and malice. Vines detached from the tree, surging toward Guan like a storm. Clang! The sound of a sword leaving its sheath echoed through the underground chamber, sharp and deafening. In a single, devastating strike, Guan cleaved the nightshade tree in two. Its vines fell like rain, and the grotesque face froze in its final expression of greed. The bisected tree shattered as sword energy erupted from within, creating a spectacular display of destruction. Guan sheathed the Tiangzu sword, placed it into his storage pouch, and burned the remains of the nightshade tree with his spiritual fire. A flurry of lifespan notifications appeared before him as he absorbed the nightshade tree's life force. An 8th grade spirit tree was incredibly powerful, its aura comparable to an integration stage cultivator. However, it stood no chance against a grand ascension stage opponent. By noon, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, stepping off the teleportation array with a satisfied smile. The previous night's battle had yielded over 40,000 years of lifespan, with the Nightshade tree alone contributing 5,000 years. Only Sohan remained alive from the Nightshade Sect base. Upon learning that the prisoners were demonic cultivators, Guan showed no mercy, exterminating them all to eliminate future threats. As soon as Guan stepped off the platform, he sensed the auras of Liu Baidian, Gu Zong, and Ji Hantian in his loft. He headed there immediately. As he reached the door, it opened. Guan stepped over the threshold and was about to greet them when Gu Zong waved a sleeve, shutting the door behind him and activating a restriction. Noticing their grim expressions, Guan guessed it might concern an impending attack by the Nightshade Sect. He remained calm. If the Nightshade Sect discovered the Nightshade tree's destruction, they would likely be too preoccupied to attack the Taixuan Sect. However, Liu Baidian's pale and frail appearance startled Guan. Gritting his teeth, Liu Baidian said, "I have a cruel piece of bad news to tell you." "What bad news?" Guan asked, sensing that Liu Baidian's aura was incredibly weak. He immediately cast a lifespan examination. Liu Baidian, integration stage, 9th level 764/2050/3200. No major changes. Wait, he had lost 1,100 years of his lifespan? Guan remembered that Liu Baidian's lifespan had previously been 3,150 years. Could it be a tribulation failure? Guan was startled. No wonder when he practiced through simulations, every failure meant many years were required before he could attempt the tribulation again. Reality seemed to be just as harsh. Failure could mean death, and even survival often left little room for immediate recovery. Taking a deep breath, Liu Baidian said, "I failed the tribulation and couldn't advance to the next realm. I'll need years of recovery just to regain my peak strength." Hearing this, Guan's face changed drastically. He quickly stepped forward, his voice filled with concern. Sect Master, are you alright? You must take care of yourself. Taixuan Sect cannot do without you. At this, a rare smile appeared on Liu Beitian's grim face, and Gu Zong seemed comforted as well. However, Ji Hantian was displeased. What do you mean by the sect cannot do without him? If he dies, I'm here to take over. Every vice sect master dreamed of becoming the sect master, but being this blunt? Really? Guan couldn't help but think so, though he kept his expression filled with worry. Don't worry, I won't die, Liu Beitian said with a sigh. But trying to ascend again in this lifetime will be near impossible. Another failure could really mean my death. His face betrayed a lingering fear as he recalled the ordeal. Is the tribulation really that difficult? Even someone like you can't handle it. Guan pressed. Ji Hantian scoffed. The fact that he even faced a tribulation already puts him above the masses of the 9 dynasties. Countless humans and demons alike spend their entire lives unable to even touch the integration stage. Gu Zong nodded with a self-deprecating laugh. I know I won't reach the integration stage in this life. Guan took a deep breath and chuckled bitterly. Forget the integration stage, I can't even touch the core formation stage. His current cultivation level remained stuck at the foundation establishment stage. Don't worry. Even if it means burning through pills and treasures, I can push you to the core formation stage, Liu Beitian declared confidently. However, reaching the nascent soul stage will depend on your own talent and opportunities. Even the sect can't help beyond that. Of course, there's another option: become my disciple, and I'll directly transfer my cultivation to you. Not again? Guan was about to refuse when Ji Hantian interjected. Forget about transferring cultivation for now. The Nightshade sect is eyeing us closely. They might strike any day. Even if he inherits your cultivation, he won't be as strong as you. For now, Taixuan Sect truly can't do without you. Gu Zong nodded. I've already contacted the Supreme Elders. We'll see how many of them can return. As the conversation shifted to the Supreme Elders, Liu Beitian began reminiscing. It turned out that most Supreme Elders left the sect in search of opportunities to break through the integration stage. Only 1 in 10 ever returned, and of those, only a fraction succeeded in advancing. The rest returned to live out their days in peace. Ji Hantian then brought up the true legacy first disciple, claiming that this individual had the best chance of surpassing the integration stage, even more so than the Supreme Elders. This piqued Guan's curiosity. Just what kind of genius could inspire such admiration and hope from everyone in Taixuan Sect? Standing quietly, Guan listened attentively, gleaning more about the sect's history. It wasn't until half an hour later that the conversation ended. Today's most important matter, Ji Hantian said, turning to Guan with a serious expression, is that we'll be sending more high-grade seeds your way. You must cultivate them carefully. The future of Taixuan Sect in the battle against the Nightshade Sect depends on it. Sending seeds? The more, the better? Guan eagerly promised. No matter how many you send, I'll give it my all and not cut corners. Gu Zong chuckled. That's the spirit I like. None of the other Medicine Valley masters are as dedicated as you. Most either neglect their duties or hoard resources for themselves. Keep it up, and you might become an inner sect disciple. Guan immediately bowed in gratitude. Afterward, the 3 men rose and left. As they stepped out of the pavilion, Liu Beitian's complexion immediately recovered. As the sect master, he couldn't let his disciples see him in a weakened state. Guan descended the stairs, watching them depart with a sense of regret. He had wanted to ask Ji Hantian when the 7th grade spirit tree would arrive. Neither the news of the Nightshade Sect's destruction nor Liu Beitian's tribulation failure spread in the cultivation world, at least. Yelan didn't mention them when she visited Guan later. As Spring Festival approached, Yelan had to leave due to an important law enforcement hall mission that would take several months. Standing on the pavilion's edge, Guan watched her disappearing figure amid the falling snow before turning his gaze to Yang Enai, who emerged from the woods. When Yang Enai passed beneath his pavilion, Guan called out, "You say the Nightshade Sect has no foundation, yet it attracts so many cultivators. How foolish can people be?" Yang Enai stopped and looked up at him. Perhaps the Nightshade Sect offers them something they want. Maybe, Guan replied, shaking his head. But it feels like a scam. Look at the demon-slaying hall from the outer sect. Lu Jujia trusted them, thinking they'd help him rise to glory, only to be betrayed. With a tone of lament, he added, "The world revolves around a single word, competition. That's why I like Medicine Valley, there's nothing to compete for." With that, he turned and went back inside. Yang Enai frowned. Was Guan hinting at her? If he suspected her connection to the Nightshade Sect, why not confront her directly? After some thought, Yang Enai decided to speak with Lu Jujia to better understand what Guan meant. Amid the falling snow, the 7th grade spirit tree promised by the Ji family finally arrived. Pure Yang Tree, 7th grade 2/8999/64000. Carrying the sapling, which was taller than a person, Guan searched for a suitable planting spot. Ultimately, he decided to plant it in the open space before the pavilion. He immediately summoned disciples to clear snow and dig a hole. The pure Yang Tree, even in sapling form, melted the surrounding snow the moment it was planted, radiating a warmth that everyone nearby could feel. It seemed like a fiery tree. The tree was Guan's private treasure. Hearing the disciples' murmured admiration filled him with pride. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the distance. A group of cultivators soared over the mountain, led by Lu Songhan, the outer sect Grand Elder. Behind Lu Songhan were 200 errand disciples, all at or above the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Why was she here? Guan spotted Lu Lingjun among them, her apparent cultivation at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage a clever disguise. Who would guess that this errand disciple was, in reality, a 9th level integration stage master, comparable to Lu Baitian? In truth, Guan doubted Lu Baitian could beat Lu Lingjun in a fight. Lu Baitian had lived barely 700 years, whereas Lu Lingjun was an old monster nearing 2000. Landing gracefully, Lu Songhan clasped his fists and smiled. Brother Gu, I've selected these 200 errand disciples for your use, with approval from above. The decision to select errand disciples stemmed from the fact that they would have a hard time stealing herbs from the Third Medicine Valley. After all, it was located in the inner sect territory, with an entire outer sect city serving as a buffer zone. Security wasn't a concern, what mattered was manpower. Guan stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Lu Songhan. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun stood among the crowd, observing Guan. She was secretly puzzled. How could someone at the foundation establishment stage call a nascent soul stage cultivator brother? What was his background? The other errand disciples, on the other hand, were ecstatic. To them, being in the Intersex Medicine Valley was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After Lu Songhan left, Guan summoned Xiaochuan and instructed him to arrange accommodations for the errand disciples. Guan intentionally avoided looking at Lu Lingjun. He wanted to steer clear of forming karmic ties with an ascender. That day, the new errand disciples busied themselves constructing pavilions and exploring the Third Medicine Valley. When Lu Lingjun discovered that the valley contained 2 7th-grade spirit trees, she was utterly shocked. Before her ascension, she had only ever seen one 7th-grade spirit tree, which was over 20,000 years old and as massive as a mountain. Taixuan Sect's foundation was terrifyingly deep. She had to find a way to establish herself here. Thus, in the days that followed, Lu Lingjun worked tirelessly, so much so that even Guan couldn't ignore her entirely. After the spring festival, Guan instructed Xiaochuan to select 10 disciples as Medicine Valley stewards, responsible for managing the others. Among the 10 chosen by Xiaochuan was Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun's fiery gaze landed on Guan, making him uncomfortable. She was strikingly beautiful, surpassing any other female disciple in the valley. Combined with her diligence, ignoring her would only arouse suspicion. Addressing the 10 stewards, Guan offered a few words of encouragement before dismissing them. But Lu Lingjun stepped forward, speaking softly, "Valley Master, I have something to discuss. May we speak in private?" After a brief hesitation, Guan nodded and led her to the pavilion. The other stewards who hadn't gone far cast envious glances her way. Being good-looking really was an asset. Once inside, Lu Lingjun closed the door behind her. Guan walked to the desk, casually flipping over the adventures of the green hero lying on its surface before sitting down. Lu Lingjun approached the desk, retrieved a manual from her robes, and handed it to him. Guan glanced at it. 9 Cycles Golden Body Technique. The name was certainly flashy. Lu Lingjun whispered, "This is a family heirloom technique. I hope the Valley Master will not disdain it." Guan frowned. "What are you doing? Take it back? If someone sees this, what will they think of you?" Understanding his intent, Lu Lingjun tucked the manual away and produced a magical artifact from her storage bag instead. "I told you stop this nonsense." Guan scolded. Next, she offered him a bottle of pills, claiming they could enhance vitality and strengthen the meridians. "You're testing me? Are you questioning my loyalty to Taixuan Sect?" Guan stood abruptly, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard by disciples outside, but his anger was palpable. Lu Lingjun cursed him internally as greedy. Then, as if a thought struck her, she retrieved a white jade bottle from her storage bag. "This is heavenly spirit water. Don't underestimate this single bottle. Pouring it on the ground can gather spiritual energy to form a lake. The lake water improves the surrounding soil, accelerating the growth of natural treasures. Moreover, it produces spiritual pearls yearly, which can be consumed or used in alchemy." Hearing this, Guan accepted the bottle with a stern expression. "This is the last time. Now, tell me what you want, but it must not threaten Taixuan Sect's interests." Lu Lingjun smiled and said, "Valley Master, could you allow me to cultivate under the 7-fold purity tree?" She had previously stopped by the tree and noticed a plump white spirit mouse seemingly sleeping beneath it. But with her keen perception, she recognized that the mouse was in a profound state of enlightenment. The 7-fold purity tree? Guan didn't expect Lu Lingjun to notice its profundity so quickly. This wasn't something he was against. On the contrary, it sparked new ideas in his mind. In the future, he could use the 7-fold purity tree to motivate disciples to work harder. After some thought, Guan said, "All right, but you can only go at night. You must leave by dawn. The 7-fold purity tree is a sect treasure, and many high-level cultivators have their eyes on it. Do you understand?" Lu Lingjun immediately bowed in thanks. Watching this 9th-level integration stage Grandmaster act so deferentially, Guan couldn't help but feel emotional. Wasn't he just the same? Possessing great cultivation yet having to tread carefully was the burden of those unwilling to settle, always striving for greater heights. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Lingjun left. Closing the door behind her, she descended the stairs, her thoughts preoccupied. What kind of book is The Adventures of the Green Hero that it surpasses even the 9 Cycles Golden Body Technique? Though Guan had been quick, Lu Lingjun had managed to glimpse the book's title. She resolved to investigate it further in the outer sect city later. Since arriving in the heavenly great realm, she had been both curious and cautious about everything. Starting as an errand disciple was her way of familiarizing herself with this world while gradually advancing her position. Her goal was to become an elder of Taixuan Sect, with the third Medicine Valley merely a stepping stone. As she walked, Lu Lingjun wondered, what level of cultivation must the sect master of Taixuan Sect possess? Surely higher than mine. Deep night, northern sea mountains. Fierce winds howled, mingled with falling snow. Guan sat cross-legged beneath a tree, slowly opening his eyes, which glimmered with a sharp light. He had just expended 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the Ji family divine ability, Heaven and Earth Dao Gang, advancing it twice, first to Heaven and Earth Tyrant Body, then to Dao Gang Primordial Qi. Once mastered, Dao Gang Primordial Qi was formless and invisible, automatically protecting the body. It was impervious to evil and capable of defending against various spells and abilities. Moreover, it could be used offensively, making it both an attack and a defense technique. Guan began refining the Dao Gang Primordial Qi. With the inheritance of evolutionary memories, he only needed to run through the technique once to grasp it. Half an hour later, he succeeded. Dao Gang Primordial Qi could now be concentrated on the surface of his skin. This allowed others to touch him but left them unable to harm him. Guan still had 430,000 years of lifespan remaining. He hesitated whether to further enhance the Taixuan Frightening God Sword. Though already incredibly powerful, he felt that further upgrades might yield diminishing returns. His intuition told him that enhancing the wood spirit sword technique might offer more synergy with his wood-based cultivation techniques, as he had yet to grasp the 5 elements law. However, mastering multiple sword techniques seemed redundant. It would be better to focus on perfecting one path. Perhaps in 100 years, 100,000 years of lifespan won't seem like much. If I start cultivating the wood spirit sword technique now, it's still early enough to pivot. After deliberating, Guan chose instead to refine other spells and abilities. Given his Grand Ascension stage, 8th level cultivation, any spell he cast could easily overwhelm a cultivator at the Profound Mind stage. However, enhancing his techniques now would prepare him for future breakthroughs. After some thought, Guan decided to improve the spirit gathering divine finger taught by Lu Baitian. The technique had a unique quality. It didn't just gather the caster's spiritual energy but also drew in ambient spiritual energy. Essentially, it could harness the power of heaven and earth. A bold idea struck Guan. In the simulations, could I disperse tribulations with a single finger by borrowing the power of heaven and earth? Just the thought thrilled him. Hopefully, the simulated me will be smart enough to test it. Without delay, Guan invested 100,000 years of lifespan into the spirit-gathering divine finger. The technique evolved, first into the sky-piercing finger, and then into Dao-breaking divine light. A flood of memories poured into Guan's mind, immersing him completely. The finger technique transformed it was no longer limited to the hand. Now, it could be unleashed from any part of the body. In the northern sea mountains, the flow of spiritual energy continued to descend, drawing the attention of countless beings. By now, the phenomenon had become so frequent that it no longer inspired fear, only curiosity. Half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes, filled with awe. What a domineering technique. The Dao-breaking divine light. This ability specialized in shattering formations, restrictions, and defensive techniques or abilities. It could even directly obliterate opponents, wiping out their existence entirely. This was the right choice. Smiling, Guan stood, deactivated his lifespan barrier, and began walking into the forest depths. It was still hours before dawn, so he decided to enjoy the northern sea's scenery and visit Liya. Liya was still training on the northern sea's edge, diligently practicing the Taixuan Frightening God Sword. When Guan had taught him the sword technique, he had also infused the northern sea heavy sword with a strand of sword intent to guide his practice. With this guidance, Liya's progress had been swift, far surpassing the challenges he had faced relying solely on self-comprehension in the simulations. The towering trees of the northern sea mountains made one feel minuscule. The forest was filled with demonic energy, and Guan spotted spirit beasts similar to the white spirit mouse, some adorable, others grotesque beyond measure. At the northern seashore, miles away, beneath the moonlight, Liya stood shirtless, gripping the northern sea heavy sword. He swung it under the snowy sky, his reflection shimmering on the lake's rippling surface. The full moon hung high above, while snowflakes drifted down like falling stars. Sweat streamed down his muscular frame, his every movement exuding strength. Your swordsmanship aside, an ancestral voice praised, your body has fully merged with the dragon elephant divine essence. Your strength rivals that of a 4th-rank demonic beast. Liya smirked but continued his training without responding. In his mind, he envisioned himself defeating Lu Xian, Zhou Tanju, and Ji Xuanyu, earning the awe of the 100 clans and restoring the Li family's glory. Impressive swordsmanship. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old, a voice suddenly commented. Startled, Liya turned to see a scholar-like man strolling along the beach. He wore white robes, carried a bookcase, and held a folding fan, his figure ghostly under the moonlight. What do you want? Liya demanded, frowning. Years spent in the northern sea mountains had toughened him. He had faced both monsters and malevolent spirits and feared nothing now. The scholar chuckled. I come from the Nightshade Sect. You may call me Jinghong Guest. I see potential in your swordsmanship and vitality. Why not join us? The Nightshade Sect? Liya frowned deeply. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed their battles with other demonic sects in the northern sea mountains. I am a disciple of Taixuan Sect, he replied coldly. Thanks, but no thanks. He still took pride in his affiliation with Taixuan Sect. To him, a dubious sect like the Nightshade Sect couldn't compare to the righteous Taixuan Sect. Many within Taixuan Sect have joined us, even elders. It's only a matter of time before the Nightshade Sect replaces it. Joining us early is the wise choice, Jinghong Guest said with a smile. Li Ya's face darkened as he raised his sword. So, I don't have a choice. Seeing this, the scholar laughed. Youth, do you think having a Grand Master's soul fragment inside you makes you invincible? With that, he lunged at Li Ya. Li Ya's expression changed drastically as he raised his sword to block the attack. Guan wandered through the forest for several hours. As dawn approached, he used the infinite free step to leave, arriving at the beach where Li Ya was located. From afar, he noticed Li Ya sitting slumped in front of a reef, his head buried in his arms. The Northern Sea heavy sword lay abandoned on the sand, enduring the constant assault of the waves. Something's wrong? Focusing his senses, Guan discovered that the soul fragment within Li Ya's body had vanished. Without hesitation, he approached Li Ya. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Li Ya slowly lifted his head. When he saw Guan shrouded in a faint aura of demonic energy, his face turned pale. He scrambled to his feet and rushed toward Guan, kneeling before him. Ancestor? Please save my ancestor. He's been taken by the Nightshade Sect's Jinghong Guest. Li Ya cried out, his voice tinged with desperation and a trace of sobbing. He wanted to cry because he had convinced himself that Guan was the progenitor of the Li family. Faced with what he believed to be his ancestor, his emotions completely unraveled. With a voice that carried an ancient depth, Guan asked, what happened? At the same time, he extended his divine sense, searching for any trace of the soul fragment in Li Ya's body. He hadn't encountered Jinghong Guest before and couldn't track him directly, but he hoped to locate the unique soul energy. Li Ya began recounting the earlier events. After being defeated by Jinghong Guest, he was humiliated, and the enemy forcibly took the soul fragment from his body. Jinghong Guest claimed that if he wanted to save the soul fragment, he would have to join the Nightshade Sect to find him. Despite years of arduous cultivation, Li Ya had been utterly powerless against Jinghong Guest. The crushing defeat shattered his confidence. Guan didn't detect the soul fragment's aura. Jinghong Guest had likely hidden it. He wasn't worried, though. With a thorough search, he was confident he would eventually locate Jinghong Guest. Why didn't you choose a safer place to practice your swordsmanship? Why here, without even setting up an array for protection? Guan suddenly asked. Li Ya had many commendable qualities, but he had one major flaw: he was reckless. Relying on the soul fragment within him, he often acted rashly and repeatedly ended up injured. This incident was the perfect opportunity to temper him. Li Ya wanted to answer but was overwhelmed with shame, unable to explain himself. He had chosen this location specifically to draw attacks from monsters and spirits, believing that constant battles would hasten his progress. Of course, his confidence stemmed from having the ancestor's soul fragment as a safety net. You've been escaping death time and time again, Guan continued, but have you ever considered the burden on him? Do you think he bears no cost? Li Ya thought of how the ancestor had often scolded him for his recklessness. His guilt deepened, and he wished he could crawl into a hole. Seeing Li Ya's distressed expression, Guan's heart softened. He didn't want to be too harsh. You should join the Nightshade Sect, Guan said abruptly. Li Ya looked up, shocked, staring at the figure he believed to be his ancestor in disbelief. The Nightshade Sect threatens countless lives. By infiltrating them, you can gather information. At the end of each month, find a mountaintop and release your aura. I'll track you. When the time comes and they gather in force, I'll act, Guan said calmly. But isn't that extremely dangerous? Li Ya blurted out. The entire demonic path can't stand against the Nightshade Sect. It's said that they have cultivators surpassing the Void Transformation stage, and not just one. Void Transformation stage. Guan's voice turned cold. Is that supposed to be strong? Li Ya was stunned into silence. Li Ya ultimately agreed to infiltrate the Nightshade Sect. Guan didn't offer him much comfort, maintaining the image of a mysterious elder. After leaving the Northern Sea Mountains, Guan returned to Xian Valley. His next plan was to embark on a long-term effort to stockpile lifespan, with the ambitious goal of reaching 10 million years. As winter gave way to spring, the Spring Festival arrived. Across the Taixuan Empire, from the states to the provinces, festivities filled the air, with lanterns and decorations everywhere. Even Taixuan Sect joined in the celebration, hosting its own festival. One day, Guan strolled through the outer sect city with Xiaochuan and Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun seemed quite intrigued by the festivities. She had specifically requested this trip to the outer sect city, and since the heavenly spirit water she provided had proved extraordinary, forming the heavenly spirit lake, she had earned Guan's favor. As a result, he decided to bring her along. With Lu Baitian having failed his tribulation, Guan thought that drawing Lu Lingjun fully into Taixuan Sect could shield him in the future. By now, Guan's foundation was secure, and the stronger Taixuan Sect became, the longer he could bide his time. Over the years, the sect had seen fewer dark incidents, deepening Guan's sense of belonging. Upon arriving in the outer sect city, Xiaochuan went off on his own to meet some friends. Guan led Lu Lingjun to the heavenly mending platform to show her the righteous path inscription. When Guan had carved those two characters, he had only just reached the integration stage. This was why the demonic path feared Liu Beidian more. The sword intent left on the platform wasn't overwhelming for an integration stage cultivator, as the inscription had been carved remotely. Even after all these years, the sword sovereign of the righteous path sword intent still draws so many to admire it. Truly remarkable, Guan said wistfully. Lu Lingjun, who had seen the inscription when she first joined Taixuan Sect, nodded in agreement. It is indeed remarkable. In her world, she had never encountered such powerful sword intent, which made her even more eager to explore Taixuan Sect's depths. If the outer sect possessed such treasures, how profound must the inner sect's resources be? And what of the main sect city? Merely imagining it filled her with excitement. She believed she could find the key to breaking through to higher realms here. However, Guan noticed her nonchalant reaction, as if she were being perfunctory. Damn, does she look down on my sword intent? Could she truly believe she could surpass him at the integration stage? The thought sobered Guan. His self-satisfaction quickly gave way to humility. The world was vast, with countless prodigies, especially those who could rise from one world to another. He couldn't afford to underestimate anyone. Guan continued scanning the heavenly mending platform, using his lifespan probing ability on unfamiliar cultivators. Because it was Spring Festival, the crowd was smaller than usual. Most cultivators were relaxing and enjoying the festivities. Valley Master, may I wander around on my own? Lu Lingjun asked. Guan's heart sank further. Was his sword intent so unappealing? Go ahead. Let's meet back here at dusk, Guan said with a nod, secretly resolving to ensure Lu Lingjun stayed with Taixuan Sect. Such a talented individual should serve the sect. Wait, why was he suddenly thinking like the sect master? Curse Liu Beidian? Shaking his head, Guan made his way to the alchemy hall. In the outer sect city, many of his friends were concentrated there and in the library hall. Each visit, he enjoyed chatting and drinking with them, listening to their cultivation tales. It was a simple and relaxing life. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun wandered the streets until someone approached her. Miss, I've got some great books here. Care to buy one? Many female disciples love them, a disciple said mysteriously, glancing around as if afraid of being caught. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Lingjun asked, do you have Adventures of the Green Hero? The disciple's eyes lit up. Ah, a true connoisseur? I could tell from your extraordinary bearing. Yes, I do. Buy one copy of Secrets of Taixuan, and I'll throw in 2 copies of Adventures of the Green Hero for free. Oh, how many volumes does Adventures of the Green Hero have? Quite a few. Do you want the whole set? Yes. Alright, 200 low-grade spirit stones for 10 copies of Secrets of Taixuan, and I'll give you the entire set of Adventures of the Green Hero. Deal. The two completed their transaction. The disciple quickly left, looking as though he had just committed a crime. Lu Lingjun suspected she had been swindled. A legendary manual or a secretive tome couldn't possibly be this cheap. But 200 low-grade spirit stones meant little to her. She stowed the books in her storage bag, intending to examine them later. At the alchemy hall, Guan encountered a familiar face, an Xian, one of the disciples he had taken under his wing in the outer sect. An Xian had mediocre talent and had to remain in the outer sect. An Hao, however, hadn't forgotten her, often sending her various pills. Yet her cultivation progress remained slow. The stark difference between their fates, both hailing from the same village, made Guan reflect on the unfairness of the heavens. An Xian, unwilling to rely solely on An Hao, worked tirelessly, performing odd jobs in the alchemy hall. Seeing her being berated by a male disciple, Guan sighed inwardly. Perhaps I should take care of her for the rest of her life. Though he valued An Hao more, An Xian was still his disciple. Moreover, he worried that as An Hao's enemies grew stronger, they would one day target An Xian as his weakness. Resolving to act, Guan walked up to her. The male disciple immediately stopped and greeted him with a forced smile before scurrying off. In the alchemy hall, Guan held considerable sway due to his close ties with the hall's elders. Once they were alone, Guan looked at An Xian. Valley Master Gu, what do you need? An Xian asked nervously. Unlike the other outer sect disciples, she knew exactly who Guan was, a man who could laugh and chat with the sect master. She had met him before when Liu Beidian brought An Hao to visit during a festival. Though Guan hadn't spoken to her then, she remembered him clearly. Your name is An Xian, right? How about coming to the Third Medicine Valley? It's still an errand job, but the treatment is much better. Plus, you'll get to see An Hao more often. Your senior brother and I are close. Guan smiled. An Xian hesitated. Seeing through her thoughts, Guan added gently, self-reliance is commendable, but there's no need to make things harder for yourself. This is good for both you and An Hao. Why hesitate? Still, An Xian remained silent. For the first time, Guan realized how stubborn she was. He lowered his voice, saying, I have a technique that might change your aptitude. Prove yourself in the valley, and I'll teach it to you. He referred to the Daoyan technique that Wu Xian had given him. It claimed to accumulate spiritual energy and suppress cultivation, enabling a breakthrough against fate itself. Though untested, it sounded promising. Moved by his words, An Xian bit her lip and said, Thank you, Valley Master. Should I go pack now? No need to inform the alchemy hall, I'll handle it. Just head to the valley. Take your time, but return by dusk, Guan said with a smile. He almost reached out to pat her head but restrained himself. She's grown up now. It wouldn't be appropriate, especially since we haven't officially acknowledged our relationship. An Xian's face brightened with a smile. She bowed deeply before leaving. Guan watched an Xian's departing figure, feeling deeply moved. Back when she was a frail, skinny little girl, she had seemed so small and delicate. Now, she had grown into a tall and graceful young woman, which filled him with relief and pride. As an Xian stepped over the threshold, she let out a small sigh of relief. Why was he smiling at me like that? Could he have bad intentions? The thought made her a little uneasy. However, considering the large number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley, she reasoned that even if Guan harbored ill intent, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. This thought reassured her. After returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Guan asked Lu Lingjun to arrange things for an Xian. If the two grew closer, Lu Lingjun might even be able to guide an Xian in her cultivation. This arrangement also eased an Xian's nerves. Guan had noticed her tension earlier but hadn't thought much of it. Shortly after, he used the teleportation array to return to Xian Valley. Back in Xian Valley, Guan summoned Chu Jingfeng and Lu Jujia, formally teaching them the Daoyan technique. When Guan explained the techniques of facts, both men grew visibly excited. Lu Jujia was the first to recover, dropping to his knees in gratitude. Chu Jingfeng hesitated, clenching his teeth, but ultimately didn't kneel. Guan quickly helped Lu Jujia up, explaining that he didn't require anyone to kneel before him. Loyalty wasn't proven through such gestures. He planned to let them test the Daoyan technique first. If it proved effective, he would consider teaching it to an Xian. After the two left, Guan pulled out the latest volume of Adventures of the Green Hero to savor it. Over the years, the series had continued, and Guan couldn't help but admire its author. Does this person not cultivate? How do they manage to travel and write all year round? Under the night sky, deep in a forest, stood a decrepit temple. Jinghong Guest sat on the roof, holding a long scroll, reading it by moonlight. Softly, he asked, "Have you made up your mind? Once you join the Nightshade Sect, there's no turning back. You'll also need to bear the Nightshade mark." Li Ya stood in the courtyard below, the Northern Sea heavy sword slung across his back. He stared at Jinghong Guest, his gaze unwavering. "You wanted me to join the Nightshade Sect. What now? Don't you want me anymore?" Li Ya asked coldly. Jinghong Guest turned his gaze toward Li Ya, looking down on him with an expression of indifference, as though piercing through to his very soul. The Nightshade Sect's doctrine is to pursue the Nine Nether Path. 100 years from now, the demonic cataclysm will sweep across the 9 dynasties. Only through the Nine Nether Path can one escape this mortal purgatory. Joining the Nightshade Sect is securing your path to survival. If you perform well, you may even receive the Nightshade Flower, which can enhance your aptitude, Jinghong Guest said softly. The mention of the demonic cataclysm made Li Ya frown. He pressed further, asking what exactly the demonic cataclysm entailed. Jinghong Guest didn't withhold any details, explaining the grim future. Hearing that endless hordes of demons would raise the 9 dynasties, Li Ya couldn't help but feel a chill run through him. That's absurd. Head south, and there's the sea. If we can't win, why can't we just escape? You're saying only your 9 Nether Path can save us? Li Ya retorted. How many cultivators throughout history have ventured south? How many of them returned? The demons in the sea are even more fearsome, Jinghong Guest replied. The cultivators of the 9 dynasties, united, might yet resist the demonic cataclysm. Beyond the 9 dynasties, demons surpassing the integration stage have already emerged. Do you even understand what the integration stage is? It's a realm above the void transformation stage. Such world-shaking demon lords can sweep across the 9 dynasties single-handedly. And there's more than one of them. Under their command are countless demons. Jinghong Guest's tone was icy, as though delivering a verdict on the fate of all living beings. Li Ya fell silent. The realm beyond integration. His thoughts turned to the Li family's progenitor. Could the ancestor have surpassed the integration stage? Jinghong Guest continued. I almost forgot to mention there are those within the Nightshade Sect who have also surpassed the integration stage. When they arrive, Taixuan Sect will be reduced to rubble. Guan had no idea what Li Ya had experienced. Every few days, he would use his divine sense to scan the Taixuan Empire, and each time, he would find Li Ya practicing swordsmanship at the Empire's borders. Oddly, Li Ya now housed an additional soul within him, confirming that the enigmatic Jinghong Guest hadn't deceived him. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the Nightshade Sect to gather so he could eliminate them in one fell swoop. Despite Guan's destruction of a nightshade tree, the sect continued to operate as though unaffected, clearly indicating that there was more than one such tree. The true enemy of the Taixuan Sect wasn't the current Nightshade Sect but the Grand Masters of the sect's main bloodline, who would soon arrive. Guan planned to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the Grand Ascension stage. The difference of just one minor stage was significant, especially at such high levels. After the new year, everything returned to normal. Lu Lingjun no longer sought out Guan. She busied herself with daily chores and cultivated under the 7-fold purity tree at night. When Guan looked at her, he couldn't help but feel that she avoided meeting his gaze. Meanwhile, an Xian quickly adapted to life in the Third Medicine Valley. The master of a valley shapes its atmosphere, she thought. The disciples of the Medicine Valley were kind and placed little emphasis on cultivation levels, allowing her to feel at ease. Spring turned to summer, and on this day, Guan turned 61. Tang Yu came to collect his foundation establishment pill, making the entire Medicine Valley lively with celebration. Tang Yu represented the valley's future, and watching him was like glimpsing their own breakthroughs into the foundation establishment stage. This commotion even drew a rare glance from Lu Lingjun, while an Xian entirely let down her guard. She realized her previous judgment of Guan had been misplaced. He truly was a good person. Not only was Guan kind to his disciples, but his words were always gentle, and he rarely displayed anger. People felt refreshed in his presence, as if basking in the spring breeze. Once his disciples departed, it was time to recruit new ones. Guan assigned this task to Xiao Chuan, both as a way to build his authority and to train him. At midday, Ji Xuanyu came to visit Guan. The top 10 prodigies, who were currently cultivating their hearts in the Medicine Valley, rarely interacted with errand disciples, keeping their distance. I'm preparing to leave and participate in the Sacred Land's examination, Ji Xuanyu said softly after taking a seat inside. Sacred Land? As Guan poured her tea, he curiously asked, what kind of force is the Sacred Land, and where is it located? Ji Xuanyu replied, the Sacred Land is the oldest force on this continent, with a legacy spanning 10,000 years. It is located beyond the 9 dynasties. They are detached from worldly affairs and never involve themselves in conflicts. Every 100 years, they recruit disciples. Those admitted can stay for up to 100 years, depending entirely on their own fortunes. The Ji family rose to prominence thanks to the Sacred Land's inheritance. Guan became even more intrigued. What do they seek? Why don't they retain anyone permanently? Ji Xuanyu shook her head. No one knows. Even clan elders who returned from the Sacred Land spoke little of it, only mentioning that entering it offers the possibility of glimpsing the path to immortality. Sounds mysterious? I've heard that a demonic calamity is coming in a century. Why doesn't the Sacred Land intervene? Guan pressed further. Ji Xuanyu took a sip of tea before answering. There was a demonic calamity before the era of the 9 dynasties as well. Back then, this continent was dominated by demons, with humans reduced to livestock. Even then, the Sacred Land didn't act. Yet despite their inaction, humanity eventually rose, founding the 9 dynasties. Our elders say that the Sacred Land has transcended worldly concerns. What they care about is not the safety of one generation but the perpetuity of the immortal path. Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but respect the Sacred Land. They truly seemed detached from the mortal world. He refrained from asking more and instead wished Ji Xuanyu success in passing the Sacred Land's examination. Ji Xuanyu didn't stay long, she was set to leave that very day. Seeing Ji Xuanyu off, Guan was approached by Lu Lingjun, who asked curiously, Master, who was that? She seems extraordinary. Lu Lingjun had long noticed the 10 prodigies cultivating in the Medicine Valley. Knowing they were personally assigned by the sect master to be taught by Guan made her hold him in even higher regard. Among the 10, Ji Xuanyu intrigued her the most. She could sense an aura of innate Dao sigils from Ji Xuanyu, even feeling a momentary urge to seize them, though she suppressed it. She's Ji Xuanyu, a true legacy disciple of the sect and a young mistress of the Ji family. One of the sect's top talents, Guan explained. And truly a top talent among cultivators, only Anhao surpassed Ji Xuanyu in maximum lifespan. Anhao had already reached the core formation stage and was said to be a legend in the inner sect, unrivaled. Guyu even compared him to the true legacy disciples training outside. In this world, there were many paths to take. Not all geniuses participated in the 100 Clans conference or sought the Sacred Land. Lu Lingjun nodded before asking, Master, have you read The Secrets of Taixuan? Guan's smile stiffened, and he frowned. Why are you reading such a book? Unbelievable? When will the Taixuan Sect's atmosphere finally improve? Even ascended cultivators were tainted upon arrival. Suppressing his frustration, Guan cursed Shenzhen in his heart. It was recommended by someone in the outer sect. Wasn't it written by you? The protagonist is also named Guan, Lu Lingjun replied honestly. Furious, Guan exclaimed, do I seem like that kind of person to you? Not really, which is why I asked, Lu Lingjun said, smiling as her lingering doubts about him dissipated. She had suppressed her curiosity for a long time before finally asking today. You should destroy the book. The library hall's oversight is too lax for such things to circulate, Guan said sternly. It was rare to see him so serious, which amused Lu Lingjun. Smiling, she asked, Master, do you think The Secrets of Taixuan or Adventures of the Green Hero is better? Guan froze at her words. Not waiting for his answer, Lu Lingjun turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Guan opened his mouth but ultimately let out a sigh instead. My reputation is ruined. Shaking his head, he headed back to his loft, pulling out a copy of Adventures of the Green Hero from his sleeve. Well, since my reputation is already ruined, why bother hiding it anymore? That night, beneath the starry skies of Xian Valley, Guan studied a foundational fire attribute cultivation manual in his loft. Previously, he had bought manuals for various elemental attributes from the inner sect, as there seemed to be no manuals encompassing all 5 elements. He intended to comprehend them himself. After all, he had plenty of time to refine his understanding, even if his aptitude was poor. As midnight approached, Guan suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence entering within a 100-mile radius of Xian Valley. A void transformation stage cultivator? Such a cultivator concealing their aura to approach Xian Valley could hardly mean anything good. Guan did not act immediately. He had a suspicion about who it might be. Sure enough, a while later, Yang Enai emerged from her courtyard. She quietly left Xian Valley, heading swiftly in the direction of the void transformation stage cultivator. Eventually, the two met in a forest roughly 30 miles away. In the dim woods, Yang Ni stopped and looked toward a figure under a tree. In the moonlight, she could make out a female cultivator. "You're a bit slow, Yang Ni. Why have you stayed in the outer sect so long? Didn't Li Sundao arrange for you to enter the inner sect?" the female cultivator asked, her voice icy. She was dressed in a long purple gown, her hair intricately styled with jade hairpins. Her demeanor was dignified, her face strikingly beautiful. Even though her eyes were cold, they carried an enchanting allure that could captivate anyone. "No, Li Sundao tasked me with protecting an outer sect disciple. This person is closely tied to his son, Li Yat," Yang Ni replied. "Does Li Sundao suspect your true identity?" "He shouldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me to protect Li Yat. The nightshade tree was destroyed by a mysterious cultivator, and even the sect leader is dead. It could only have been the work of a high-level cultivator from the Taixuan Sect. You must find out if there are any cultivators above the 5th level of the integration stage within the sect besides the sect master," the purple-gowned woman said. "Above the 5th level of the integration stage?" Yang Ni was visibly alarmed and quickly replied, "With my cultivation level, how could I possibly come into contact with such powerful figures? From the information we've gathered from the Elder Hall, Liu Badian failed his tribulation and couldn't have been the one to kill the sect leader. Given how mysterious this figure is, it's highly likely to be the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Since his rise to fame, our sect has been investigating him. After ruling out all other possibilities, we suspect that the Sword Sovereign is a hidden cultivator, potentially even disguised as someone in the outer sect where the Heavenly Mending Platform is located." The purple-gowned woman's words made Yang Ni frown deeply. "Of course, this is just a guess. Either way, you need to find a way to investigate the outer sect," the woman added. Yang Ni hesitated before saying, "I've been busy cultivating nightshade flowers lately and can't leave." "Can't leave?" The purple-gowned woman paused, then extended her divine sense toward Xian Valley in the distance. Moments later, she scoffed coldly. "That boy does have a good face." Yang Ni's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, "Don't touch him. What's your relationship with him? He's not only someone Li Sundao wants to protect, but he's also a disciple I've just taken under my wing." "Your disciple? Why don't you offer him to me then?" "Shut up." Yang Ni roared angrily, drawing her sword. The purple-gowned woman cast her a disdainful glance and said, "I'll return next year. If you don't provide me with satisfactory information by then, that boy will be mine. After draining his yang energy, I'll turn his bones into a pendant for you. You can keep it as a memento whenever you think of him." With that, she turned and left. Yang Ni glared at the purple-gowned woman's back, her eyes full of fury. Yet her grip on her sword hilt trembled, unable to draw it. Taking a deep breath, she could only turn back toward the valley. She moved quickly, as if afraid that something might happen to Guan. Meanwhile, the purple-gowned woman walked through the woods, a mocking smile on her lips as she recalled Yang Ni's reaction. Smack! Suddenly, a hand clamped down on the woman's shoulder, forcing her to stop in her tracks. Her pupils dilated instantly. She instinctively tried to turn around, catching a glimpse of a dark purple shadow in her peripheral vision. Thou! Boom! A terrifying divine sense forcibly invaded her mind, rendering her gaze vacant and empty. Back in Xian Valley, Yang Ni arrived beneath Guan's loft. Seeing the oil lamp still lit inside and sensing Guan's aura, she finally sighed in relief. Inside, Guan sat at his desk. Kneeling before him was the purple-gowned woman, her head pressed under his right hand as he performed soul search. His spiritual energy enveloped the purple-gowned woman, cloaking her under the transformative energy of his 9 extremes yin-yang body. Unless someone physically entered the room, even divine sense would be unable to detect her presence or aura. Guan had only intended to eavesdrop, but the purple-gowned woman used her divine sense to probe him and radiated hostility so intense that it was clear she wanted to tear him apart. How could he tolerate that? Without hesitation, Guan captured her. Before killing her, he used soul search to extract information about the Nightshade Sect. The woman's identity was clearly significant, and she might hold valuable intelligence. Her name was Sushan, a former elder of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion who had joined the Nightshade Sect 2 centuries ago. After the sect's defeat, she had continued to operate covertly within the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Sushan had personally recruited Yang Ni into the sect. Yang Ni had joined because Sushan promised to help her find the person who murdered her sister. However, Sushan's true motive for recruiting Yang Ni was to monitor Li Sundao and Li Ya. Sushan suspected that Li Ya, who had inherited the Tiangziu sword, might become the heir apparent. Thus, Yang Ni was tasked with observing the father and son while awaiting the Nightshade Sect's resurgence. What Yang Ni didn't know was that Sushan herself was the one who killed her sister. The power structure of the Nightshade Sect was extremely complex, with numerous branches. Each void transformation stage elder sought to distinguish themselves. By achieving significant accomplishments, they could earn the right to walk the 9 Nether Path in pursuit of immortality. Sushan had only heard of the 9 Nether Path and never seen it herself. Supposedly, it spanned across an ocean to another continent. This path, created by the Nightshade Sect, connected the realms of yin and yang and passed through a ghostly domain filled with malevolent spirits. It was perilous but also brimming with opportunities. Despite his efforts, Guan gleaned no information about the Nightshade Sect's main bloodline, nor could he determine its strength. When he finally withdrew his divine sense, an hour had passed. Looking down at Sushan's enchanting face, Guan's eyes filled with disdain. During the soul search, he had witnessed many unspeakable scenes. Demonic cultivators were always demonic cultivators. Without hesitation, Guan ended Sushan's life and incinerated her corpse to ashes. Thus, the life of a void transformation stage cultivator ended silently. Her death also gifted Guan several decades of lifespan, which he considered an adequate reward. Afterward, Guan inspected the contents of her 2 storage rings. Meanwhile, in her quarters, Yang Enai struggled to calm her mind for cultivation. Sushan's threats echoed persistently in her thoughts. She felt guilty for implicating Guan in her troubles. It wasn't that she harbored special feelings for him, but after years of interaction, they had grown close. The thought of someone as kind-hearted as Guan being targeted because of her weighed heavily on her conscience. By dawn, Lu Jujio was calling the disciples out for morning exercises. Guan also descended from his loft. Start your day early, Yang Enai. Time to join the exercises. Guan called out from outside her courtyard. Yang Enai emerged shortly after, nodding slightly at Guan as though nothing had happened the previous night. Guan said nothing more, but he felt a bit reassured. The way she had drawn her sword against Sushan's threats had left a positive impression on him. Perhaps I should allocate her more land for growing flowers and herbs in the future. Since that night, Yang Enai had been making trips to the outer sect every 2 days, ostensibly to search for high-grade seeds. Guan's routine remained undisturbed as he continued managing the affairs of the 3 medicine valleys. By late summer, Guan visited Horizon Valley. Luohun and Yi Liuyun were away, taking 3 monkey demons with them. Only Lucien remained in the valley. They found a Grand Master's cave dwelling thousands of miles away, along with numerous natural treasures. Yi Liuyun took them to retrieve it, and they won't be back for a few days, Lucien explained as he approached Guan, his gaze intense and unwavering. Guan nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the fields. Who exactly are you, Guan? Lucien's voice rang out from behind him, his tone suddenly brimming with hostility. Guan stopped and turned slightly, smiling as he said, Who am I? I'm just an ordinary cultivator who enjoys gardening. Something's not right. Why did Lucien seem like a different person entirely? Could it be that one of the residual souls in his body had taken over? Guan pondered silently, his thoughts churning. Lucien let out a cold laugh, his expression twisting into something feral. I've only taught you a few times, yet your mastery of the black tortoise tidal palm already surpasses what I've achieved in 10 years of practice. Guan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that even though he had deliberately held back, Lucien had still noticed something was off. This is troublesome. Lucien stepped forward, and his cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage erupted. The force lifted fallen leaves from the ground, creating a whirlwind that surged violently around him. Despite being in the core formation stage, his aura was comparable to that of a lower-level nascent soul cultivator, truly worthy of the title Taixuan Sect's former top prodigy. I've known about that cave dwelling for a while. I calculated the day you'd arrive and sent everyone else away in advance. Today, it's just you and me, let's settle this. Lucien sneered. He raised his right hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. The space around his hand rippled violently, like turbulent waves. Guan raised his hand, gesturing for calm. Don't do anything rash. I'm no prodigy. Why focus on me? I pose no threat to you. If you force my hand, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Lucien licked his lips and said, Relax, I won't kill you. I just want to test your limits. But if you keep hiding your strength, you might end up like Li Ya. At those words, Guan's expression turned cold. Try my black tortoise tidal palm. Lucien roared, striking out with his palm. The resulting windstorm shook the heavens and the earth, surging forward like a tidal wave. The grass was uprooted, and dust flew into the air as the oppressive force bore down on Guan. Boom! The palm wind soared into the sky, creating a wave of spiritual energy nearly 100 feet tall, a truly spectacular sight. Lucien's smug grin froze. Following his line of sight, the spiritual energy wave had been completely blocked, leaving Guan standing unharmed. Behind Guan, the herbs in the gardens swayed gently in the breeze but remained rooted, untouched by the attack. In that moment, Guan's expression became inscrutable, his entire aura transforming into something unfamiliar. You, Lucien stammered, his voice trembling as he saw Guan take a single step forward. In that one step, Guan closed the distance of several meters in an instant, appearing right in front of Lucien. Boom! Lucien's imposing aura was instantly shattered, and the terrifying power forced him to stumble backward, collapsing onto the ground in a seated position, utterly stripped of his usual demeanor as the hidden dragon ranking champion. Guan raised his right hand, palm aimed at Lucien's head, looking down on him with cold indifference. Lucien was horrified to find himself unable to move. A spiritual force he couldn't resist completely suppressed him. Nascent soul, Lucien gritted his teeth. His assessment was correct. Guan had indeed been suppressing his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, a realm far above Lucien's. Why do you insist on forcing my hand? Guan asked softly, staring down at Lucien. His gaze carried a killing intent so tangible that Lucien could feel death looming. Guan's expressionless face was terrifying. Lucien had never seen such a frightening demeanor before. Wait! Lucien cried out, panic breaking across his features for the first time. Guan continued to silently stare at him. Truthfully, Guan didn't want to kill him. After all, Lucien was Liu Beitian's son, and he hadn't shown any real hostility toward Guan. It was evident he simply wanted a duel. To avoid further entanglement, Guan decided to terrify him by unleashing the full might of the nascent soul stage, enough to crush his spirit. I was wrong, please don't kill me, Lucien gritted out, lowering his once proud head, unable to meet Guan's gaze. Still sitting paralyzed on the ground, Lucien felt humiliated in this submissive posture. But you forced me to reveal my true cultivation level. Now I'm bound to face endless trouble. It troubles me greatly. All I want is to grow flowers in peace. Why must you insist on making things difficult for me? Why? Guan said coldly. As he spoke, his voice grew into a low roar, and his face contorted in frustration, as if on the brink of madness. Lucien, startled by his outburst, hurriedly replied, I swear I won't tell anyone. I promise. Guan's right palm began to gather spiritual energy, the terrifying power of the nascent soul stage making Lucien tremble in fear. Wait, I know the whereabouts of an 8th grade spirit flower? It's been growing for hundreds of years and hasn't gained sentience yet. You love cultivating flowers, don't you? You can have it. Lucien blurted out, his voice shaking. Guan's interest was piqued. He narrowed his eyes and asked, where? Feeling the suppressive force weaken slightly, Lucien hurriedly pulled out a map from his storage pouch. Here, this map was given to me by an elder I met during the 100 Clans conference. Guan took the map, scanned it briefly, then stored it in his storage ring. Looking back at Lucien, he frowned and asked, Are you sure you won't spread word of my cultivation level? If I reveal your cultivation level, I swear my tribulation will be plagued by inner demons, leading to my death and the destruction of my Deo. Lucien swore earnestly. Hearing this, Guan withdrew his aura, suppressing his cultivation back to the foundation establishment stage. The swaying herbs in the medicine valley calmed, and Lucien let out a deep breath of relief. Sweat poured down his face as he gasped for air. Guan returned to his usual gentle demeanor. He helped Lucien to his feet, brushing off the dirt on his robes. Brother Liu, my apologies for offending you. But promise me this don't joke around like that again. It's not funny. Lucien forced a wry smile in response. With that, Guan turned and walked away, heading back to his original spot. Lucien remained silent, watching his retreating figure. Half an hour later, Guan bid Lucien farewell and departed. Lucien stayed behind, sitting on the grass and staring blankly at the sky. From sunrise to sunset, and through 2 nights, he didn't move. When Luohun, Yi Liuyun, and the 3 monkey demons returned with smiles on their faces, clearly having had a fruitful trip, Yi Liuyun noticed Lucien sitting dazedly on the ground. Lucien, why aren't you cultivating? Yi Liuyun asked with a laugh. Lucien's body trembled slightly. Turning to Yi Liuyun, he asked, Do you think I can reach the nascent soul stage before I turn 100? Lucien knew Guan's age. He was roughly the same age as Li Ya. Yi Liuyun frowned and replied, If you hadn't wasted time in the past, you definitely could have reached the nascent soul stage before 100. But now, you're already 90. Advancing from the 9th level of the core formation stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage in just 10 years? That's tough. Luohun added, The Emperor values you greatly. If you ask, I'm sure he'd provide you with plenty of pills to help you advance. Lucien remained silent. He fell into deep self-doubt. Was he ever truly a genius? After Lucien was subdued by Guan, he became noticeably more reserved. During Guan's subsequent visits to Horizon Valley, Lucien was always in seclusion, focusing on his cultivation. Luohun mentioned that Lucien was eager to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. When Guan inquired about the reason, Luohun admitted he didn't know. This reassured Guan. Though Lucien was eccentric, at least he kept his mouth shut. With that, the matter was settled. Guan studied the map Lucien had given him, but the location it marked was far from the Taixuan Empire, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. What if the area housed a Grand Ascension stage cultivator? He couldn't take such risks. For now, the lifespan income from the 3 medicine valleys was substantial enough that even without advancing his cultivation, his lifespan continued to grow rapidly. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a blink. By autumn, Xian Valley was cloaked in a golden hue. Around noon one day, Yelan came to visit Guan. They hadn't seen each other in almost a year, and Yelan was thrilled. Upon entering, she immediately hugged him. Junior sister. Guan's voice carried a tone of reprimand. Yelan released him with a playful smile. What's wrong with a hug? It's a customary greeting for reunited siblings. Don't overthink it, senior brother. I'm not interested in romance right now, just focused on cultivating immortality. Guan rolled his eyes and turned to prepare tea for her. Instinctively, he used his lifespan observation ability on Yelan, and what he saw weighed on his heart. Yelan, Foundation Establishment, Level 556/130/130. A normal Foundation Establishment cultivator's lifespan exceeded 200 years, but Yian's cultivation was achieved using Guan's pills, so her lifespan was capped. What would happen when she reached 130 years? Would she succumb to the 5 declines of heaven and man, dying suddenly, or would her heart be consumed by inner demons? With a sigh, Guan decided to teach her the Dao Yen technique, which accumulated spiritual energy. There were still 74 years left. Perhaps it could make a difference. Guan had an audacious idea. What if she cultivated the Dao Yen technique while consuming large quantities of spiritual energy pills? Unaware of Guan's thoughts, Yelan began recounting her recent experiences. She had spent the last half-year as part of the Law Enforcement Hall, assigned to protect Crown Prince Li Dai. Their enemies were the Nightshade Sect. During this time, she had experienced 7 or 8 battles, narrowly surviving each encounter. Guan already knew about these events since he occasionally used his divine sense to check on her. Most of the Law Enforcement Hall disciples served as scouts, with actual combat handled by several nascent soul stage cultivators. Senior brother, the reason we made it back alive was because a Void Transformation Stage Grandmaster came to protect the prince. Above Nascent Soul is Nascent Soul Transformation, and above that is the Void Transformation Stage. That senior was incredible. With one palm, they killed a Nightshade Sect demonic cultivator at the transformation stage. At that moment, we all thought we were doomed, but it turns out the prince had such a powerful protector. Rumor has it this person isn't even part of the Taixuan Sect, Yelan said, her excitement evident. Guan raised an eyebrow and feigned shock. That powerful? How old are they? Supposedly 900 years old. Yelan watched Guan closely as she spoke, studying his reaction. She had once suspected that Guan was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. During the Outer Sect chaos, her white spirit sword had sensed the aura of the Qinghong sword, which was the weapon that inscribed the character's righteous path on the heavenly mending platform. However, upon further investigation, she learned that the sword sovereign's strength surpassed even the nascent soul stage, which made her doubt. Having grown up with Guan, she knew his age. A void transformation stage cultivator in their 50s? That was unheard of in the cultivation world? Since Guan consistently denied being the sword sovereign, Yelan speculated he might be the sword sovereign's disciple instead. Regardless of the truth, Yelan felt unworthy of him. As a result, she rarely expressed her feelings anymore, choosing to focus on her own cultivation instead. When her cultivation was strong enough, and if her senior brother still wanted a Dao companion, then it would be her chance. Guan remarked, "Junior sister, the cultivators you're encountering are growing stronger, but your progress seems stagnant. Why not try cultivating with a technique I'll teach you?" "What technique?" Yelan asked curiously. The fierce wind phantom kick Guan had given her was already her strongest combat skill, so she didn't underestimate his teachings. Perhaps this technique came from the sword sovereign. Guan began explaining the Daoyan technique, and Yelan listened intently. When he finished, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, with so many herbs at your disposal, is your cultivation progress slow because of the Daoyan technique?" Guan nodded. "This is a supreme technique. I'll only teach it to you, but you mustn't tell anyone." Yelan felt a sweetness in her heart at his words. Hesitating, she asked, "If I cultivate the Daoyan technique, will it burden you?" She knew Guan would likely provide her with countless pills to aid her cultivation, which might delay his own progress. Guan chuckled. "If you're worried, then don't practice it. Just wait until your lifespan runs out while I live for a few more centuries. Then I'll take a few younger junior sisters and enjoy the life of a blessed man." "No way, I'll learn it," Yelan said firmly, her eyes glaring. Guan immediately handed her a pre-written copy of the Daoyan technique. Yelan took it, then pulled a black wooden box from her storage pouch. "This is a gift I prepared for you. I was planning to give it after our chat, but since you gave me this technique first, it feels like my gesture isn't enough." Guan accepted the box with a smile. "Junior sister, what are you saying? Over the years, you've given me so many wonderful things. You're undoubtedly the person who treats me the best." The 6th grade human face tree had come from Yelan. On every visit, she brought medicinal herbs. Though Guan initially refused, Yelan justified her gifts as repayment for his pills, leaving him unable to reject her kindness further. Hearing his words, Yelan smiled and explained, "This is a 5th grade shadow vine. It's only a small fragment now, and it will take 10 to 20 years to fully recover. Once matured, it can guard a residence and block divine sense probes." Opening the box, Guan saw a piece of what looked like black charcoal, faintly exuding life. He wasn't disappointed. Given Yian's cultivation level, obtaining such a fragment was already impressive. Even the human face tree had started as a root but was now reviving. The conversation shifted to recent happenings in the cultivation world. Yelan spoke of the emergence of the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path, mysterious cultivators who stormed the Wanyan sect, seizing its treasures and shocking the entire cultivation world. Another significant event was the sacred beast Haolong nurtured by the Guhao sect, which had revitalized the sect's morale. Across the provinces, people speculated that Guhao sect was poised to rise. This sacred beast, however, was none other than Haolong, whom Guan had raised. Guan had already checked on the sect and found Haolong living happily, pampered by the Guhao sect, so he had no concerns. From Yian's account, the cultivation world seemed relatively calm. The Nightshade sect had also quieted down, ceasing its battles with the demonic factions. Yet Guan knew all too well this was merely the calm before the storm. When the Grand Masters of the Nightshade sect's main bloodline arrived, the cultivation world would once again be thrown into chaos and bloodshed. Late at night in the northern sea mountains, spiritual energy began to sink, stirring the world. Inside a lifespan barrier, Guan was meditating, enjoying the rapid progress of his cultivation. He had just spent 3,000 years of lifespan to advance his cultivation to the 9th level of the Grand Ascension stage. After meditating for a short while, he invested another 50,000 years of lifespan into enhancing his alchemy skills. Initially, Guan had hoped to improve his alchemy through sheer effort, but he had since realized that talent also played a crucial role in mastering it. The 50,000-year investment elevated his alchemy to the Taixuan Sect, greatly enhancing his comprehension. As a flood of vast alchemical knowledge poured into his mind, Guan was deeply engrossed. The alchemy techniques he had cultivated up to now were based on the foundational methods of the Taixuan Sect. However, alchemy varied across different sects, leading to unique interpretations of the craft. The Taixuan Sect also included a specialized technique, the Taixuan Flame, a mystical fire that could not only refine pills but also serve as a deadly weapon. The 50,000 years of lifespan were well worth it. When Guan awoke, he raised his right hand, igniting a vibrant azure flame on his fingertip. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. He then glanced at his attribute panel, which still showed a remaining lifespan of 490,000 years. So rich? Closing the barrier, Guan stood and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, his gaze fell upon a rocky cliff not far away. The spiritual energy disturbance had blown the grass near the cliff askew, revealing a narrow fissure. Thin wisps of spiritual energy were emanating from the crack energy that felt distinct from the usual 5 elemental spiritual energies. Curious, Guan approached the cliff and extended his divine sense into the fissure. Before long, his senses encountered a restrictive barrier. Breaking through would be challenging without at least a void transformation stage cultivation level. Recognizing the risk, Guan refrained from brute forcing his way through. Instead, he used his 9 extremes yin-yang body to transform into a shadowy demonic form. Then, utilizing the infinite free step, he crossed into the fissure with a single stride. After navigating layers of restrictions, Guan found himself in a vast underground space. This chamber was even larger than the 8-view celestial realm. At its center lay an underground lake, bordered by a grassy field about 300 meters long and 100 meters wide, as well as a row of ancient trees. Beneath one of these trees stood a dilapidated wooden hut. Using his divine sense, Guan detected no signs of cultivators or demonic beasts in the area. However, the lake teemed with fish, including a massive one nearly 20 feet long, which appeared to be a type of spirit beast. Walking forward, Guan passed a stone stele inscribed with 4 bold characters. Xiantian Cave Dwelling. The surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly dense, surpassing even that of the 8-view celestial realm. Guan extended his lifespan observation ability toward the ancient trees. All were 6th-grade spirit trees, known as spirit-calming trees. Excellent! Excitement flickered across Guan's face. If this cave dwelling was truly uninhabited, it could serve as his 4th medicine valley. His other valleys, Xian Valley, the 3rd Medicine Valley, and Horizon Valley, were all in areas visible to others. While he kept his most valuable items in the 8-view celestial realm, its space was limited. Guan continued forward, stopping in front of the wooden hut. A moss-covered stone table sat outside, atop which lay 2 books. One was a plain, unnamed book, the other, a technique manual titled Heaven-Splitting Divine Axe. What a domineering name. Guan picked up the unnamed book and began reading. It turned out to be a final testament, left by the original master of Xiantian Cave Dwelling. The master was known as the Xiantian Ancestor, a cultivator at the profound mind stage. As Guan read further, his brow furrowed. The Xiantian Ancestor was once a supreme elder of the Taixuan Sect. After leaving the sect, he established the Xiantian Cave Dwelling in hopes of achieving enlightenment. However, he ultimately succumbed to inner demons. Before his death, he chose to leave the cave dwelling and venture into the demonic domain beyond the 9 dynasties. The heaven-splitting divine axe was the Xiantian ancestor's most powerful technique, inherited from the sacred land, one of its 9 great legacies. A sacred land technique? Guan felt his heart race. This axe technique represented the culmination of one of the sacred land's most formidable inheritances. If mastered, it could undoubtedly shake the heavens. Still, Guan remained cautious. The Xiantian ancestor had left this place voluntarily, implying that even this profound dwelling could not solve all his problems. There could also be latent dangers lurking. For now, Guan decided to carefully study the manuals, explore the underground space in depth, and determine whether this cave dwelling could truly become his 4th domain. 800 years of painstaking cultivation, countless pills and elixirs consumed, only to reach the profound heart stage and face a heart demon tribulation at life's end. I hate. Guan read aloud from the anonymous book, his brows furrowing deeply. The hatred of the Xiantian ancestor seemed to leap off the page, a palpable resentment towards the heavens. He loathed the heavens for allowing him to attain the profound heart stage, only to be afflicted with a heart demon before he could enjoy his achievement. Guan immediately connected this to the concept of lifespan limits. It felt as though an invisible fate bound all beings. Perhaps the Xiantian ancestor's lifespan limit only allowed him to reach the integration stage, but he forcibly advanced to the profound heart stage through immense resources. However, his lifespan did not extend, ultimately leading to his heart demon wreaking havoc and bringing about his death. The more Guan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The path of cultivation, rather than a battle against the heavens, seemed more like a struggle against fate. Guan firmly believed that fate could be broken, and he was living proof. The lifespan limits he perceived might merely serve as reminders of fate's existence. Aside from his unique ability to seize lifespan, there must exist fortuitous encounters that could help others break through these limits, though he had yet to discover them. It was precisely because immortality was so difficult to achieve that so many were willing to risk everything in pursuit of it. He mused over the Daoyan technique. If it proved effective, he could consider using a portion of his lifespan to enhance it. Guan felt hopeful because Wu Xian's lifespan far exceeded that of others at the same stage. He continued reading. The latter part of the book detailed the Xiantian ancestor's life, from joining the Taixuan Sect to competing for leadership, written like a novel, with brief descriptions that sparked vivid imaginations. After finishing the will, Guan tossed the book into his storage pouch and picked up the manual for the heaven-splitting divine axe. As he read, he became deeply engrossed, his pupils reflecting a figure wielding a massive axe. The heaven-splitting divine axe consisted of 9 forms: sever life, sever demon, sever ghost, sever mountain, sever sea, sever law, sever immortal, sever deity, and sever heaven. The names sounded domineering, but could they truly sever immortals and heavens? These 9 forms were not levels of mastery but distinct techniques. The Xiantian ancestor had mastered all 9 and remained undefeated until his downfall from inner demons. He swept through the 9 dynasties' cultivation world, establishing the Taixuan Sect's reputation as the orthodox sect of the realm. However, he did not leave the heaven-splitting divine axe in the Taixuan Sect, as it was a sacred land's inheritance, not to be passed to outsiders. This was explicitly noted in his will, as discovery by the sacred land would result in him being stripped of his cultivation. After scanning the manual, Guan tossed it into his storage pouch. Turning, he entered the dilapidated wooden house. Everything inside was in disrepair, with weeds growing through the floorboards. In the center stood an axe covered in dust. He approached the axe and blew lightly, scattering the dust to reveal a black axe. The heaven-splitting axe, a supreme-grade artifact, was forged from Northern Sea dark steel that had aged for 1,000,000 years, making it heavier and more potent than Lia's Northern Sea heavy sword in containing spiritual energy. Guan gripped the heaven-splitting axe, raising an eyebrow. It was heavy? Despite being a grand ascension cultivator with immense strength from practicing the innate flexibility technique, he could feel its weight. This attested to its extraordinary mass. Forget employing its techniques, simply smashing someone with it could be lethal. Guan heft the heaven-splitting axe. Once he exerted effort, the axe felt light and easy to wield. Attempting to store the treasure in his storage pouch, he was met with resistance from its spatial restriction. It wouldn't go in? Interesting. Guan set the axe aside and inspected the house further. Finding nothing of value, he stepped outside the Xiantian cave dwelling and sealed the cracks in the mountain wall. As a cultivator with the 5 elements physique and perfect earth attribute aptitude, he gathered spiritual energy to form earth and completely sealed the fissures. Satisfied, Guan declared this dwelling his own. In high spirits, he smiled and re-entered the Xiantian cave dwelling. Time to cultivate? At the end of autumn, disciples of the Third Medicine Valley were sweeping fallen leaves. Lu Lingjun suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a figure rapidly approaching. Her brows furrowed as she inwardly marveled. 9th level of the integration stage? The figure was none other than Lu Baitian. He swiftly arrived at the pavilion where Guan resided and ascended the stairs. Lu Lingjun retracted her gaze, curious about the man's identity. Though Lu Baitian had visited the Third Medicine Valley several times, he had never revealed his true identity. When An Hao and An Xian spoke of him, they merely referred to him as a senior of the sect. Entering the room, Lu Baitian closed the door and set up a barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Guan set down the book in his hand and smiled. Sect Master, what brings you here? He rose to make tea. No need to trouble yourself. Sit, let's talk, Lu Baitian said, waving his hand. He pulled a chair over with a casual gesture and sat down. Guan followed suit and asked, what about? What could we possibly talk about? Don't tell me it's about accepting me as a disciple again? Guan inwardly scoffed. As a grand ascension cultivator, becoming someone's disciple was unthinkable. Let's talk about Li Sundao, Lu Baitian said, fixing his gaze on Guan. Surprised, Guan asked, what about him? Crown Prince Li Dai had his golden core extracted, his nascent soul and cultivation crippled. A void transformation cultivator accompanying him was also killed. Lu Baitian's words left Guan astonished. He was genuinely taken aback. The Taixuan Sect's law enforcement hall had only just left, and Li Sundao had already acted to slay a peer upon first entering the void transformation stage? Quite extraordinary. The methods of void transformation grandmasters and a mysterious aura. The techniques of void transformation grandmasters were numerous. Even if they were outmatched in combat, escaping shouldn't have been difficult. While Guan could easily kill void transformation cultivators, this was only because his higher cultivation level allowed him to suppress their power before they could escape. Lu Baidian asked, does Li Sundao have any void transformation cultivators by his side? Guan shrugged. I wouldn't know if he did or not. Lu Baidian paused, realizing the point was valid. His expression softened. With the crown prince dead, the Taixuan Sect can only support Li Ya. The throne must be held by a prince of the Taixuan Sect, but unfortunately, Li Ya has been away for years, Lu Baidian sighed. If not for the looming threat of the Nightshade Sect, I'd have deposed Li Sundao already. Surprised, Guan asked, why would you want to depose him? Lu Baidian explained, he's been emperor for nearly 200 years. During his reign, Taixuan has been plagued by demonic chaos and rampant evil, leading to widespread discontent. Replacing the emperor to offer sacrifices to the heavens might change the nation's fate. but he's drawn several elders from the Elder Hall to his side, making it difficult for me to force his abdication. Just as I was recovering my strength, the Nightshade Sect emerged again, truly a series of endless troubles. Speaking of the Nightshade Sect, Lubatian's face turned grim with frustration. Guan couldn't discern whether Lubatian truly cared for the people or simply held personal animosity toward Li Sundao. Both men provided Guan with high-grade herbs, so he refrained from taking sides, preferring to watch their conflict unfold. Li Sundao was undeniably capable, able to hold off a 9th-level integration stage cultivator like Lubatian while continuing to grow rapidly. If Lubatian discovered that Li Sundao had already reached the void transformation stage, he would likely act immediately to eliminate him. The conversation shifted to the Nightshade Sect. Lubatian shared intelligence from the Venerable Pavilion indicating that there were spies from the Nightshade Sect within the Elder Hall, more than one. This revelation enraged Lubatian. Only a few years ago, he had purged a batch of demonic infiltrators, yet remnants persisted, including his most hated enemy, the Nightshade Sect. I received news that the Nightshade Sect's leader, Zhong Liang, is dead. No one knows who killed him. The sect is now lying low, awaiting reinforcements from its main bloodline. They suspect I killed Zhong Liang, which is laughable. I think it's more likely they turned on each other, Lubatian said with a sneer. Curious, Guan asked, why are the Nightshade Sect and the demonic factions concentrating their battles in the Northern Sea mountain range? Lubatian replied, most of the Nightshade Sect's leadership is there, searching for a certain opportunity. This opportunity is related to our section. What kind of opportunity? A supreme elder from our sect meditated in the Northern Sea mountain range 1,000 years ago, surpassing the integration stage before vanishing. According to legend, when he left, he did not take the Taixuan Sect's treasured heaven-splitting axe. That axe cannot be stored in spatial artifacts and is tied to a grand inheritance. The Nightshade Sect has been searching for this inheritance ever since. So that's the truth. Guan felt secretly triumphant. The Nightshade Sect had searched for years without success, yet he had stumbled upon it by chance. Perhaps the sinking of spiritual energy had its benefits after all. The heaven-splitting axe is no ordinary artifact. It's said to be connected to the sacred land. Over 3 millennia, only that supreme elder managed to inherit such a grand legacy from the sacred land. He was also my master's master, Lubatian said wistfully. The Xiantian ancestor was indeed remarkable. Reflecting on the axe's immense weight, Guan found this plausible. Lubatian clearly admired the Xiantian ancestor, recounting his deeds. Though he had never met the ancestor, he often heard tales from his master. According to his master, the Xiantian ancestor had never tasted defeat. Regardless of the number of enemies, he always emerged victorious. He even ventured south to explore, reportedly returning with immortal techniques before entering seclusion. Guan, however, knew the truth. The Xiantian ancestor had not obtained any immortal techniques. His southern expedition nearly ended with his death at the hands of a demon king, forcing him to retreat and await reaching the profound heart stage before trying again. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Guan suddenly thought of the true legacy first disciple, who had also ventured out for training. Could he have gone to the sea as well? It was rumored that this disciple was even more powerful than Lubatian and might have already reached the profound heart stage. When Guan brought up the true legacy first disciple, Lubatian's mood soured, and he avoided further discussion. Their poor relationship was obvious. As Lubatian spoke, he suddenly fell silent. Guan, too, sensed a powerful aura emanating from the north. Pretending ignorance, he maintained a calm demeanor, especially with Lubatian present. Lubatian turned to gaze out the window at the heavens and muttered, so, it's finally here. Puzzled, Guan asked, what's here? Lubatian stood abruptly. It's nothing. I have urgent matters to attend to. He quickly departed. Guan rose to see him off, escorting him to the balcony. From there, Guan noticed Lu Lingjun also sensing the distant aura, her brows tightly knit. Sensing Guan's gaze, Lu Lingjun glanced at him briefly before resuming her leaf sweeping. Guan watched Lubatian's retreating figure, curiosity bubbling within. What was the origin of that aura? It didn't feel like a cultivator's energy. There was something indescribably strange about it. The sky stretched endlessly without a cloud in sight, and below lay an expansive wasteland riddled with intersecting fissures. At closer glance, these fissures formed deep gorges. On a flat expanse of the wasteland, a massive shroud of black mist hovered, resembling a crack in the air. Beneath the mist was a circular array platform, over 3 zhang in diameter. Intricate and mysterious runes were carved into its surface, radiating a faint glow as spiritual energy flowed through them. In front of the array stood over 1,000 members of the Nightshade Sect, including Zhang Qiang and Suhan. Leading them was an elderly man in a grey robe, hunched and clutching a wooden staff. He gazed at the black mist above with anticipation glimmering in his eyes. The Nightshade Sect's main bloodline. Zhang Qiang nervously observed the spatial fluctuations within the mist. She had joined the Nightshade Sect some time ago and understood its internal workings. The branch within the land of the 9 dynasties was insignificant compared to the main bloodline. Suddenly, a sharp crack of thunder erupted from the black mist, followed by its rapid expansion. Within, a dark red sky began to manifest, faintly swirling with ominous clouds. The grey-robed elder immediately knelt and shouted, "We welcome the arrival of the esteemed lord of the main bloodline." As he knelt, the other disciples followed suit, their unified voices echoing thunderously across the wasteland. Under their watchful gaze, a figure emerged from the mist, stepping out against the backdrop of the crimson sky. It was a man dressed in a fitted purple robe, his waist wrapped with a red sash embroidered with golden edges. His robe was adorned with blooming nightshade flowers, and a nightshade tree was intricately embroidered across his back. His handsome features were set in a cold and arrogant expression, and his snow-white hair was coiled under an amethyst crown, crowned with a ruby resembling a menacing eye. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked down at the gathering below and spoke slowly. "Who is Elder Shihan?" The grey-robed elder quickly responded, reporting to the esteemed lord, "That would be me." The man in purple, high above, did not descend but continued calmly, "Find someone to lead me to the Taixuan Sect. The rest of you are to remain here and await the arrival of more elders from the main bloodline." Elder Shihan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are there more seniors from the main bloodline coming?" "Indeed," the man said. "It is time for the nightshade to bloom." Far away, the mysterious aura was beyond the Taixuan Sect's detection range, even for divine senses at the Grand Ascension stage. Guan refrained from acting rashly, trusting his intuition that the aura was linked to the main bloodline of the Nightshade Sect. Given his limited knowledge of the Nightshade Sect's true strength, Guan chose caution. From the memories of Zhongliang and Sushan, he knew they were awaiting a nascent profound Grand Master from the main bloodline. However, after destroying the Nightshade tree, he worried that the situation might escalate. What if more than one Grand Master arrived? Moreover, with the Taixuan Sect's formidable foundation, they might not even need his intervention. Perhaps the Supreme Elders would return, and even the Ji and Gu families, whose hidden strength was unfathomable, could respond if needed. On the second day after Liu Beitian's departure, tension gripped the Taixuan Sect. Numerous core formation stage and nascent soul stage disciples flew over the Third Medicine Valley, heading toward the outer sect. Even the 9 prodigies meditating within the valley were summoned, bidding Guan farewell. Each disciple carried their identification token, through which the Taixuan Sect issued commands. This system even reached disciples on missions outside the sect. Xiaochuan approached Guan nervously. "Senior brother, has something serious happened again? Could it be the Nightshade Sect attacking?" Whenever Xiaochuan visited the outer sect city, he overheard discussions about the Nightshade Sect. With their undefeated streak against the demonic path and the trouble they caused the Taixuan Sect 200 years ago, disciples naturally felt threatened. "I'm not sure. Don't overthink it. Let's focus on tending to our medicinal herbs. If a battle starts, there's little you and I can do. Trust the sect," Guan reassured him. Xiaochuan found the reasoning sound, though his mind still wandered toward the outer sect. Guan turned and left to harvest the mature herbs. After all, if the sky collapsed, the Taixuan Sect would bear the brunt. Harvesting herbs and gathering flowers were the priorities. An hour later, Guan returned to the pavilion and drew his Qinghong sword, practicing sword forms. This rare sight drew attention from many disciples. They assumed Guan sensed impending danger, prompting them to follow his lead and practice their techniques. Even Lu Lingjun couldn't help but glance at Guan, shaking her head. His sword moves appeared strange, more like saber techniques than swordsmanship. Perhaps the Valley Master was simply calming his nerves. After watching briefly, Lu Lingjun shifted her focus and walked toward a distant mountain, intending to survey the outer sect from its peak. Unbeknownst to her, Guan wasn't practicing swordsmanship. He was refining the heaven-splitting divine axe, using the sword to conceal his true intent. After all, the axe technique was unknown within the Taixuan Sect. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, after settling matters in Xian Valley, Guan went to the Third Medicine Valley to continue harvesting herbs. The valley spanned 100 li, with countless medicinal plants maturing daily. Guan always left some behind during harvests to ensure a steady supply of lifespan gains. After collecting 5,000 years worth of lifespan, Guan instructed an errand disciple to store the herbs in the warehouse. Then, he sought out Lu Lingjun. "I plan to visit the outer sect. Are you coming?" he asked. Lu Lingjun had previously requested to be included the next time he ventured out. Naturally, Guan's deeper motive was to bolster the Taixuan Sect's strength. Lu Lingjun immediately agreed, having spent the past 3 days observing the situation and itching for a closer look. Upon reaching the outer sect, Guan and Lu Lingjun agreed to meet at the Heavenly Mending platform in the evening. Guan then went off on his own. Such thoughtfulness, Lu Lingjun mused as she watched him leave. She turned her gaze to the southern gate. Above it, hundreds of high-ranking cultivators floated, each carrying a grand banner behind them. Their presence encircled the outer sect city entirely. Every one of them was at least nascent soul stage, and the sight left Lu Lingjun marveling at the Taixuan Sect's profound foundation. With the Taixuan Sect's current display of strength, Lu Lingjun felt it could easily dominate the mortal world from which she hailed. Meanwhile, Guan sought out Zhen Qin from the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall had not been assigned to battle duties but was tasked with patrolling the city to prevent Nightshade Sect cultivators from infiltrating. Pulling Zhen Qin aside to a quiet street, Guan retrieved a copy of the Daoyan technique from his storage bag and handed it to her. "Keep this safe. Study it well when you return, and don't tell anyone about it, not even your uncle Master Ye." Zhen Qin glanced at the book and, realizing it was a cultivation manual, was thrilled. She nodded quickly, her excitement barely contained. She knew that Guan, with his position in the inner sect and his ties to the Medicine Valley, was far above her in standing. A technique he provided was undoubtedly extraordinary. Although she had been cultivating a technique from Zhang Kaiang, her progress had slowed significantly in recent years, leaving her frustrated. After a brief conversation, the two parted ways. Guan did not approach Yalan, as she was attending an outer sect council at the Grand Elder's residence. The Taixuan Sect had entered full war preparation mode. Guan chose this day to visit the outer sect city because he sensed a presence far beyond the integration stage approaching the Taixuan Empire, heading straight for the Taixuan Sect. Nascent profound stage? The individual's flight was not hurried, as they were being guided. It was also possible that the slow pace was a deliberate show of dominance, with their overwhelming aura blatantly pressing down. Even transformation stage and void transformation stage cultivators could sense it, which explained the tense atmosphere gripping the Taixuan sect. Guan had no intention of acting rashly. He was curious to see how the sect's reserves would respond. After all, he couldn't personally resolve every enemy threat. While killing enemy cultivators could grant him additional lifespan, the gains were minimal comparable to harvesting medicinal herbs. Thus, he had little desire for combat unless the numbers presented an opportunity for easy kills. At the heavenly mending platform, Guan moved behind the Nightshade Ghost Mother, feigning interest in the sword intent emanating from the platform. Guan, my young friend, what brings you here? A warm voice interrupted him. Turning, Guan saw Han Ming, the Deyu sword maniac, walking over with a smile. Han Ming stopped beside the Nightshade Ghost Mother, exchanging pleasantries with Guan. The Nightshade Ghost Mother remained unresponsive, her eyes closed in meditation. Despite the looming battle with the Nightshade Sect, the platform was still occupied by hundreds of cultivators deep in their enlightenment. Han Ming, at the 5th level of the void transformation stage, didn't realize the seemingly meditating female disciple beside him was actually an old monster at the 2nd level of the integration stage. After some polite conversation, Guan curiously asked, with the Nightshade Sect attacking, Senior, why haven't you left? Aren't you afraid of being caught up in the battle? Han Ming chuckled. The Nightshade Sect? They've already lost to the Taixuan Sect before, and I expect the same outcome this time. The sect hides too many powerful grandmasters and ancient monsters. Stick around, you'll get a better understanding of the Taixuan Sect's true strength. Hearing this, Guan's curiosity grew. He began to ask Han Ming about the sect's most powerful cultivators, and even the nearby disciples couldn't help but eavesdrop. In truth, most disciples knew little about the sect's full strength due to its sheer size and complexity. The Nightshade Ghost Mother, seemingly irritated by the disturbance, stood up to relocate. Guan, pretending to be distracted, stepped back and bumped into her. Realizing the collision, he quickly turned around and apologized. Miss, I'm sorry. The Nightshade Ghost Mother frowned but only shook her head slightly without saying anything. She brushed past Guan. Stop. Han Ming's voice suddenly rang out, drawing attention. His gaze was locked on the Nightshade Ghost Mother's back. She froze mid-step. Disciples in the area turned to look, puzzled. As a prominent figure on the heavenly mending platform, Han Ming's actions naturally garnered attention. Guan quickly spoke up, it was my fault for bumping into her. Han Ming ignored him, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the Nightshade Ghost Mother. Who exactly are you? You've hidden yourself well, but just now, you slipped and revealed a trace of your aura. You're not human. You're a ghost, aren't you? A ghost? His words sent a ripple of shock through the surrounding disciples. Some immediately stood up, and others even drew their magical tools. Guan feigned shock, taking a step back as he stared at the Nightshade Ghost Mother. She turned to face Han Ming, her expression indifferent. Without even glancing at Guan, she coldly replied, You are not of the Taixuan Sect, so why meddle in its affairs? I owe my guidance to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, so I must repay that debt. Besides, the Taixuan Sect has treated me well all these years. Han Ming replied firmly as he unslung the sword case from his back, ready for battle. At that moment, 3 figures appeared around the Nightshade Ghost Mother. Each was a void transformation stage Grandmaster, stationed at the heavenly mending platform as guards. The Nightshade Ghost Mother, at the integration stage, showed no fear. She shook her head lightly and muttered, How troublesome. But this should be enough. Suddenly, her body dissolved into a wisp of ghostly energy and vanished into thin air. The 3 void transformation cultivators immediately gave chase, disappearing into the distance outside the outer sect. Han Ming didn't pursue. Uncovering the Ghost Mother's presence was already significant, chasing her was a matter for the Taixuan Sect. Turning to the still startled Guan, Han Ming reassured him, Don't worry. That ghost has fled and likely won't return. Guan nodded but continued glancing around nervously, as if fearing other ghosts might be lurking. The act must be convincing. Han Ming walked over, clapped Guan on the shoulder, and led him to where Zolin stood. He then began recounting tales of his past exploits slaying demons and vanquishing evildoers. Guan inwardly cursed he had overplayed his role. Now leaving was difficult, so he had no choice but to listen as Han Ming boasted endlessly. Zolin, happy to see Guan, chatted with him in whispers, which only provoked Han Ming to growl at them in irritation. The matter of the Nightshade Ghost Mother was merely an interlude. Guan had been waiting for the lifespan detection alert, which would notify him if she harbored hostile intent. If such a warning appeared, the Ghost Mother wouldn't have survived the day. Fortunately, no such alert came, suggesting she didn't suspect him. It was also possible that she bore no ill intentions. She had been in the Taixuan Sect for years without causing trouble, and during the chaos caused by the Huangquan Demon Emperor, she had remained uninvolved. If the Nightshade Sect's nascent profound Grand Master was closing in, and the Ghost Mother meant harm, she could have wreaked havoc, coordinating with the Grand Master. Perhaps the Ghost Mother had no ties to the Nightshade Sect after all? As Guan pretended to listen to Hanming's ramblings, these thoughts swirled in his mind. Under the blue autumn sky, the land and mountains were draped in hues of withering yellow. On the peaks stood numerous figures, including Liu Batian and Ji Hantian. In total, there were 32 cultivators, all integration stage grandmasters, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Standing beside Liu Batian, Ji Hantian asked softly, "Has the opponent surpassed the integration stage?" Liu Batian gazed into the distance, his expression grave. "It seems so. His aura is vastly beyond mine, boundless and overwhelming. It doesn't feel like a recent breakthrough either." Nascent profound stage? Ji Hantian's expression darkened. The other Taixuan Sect grandmasters also overheard Liu Batian's words. While solemn, none showed fear. "What of it?" A short elder snorted coldly. "We have 32 integration stage cultivators. Together, we're more than capable of holding our ground." "Exactly. What's there to fear? The Ji family has more grandmasters on their way. The Nightshade Sect will die no matter how many they send. Shame our Gu family's ancestor is elusive. If he were here, there'd be no risk to speak of. Haha, our ancestors have their ways. You can't summon them at will." "True. Even the supreme elders who reached the nascent profound stage don't stay here. They're all chasing immortal opportunities, cherishing their remaining years." The grandmasters chatted among themselves. Most had spent years in secluded cultivation or on missions away from the sect. Today's gathering was a rare reunion for them. Liu Batian retrieved a bottle of elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed its contents, his complexion improving as faint heat radiated from his body. Other grandmasters prepared in their own ways, consuming elixirs, activating artifacts, and setting up formations. The atmosphere grew still, a tense calm before the storm. What a lineup of integration stage cultivators! Truly worthy of a sect that has stood for millennia. A light laugh echoed across the heavens, startling everyone. The voice belonged to the Nightshade Sect's purple-robed man, whose tone carried a crushing pressure. Though his figure was yet unseen, his voice alone unsettled the Taixuan Sect grandmasters. In the outer sect city, Guan descended from the heavenly mending platform and exhaled deeply. "Hanming talks too damn much." Had Guan not claimed an urgent matter, he would still be stuck listening to Hanming's tedious tales. As someone who typically enjoyed conversation, even Guan found it unbearable Hanming monopolized the dialogue, leaving him to agree repeatedly with boring content. After leaving the platform, Guan decided to head to an inn for some wine and a meal before observing the battle. He had only taken a few steps when a deafening roar echoed from the distant horizon. 5 breaths later, a violent gust swept through, causing the outer sect's defensive array to shimmer into view. Quickening his pace, Guan hurried toward his usual inn, ordered wine and meat, and took a seat by the window. Looking out toward the battlefield, his divine sense extended to lock onto the scene. 32 integration stage cultivators surrounded a single nascent profound grandmaster, the clash monumental. Mountains and forests spanning 1,000 li were reduced to rubble in mere moments. Guan marveled at the spectacle, a rare event that might only occur once in centuries. Even if he were to intervene in such a battle, it would only be in scenarios where he could crush his opponent decisively. The nascent profound grandmaster was indeed formidable. The purple-robed man suppressed the 32 integration stage cultivators single-handedly with unparalleled dominance. Scanning the battlefield's fringes, Guan noticed a familiar figure on a distant mountaintop, Sohan. It was Sohan who had guided the purple-robed man to the Taixuan Sect. Guan wasn't surprised but found Sohan's decision to remain frustrating. That brat has no fear of being caught in the crossfire? Having saved Sohan once before, Guan had no intention of doing so again. He had already done his duty as a master. If Sohan were to die today, Guan would not intervene. Putting thoughts of Sohan aside, Guan focused on the battle. Moments later, the inn's waiter served wine and dishes. Just as Guan took 2 sips, a voice interrupted him. "You're drinking here of all places." Shenzhen? Guan ignored Shenzhen. Recently, her overly exaggerated installments of The Secrets of Taixuan had made him a reluctant reader. He couldn't help but sneak glances at her absurd tale stories that tarnished the name Guan. Surely, others in the sect sharing his name must despise her. Shenzhen strode over and sat across from him, drawing attention despite her veiled face. Even with the veil, her presence was magnetic, causing the sparse patrons in the inn to steal glances her way. "The great battle is about to begin. It'll likely be fiercer than the last righteous demonic war," she said. "I plan to capture the fight in a painting. Why not join me? Lately, I've gained significant insights while reflecting on my past works. Who knows, maybe I'll achieve enlightenment through my art." She had specifically sought out Guan, chasing him all the way from the Third Medicine Valley to this inn. Guan replied dismissively, "No thanks. Too dangerous. With my cultivation level, going near that battlefield would turn me into dust. No worries. I'll protect you." "You? And what's your cultivation?" "I'm at the core formation stage, at least." "A core formation cultivator on a battlefield like that? You'd last about as long as me, maybe just twitch a bit longer when the shockwaves hit." "You. Fine, fair point." Shenzhen pouted, then poured herself a bowl of wine, her eyes drifting toward the distant horizon. She could feel the oppressive force of the ongoing battle, growing stronger and sending shivers down her spine. What kind of fight could create such chaos? Meanwhile, Guan was savoring the spectacle through his divine sense. Liu Beidian stood out, clearly operating on a level above the other integration stage grandmasters. Ji Hantian wasn't far behind. His Kylan step had reached perfection, allowing him to close in on the purple-robed man. But the battle had barely begun, and the Taixuan Sect side was already suffering injuries. Some had even lost their physical bodies, leaving only their primordial spirits to regroup at a distance. The purple-robed man wielded several magical artifacts and carried a long spear brimming with immense power. He fought effortlessly, and Guan could tell he wasn't even using his full strength. At this rate, the Taixuan Sect forces would be annihilated. Sigh. They can't hold up, I'll have to step in. For the sake of his peaceful cultivation, Guan couldn't allow the Taixuan Sect to lose so many grandmasters. Unless an enemy emerged that even he couldn't handle, running wasn't an option. Standing abruptly, Guan said, "Miss Shen, I'm stepping out for a moment. Wait here for me. Don't leave." Before Shen Zhen could respond, Guan had already left the inn. Shen Zhen wasn't concerned. Her curiosity about the distant battle far outweighed any questions about Guan's abrupt departure. Guan walked briskly through several streets, ensuring no divine senses were tracking him. Activating the infinite free step, he vanished from the outer sect with 5 quick strides. Within moments, he entered the Xiantian cave dwelling, a hidden sanctuary. Inside the wooden house, he grabbed the heaven-splitting axe. Dark purple demonic energy began to seep from his body. The 9 extremes yin-yang body. Lifting his right foot, he disappeared from the cave dwelling. The next instant, he appeared atop a mountain 1,000 li away. Swinging the heaven-splitting axe lightly, Guan mentally reviewed its techniques. Forget it. To kill him, I won't need any fancy techniques. Determined, Guan headed toward the battlefield, carrying the heaven-splitting axe. He planned to use the identity of the Xiantian ancestor to strike down his foe. News of the Taixuan Sect's ancestor's return would surely spread across the cultivation world, deterring any future enemies from challenging the sect lightly. Meanwhile, in the Taixuan Empire, boom, mountains crumbled as dust and debris filled the air. Another integration stage grandmaster fell from the sky, his fate unknown. High above, Ji Hantian and 2 other Ji family grandmasters activated the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect, momentarily restraining the purple-robed man. But their breaths were ragged, and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Golden dragon shadows surged from all directions. The purple-robed man stood proudly in midair, a golden halo shining behind his head. The dazzling radiance repelled the dragon shadows as soon as they entered a tenjong radius, shattering them with an invisible force. The heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect, a truly remarkable divine ability, the purple-robed man sneered. Because you hail from the Ji family, I'm willing to spare your lives. But if you persist in your folly, don't blame me for disregarding your family's reputation. His voice dripped with cold, murderous intent, a stark contrast to his earlier disdainful and mocking tone. Faced with the threat from the purple-robed man, the 3 grandmasters of the Ji family remained unfazed and continued their assault. The other integration stage grandmasters of the Taixuan Sect also did not stop their attacks, determined to kill him here and now. Humph. The purple-robed man let out a cold snort and swept his long spear forward. In an instant, an immense surge of demonic energy erupted, as if a giant brush had painted a streak of black ink across the sky. The 3 Ji family grandmasters spat blood as they were sent flying, their heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect completely annihilated, vanishing into nothingness. The 3 of them crashed into the mountains like falling meteors, causing the land to tremble violently as thick clouds of dust billowed into the air. From all directions, 8 integration stage grandmasters roared in unison. Behind them, 8 ancient bronze bells hovered, each emitting a spectral bell shadow that enveloped a 100-mile radius. As they activated their techniques, the bell shadows suddenly expanded, growing to a height of 1,000 feet, exuding an overwhelming and majestic presence. The 8 colossal bell shadows unleashed a terrifying shockwave that rippled through space, sending massive waves across the sky itself. The purple-robed man raised his spear to block, unleashing a vast surge of spiritual power, forming a powerful storm around him to withstand the impact of the bell shadows. Whoosh! A sharp whistle sliced through the mountains. A streak of sword light, moving at an unbelievable speed, shot toward the purple-robed man. His pupils shrank as he suddenly tilted his head, narrowly dodging the attack. It was a flying sword, fast as a shooting star. The one controlling it was a female cultivator, her red robe billowing violently, long hair dancing in the wind. Her holy yet stunning face was covered in frost, and her eyes locked onto the purple-robed man with an overwhelming killing intent. Behind the purple-robed man, his golden halo flared up, radiating an immense golden light that shattered the bell shadows one after another. The resulting explosion rocked the surrounding 100 miles, reducing mountains to rubble and shaking the very earth. A wave of searing fire surged from the billowing dust, transforming into countless fire dragons that lunged at the purple-robed man. Yet, he merely smirked in disdain. He suddenly turned and thrust his spear. Clang! A thunderous impact echoed through the battlefield as his spear struck a 3-jong-high bronze cauldron. The cauldron bore intricate carvings of rare and mythical beasts, radiating an ancient aura. Atop the cauldron stood Liu Beidian, who struck out with his palm, his spiritual power erupting like a torrential flood. A massive shadow of a mystical black tortoise manifested behind him, roaring furiously. A devastating palm strike swept toward the purple-robed man. Black Tortoise Tidal Palm. The palm strike descended like a collapsing sky, tearing through the earth and sending shockwaves that parted the dust clouds, as if intent on annihilating the entire world. Boom! Lubadian and the cauldron were sent flying. Tiny needle-like strands of spiritual energy pierced into his body, making his expression change dramatically. Amidst the raging storm, the purple-robed man stood like a deity descending from the heavens, looking down upon all with supreme arrogance. Gazing at Lubadian, he sneered, "Integration stage, 9th level. What a waste. You should." Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly turned his head. Not just him, cultivators from all directions within the Taixuan Sect suddenly sensed something and simultaneously looked toward the same location. 1,000 miles away, atop a mountain peak, Sohan stood at the edge of a cliff, his sword strapped to his back, gazing into the distance. He had been monitoring the battle, but when the intense sounds of combat suddenly ceased, his brows furrowed. His divine sense was nowhere near powerful enough to see into the heart of the battle. Did the Taixuan Sect lose already? Sohan's expression darkened with conflicted emotions. He hadn't wanted to be here, but Elder Shihan had chosen him as a guide. If not him, someone else would have taken his place. He had no choice. Truthfully, he held a deep resentment toward the Taixuan Sect. As a former outer disciple, he had been hunted by the sword sect of the Dayu dynasty, yet the Taixuan Sect had refused to protect him. Worse, they had forced him to cripple his own cultivation, leaving him utterly disappointed. And yet, despite his grievances, the Taixuan Sect had been his first home in the cultivation world. He did not wish to see it destroyed, but at the same time, he had already joined the Nightshade Sect, and only Nightshade Sect had been willing to accept him. As conflicted emotions surged within him, a shadow suddenly flashed past overhead. So fast, Sohan couldn't even see who or what had just passed, only a purple-black streak flickering like an illusion. That shadow was Guan? With Guan's cultivation, how could Sohan possibly sense him? Guan had deliberately let Sohan catch a glimpse to warn him off. It was a final act of concern, as a master. After passing Sohan, Guan abruptly accelerated, stepping into the battlefield in a single instant. He stopped 100 jong away from the purple-robed man, immediately activating a lifespan appraisal. Golden Spirit Lord, Profound Mind Realm, 2nd Layer 1840/4500/4600. 2 to 300 years of lifespan, not bad. Guan did not attack immediately but instead allowed both the purple-robed man and the Taixuan Sect cultivators to assess him. The heaven-splitting axe, who are you? The Golden Spirit Lord furrowed his brows, locking eyes on Guan as he demanded in a deep voice. The Taixuan Sect Grand Masters all turned toward Guan. Upon hearing the words heaven-splitting axe, a blood-soaked Jihantian, who had just managed to rise to his feet, couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "Xiantian Ancestor! Xiantian Ancestor?" All the Grand Masters of the Taixuan Sect were shocked. Even Lubadian, standing atop the cauldron, looked toward Guan in disbelief. Xiantian Ancestor was still alive? Impossible? You're not Xiantian Ancestor. Who are you? The Golden Spirit Lord fixed his gaze on Guan, his expression filled with unease. He couldn't see through Guan's true nature, which made him deeply anxious. 1,000 years ago, the possessed Xiantian Ancestor was slain by our sect's cultivators. His head was even hung at the 9 Nether Path. Just who the hell are you? Have you inherited the heaven-splitting divine axe? His grip on his spear tightened, golden energy coiling around its shaft. Hearing of Xiantian Ancestor's fate, the Taixuan Sect cultivators erupted in fury, cursing the Nightshade Sect loudly. The Golden Spirit Lord, however, remained unfazed, his sharp gaze locked onto Guan. Guan remained silent. Can't pass as Xiantian Ancestor. Suddenly, the Golden Spirit Lord thrust his spear forward. Boom! Blinding golden light erupted, draining all color from the world. A terrifying aura exploded, sending violent gusts surging outward, forcing the Taixuan Sect cultivators to retreat. The ruined battlefield trembled violently, as if apocalypse had arrived. The scorching golden radiance seared Lubadian's skin, making him break out in cold sweat as he hurriedly activated his spiritual power. The others suffered similarly. Yet, the golden light vanished just as quickly as it had come. When it disappeared, everyone stared in shock. The Golden Spirit Lord still held his spear thrust forward, but beside him, the mysterious figure now stood, with the heaven-splitting axe pressed against his throat. The Golden Spirit Lord was frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? So fast. He was a profound mind realm expert, yet he hadn't even seen Guan move? And worst of all, an unimaginable suppression had fallen over him, sealing his spiritual energy completely. This was Guan's divine ability. Heavenly Dragon's Imperial Might. The Heavenly Dragon's Imperial Might was a divine ability that Guan had comprehended while cultivating the Xianhuang Dragon Qi art. Combined with the overwhelming suppression of a Grand Ascension Stage, 9th level cultivator, even the Golden Spirit Lord, despite being at the Profound Mind Realm, 2nd layer, was completely powerless to resist. The entire Taixuan Sect was stunned by Guan's presence, an indescribable fear gripping every cultivator. Now thinking rationally, they realized what Guan had just displayed was none other than the demonic shadow divine art. Does the Thousand Autumn Pavilion possess such a powerful figure? Guan gripped the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand, holding it at Golden Spirit Lord's throat, while his left hand slowly rose. Smack! He slapped the Golden Spirit Lord's headpiece off, then grabbed a fistful of his hair. At this moment, the once arrogant and invincible Golden Spirit Lord looked utterly disheveled and wretched, losing all of his previous grandeur. The main bloodline of the Nightshade Sect is about to arrive. If you really do this, the Golden Spirit Lord trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with fear. Before he could finish, splurt. Guan cleaved off his head with a single swing of the axe. Blood gushed forth, and the Golden Spirit Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. As Guan's heaven-splitting axe sliced through the air, it generated a terrifying shockwave that swept across dozens of miles, scattering the dust clouds in its path. Suddenly, a blue flame ignited at the base of the Golden Spirit Lord's severed neck, spreading upward from the detached head and downward from the neck stump. The Golden Spirit Lord let out a deep, hoarse sound, his nascent soul frantically struggling to escape, but it was trapped, unable to break free. Whoosh! Guan released his grip, allowing the severed head to fall, and then took the storage bracelet from the corpse before watching as the Taixuan flame consumed what was left of the Golden Spirit Lord. Within just 5 breaths, his spiritual energy dissipated, and his body was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a single, still beating heart suspended in midair. The profound heart. Guan snatched the profound heart, tossing it into his storage pouch. Then, without hesitation, he turned to leave. Wait. Ji Hantian hurriedly called out, his voice anxious. Who, exactly are you? Are you helping us, or do you have a grudge against the Nightshade Sect? If it's the latter, why not join forces? The 9 Nether path has already been opened, the real calamity has only just begun. We need to unite. The other cultivators also turned their gazes toward Guan, their expressions filled with unease but also with hope. Guan did not reply. Instead, he released his sword intent. Boom! The sky darkened, the heavens and earth trembled. In the distance, swaying flowers, grass, and trees suddenly froze in place. Fu, Deo. An elder muttered in a trembling voice, his face lighting up with joy. Before he could finish, Guan took a single step and vanished. He was completely dazed, his mind thrown into turmoil. The sword sovereign of the righteous path had effortlessly slain the Golden Spirit Lord? His thoughts drifted back to the past, back when he himself had relentlessly pursued and challenged the sword sovereign. A wave of shame and fear flooded his heart. Thankfully, they were on the same side. If they hadn't been, he would have been dead long ago. At the same time, a burning curiosity arose within him. Who exactly is the sword sovereign? And what role does he play in the Taixuan Sect? In a tavern, Shen Zhen sipped his wine leisurely. Guan had just left not long ago. Suddenly, a surge of powerful auras erupted throughout the city. The entire outer sect city trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a great battle broke out. The chaos startled the other disciples in the tavern, who quickly rose to their feet and hurried away. Shen Zhen casually glanced out the window. Above the heavenly mending platform, 2 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, their momentum growing more and more terrifying. All around the city, Taixuan Sect disciples began taking formation positions on the rooftops, guarding the buildings against destruction. Things are getting interesting, Shen Zhen muttered, watching the chaos unfold with amusement, completely unfazed. A short while later, Guan rushed back inside. They're all fighting, why aren't you hiding? He asked, feigning panic. The Nightshade Sect's spies within the Taixuan Sect had finally made their move, believing that the Golden Spirit Lord had already won. Little did they know he was already dead. Guan had no need to interfere anymore. The Taixuan Sect could handle the rest on their own. So now, Guan was merely pretending to be alarmed. Shen Zhen smirked, pulling out brush and ink. Come, let's paint together, he said. Whoever does better wins. If your painting impresses me, I'll give you any medicinal herb you want. When I achieved sainthood, the immortal official actually called me to raise horses. Shen Zhen's words didn't move Guan in the slightest. Sketching someone's battle? That was just asking for trouble. Besides, he wasn't lacking in high-grade herbs at the moment unless Shen Zhen could produce a 7th-grade herb to entice him. Shen Zhen was from Taixuan Sect of the Dayu dynasty, a place unimaginably distant. Even sending a simple message would take forever. Guan spoke up, the entire city is in chaos. How could I be in the mood to paint? Miss Shen, we should find a place to hide instead, to avoid. A sudden explosion cut him off. The entire inn trembled violently, and a thick cloud of dust surged in through the windows, swallowing them both. Shen Zhen swiftly grabbed Guan's waist and dashed out of the inn, heading for the backyard. Guan tried to pull away from her grip, but she held on tightly. Her gaze was serious as she looked toward the back of the inn and whispered, "Don't move." Guan was helpless. "You think you need to protect me, a 9th-level Grand Ascension cultivator?" Shen Zhen frowned and retrieved a long flute from her storage pouch with her left hand. Following her gaze, Guan saw a figure burst out from the dust cloud on the other side of the inn. He recognized him, Zhang Hong, an inner sect disciple who often meditated on sword techniques at the heavenly mending platform. Guan had seen him there many times but never expected him to be a Nightshade Sect spy. Zhang Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned, and spotted them. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in their direction. A sharp sword aura sliced through the roof, hurtling toward them. The attack was too fast, so fast that Shen Zhen could only instinctively raise her flute to block. Boom! The sword aura exploded, leveling the entire inn in an instant. A massive dust cloud rose into the sky. Zhang Hong leaped away and fled, pursued by several figures hot on his trail. Looking around, the entire outer sect city was engulfed in battle. Even the Grand Elder, Lu Songhan, was fighting. The protective grand formation above the city trembled violently, on the verge of breaking. As the dust settled, Shenzhen pulled Guan out of the wreckage. They looked utterly disheveled. Miss Shen, are you alright? Guan asked, though he could already tell her injuries weren't life-threatening. Zhang Hong was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Although Shenzhen had managed to block his attack, she had still suffered internal injuries. Blocking a nascent soul cultivator's sword strike with just a core formation cultivation? Shenzhen wasn't without her skills. Underneath her veil, blood dripped from her chin, but she forced herself to remain composed. She said calmly, I am the holy maiden of Taixuan Sect. How could I be injured by some nameless nobody? Let's find a place to hide first. She finally released Guan and strode forward. He followed closely behind. The entire city was in chaos, making it impossible to fly. They could only weave through the streets on foot. Fortunately, they soon encountered disciples from the law enforcement hall, who led them to an underground palace for refuge. The underground space was vast, sheltering many other disciples, most of whom were errand disciples. Shenzhen found a quiet spot, sat cross-legged, and took out a bottle of pills from her storage pouch to begin her healing process. Guan didn't disturb her. He instead surveyed the underground palace to confirm there were no abnormalities before sitting down and closing his eyes, using his divine sense to observe the battles outside. It wasn't just the outer sect city that was in chaos, the entire Taixuan sect was embroiled in battle. Liu Baitian and others sensed the disturbance and were rushing back. Without the support of Golden Spirit Lord, the Taixuan sect would surely overcome this internal conflict, though not without casualties. Guan's divine sense mainly focused on the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley. Xian Valley, located outside the outer sect, remained untouched by the conflict. The chaos was primarily caused by Nightshade sect spies within the sect. The Third Medicine Valley was under protection. Guyu and a group of cultivators were defending it, and the battle had already begun. As long as the herbs weren't harmed, Guan had no intention of interfering. The Taixuan sect needed this trial by fire. Time passed second by second. With the return of integration stage grandmasters, the battles across the sect swiftly came to an end. In less than one incense stick's time, the outer sect city fell silent. A figure emerged from the underground passage, exclaiming in delight, the battle is over. Everyone can leave now. Hearing this, the disciples cheered, helping each other up as they prepared to exit. Shenzhen stood as well and looked at Guan. Why didn't you offer to help me up? Look at everyone else. Guan chuckled. I don't think your injuries are that severe. When we return to Medicine Valley, you can pick a batch of herbs as thanks for protecting me earlier. Shenzhen smiled but didn't respond. She simply walked alongside him, blending into the crowd. Outside the underground palace, Guan stepped onto the street and looked up. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and fiery dragons formed from spiritual energy coiled and danced, creating a breathtaking scene like celestial beings guarding the city. He spotted an integration stage grandmaster hovering thousands of feet above. This was the same person who had struggled against Golden Spirit Lord earlier. Now, he appeared invincible and peerless. Shenzhen gazed into the distance, confirming that the battle had truly ended. She turned to Guan and said, I need to go back. You should return soon as well. With that, she turned and left. She acted nonchalant, but once she was out of sight, Guan clearly sensed her suddenly accelerating. Her injuries would likely take months to fully heal. Guan wandered through the city, surveying the destruction. Many buildings had been damaged, and most disciples bore injuries as they inspected the city. He sensed the auras of Zhenqin and Yalan both were unharmed, so he had no reason to check on them. The mysterious aura he had felt days ago still lingered. Given the distance from the Taixuan Empire, he couldn't determine its origin, but he suspected it was related to the Nine Nether Path. Golden Spirit Lord's last words had warned that the Nightshade Sect's main forces were coming. This calamity had only just begun. More profound mind realm cultivators might appear in the future. Truly, turbulent times. As Guan pondered, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a distant figure. A seemingly ordinary disciple walked among the crowd. His physique, appearance, and cultivation were unremarkable, making him nearly invisible among his peers. But something about him felt strangely familiar. Time for a lifespan check. Wuju, Foundation Establishment, Second Layer 63/280/310. For the outer sect, such a lifespan wasn't particularly remarkable. Guan watched Wuju carefully, and suddenly, he understood why this disciple felt familiar. Comprehending the Dao, Wuju was actually in a state of Dao enlightenment, which explained his dazed movements. Guan's curiosity was piqued. He had experienced enlightenment before, but he never fully understood the changes it brought. His frequent use of lifespan to improve himself often obscured those effects. Now, he had the opportunity to observe someone else's enlightenment firsthand. He followed Wuju at a distance of several yards. As they walked, Guan suddenly sensed a shift in Wuju's aura. This wasn't a rise in cultivation but a more profound transformation. Instinctively, Guan checked his lifespan again. Wuju, Foundation Establishment, Second Layer 63/280/340. Huh? His maximum lifespan had increased by 30 years? This was the first time Guan had ever seen someone's lifespan increase like this. So this is the power of comprehending the Dao? No wonder Han Ming claimed his swordsmanship improved drastically after enlightenment. Perhaps even talent and comprehension could be enhanced. Guan's interest in Wuju deepened. Half a month had passed since Golden Spirit Lord's assault. Since that day, the Taixuan Sect had remained in a state of war readiness, recalling many disciples. Every day, numerous disciples could be seen flying over Xian Valley and the Third Medicine Valley. Inside a pavilion in Xian Valley, Guan was listening to Yelan talk about the cultivation world. She mentioned the Nine Nether Path. Legend has it that there is a road that leads straight to the underworld's Nine Nether. This path is called the Nine Nether Path. The Nightshade Sect has opened its entrance, located in the dustless wasteland of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Right now, Nightshade Sect cultivators are all rushing toward the dustless wasteland. It's unclear whether they are retreating or plotting something else. The Taixuan Sect has already dispatched disciples to investigate. As Yelan spoke of the Nine Nether Path, a glimmer of longing flashed in her eyes. Guan couldn't help but ask, "You seem quite interested in the Nine Nether Path." Yelan replied, "It's said that the Nine Nether Path allows one to cross vast seas and reach another immense land, where immortal opportunities are hidden. To say I have no desire for it would be a lie. Nightshade Sect has used the path to recruit many cultivators. But with my talent, I feel like stepping onto that path would bring more disaster than fortune." Then, shifting the conversation, she started talking about the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. According to the intel she gathered from the Law Enforcement Hall, the Sword Sovereign had demonstrated unparalleled strength. If not for his intervention, the Taixuan Sect might have faced total destruction. As she spoke, she observed Guan's expression closely. Guan listened with great interest, as if the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had nothing to do with him. Half an hour later, Yelan stood up to leave. She had to return to the Law Enforcement Hall for her assigned duties. After seeing her off, Guan entered the forest and arrived at Yang Enai's garden. Yang Enai had gone to the outer sect again, still investigating the Sword Sovereign's identity. Guan didn't have the heart to tell her that Sushan was dead, so he let her be. A year from now, when Sushan never came to find her, she would realize she had been freed. Guan looked at the nightshade flowers growing in the garden, observing them carefully. He could sense that the nightshade flowers were generating a unique type of spiritual energy, though he couldn't yet tell whether it was beneficial or harmful. Every cultivator recruited into the Nightshade Sect was given a batch of nightshade seeds. Cultivating these flowers was a way to earn merit. Even the Nightshade Sect master, Zhong Liang, didn't fully understand their purpose. The Nightshade Sect faction in the Nine Dynasties was merely a puppet of the main branch. They knew little but still placed their hopes on something beyond their grasp. Guan plucked a nightshade flower and entered the Eight-View Celestial Realm, heading toward the spirit tree. Placing the flower at the base of the tree, he waited for a reaction. "Take it away, take it away." A soft yet anxious female voice rang out from the spirit tree. Guan was surprised. "You're a 7th grade spirit tree. Why would you fear a 6th grade flower? Its aura is unpleasant. I don't like it." The spirit tree's voice was fragmented and weak. Hearing this, Guan immediately put the nightshade flower back into his storage pouch. He then sat down, pulled over a storage bracelet, and began inspecting the remains of Golden Spirit Lord's belongings. The Eight-View Celestial Realm contained many storage pouches and ring spoils from enemies Guan had slain. This was his personal domain, the perfect place to keep things best left unseen. However, after searching through everything, he found no useful information about the nightshade flowers and had to give up. But then, something caught his attention: a pill manual. Flipping through it, he suddenly stopped. Nightshade Demon Pill. Winter had arrived. Snowflakes drifted down, gradually wiping away the world's colors. Horizon Valley. Guan had just finished harvesting a batch of spiritual herbs, gaining nearly 10,000 years of lifespan, putting him in a great mood. Horizon Valley had a special formation that prevented snow from accumulating, saving him a lot of hassle. After having the herbs stored in the warehouse, Guan walked toward the courtyard where Luohan and Yi Liuyun were drinking and discussing the Nine Nether Path. "The Nine Nether Path has drawn the attention of cultivators from all 9 dynasties," Luohan said with a frown. "Every major dynasty and sect has sent people to investigate. But the entrance is heavily guarded by Nightshade Sect cultivators. Everyone who tries to get through is forced to retreat." Yi Liuyun glanced at Guan as he approached, then said to Luohan, "That's actually good news. At least the Taixuan Empire isn't facing the Nightshade Sect alone." Luohan nodded. "The forces behind Nightshade Sect will definitely cross the Nine Nether Path sooner or later. This is a calamity for all 9 dynasties. My informants report that nightshade flowers are appearing all over the continent. Once they mature, they attract demons, ghosts, and evil creatures. No one knows the sect's true goal." Guan sat beside them, listening. Curious, he asked, "Are there any dark legends about the nightshade flowers?" Until now, he had assumed the Nightshade Sect was merely vying for power with the Taixuan Sect. But now, he realized their ambitions were far greater. Without knowing the main branch's true strength, Guan dared not step into the Nine Nether Path recklessly. Yi Liuyun furrowed his brows. "I've heard a legend. The nightshade flower is a flower of the underworld, symbolizing death and reincarnation. Whenever nightshade flowers appear in the mortal world, it signals an impending catastrophe. Countless lives will perish." Luohan added, "The 9 dynasties have already issued a decree to eradicate the nightshade flowers. Regardless of Nightshade Sect's intentions, their flowers appearing en masse is a crisis that must be stopped." Hearing this, Guan felt relieved. A calamity of this scale should be dealt with by the entire world, not just him. If everyone was eradicating nightshade flowers, then he might as well join in harvesting lifespan while saving lives. A win-win situation. As Luohun and Yi Liuyun continued their discussion, Guan absorbed their knowledge, learning many names and events. The re-emergence of the Nine Nether Path had thrown the cultivation world into turmoil. Many reclusive grandmasters were leaving seclusion. Nightshade Sect had become the sworn enemy of the Nine Dynasties. Some ancient cultivators who had lived for thousands of years had even declared their intent to annihilate the sect. This was actually good news. If Nightshade Sect became universally hated, those they had recruited might start defecting. By evening, Guan returned to Xian Valley. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he was surprised Yang Enai had burned all her nightshade flowers. Only ashes remained in her garden. Had she come to her senses? Guan didn't ask her about it and simply returned to his residence. Late at night, Guan scanned the entire Taixuan Empire with his divine sense, searching for nightshade flowers. What he found startled even himself. Why were there suddenly so many nightshade flowers? Last month, there weren't nearly this many? Without hesitation, Guan vanished from his room, teleporting to purge them. He arrived in a distant mountain forest near a village, where most nightshade flowers seemed to grow close to settlements. Picking one, he only gained 1 year of lifespan. These flowers grew unnaturally fast, likely due to some external force accelerating their development at the cost of reducing their lifespan. 1 year at a time? Fine. It adds up. Guan began his nightshade flower extermination spree. A snowy night in the deep mountains. Guan squatted down, plucking the last nightshade flower from the snow and tossing it into his storage pouch. Once again, it only granted him 1 year of lifespan. But he wasn't dissatisfied this month alone. He had harvested nearly 500,000 years of lifespan, pushing his total beyond 1,000,000 years. Too satisfying? By the end of tonight, there would be no more nightshade flowers in the Taixuan Empire, at least on the surface. Over the past month, he had plucked over 1,000,000 of them, with half of them barely holding a year of lifespan, having just recently sprouted. If he didn't pick them, other cultivators would, so he simply picked as many as he could and hoped for the best. After all, he couldn't just forbid the entire world from clearing out the nightshade flowers. The Nightshade Sect still posed a real threat. Lifespan could be accumulated slowly, but if the Nightshade Sect's plan succeeded and he couldn't stop them, then everything would be for nothing. Under the dim moonlight filtering through the forest canopy, Guan stretched lazily before heading toward a nearby city. Dawn was approaching, and he planned to spend some time there. Staying cooped up in Medicine Valley all the time wasn't healthy. Occasionally stepping out to see new landscapes could broaden his insights. Ever since he had witnessed Wu Ju comprehending the Dao, he had been pondering enlightenment. He had a feeling that besides pure luck, one's life experiences also played a role in achieving it. As the sun rose, the city 100 miles away awakened to the noisy bustle of daily life, marking the start of a new day. At noon, Guan sat in an inn's second-floor window seat, sipping wine while watching the streets below. Down below, wandering martial artists performed stunts to attract crowds. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu, martial world. Even in the Taixuan Empire, where cultivation was widely known, 90% of people couldn't cultivate. Thus, the martial world emerged separate from the cultivation world, yet filled with its own drama, glory, and vendettas. Throughout the entire city, Guan only detected 3 other cultivators, all of whom, like him, were pretending to be ordinary people. The cultivation world was at war with the Nightshade Sect. Countless demons and monsters lurked beyond the 9 dynasties, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But to ordinary mortals, life went on unchanged. Their lifespans were a mere few decades by the time this generation passed. The demonic catastrophe might still not have arrived. This was the difference between cultivators and mortals. They existed in different timelines. Pondering this contrast, Guan's mind swirled with emotions. Could he achieve enlightenment by thinking about the mortal world from this perspective? He tried. But even after an entire day, he failed to enter the Dao comprehension state. Still, he didn't consider it a waste of time. Sometimes, simply sitting in silence, observing the ebb and flow of life, had its own unique satisfaction. As twilight fell, the snowfall that had paused for a day resumed. Guan stood up, left some silver, and departed. Instead of leaving the city immediately, he strolled through the streets, letting the snow settle on his shoulders, immersing himself in the hustle and bustle of mortal life. By dawn, Guan returned to Medicine Valley. Upon arrival at the third Medicine Valley, he saw disciples gathered together, excitedly discussing something. From afar, he overheard their conversation. A supreme elder had returned? This news had shaken the entire Taixuan Sect. The elder's identity had been revealed, a 1500-year-old cultivator with near-immortal might. At a time when the Taixuan Sect was facing the Nightshade Sect's threat, his return boosted morale immensely. Once again, the righteous path stood above all others. This supreme elder's Dao title was Xian Quan, and he was known as Ancestor Xian Quan. Guan guessed that his return was due to the Taixuan Sect informing him of Xiantian ancestor's death at the hands of the Nightshade Sect. After listening for a while, Guan resumed picking herbs. As he worked, he reflected on his experiences from the past 2 days. Although he hadn't entered Dao comprehension, his profound heart had gained another rune. The profound heart could condense divine abilities. Guan had reached the 9th level of the Grand Ascension stage, but his divine ability was still forming. Divine abilities were not cultivated through sheer strength but through profound insights. He already had an idea of what his divine ability might be, and now, he just needed to refine his understanding. 3 days later, Guan arrived at the Outer Sect's library hall, where Elder Lu Chang personally received him, as always. After months apart, Guan noticed that Lu Chang had aged significantly. His energy had visibly declined. Lu Chang, Foundation Establishment, 9th Layer 258/270/340. Seeing Lu Chang's lifespan, Guan sighed inwardly. Clearly, Lu Chang had used pills to boost his cultivation, causing his lifespan to shorten. They had been close friends for years, despite their age difference. Lu Chang was one of the few people Guan could consider a true friend. Watching old friends pass away one by one was inevitable on the path of longevity. Even if he discovered a way to extend lifespan, it would only be a temporary solution. To truly make someone immortal? Impossible. Guan couldn't transfer his own lifespan to others, either. Yet, rather than depressing him, this realization strengthened his resolve. The more people he lost, the more he wanted to live. He wanted to witness the world 10,000 years from now, to see civilizations rise and fall, to observe the endless passage of time. Elder Lu, this is the final volume of Taixuan Immortal Venerable. Guan took out a book with a smile. Lu Chang accepted it curiously. I thought you'd wait a few more years. Why release it now? The story needed an ending. The protagonist joins forces with the world to slay demons and bring peace. Doesn't that fit perfectly with the current state of affairs? Guan laughed. He paused, then said, I may not have the power to change the world, but if my stories can inspire people to fight, then that's a contribution in itself. Lu Chang didn't open the book. Instead, he smiled in admiration. Your books have already influenced many. Before you, cultivators rarely read anything unrelated to cultivation. Now, the name Panon carries the air of a sage. Guan chuckled. You're exaggerating? Haha, so what's next? I haven't decided. We'll see. That's how masterpieces happen. No need to rush. They chatted for hours. Eventually, Lu Chang sighed. Once I finish arranging this final volume, I'll be leaving the sect, returning to my homeland. I've spent 240 years here. I wonder if my hometown has changed. He could already sense his life nearing its end. Before death, everyone longs to return home. Guan thought of Cheng Sundan, who had also left alone before his time ran out. With a faint smile, Guan simply said, I wish you a safe journey, Elder Lu. That evening, Guan stood in front of Pavilion of Techniques, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, Brother, are you alright? It was Wuju. Fate is truly strange. Guan and Wuju exchanged insights about Dao comprehension, their conversation lasting until dawn. Both of them gained immense benefits from the discussion. Before parting, Wuju once again reminded Guan never reveal his enlightenment experiences to anyone. Seeing how cautious Wuju was, Guan smiled and assured him. Wuju watched him leave, a rare smile spreading across his face. In all his years at Taixuan Sect, Guan was the first true friend he had made. Before, Wuju had always been self-conscious, avoiding deep connections with others. His master was the only person he had ever truly bonded with, so his master's death had hit him hard. Wuju turned back into his residence, eager to cultivate, already looking forward to their next conversation. Guan briefly wandered the city before returning to the Third Medicine Valley. After checking on it, he quickly left again. He spent a short while in Xian Valley, then traveled to Xiantian Cave Dwelling. By now, many spiritual herbs had been planted in Xiantian Cave Dwelling, but it was still far from being full. Guan planned to cultivate 5th grade and higher spiritual herbs here. Unlike 8-View Celestial Realm, which was known to Zhang Kaiang and Hao Long, Xiantian Cave Dwelling was a completely secret location. Only he knew of its existence. As he planted the herbs, he sensed the aura of battle from the north. The 9 Nether Paths aura remained strong, persisting for several months. The 9 dynasties continued sending cultivators to fight, successfully suppressing the Nightshade Sect's movements for now, which made sense. If Nightshade Sect had been powerful enough to wipe out the 9 dynasties, they would have already done so. Ignoring the distant battle, Guan focused on his herb cultivation. Tonight, he planned to stay in Xiantian Cave Dwelling, since it was the end of the month. If Li Ya wanted to contact him, he couldn't afford to miss it. After their agreement, Li Ya had yet to signal him from a mountaintop at the end of the month. Perhaps he was restrained by other circumstances. But Guan wasn't in a rush. Every month, he would still come to Xiantian Cave Dwelling, using his divine sense to search for Li Ya's aura in the north. After finishing the herb planting, he set up another formation. When night fell, he activated his 9 extremes yin-yang body, transformed into his shadowy demon form, and rushed north. A mountain peak under the night sky. Li Ya, carrying his Northern Sea heavy sword, stood at the mountaintop, gazing into the distance. Before him, mountains stretched endlessly, disappearing into the cloud-covered night sky, void of stars and moonlight. This place is so far from the Northern Sea mountains. Will the ancestor be able to find me? Li Ya's thoughts were filled with worry. His old ancestor's voice rang in his mind. Even as the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties gather, they still cannot defeat that female cultivator. If the main branch of the Nightshade Sect arrives, it will be even more dangerous. Even if your ancestor comes, he cannot turn the tide alone. He, too, believed Guan to be his ancestor, but even so, he had little faith in him. After all, his ancestor might be strong, but the Nightshade Sect's main branch undoubtedly had powerhouses of the same level or stronger. Li Ya fell silent. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no Nightshade Sect spies were tailing him. Only when he was sure he was alone did he set his sword down and meditate. Resting the heavy sword across his legs, he ran his fingers over the blade, feeling its sharpness. By now, he had mastered a sliver of the Taixuan frightening god sword intent. The more he studied it, the more he realized its unfathomable depth. If he could fully master this sword technique, he would be able to dominate cultivators of the same realm and even challenge those above him. A cold wind howled, piercing to the bone despite the absence of snow. He didn't know how much time had passed when a shadowy figure appeared behind him, quietly observing. It was Guan, veiled in his 9 extremes yin-yang body, silently assessing Li Ye's swordsmanship. Not bad. At least he hadn't wasted the sword techniques left behind. He's here. The old ancestor's voice sounded in Li Ye's mind, filled with complex emotions. Hearing this, Li Ye opened his eyes and turned around. As soon as he saw Guan, he immediately stood up, lifting the Northern Sea heavy sword and bowing respectfully. By now, he could wield the sword with one hand. Greetings, ancestor. Guan didn't bother correcting him. As long as Li Ye didn't suspect his true identity, he didn't care. Tell me about the Nightshade Sect. His voice was altered, just as always. Li Ye began his report. The Nightshade Sect's forces were all gathered at the 9 Nether Path entrance, their numbers exceeding 1,000,000. Every Nightshade Sect disciple bore a Nightshade mark, preventing those with doubts from escaping. He also spoke of the Nightshade tree. Every day, cultivators would attack it, only to fall in battle and become its nourishment. Even Li Ye, usually fearless, showed terror when speaking of the tree. Guan, however, wasn't interested in the minor battles. He wanted to know how strong the main branch's top powerhouses were, but Li Ye didn't have that information. Half the conversation was about the battles surrounding the Nightshade tree, with no mention of what lay inside the 9 Nether Path. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. So, you sneaked out just to deliver intelligence? Looks like your so-called patron is powerless to help you. A mocking chuckle echoed through the air, sending Li Ye's face into shock. His gaze shot past Guan. A scholar-like figure emerged from the tree's Jinghong guest. Guan didn't turn around. Demonic shadow divine art? Which esteemed elder of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion are you? Jinghong guest smirked. He set down the bookcase strapped to his back, rummaging through it. Before Guan could speak, Li Ye urgently warned him. Ancestor, that's Jinghong guest? He was the one who stole my old ancestor's soul. He's incredibly powerful, you mustn't underestimate him. Guan glanced at Jinghong guest. Jinghong guest, integration stage, 9th layer 1209/3020/3030. A 9th layer integration stage cultivator. No wonder he was so arrogant. Such a realm was enough to dominate the Taixuan Empire. Guan slowly turned, watching as Jinghong guest continued searching through his bookcase, clearly stalling for effect. Ancestor? So you're kin? Jinghong guest sneered. Then I'll torture you to death in front of him to kill his foolish dreams. Li Ye immediately stepped forward, presenting his Northern Sea heavy sword to Guan. Use my sword to kill him. Guan's hoarse voice rang out. Kill him with a sword. Li Ye froze. Jinghong guest paused his rummaging. Slowly, he looked up at Guan. For the first time, he felt uneasy. Dustless wasteland. Early morning. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, shrouding the wasteland in eternal gloom. On a jagged cliff, dozens of cultivators had gathered. Among them stood Ji Hantian, the vice-sect master of Taixuan Sect. They gazed into the distant horizon, their brows furrowed with worry. That demoness is simply too powerful. Without a profound mind realm cultivator, it doesn't matter how many of us join forces, it's useless. Our empire has no profound mind realm experts. Our sect had one, but they vanished 800 years ago, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Just how many profound mind grandmasters stand behind the Nightshade Sect? We have no path left. Retreat is not an option. These were the leaders of various dynasties and sects, each having reached the integration stage. Before the Nightshade Sect's rampage, they were all legendary figures of the 9 dynasties mighty enough to shake the heavens. Yet, now they had been gathered here for days, paralyzed by fear, unable to act. Many integration stage cultivators had already fallen beneath the Nightshade tree. Some had ventured alone, others had launched all-out assaults, but all had met the same fate: utter defeat. The profound mind realm's terrifying might made them tremble. Suddenly, Ji Hantian raised his right hand. A ring on his index finger shimmered with radiant light, which flowed into the space between his brows. A flash of joy appeared on his face. Lowering his hand, he announced, "Everyone, our Taixuan Sect's Supreme Elder, Ancestor Xian Quan, has returned. He is already en route to us. When he arrives, we can launch an attack alongside him. Our Ancestor Xian Quan has successfully reached the profound mind realm." The news sent a wave of excitement through the gathered sect leaders. Voices praising Taixuan Sect filled the air, making Ji Hantian straighten his back with pride. Though Taixuan Sect was the most powerful sect in the Taixuan Empire, it didn't rank among the top 3 in the 9 dynasties. However, if they played a crucial role in defeating the Nightshade Sect, their reputation would soar across the cultivation world. Countless noble families and cultivators would seek to join them. The atmosphere atop the cliff shifted. Hope of victory had finally appeared. 1,000 miles away, beneath the ominous, swirling clouds, the Nightshade tree, towering hundreds of feet tall, stood like a demonic titan. Its branches twisted and writhed, its massive form blotting out the sky. Thick vines dangled from the tree's limbs, each one bound to a corpse. Some bodies still twitched alive yet barely breathing. Bloodshot eyes stared in horror, veins bulging across their pale necks. Amidst the sea of people, Zhang Qiang clenched her delicate brows as she gazed at the captives. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against the blood-red nightshade mark on her wrist. She was trapped between two inevitable fates. Either the 9 Dynasties cultivators would hunt her down, or she would be devoured by the nightshade tree. She could not sit idly by, but what could she do? The nightshade mark bound her freedom. She turned toward the middle-aged man beside her and sent a transmission. Father, do you still trust the Nightshade Sect? The man, her father, Zhang Lang, one of the 1000 Autumn Pavilion's elders, remained silent, his face dark. He had brought Zhang Qiang and many disciples with him when he joined the Nightshade Sect. And now, he knew they had been played for fools. But what choice did he have? Countless integration stage and even void transformation stage cultivators hung lifeless from the Nightshade tree. If they couldn't escape, how could he? His gaze shifted toward 4 cultivators seated at the edge of the Nightshade Sect's encampment. Their auras alone kept the thousands of cultists at bay. Only those with close ties to the Nightshade Sect's upper echelon or who were considered trustworthy had been allowed to leave. Zhang Lang was neither. He had been loyal to Zhong, the former sect leader. But with Zhong's downfall, his subordinates had been scattered. Though allowed to remain, they were no longer trusted. Seeing her father's grim expression, Zhang Qiang knew she could not rely on him. No one would save her. She had only ever been able to rely on herself. Her gaze hardened as she looked up at the nightshade tree. She would not fall here. Just as this thought solidified in her mind, light suddenly illuminated her face. Her eyes widened. Not only hers, all those present were bathed in radiant light. Above the nightshade tree, the dark clouds trembled and scattered, revealing a clear sky stretching nearly 1,000 miles across. Sunlight poured through. Snowflakes drifted gently on the wind. The black-robed woman seated at the ritual platform slowly raised her head, her masked face flashing with a sharp gleam. She was not the only one. The 4 Nightshade Sect Grand Masters, who had been stationed around the million-strong congregation, all turned their gazes skyward. Beneath the golden sunlight, the nightshade tree trembled as if in discomfort. Who dares hide in the shadows? Show yourself. The black-robed woman stood, her voice cold and commanding, echoing across the heavens. A figure suddenly materialized in midair above the nightshade tree. It was Guan, clad in the 9 Extremes yin-yang body. From his vantage point, Guan looked down upon the entire Nightshade Sect. Among the million cultists, he swiftly located Zhang Qiang. To him, the scene below was a cruel irony. These people had trusted the Nightshade Sect, only to become its prisoners. A truly pitiful fate. Guan swiftly activated lifespan detection. 1 Profound Mind Realm, 2nd level. 4 Integration Stage, 9th level. As for the Nightshade Tree itself, its lifespan limit was barely 500 years. How many lives had it devoured to grow this fast? Guan raised his right hand. A blue sword shadow materialized in his palm. Impudent. The black-robed woman roared, lunging toward Guan. A blood-red longsword materialized in her grasp as she slashed toward him. Thousands of vengeful ghosts erupted from her blade, drenching the sky in crimson light. For an instant, the world turned blood-red. And then, boom! The black-robed woman was blown away, crashing through the air over the heads of the million cultists. She smashed into the ground, her fate unknown. Gasps of shock spread across the battlefield. Impossible? The black-robed woman had already proven her invincibility time and time again. Any challenger, no matter how renowned or powerful, had been effortlessly crushed by her. Yet now, she had been defeated in a single move? Guan raised his left hand. His index finger gleamed with energy, unleashing a streak of divine light that pierced through the dust cloud where she had fallen. A message flashed before his eyes. You have successfully seized 47 years of Nightshade Fairy's lifespan. Profound Mind Realm, 2nd level. Not bad. Guan stretched out his left hand again, this time, drawing her profound mind from the dust and sealing it into his storage bag. Seeing this, the 4 integration stage grandmasters stationed around the million cultists instantly attempted to flee in different directions. Guan's eyes remained calm. He raised his hand and pointed 4 times. Deo-breaking divine light. 4 streaks of divine light shot forth like falling meteors. The million-strong congregation of the Nightshade Sect couldn't track their trajectory with either sight or divine sense, but everyone instinctively knew those 4 integration stage grandmasters were doomed. The world fell into a dead silence. The 1000 Autumn Pavilion had such a figure. Zhang Lang muttered in shock, still unable to process what had just happened. Zhang Qiang was equally stunned. She silently thanked her past self. Had she acted recklessly in the 1000 Autumn Pavilion, she might have been courting death. 4 notifications flashed before Guan's eyes. He loosened his grip on the blue sword shadow, its tip now aimed directly at the Nightshade Tree. Sensing the imminent danger, the Nightshade Tree trembled violently. Its countless vines released their captives, retracting skyward in unison. Before the gathered cultists, something terrifying happened. The main trunk of the Nightshade Tree began to distort, and from within its gnarled bark, a twisted face emerged. What is that? A demon tree. It really is a demon tree. That face. We were deceived. No, impossible. Panic erupted among the million cultists. Unlike Zhang Qiang, many had clung to false hope, some out of denial, others because they had no other choice. Then, rumble! The earth trembled as massive vines burst from the ground, whipping toward Guan. The million cultists scrambled into the air, some using the chaos to flee. Yet others, including Zhang Qiang, made a desperate dash toward the Nine Nether Path. Above them, Gu En's sword shadow pulsed with terrifying sword intent. A blade descended from the heavens, shining like a divine weapon of legend. This sword intent. It's the sword sovereign of the righteous path. As Zhang Qiang fled, she looked up in horror, staring at Gu En's figure. Was the sword sovereign of the righteous path truly this powerful? The blue sword shadow, imbued with the terrifying sword intent of the Taixuan frightening god sword, plunged toward the nightshade tree. Countless cultivators had only just taken flight, still trying to escape. But the sword was already upon them. This time, the nightshade tree had no chance to resist. The sword intent was overwhelming. From its crown to its roots, the entire tree disintegrated into ashes. The blade struck the earth, splitting the ground apart. From high above, the destruction looked like an expanding spider web, fractures radiating outward in every direction. Guan watched as Zhang Qiang disappeared into the Nine Nether Path, but he did not pursue her. After today, even if she survived, she would find it impossible to stay in the Nine Dynasties. In the distance, thousands of integration stage cultivators were rushing toward him at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Guan vanished into thin air. As for the million cultists, for a fleeting moment, Guan had considered slaughtering them all. But he hesitated. Many might be like Ying Ni or Li Ya, deceived or coerced into joining. The karmic ties were too tangled. If he slaughtered indiscriminately, he might wrongly kill the innocent. And what would that make him? No different from the Nightshade Sect itself. He had no desire to become a great demon, only to be hunted by the world in the future. Even so, the sheer force of his previous strike had still killed countless. That was no longer his concern. Everyone must face the consequences of their choices. The fact that he held back was already the greatest mercy he could offer. Notifications flashed wildly before Guan's eyes. His form vanished. The ground continued to crack apart, sending billowing clouds of dust into the sky. From the distance, Ji Hantian and the others finally arrived. A fierce windstorm of dust hit them as they flew forward, but they had already seen the scene ahead with their divine sense. The nightshade tree was gone. Ha 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 ha, our Taixuan Sect's sword sovereign of the righteous path has made his move. Ji Hantian laughed exuberantly, eager to boast about Guan's strength. Another powerhouse from Taixuan Sect? The sect leaders from other factions were visibly shaken. That sword intent from earlier. Even they, after a lifetime of cultivation, could never hope to reach such a level. With the Nightshade Sect destroyed, they would have to re-evaluate Taixuan Sect's standing in the Nine Dynasties. Inside Xian Valley, as Guan walked through the valley, he casually observed the disciples' cultivation progress. Under a large tree, Chu Jingfeng sat cross-legged in meditation. In front of him stood a wooden sword, firmly planted in the ground. Guan's curiosity was piqued, and he turned toward him. "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" Guan asked with interest. Chu Jingfeng opened his eyes and replied, "I'm contemplating my own sword path. I want to create a sword technique." "Create a sword technique? That's incredible, but why are you using a wooden sword? If you need a proper blade, just tell me." Guan praised him, then took out a treasured sword from his storage bag. Since Chu Jingfeng's storage bag had long been confiscated, he had to leave any spirit stones he earned from chores in his residence. Yet, when Guan offered him the sword, Chu Jingfeng simply shook his head. "No need. What I seek is the purest form of swordsmanship, understanding the sword through the heart, not through the weapon." His words carried deep conviction. Guan smiled, putting the sword away. "Well, if you need anything, just let me know." With that, he continued toward his own pavilion. As he left, Chu Jingfeng watched his retreating figure. He may be weak, but he's always happy. For some reason, Chu Jingfeng felt a twinge of envy. Born into a prestigious family, he had once stood among the elite only to fall from grace due to internal power struggles, reduced to a prisoner's fate. Had he been given a choice, he would have preferred to start as a mere errand disciple free from the weight of expectations. Shaking off the thought, Chu Jingfeng resumed his meditation. Since cultivating Daoyan technique, his cultivation had ceased to progress, and he had no interest in learning other arts. From now on, he would dedicate himself solely to the way of the sword. Just like the Dayu sword maniac, Han Ming, who once grasped the sword path in a single moment, becoming an unstoppable force ever since. Elsewhere, back at his pavilion, Guan sat at his desk and opened his status panel. His lifespan had skyrocketed by over 300,000 years. That meant that when he destroyed the Nightshade tree, he had shocked thousands of Nightshade Sect cultivators to death. For the first time, he truly understood why demonic cultivators were so prevalent. Taking a deep breath, Guan steadied his mind, determined not to fall into the demonic path. Tending to plants and herbs is better. Even a grandmaster of the profound mind realm only gives as much lifespan as a fifth-tier herb. For him, killing enemies and harvesting spirit herbs yielded nearly the same results, except killing brought unnecessary troubles. To distract himself, Guan took out Adventures of the Green Hero and quickly became absorbed in the tales of love and vengeance. Meanwhile, at Dustless Wasteland, the skies were filled with countless cultivators. Some had rushed to the battlefield, while others were escorting Nightshade Sect captives away. On a distant cliff, Ji Hantian stood behind an elderly man in white robes, respectfully recounting the events of the recent battle. "That's how it happened, ancestor. If not for the sword sovereign of the righteous path, we would have been doomed. But tell me, who exactly is he? Which supreme elder does he belong to?" Even a profound-mind grandmaster had no power to resist him. Ji Hantian struggled to contain his excitement. The Sword Sovereign's intervention had been an unexpected blessing, giving him the perfect opportunity to boast in front of the other sects. Even now, just remembering the stunned faces of the other sect leaders filled him with satisfaction. The white-robed elder before him was none other than Ancestor Xian Quan, the recently returned Supreme Elder of Taixuan Sect. Ancestor Xian Quan remained silent, his eyes closing slightly. Ji Hantian did not disturb him, assuming the elder was pondering the Sword Sovereign's identity. But in truth, Ancestor Xian Quan was in complete shock. Taixuan Sect has no Supreme Elder this powerful. However, having heard of the Sword Sovereign's past feats, he was at least certain of one thing. The man stood with Taixuan Sect. He was most likely a Taixuan cultivator but not a Supreme Elder. In his travels overseas, Xian Quan had encountered such cases before. Some mysterious talents would appear in critical moments, stepping forward to save their sects from disaster. Perhaps Taixuan Sect is blessed with such fortune as well. Opening his eyes, Ancestor Xian Quan spoke calmly. The Sword Sovereign conceals his identity because he does not wish to be disturbed. The more this is the case, the more we must respect his privacy. Not only should we refrain from investigating him, but we must also protect his identity. However, his deeds must be widely spread to strengthen his sense of belonging to Taixuan Sect. Otherwise, over time, he may feel that Taixuan Sect does nothing for him and simply leave. Ji Hantian nodded in agreement. I thought the same, Ancestor. I have already sent word to the Sect Master to ensure this story is spread far and wide. With the Nightshade Sect's defeat, Taixuan Sect would surely rise in power. Throughout history, every great calamity has been followed by a sect's ascension. Ancestor Xian Quan glanced toward the Nine Nether Path's entrance in the distance. Go handle your matters. I will examine the entrance to the Nine Nether Path. It may hold a great fortune for Taixuan Sect. With those words, he vanished into thin air. A few days later, in the outer sect city, Guan had come to visit Wuju, bringing fine wine and roasted chicken. Upon seeing him, Wuju was thrilled, immediately pulling him inside. Locking the door behind them, Wuju grinned excitedly. Brother Gu, what brings you here? It was the first time anyone had visited him. How could he not be happy? Just came to check on you, thought you might be bored. Truthfully, Guan wanted to see if Wuju had gained any new insights. Unfortunately, he hadn't. Guan had hoped to witness another moment of enlightenment, watching Wuju surpass even Taixuan Sect's most talented disciples. For himself, comprehension was unnecessary, he could simply spend lifespan to advance. Still, he continued studying the concept of enlightenment not for himself, but to see if he could use it to extend the lifespans of those around him. So far, however, true comprehension remained elusive. As they sat down, Wuju poured the wine and suddenly remarked, "Have you heard? The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path single-handedly crushed the Nightshade Sect. It's unbelievable. Even the strongest cultivators of the 9 dynasties failed, yet he slew that demon with just 2 moves." Wuju excitedly recounted the story, his voice brimming with admiration. The Sword Sovereign's exploits had already spread throughout Taixuan Sect. Even the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley's errand disciples were discussing it. Guan chuckled. Of course, I've heard. He's truly amazing. I wonder what kind of person he is. They drank, talked, and quickly emptied the entire wine jar. Wuju suddenly pulled out a manual. Brother Gu, this is a fist technique I bought with all my savings. Memorize it and practice it. Guan instinctively refused. How could I accept this? No way. Come on. You're my only friend. Besides, knowing more combat techniques can only help you. The cultivation world is never peaceful for long. Seeing Wuju's sincerity, Guan reluctantly accepted and flipped through the book. Falling Sun Fist. After scanning it once, he memorized everything and handed it back. Wuju was stunned. That fast? Did you not like it? No. Guan refused outright. Taixuan Sect had just survived a catastrophe. What kind of opportunity could possibly arise now? Liu Baitian was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a blunt rejection. Irritated, he snapped. You brat, I haven't even told you what the opportunity is. Guan sat down and said calmly. I won't become sect master, I won't write books, and I won't entertain saint sons and saint daughters seeking my attention. Liu Baitian laughed in exasperation. Do you really see me as that kind of person? Guan shrugged. I just don't want unnecessary trouble. Am I wrong about you? If so, I apologize. Liu Baitian's expression stiffened for a moment before he cleared his throat and replied. Of course you're wrong. I'm here for a completely different reason. Oh, and what's that? You should have heard of the 9 Nether Path by now, right? Liu Baitian's voice turned serious. The 9 dynasties have jointly sealed the entrance, and each sect has stationed cultivators to guard it. Even if the main bloodline of the Nightshade Sect were to return, they wouldn't be able to shake its defenses. Now, the 9 dynasties sects are leading their disciples into the 9 Nether Path for training. It's crawling with demons and monsters, meaning there are opportunities to kill, seize treasures, and cultivate in its rich spiritual energy. Guan was genuinely surprised. So the 9 Nether Path has essentially become a training ground. Exactly. It's dangerous, yes, which is why Grandmasters will lead disciples inside. I'm offering you a spot. Once inside, someone will ensure your survival. You can cultivate, hunt demons, or search for treasures, whatever you choose, you'll have a safety net. Liu Baitian's tone grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. Later, Taixuan Sect plans to establish a city within the Nine Nether Path, providing disciples with a base for rest and cultivation. His excitement was palpable. To him, developing the Nine Nether Path was the key to Taixuan Sect's rise. If he could strengthen Taixuan Sect's foundation, future disciples wouldn't have to venture beyond the 9 dynasties to seek opportunities. The Nine Nether Path was just the first step. He was even preparing to open a maritime route, spearheaded by the newly returned ancestor Xian Quan. The more he spoke, the grander his ambitions became. He was practically on the verge of declaring his intent to unify the continent. Guan listened intently. Liu Beitian's ideas made sense. The stronger Taixuan Sect became, the better it was for him. After a long discussion, Liu Beitian finally paused and asked expectantly, "Well, are you in?" Guan shook his head. "I'll pass. I need to stay behind and take care of the Medicine Valley." Liu Beitian frowned. "Someone else can take care of it." "No can do. I wouldn't feel at ease." Guan hesitated for a moment before adding, "All right, fine. The truth is, I'm afraid. The Nine Nether Path feels dangerous, and I'm terrible in actual combat. I'd rather not go. How about this? I give my spot to someone else." Liu Beitian stared at him. "You refuse to go, yet you still want to distribute the quota. Come on, I've contributed a lot to Taixuan Sect. I've managed an entire Medicine Valley without embezzling a single spirit herb. Shouldn't I get some kind of reward?" Seeing Guan's righteous expression, Liu Beitian shook his head and chuckled. After some thought, he agreed. Giving the spot to someone close to Guan was just as good. It would further bind him to Taixuan Sect. "One way or another, I'll make him take the sect master's position eventually." Liu Beitian smirked inwardly. "It's only a matter of time." As if testing him, Liu Beitian suddenly asked, "In your opinion, how can Taixuan Sect become the #1 sect in the 9 dynasties?" Guan didn't even pause. Military power won't work. It only breeds resentment. Cultural influence is the way to go. For example, Taixuan Sect already holds the Outer Sect Grand Tournament. In the future, we should host even more competitions, formation battles, alchemy contests, sword duels, talisman crafting, and so on. If we make these events highly anticipated, if they become essential for any aspiring cultivator, Taixuan Sect's prestige will skyrocket. Imagine a young swordsman stepping onto the path of cultivation, knowing that the Taixuan Sword Tournament is the most prestigious event for sword cultivators. Over time, people will subconsciously associate Taixuan Sect with supreme swordsmanship. When Taixuan Sect is the most frequently mentioned sect in the world, we'll be close to becoming the #1 section. Of course, our actual strength is still the most important factor. Guan spoke passionately. Liu Beitian was captivated. The more he listened, the more he realized Guan was a natural leader. This brat's talent isn't just luck. Guan continued discussing finer details: how competitions could be spread across different cities to stimulate economic growth, how disciples should form associations like an alchemist guild or a sword masters league to foster cooperation and leadership. Liu Beitian was shocked. No wonder he wrote Romance of the Gods. He's a true genius. Finishing his tea, Liu Beitian stared intently at Guan. "And you still claim you're not fit to be sect master?" Guan waved him off. "I lack the qualifications, the background, and the courage to implement such grand plans. I can only offer suggestions. Execution is the real challenge. I will never be sect master." Liu Beitian chuckled. He then began discussing specific ideas based on Guan's strategy, and Guan patiently answered. Half an hour later, they finally left the pavilion. Liu Beitian was still deep in thought. "I have no interest in celebrating anymore." With that, he took his leave. Without him around, the Third Medicine Valley's festive atmosphere became even livelier. Shortly after the new year, news of the 9 Nether Paths training spread like wildfire across Taixuan Sect. Treasure, rare herbs, spirit beast cores, dense spiritual energy. Rumors of its benefits spread far and wide. Clearly, Liu Beitian had taken Guan's advice to heart, ensuring the opportunity was widely advertised to motivate disciples and strengthen their loyalty to the sect. Inside the law enforcement hall, Yelan had been summoned before the elder of the law enforcement hall. The elder smiled warmly. "Yelan, you've been assigned a slot for the 9 Nether Path expedition. Congratulations. Don't worry, the law enforcement hall will fully support you." Yelan was stunned. The 9 Nether Path? Her first thought was Guan. Despite her long service in the law enforcement hall, an opportunity like this should never have been given to her. After all, only 200 spots had been granted, and the outer sect disciples had little chance of being selected. A smile crept across her lips. "So, senior brother still cares about me after all." She had no guilt about receiving his favor, only joy and warmth. "He acts indifferent, but he clearly worries about me." Yelan understood Guan's hesitance toward relationships. Romance could hinder cultivation. That was precisely why she needed to become stronger to prove her worth to him. She would not let this chance slip away. And Hao's Taixuan frightening god sword intent shook the entire Taixuan sect, sparking countless discussions among the disciples. The overwhelming sword intent persisted for several hours before finally dissipating. In the following days, rumors spread wildly, but one thing was certain: the immense pressure had come from a sword intent. As a result, more and more sword cultivators gathered at Heavenly Mending Platform. Guan's days, however, were peaceful. He frequently traveled between the 3 Medicine Valleys, occasionally visited Xiantian cave dwelling at night, and spent the rest of his time simply enjoying life. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. Guan turned 62 years old. By now, news of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path slaying the demonic leader of the Nightshade Sect had finally spread throughout the cultivation world. Every time Guan ventured into the outer sect, he would overhear discussions about it. The Sword Sovereign had already gained a reputation as the greatest sword cultivator in the Taixuan Empire. Some even claimed he was the #1 swordsman in the world. That noon, Guan stood at the edge of Heavenly Mending Platform, gazing at the towering 100-foot stone statue ahead, feeling quite content. The statue was a divine monument of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, depicting Guan in his 9 extremes yin-yang body stance. His entire form radiated sculpted demonic energy, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. One hand pointed diagonally, while the other gripped a sword, a domineering posture. At this moment, Guan was not the only one admiring the statue. More than a dozen other disciples stood nearby, gazing up at it while engaged in discussion. Listening to their words of admiration, Guan felt even more pleased. Who wouldn't want their name to be known across the world? Guan certainly did, but he had always kept a low profile to conceal his lifespan-stealing ability. However, being able to dominate the world under another identity satisfied his vanity just as well. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path is undoubtedly the greatest swordsman of the Taixuan Empire, but that doesn't mean he's the greatest in the world. The statement immediately drew everyone's attention, including Guan's. The speaker was a young man in blue robes, holding a folding fan. He was handsome and elegant, his expression calm as if the outrageous words just now hadn't come from his own mouth. A burly inner sect disciple turned to face him and said in a deep voice, "Oh, then why don't you tell us who is the world's greatest sword cultivator?" By now, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was a source of pride for every Taixuan Sect disciple. No one would allow his name to be questioned. The blue-robed man smiled faintly and answered, "In the far west, within Tianwei, there is a swordsman known as the Heavenly Sword Deist. 700 years ago, he was Tianwei's #1 sword cultivator. Later, he secluded himself in the mountains to focus on sword comprehension. Recently, an immense sword intent erupted in Tianwei, proving that he is still alive. If the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path hadn't acted so quickly, the one to destroy the Nightshade Sect might have been this elder instead." Tianwei, one of the 9 dynasties, lay in the farthest west. It was constantly plagued by demons and monsters, yet its vast territory surpassed even Taixuan, proving its formidable national strength. Guan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this man was hiding his true cultivation. On the surface, he appeared to be at the core formation stage, but in reality, he had already reached the transformation stage. Out of curiosity, Guan used his lifespan probe. SIJ, transformation stage, second level 289/800/1300. A hidden expert, openly boasting about Tianwei cultivators. This guy was definitely not a Taixuan Sect disciple. Guan remained silent, simply watching as the surrounding disciples verbally attacked SIJ. But SIJ remained calm. Even in the face of curses and insults, his composure did not waver. Just then, a powerful voice interrupted. Heavenly Sword Deist was indeed a mighty figure, once famous across the world. But that's ancient history. And you, a Tianwei royal with fire god bloodline, daring to speak so arrogantly in Taixuan Sect, are you trying to provoke a war? All eyes turned toward the speaker Han Ming, the sword maniac of Deyu, striding forward. Sij turned and cupped his hands. "Ah, so it's sword maniac himself. I've heard that you've been in Taixuan Sect for years. Are you planning to join the sect?" He smiled politely, but his words carried an unmistakable sense of provocation. "Humph, brat, if not for the favor I owe your emperor father, you'd already be a corpse. Do you really think your transformation stage cultivation can withstand my sword?" Han Ming snorted coldly. Transformation stage? Upon hearing this, the disciples who had been insulting Sij paled and instinctively stepped back. "Well then, I won't keep pretending." Sij chuckled, then swept his gaze around before channeling his energy and declaring loudly, "I am Sij, Prince of Tianwei and disciple of the Heavenly Sword Deist. Today, I challenge on behalf of my master. 3 months from now, my master will personally descend upon Heavenly Mending Platform to exchange sword techniques with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path." His voice echoed through the sky, reaching every corner of the city. A challenge against the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Han Ming merely laughed. He had been the first to challenge the Sword Sovereign. He smirked and asked, "The Nightshade Sect had experts beyond the integration stage. Does your master possess such cultivation?" Sij closed his fan and sneered, "Of course. My father originally intended to invite him to destroy the Nightshade Sect, but unfortunately, he was a step too late." His arrogant tone, as if the Heavenly Sword Deist was certain to defeat the Sword Sovereign, made the Taixuan Sect disciples even angrier. At that moment, an elder appeared beside Sij and whispered something through a sound transmission technique. Sij's expression shifted slightly before he scoffed, "Let's go. I've already delivered my message. Whether the challenge is accepted or not is up to the Sword Sovereign." With that, he turned and left with the elder. Guan watched him depart, feeling a growing sense of caution. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had just crushed the Nightshade Sect's schemes, and now, someone dared to challenge him. This opponent was likely no weakling. Still, Guan didn't dwell on it for long. He turned away from Heavenly Mending Platform, heading off to check on Wuju. A month ago, Wuju's maximum lifespan had increased again, making Guan even more intrigued. How much further could his lifespan extend? At dusk, Li Ya, carrying the Northern Sea heavy sword, arrived at the edge of heavenly mending platform. Staring up at the statue of the Sword Sovereign, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Ancestor, our Li family's founder really is the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. His ancestor's voice in his mind was equally shocked. I always thought he was. What? A demon from Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Yes. Haha, I knew it. Our ancestor could never have been a demonic cultivator. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Ju stood in silent contemplation, gazing at the statue with sorrowful eyes. Master, you always revered the Sword Sovereign. If only you were here to witness the coming battle. What's wrong? Inwardly puzzled, Li Ye asked his ancestor. He was already eager to return to his inner sect cave dwelling, train hard, and make a name for himself across the world. His ancestor's voice rang in his mind, look at the one beside you, he's actually comprehending the Dao. There was a rare heaviness in his tone, even a hint of shock. Comprehending the Dao? Li Ya frowned and instinctively turned his gaze, quickly locking on to Wu Ju. Unlike the other Taixuan Sect disciples, who brimmed with spirit and vigor, Wu Ju appeared completely lost in thought. Is he truly comprehending the Dao? Or is he just thinking about a technique? Li Ya asked in his mind. His ancestor replied, comprehending the Dao is a rare and extraordinary state, something that cannot be sought but only encountered. During this process, one perceives the true essence of heaven and earth, leading to transformations in both comprehension and physical aptitude. Even just once, comprehending the Dao can change one's fate. Even I have never experienced it myself, I've only seen a friend undergo it before. If he were still alive today, he would undoubtedly be among the strongest in the entire 9 Dynasties cultivation world. That powerful? Li Ya carefully examined Wu Ju but saw nothing remarkable. He looked entirely ordinary, far from impressive. At least his junior brother Guan was good-looking, which naturally made people favor him. The Taixuan Sect is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Setting aside Lucien and Jisuan Yu, that and how his cultivation speed is unprecedented. I've never heard of such monstrous talent before. And now, you've encountered someone comprehending the Dao. The younger one is when this happens, the greater their potential. This boy seems about your age. In the future, he may soar to unimaginable heights. The Taixuan Sect's fortune is unstoppable. His ancestor's tone was filled with emotion. He, too, felt immense pressure. Thinking about the promise he had made to Li Ya before, he suddenly felt ashamed. He had sworn to help Li Ya climb to the peak of cultivation to become the #1 in the world. But now, seeing Lucien, Jisuan Yu, and hearing about Anhao's astonishing talent, he felt an overwhelming sense of competition. These three were beyond extraordinary, and their backgrounds far surpassed Li Ya's. Even with his guidance, he couldn't provide enough resources to give Li Ya an advantage in cultivation. The Taixuan Sect being this strong is a good thing. Having rivals makes it all the more exciting. Li Ya thought confidently, leaving his ancestor momentarily speechless. After a long pause, his ancestor finally spoke. Stay here. Wait for him to wake up. Ask if he has a master. If not, take him under my wing. Huh? You want me to take him as my disciple? Of course not. He'll be my disciple. What? Wouldn't that make him my ancestor? Be grateful? Without me, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete with talents like him. His ancestor spoke bluntly. Though irritated, Li Ya didn't argue. So, he waited while also contemplating the sword intent of the Taixuan frightening god sword. And he waited for an entire night. At dawn, Wu Ju finally awoke. Since this wasn't his first time comprehending the Dao, he didn't seem surprised. He turned to leave, only to be stopped by Li Ya. Brother, do you have a master? Li Ya asked directly. Hearing this, Wu Ju's eyes flashed with coldness. He ignored Li Ya and walked past him toward the platform steps. Li Ya blocked him again, which immediately enraged Wu Ju. He raised his hand and shoved Li Ya. Li Ya's physical body was extremely powerful, so he didn't fear a foundation establishment cultivator. But the moment Wu Ju's palm pressed against his shoulder, Li Ya felt an immense force. Wu Ju clenched his fist and exerted strength, pushing Li Ya back 2 steps. Before Li Ya could react, Wu Ju had already taken to his sword and soared away. After all, fighting was forbidden within the city. How is this possible? What monstrous strength? Li Ya was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His ancestor sighed in his mind, what a pity. Forget it. Don't chase him, you'll only make an enemy. Li Ya's smile faded. He was at the core formation stage, yet he had been pushed back by someone in the foundation establishment stage. And he had even consumed the prized dragon elephant divine essence, a treasure sought after by the demon race. Too humiliating? No, I'm still not strong enough. Clenching his fists, Li Ya's arrogance completely disappeared. The city was bustling with activity. Guan and Wu Ju sat together in an inn, drinking and chatting as they waited for the duel. Wu Ju was venting his frustration about his encounter with Li Ya from the previous month. The mere mention of him made his anger flare up again. He felt utterly insulted. Guan listened and nodded. Yeah, that was weird. Who just walks up and asks that? Forget about him. He's just a passerby in your life. You're destined to become a genius, so why concern yourself with minor characters? Though the person Wu Ju described was annoying, Guan didn't think it was worth getting worked up over. If Wu Ju were to dwell on every minor incident, what would happen when he truly grew strong? Would he just eliminate everyone who annoyed him? Guan didn't want Wu Ju to become that kind of person. Wu Ju nodded. Of course, I won't hold grudges. I just wanted to vent to you. You know you're my only friend. Guan asked, when do you plan to reveal your true talent? The inn was packed, with most patrons discussing the sword sovereign of the righteous path, and the heavenly sword deist. No one paid attention to them. Wu Ju shook his head. I prefer things the way they are now. He didn't trust others easily. After all, the Taixuan Sect had suffered internal strife before previous sect masters had even used disciples for blood sacrifices. That made Wu Ju extremely wary. Guan took out a storage pouch and handed it to him. Wu Ju hesitated, took it, and sent his spiritual sense inside. The moment he saw the contents, his face changed drastically. He immediately tried to return it. Guan, this is too much. How do you have so many? He had always thought Guan was just another ordinary disciple like him. He never expected him to possess so many precious pills. Guan laughed. I'm the Valley Master of Medicine Valley. I refine pills all the time. You should take them. I don't have a strong desire to grow powerful. I hate fighting. I'd rather spend my days growing flowers and herbs. These pills are more useful to you. Once you're strong, you can protect me. But, this is too much. Wu Ju hesitated. You said I'm your only friend, right? Then take it. If you feel guilty, just acknowledge me as your elder brother. The elder brother is like a father. I'll take care of you like a master would. After all, I have no shortage of pills. Guan grinned mischievously. Wu Ju laughed and playfully glared at him. I'm 2 years older than you. I should be the elder brother. Yeah, right. I'm way more mature than you. The two bantered, and Wu Ju's smile grew more relaxed. In the end, Wu Ju accepted the storage pouch, secretly vowing to never let anyone bully Guan in the future. A booming voice echoed through the city. I am the heavenly sword deist. I have come to challenge the sword sovereign of the righteous path. A majestic, boundless sword intent engulfed the city. Wu Ju's expression changed as he turned sharply toward the source. Guan had already sensed the heavenly sword deist's presence and remained unshaken. Time to put on a show, Guan murmured. Let them witness the true Taixuan frightening god sword. In the outer sect city, the heavenly sword deist stood atop his massive white glowing sword, unmoving. The autumn wind rustled his white robes, hair, and beard, giving him an ethereal presence. He looked as though he might ascend to immortality at any moment. Every rooftop in the city was packed with onlookers, Taixuan Sect disciples, cultivators from other sects, and nobles from powerful families, all gathered to witness who truly deserved the title of the greatest sword cultivator of this era. Dark clouds billowed from the horizon, quickly swallowing the sky, plunging the city into an oppressive gloom. A suffocating tension settled over the crowd, and conversations were reduced to hushed whispers. Wu Ju stood on a rooftop, facing the wind. The wind grew stronger, forcing him to circulate his spiritual energy to keep his hair from obstructing his vision. What overwhelming presence! He truly looks like an immortal. Why hasn't the sword sovereign of the righteous path appeared yet? He must fight. Even the Tianwei prince has come to provoke us. Relax, the sword sovereign will definitely come. Even the Deyu sword maniac had to wait before seeing him. No need to rush, great battles must be savored. As he listened to the murmurs around him, Wu Ju's eyes gleamed with longing. Someday, he too wished to stand in a battle of this magnitude, watched by the world. His chosen opponent? The sword sovereign of the righteous path. Boom! The dark clouds above suddenly churned violently as deafening thunderclaps shook the heavens. A divine aura descended, blanketing the outer sect city. He's here. The Xianquan ancestor spoke softly, prompting all eyes to turn skyward. And Hao clenched his fists in excitement. The heavenly sword deist, still standing atop his massive sword, opened his eyes and gazed at the turbulent sky. The storm clouds now engulfed the entire sky, and bolts of lightning twisted like celestial dragons, sending waves of oppressive energy crashing down. Countless cultivators felt their breath hitch, as if an impending catastrophe loomed. The heavenly sword deist remained firm, his white robes billowing like blazing flames. Why does the sword sovereign of the righteous path refuse to show himself? Is this how the Taixuan sect treats its guests? His cold voice resonated across the city. On heavenly mending platform, Han Ming sneered. You think you deserve to see him? Just wait until you lose. In the distance, Shen Zhen continued sketching. She had already captured the heavenly sword deist's form and now moved on to depict the oppressive storm clouds, immortalizing the scene in ink. Use your strongest swordsmanship to face your demise. A hoarse yet boundless voice suddenly filled the city. Li Yi and Hao trembled in excitement. It was their ancestor's voice? Their master's voice? The entire city fell silent. This was the first time anyone had heard the sword sovereign of the righteous path speak, and his words carried absolute confidence and dominance. The heavenly sword deist's eyes sharpened, and a vast sword intent erupted from his body. A dazzling ocean of swords materialized above the city, each blade suspended like a shining star, illuminating every face below. At first glance, it seemed like an entire galaxy had descended upon the outer sect city. Within the sword ocean, countless sword projections formed, each with its tip pointed toward the sky, radiating overwhelming sharpness. At the same time, the storm clouds above churned even more violently, coalescing into a colossal, featureless face. It had only eyes, a nose, and a mouth, no clear details, yet it exuded the divine majesty of an immortal deity gazing down upon the mortal world. Before this massive face, all beings seemed insignificant. Even the heavenly sword deist's sword galaxy paled in comparison. A sense of reverence inexplicably bloomed in the hearts of all who beheld it. The heavenly sword deist furrowed his brows and brought his fingers to his lips, gathering his spiritual energy. His sword intent surged, forming a white aura around him. The very foundations of the city trembled. Even the protective grand formation was activated, generating a towering light barrier that enveloped the city, with the heavenly sword deist hovering at its very edge. Far away, in Xian Valley, the disturbance reached even the lowest-ranking errand disciples, who turned to look toward the sky. On a distant mountaintop, Chu Jingfeng stood, staring at the turbulent horizon. In Horizon Valley, thousands of miles away, Yi Liuyun, seated in meditation, clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves. As a sword cultivator, he had never felt so insignificant before. On Heavenly Mending Platform, the Tianwei Prince, Si Zhe, grew visibly tense. Even though the sword sovereign of the righteous path had yet to appear, the celestial face alone was enough to instill fear. He couldn't fathom what kind of power could suppress such an overwhelming presence. Sword, rise. A quiet yet commanding voice rang through the heavens, like the first glimmer of light in a chaotic void. The heavenly sword deist thrust his right hand skyward. The countless sword projections within the celestial sword ocean instantly shot upward, converging into a single, colossal sword. The spectacle was breathtaking. At that moment, the massive face in the clouds abruptly opened its third eye. A blinding sword beam shot forth. It was no ordinary light, this was the sword of heaven's judgment, infused with boundless divine might. Boom! The two monstrous sword intents clashed midair, shaking heaven and earth. A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the city. Cultivators recoiled as their vision blurred and their spiritual senses burned, forcing them to withdraw their consciousnesses into their bodies. Profound mind. Liu Badian muttered as he watched the battle unfold. His face was illuminated by two contrasting lights, one silver-white below, the other darker above. But the darker light was rapidly consuming the silver-white glow. The heavenly sword deist's expression changed dramatically. His opponent's sword intent far surpassed his expectations. Impossible. Is he not just at the profound mind realm? For the first time in centuries, the heavenly sword deist felt doubt. Suddenly, the divine light from the celestial third eye intensified. The sword beam shattered his sword ocean in an instant, hurtling toward him at speeds far surpassing lightning. Boom! The impact sent his white hair and robes billowing outward. His eyes widened as his entire body went rigid. In his pupils, he saw a towering figure looking down at him from above like an immortal gazing upon an ant. To the stunned audience, the heavenly sword deist's magnificent sword intent had lasted only 2 breaths before being completely obliterated. The shattered fragments of his sword ocean rained down, turning the sky into a silver-streaked spectacle. It was the most breathtaking sight they had ever witnessed. Even the most powerful cultivators couldn't suppress their awe. The Xianquan ancestor was visibly shaken. As the highest cultivation expert present, he saw everything with complete clarity. The gap between the sword sovereign of the righteous path and the heavenly sword deist was immeasurable. Even from the very beginning, the sword sovereign had held back. Had he used his full power, he could have obliterated the heavenly sword deist in an instant. The heavenly sword deist had merely been allowed to display his might to make the final defeat all the more devastating. Si Zhe stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. His world had just been shattered. There was no doubt. The sword sovereign of the righteous path was truly the world's #1. Before the sword sovereign of the righteous path took action, the heavenly sword deist had been hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world. Yet this so-called #1 had been utterly defeated without even the chance to fight back. The Diyu sword maniac, Han Ming, stood in a daze. The sword sovereign's overwhelming power left him feeling deeply humbled. Looking back at his own past challenge, he now realized how laughably overconfident he had been, and how struggled to suppress the urge to cheer, though his face was already beaming with pride. Li Ya, still perched on the rooftop, stared in stunned silence, his mouth slightly open. Shen Zhen, ever the artist, quickly regained her focus and swiftly captured the heavenly sword deist's defeat with her brushstrokes. A gust of wind howled through the city. The heavenly sword deist's body tilted backward, his profound mind utterly shattered, his nascent soul crumbling beyond salvation. He was already beyond saving, he could not even muster the strength to speak. And yet, a satisfied smile formed on his lips. The #1 sword. I have seen it. His eyelids grew heavier. Even as he closed them, his gaze remained locked onto the massive celestial face above. The smile on his lips lingered, as if he had achieved his life's greatest fulfillment. Thud! His lifeless body plummeted, crashing down before the south gate, sending dust billowing into the air. The divine pressure that had enveloped the world dissipated, and with it, the massive face in the clouds vanished. Boom! The entire city erupted into chaos. The sudden uproar of voices exploded like thunder, cheers, shouts, and exclamations all blending into a deafening roar. My God! It was over in a single move. Ha ha ha! I told you the sword sovereign of the righteous path would never lose. The gap between them was just too immense. Honestly, the heavenly sword deist was incredibly strong. Before the sword sovereign took action, I truly believed he was the #1 sword cultivator. Yeah, that vast sword intent, it made my sword tremble in its sheath. Wu Ju listened to the voices from all around him, his heart racing with excitement. But Guan wasn't there, and that dampened his enthusiasm. It felt strange celebrating alone. Just then, he spotted Guan leaping over from the street below, sprinting towards him. A bright smile broke across Wu Ju's face. My God, did you say that? That was unbelievable. Guan exclaimed as he reached Wuju, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Wuju's excitement flared. I saw it, I saw it. He grabbed Guan's arm, gushing over the battle like the rest of the city. Liu Beidian turned to Gu Zong and ordered, increase the publicity for the Golden Ranking Tournament. The champion will receive a secret Taixuan Sect Divine Technique scroll. Gu Zong nodded, unable to contain his growing smile. Liu Beidian then turned to another elder. Begin preparations for the world's #1 sword tournament. Spread the word the top 10 participants will have the chance to witness the sword sovereign's sword intent and receive his sword inheritance. The elder nodded but hesitated slightly as if he wanted to speak further. However, with so many people present, some words were best left unsaid. The outer sect city was more lively than a spring festival. In fact, it had never been this lively before. The Xianquan ancestor gazed at the sky, stroking his beard with deep admiration. The Taixuan sect shall flourish. And Hao closed his eyes, replaying the sword sovereign's strike in his mind. Something stirred within him. He felt as though he had grasped onto something profound, something that pulled him into a deep state of enlightenment. The Xianquan ancestor suddenly snapped his head toward him. Others quickly followed suit. When they saw Hao's state, their expressions changed. This boy. Inside the inn, Guan and Wuju finally managed to squeeze into a seat. As they sat down, they continued discussing the earth-shattering battle they had just witnessed. Though brief, it had been enough to ignite the passion of all the spectators. Guan smiled in agreement, though he felt a slight sense of regret. Killing the Heavenly Sword Deist had only granted him 10 years of lifespan. The reason was simple: Heavenly Sword Deist had less than 200 years remaining, which was why Guan had described him as withering away. The Heavenly Sword Deist had likely reached the profound mind realm a long time ago. 700 years ago, he must have realized that there was no hope for further progress in his cultivation. That was why he chose to live in seclusion deep in the mountains. Unfortunately, after meditating in solitude for 7 centuries, he still couldn't grasp the Dao. This time, he had come here to seek death? Guan didn't dwell on it too much. His attention was soon drawn to Hao, standing atop the heavenly mending platform. Hao was comprehending the Dao. The sect's elders had gathered around him, protecting him as he meditated. Good kid. Guan felt gratified. The stronger Hao became, the happier he was. Hao was his true disciple, unlike the ones in Medicine Valley. The more powerful Hao became, the prouder he would feel. With so many grandmasters protecting him, Guan felt reassured. He withdrew his thoughts and focused on drinking and chatting with Wuju. Before long, a figure approached and sat down beside Guan. Without a care for anyone else, she placed a sheet of parchment in front of him. What do you think? How's my drawing? Shenzhen asked with a smile. Guan took a closer look. The painting depicted the heavenly sword deist with arms outstretched, enduring a downpour of sword light from above. The style was dark and fierce, exuding a tragic beauty. Not bad. As expected of you. Guan casually praised. Shenzhen pouted, sensing his perfunctory response. Wuju hesitated before asking, Brother Gu, this lady is. Although Shenzhen wore a veil, her clothing and bearing made it obvious that she was a beauty of considerable status. Guan chuckled. This is Miss Shenzhen. You can call her Miss Shen, just like I do. Then, he introduced Wuju to Shenzhen. Noticing Shenzhen's indifferent attitude, Guan reminded her, my brother here is no ordinary man. He will surely make a name for himself in the Taixuan sect one day. Don't spout nonsense. Wuju interrupted hastily, his face turning bright red. Oh, Shenzhen couldn't help but take another look at Wuju, making him even more uncomfortable. Guan laughed. Come on, drink with us. We'll talk as we drink. In his eyes, Wuju was bound to display his talent sooner or later. And Shenzhen, as a holy maiden of a great sect, was someone he would inevitably encounter again. It was better for them to get acquainted now so they could look out for each other in the future. Shenzhen eagerly talked about the earlier battle, dominating the conversation. Guan continued to play along, while Wuju, feeling uneasy, could only offer polite smiles. After about an hour, Shenzhen got up to leave, intending to create more paintings of the battle. Once she was gone, Wuju let out a sigh of relief. Guan teased, why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her. Nonsense. That girl clearly has feelings for you. As your brother, how could I have any improper thoughts? I just don't know how to talk to women. You should know that by now I only have one friend, and that's you. Wuju glared at him, dead serious. Here we go again. I only have one friend. Guan shook his head with a smile and said, the more friends you have, the more paths open to you. Traveling the cultivation world alone is exhausting. I know. I just don't know how to make friends. Then what am I to you? You and I got along at first sight. This isn't friendship, it's fate. Heh, you little brat, you sure know how to talk when it comes to me. Guan laughed. Unlike with others, Wuju was completely at ease around him. The two of them chatted until dusk before finally parting ways. Guan returned to Xianrong to visit his disciples. He noticed Chu Jingfeng sitting motionless atop a mountain peak but decided not to disturb him. If Chu Jingfeng could comprehend the Dao, it would be a great thing. However, enlightenment wasn't so easily attained. And Hao and Wuju were once in a millennium prodigies, not just anyone could compare to them. After spending half an hour in Xian Valley, Guan headed to the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley was far livelier than Xian Valley. After all, it housed 10 times as many disciples. Guan chatted with the disciples for a while before returning to his pavilion to read and relax. Late at night, the sound of footsteps echoed outside his door. Soon, a voice came through. Valley Master, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Lingjun? And she was using voice transmission? Guan set down the secrets of Taixuan and covered it with romance of the gods. Come in, he said. Lu Lingjun pushed the door open, entered, and sealed the room with a barrier. Guan was startled and looked at her in surprise. Lu Lingjun turned around, walked to the table, and bowed deeply. Valley Master, I must apologize. I've been hiding something from you. Your cultivation? Guan asked cautiously. Lu Lingjun replied, to be honest, I am actually at the void transformation stage. Void transformation stage? Guan shot to his feet. Lu Lingjun quickly reassured him, please, Valley Master, I mean no harm. Let me explain. Guan hesitated, his expression shifting, but eventually, he sat back down. Seeing this, Lu Lingjun smiled and continued, I concealed my cultivation because I was unfamiliar with the Taixuan Empire. I come from a distant land. While exploring the cave of a powerful cultivator, I was caught in a mysterious formation and transported here. Unable to find my way back, I decided to settle in the Taixuan Sect. I hope the Valley Master can help introduce me. Guan frowned. With your cultivation, you could openly join the Taixuan Sect. Why do you need me to vouch for you? The Taixuan Sect's rules are strict. Someone of my level would only be accepted as a guest elder, and I'd have to spend decades waiting. But you, Valley Master, have connections. With your help, I could skip those years of waiting, Lu Lingjun explained earnestly. As she spoke, she took out 3 bottles from her sleeve. These contain heavenly spirit water. I hope you will accept them. Guan's expression darkened. Nonsense? You make it sound like I'm only helping you because of a bribe. What would that make me? Yet, as he spoke, he pulled the bottles toward himself. Lu Lingjun chuckled. Of course not. This is separate. These are simply a token of my gratitude for your care these past days. You're thoughtful. Guan smiled in satisfaction and gestured for her to sit. He then started advising her on the Taixuan Sect's structure, particularly on the influence of aristocratic families, so she wouldn't unknowingly make enemies. Initially, Lu Lingjun didn't pay much attention, but as she listened, she realized Guan was genuinely looking out for her. She soon became serious. Autumn faded into winter, and snow blanketed the third Medicine Valley. When Lu Badian arrived to see Guan, Lu Lingjun immediately knew her opportunity had come. Guan didn't disappoint her. Half an hour later, he and Lu Badian descended the stairs together, and Guan waved at Lu Lingjun from afar. She quickly walked up to them. Lu Badian scrutinized her and said, Guan has already told me everything. Come with me, I'll take you to get your new disciple token. Lu Lingjun immediately bowed to Lu Badian and also saluted Guan. Guan nodded with a smile and then watched as the two of them flew away. Xiao Chuan came over, his face full of surprise. Lu Lingjun left. Didn't you notice how fast she flew? Guan asked casually before turning to leave. Xiao Chuan was momentarily stunned, then hurried to catch up. What do you mean? Wasn't that senior leading her? Xiao Chuan. What, senior brother? Sometimes, being carefree is a good thing. Keep it up. Huh. Guan ignored him and continued walking toward the heavenly spirit pool. Watching the koi in the pool had become one of his favorite pastimes. Just now, Lu Badian had come to discuss the Golden Ranking Tournament and the world's #1 sword tournament with him. But Guan had no interest in becoming a strategist, so he didn't offer much input, and Lu Badian soon left. It seemed the coming years would be peaceful. Guan thought to himself. As winter settled in, the news of the sword sovereign of the righteous path slaying the heavenly sword deist in a single strike finally spread across the land of the 9 dynasties. Seizing this momentum, Taixuan Sect began negotiations with various empires, preparing to establish a presence in new territories. The process was arduous, but the high-ranking members of Taixuan Sect showed no signs of exhaustion. From the top down, everyone felt a surge of ambition. Taixuan Sect was about to soar to new heights. With the world's top cultivator backing them, how could Taixuan Sect not dominate the 9 dynasties? Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. 67-year-old Guan stepped out of the alchemy hall. Stopping at the doorway, he turned back and sighed softly. Zhu Qingluo was no longer there. He had retired and returned home. The new elder treated Guan with great respect, but it still felt unfamiliar. Old friends had left, and a new era had arrived. Guan turned away and merged into the bustling streets. Over the past 5 years, Taixuan Sect had truly taken off. The exponential growth in the outer sect cities' disciples was proof enough. The Golden Ranking Tournament had spread across the land, and in 5 years, Taixuan Sect would host it. Rumor had it that the sect had invited over 100 aristocratic families, each spread across the 9 dynasties. With their influence, the tournament would attract even more geniuses in the future. Guan speculated that the Ji family and Gu family had played a major role in this endeavor. Of course, other noble families were also eager to invest in Taixuan Sect. It never hurt to have another path forward. As Guan walked through the streets, he overheard many disciples chatting. The names of many young prodigies reached his ears, but the one mentioned most often was Anhao. Last year, Anhao went on a training journey, clashed with the demonic sects, and, as a core formation cultivator, slew a nascent soul grandmaster, shaking the cultivation world. Now, the title of Taixuan Sect's greatest genius belonged solely to Anhao. No one could challenge it. As for Lucian, although he had won the 100 Clans conference, those high-ranking clans were too detached from the cultivation world. For the past 5 years, Guan's days had been uneventful, but his lifespan had increased by over 700,000 years. His total lifespan had now surpassed 2 million years. The 10 million year milestone no longer seemed so distant, filling him with endless motivation. He never felt tired or bored. "Brother Gu, long time no see," a voice called out from the street corner. Guan turned his head and saw Jotanju, a genius from Absolute Mountain Sect, walking toward him. Behind Jotanju was an elderly man plump, with a feather fan in hand, exuding a foolishly innocent demeanor. Before Jotanju could reach Guan, Lu Lingjun suddenly appeared beside him out of thin air. Back then, after Lu Lingjun had left with Lu Badian, she returned the very next day. Now, she was an intersect elder but her main duty was protecting Guan. This had frustrated her for a long time. If not for her fear of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, she would have drawn her sword and cut Lu Badian in half. The guy behind him is no ordinary person. Lu Lingjun used voice transmission to warn Guan, her gaze bypassing Jotanju to focus on the plump old man behind him. Guan had already sensed the man's cultivation but still decided to use his lifespan probe. Jolie, 7th level of the integration stage 1478/3000/3,100. Another Joe? Guan was intrigued. The last time Jotanju had visited, he hadn't been accompanied by such a powerful cultivator. Jotanju glanced at Lu Lingjun and chuckled, "Brother Gu, it's been years, and now you even have an expert guarding you. Looks like you've been doing well." Guan smiled. "Brother Joe, are you here for the Golden Ranking Tournament?" "That's right. This time, I'm aiming for the top spot to make my name known across the world. How about a sparring match at your Medicine Valley?" Jotanju asked, his eyes burning with determination. Though they hadn't seen each other in years, Jotanju still believed Guan had his own strengths, despite his seemingly average cultivation. Guan shook his head. "Forget it. I won't embarrass myself. The Taixuan Sect is filled with geniuses, now go challenge someone else." "Haha, I actually came early just to meet in Hao. Since you're not interested, I'll go find him now." Jotanju laughed before turning to leave. Jolie, at the 7th level of the integration stage, smiled politely at Lu Lingjun before following after Jotanju. Once they were gone, Lu Lingjun turned to Guan. "A nascent soul cultivator wants to spar with you." Jotanju had already reached the nascent soul stage and didn't bother concealing his aura. "He suppressed his cultivation back then when we sparred, and I barely won," Guan said smugly. Lu Lingjun chuckled. "Didn't expect you had it in you. You really can't judge a book by its cover." After 5 years of knowing each other, they had long dropped the formalities. Of course, Lu Lingjun still held a grudge against Lu Badian for assigning her to guard Guan. Because of that, she was far less respectful to Guan than before. "Are you saying I'm not good looking?" Guan teased. "You're somewhat handsome, perfect for becoming a demonic cultivator's dual cultivation furnace." Cough cough. "You call yourself a female cultivator? Mind your words." Guan shot her a glare before stepping forward. Ever since Lu Lingjun had been sent back, her temper had changed. Guan, feeling somewhat guilty, simply tolerated it. This was all Lu Badian's fault. What kind of situation was this? Guan didn't even need Lu Lingjun's protection. Fortunately, she wasn't too serious about it either today. She had her own matters to attend to and had merely tagged along. Watching Guan's retreating figure, Lu Lingjun snorted and then turned to leave in another direction. Guan set out to visit Wuju. Along the way, he noticed an increasing number of high-level cultivators in the city. Most of them kept their cultivation hidden. It seemed that the Golden Ranking Tournament was stirring up trouble. If Taixuan Sect succeeded in making it a permanent event, it would only grow more influential, something other sects surely wouldn't tolerate. But Guan wasn't concerned. Aside from ancestor Xian Quan, another supreme elder, had recently returned to Taixuan Sect. Though slightly weaker than Xian Quan, he was still in the Profound Mind realm. With 2 Profound Mind realm experts guarding the sect, no other faction would be able to shake Taixuan Sect easily. After an incense stick's time, Guan arrived at Wuju's courtyard. Wuju was in the middle of practicing his punches, not using any spiritual energy, just refining his movements. His upper body was bare, revealing a strong and powerful physique. Each punch he threw caused the very air to tremble. Wuju, 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Stage 69/350/3,500. His maximum lifespan had increased again. Guan realized that whenever he went more than 2 months without checking on Wuju, the guy would always gain new insights into the Dao. 1 year, when Guan visited every month, Wuju didn't have a single breakthrough. Every time he gained enlightenment, Wuju exuded an air of loneliness and solitude. Guan couldn't help but find it amusing. Could it be that this guy needed to be ignored in order to gain insights? Maybe he should avoid visiting for a whole year and see just how far Wuju could progress. If Wuju could catch up to Anhao, it would be ideal, giving Anhao a strong competitor and preventing him from becoming arrogant. A smooth path wasn't always a good thing. Seeing Guan approach, Wuju shot him a wary glance but remained silent. "Look what I brought for you," Guan called out. Hearing this, Wuju immediately stopped and, though reluctant, walked toward Guan. "What is it?" Guan pulled out a golden red invitation from his storage pouch. 4 large characters were engraved on it. "Golden Ranking Tournament? How did you get this?" Wu Ju asked in shock. The golden ranking tournament wasn't open to just anyone. Participants needed a certain level of fame and had to pay 10 high-grade spirit stones to receive an invitation. The tournament's rewards were abundant, with prizes for the top 100 contestants. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Wu Ju had learned all about it and had always admired those qualified to participate. Guan grinned smugly. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. But with my current cultivation, entering would be pointless. Wu Ju shook his head. Guan reassured him, don't worry. The golden ranking tournament is about talent, not cultivation level. As long as your strength within your realm is strong enough, you can fight your way to the top. Really? Really? Of course it's real. I made the rules myself. Guan smirked internally. What Wu Ju lacked most was resources. Staying in seclusion forever wasn't an option. Deep down, Wu Ju wanted to prove himself. He just wasn't comfortable asking for opportunities. Wu Ju accepted the invitation, then suddenly pulled Guan into a hug and pounded his back hard. Gripping Guan's shoulders, he said firmly, brother, I won't say much, but I swear I won't disgrace you. Having gained enlightenment many times, Wu Ju could feel the changes within himself. His confidence had been forged, and it was now reshaping his very personality. The confidence of a true expert? Guan chuckled. There are 5 years until the tournament. You'd better train hard. I won't visit you during this time. Wu Ju instantly panicked. Why? What's keeping you busy for 5 years? It's sect business. I can't tell you, Guan said, shaking his head. Could it be because of this invitation? Wu Ju suddenly felt the golden ranking tournament invitation in his hands grow heavier. He hesitated to speak. Guan advised, aside from Falling Sun Fist, don't forget to train your Fierce Wind Phantom Kick. It'll make you faster. Wu Ju nodded solemnly. This time, he would make a name for himself in the tournament? Late summer, Xian Valley. Guan lay under a tree, one hand propping up his head, the other holding a book. He read leisurely, completely absorbed. A shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Li Ya standing before him. Li Ya still carried his massive sword on his back, clad in a fitted black outfit. His long hair was tied behind his head with a blue cloth, revealing his sharp and determined features. Ahem, Brother Gu. Li Ya cleared his throat. Didn't expect Junior Brother Gu to read this book. Then again, with the same name, he must feel a deep sense of immersion. Li Ya mused silently to himself. Guan quickly stood up, stuffing the secrets of Taixuan into his robes. He had sensed Li Ya's approach long ago, but Li Ya had mastered a technique to conceal his aura, so Guan had pretended not to notice. Senior Brother Li, what brings you here? Guan asked, feigning surprise. I've been back for a few years now, Li Ya replied. I plan to return to Kangzhou for a while and then come back for the golden ranking tournament. Guan sighed. You're really busy. Senior Brother Li, you must be incredibly strong now. Li Ya lifted his chin, exuding confidence. Not invincible, but securing a top 10 spot in the tournament won't be difficult. As expected of Senior Brother Li, the pride of Xian Valley. Of course. You haven't been injured these past years, have you? Impossible. Ever since we last met, I haven't bled even once. Your senior brother is not what he used to be, Li Ya declared seriously. Such a show-off? Guan secretly wished Li Ya would call him Grand Ancestor just once. Li Ya pulled 2 objects from his storage pouch, a tournament invitation and a long wooden box. This is an invitation to the golden ranking tournament. You should participate. The box contains 10,000-year wood spirit ginseng. If you spend 5 years absorbing it, your spiritual energy will transform, helping you achieve a solid ranking. Guan was stunned. Li Ya pushed both items into his arms. No refusing, or I'll be upset. With that, he let go, forcing Guan to catch them. Then, Li Ya turned and walked away. You're leaving already? Guan asked hastily. Li Ya waved without looking back. The path of cultivation leaves no time for idle chatter. If you want to see me, then perform well in the golden ranking tournament. With a leap, he transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring over the mountains and vanishing into the horizon. Guan stared at the invitation in his hands, lost in thought. On the mountain peak, Chu Jingfang turned his gaze toward Li Ya's departing figure, frowning. He remembered Li Ya. Back then, he had spoken with him briefly, encouraging him to cultivate diligently because of his royal background. But now, after years apart, their statuses were worlds apart. And he was no one. Guan shook his head with a smile and tucked the items into his storage pouch. That guy. Every time they met, Li Ya always gave him something, as if he knew Guan's temperament and deliberately gifted him things that improved his cultivation and talent. As night fell, Xian Valley bustled with activity. Guan had just returned from the 3rd Medicine Valley. Sitting around a long table with his disciples, he enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Zhen Qin sat to his right, constantly refilling his cup while recounting the latest events in the cultivation world. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword has appeared in the Great Zhang Empire, throwing the cultivation world into chaos. Rumor has it that the wielder has fully mastered the sword's power and is accompanied by demons utterly terrifying. I wonder, could it be senior brother Sohan? As she spoke, Zhen Qin sighed. Mentioning Sohan always made her melancholic. After all, they had once been close. Now, they stood on opposite sides of good and evil. Guan spoke calmly. He's no longer your senior brother. Stop calling him that, it'll only bring trouble to you and us. Zhen Qin wanted to argue, but seeing so many disciples from Medicine Valley around her, she chose to remain silent. Guan picked up some food for her while watching the other disciples play drinking games. After a bowl of wine, Zhen Qin straightened her posture and switched topics to Hao. The moment she mentioned him, her face lit up with admiration, and she started talking non-stop. Guan listened attentively but suddenly felt something off. His expression subtly changed. Waiting until Zhen Qin finished speaking, he stood up and said, "I need to step inside for a moment. When I return, I want to hear the full story about Hao's feud with the Wanyan sect." With that, he left. Zhen Qin didn't find it suspicious and instead clinked cups with Lu Jujia. Back in his room, Guan activated the protective formation before taking a single step, traveling 100 miles away in an instant. In the depths of a dark forest, 13 ghostly figures were advancing. 4 of them carried a large coffin. They hadn't noticed Guan's arrival. He hid in the shadows, silently observing them. A group of integration stage cultivators, identical ages. All of them bore the surname Li. This immediately reminded him of the 13 fiends of the Nine Nether Path, a notorious group that had once shaken the cultivation world. What are these people doing at Taixuan Sect? The golden ranking tournament was still years away. Since they weren't moving quickly, Guan didn't rush to intervene. He wanted to see their objective first. His gaze landed on the massive coffin they were carrying. When he extended his divine sense into it, he found a set of bones inside. The skeleton radiated an eerie aura, and atop its skull was a dark golden crown. The crown's gemstones were missing, leaving only empty sockets. Yet, despite its incomplete state, it still exuded an extraordinary presence. After about half an incense stick's time, the 13 figures halted. The leader, Li Xiaoya, turned and gestured. The 4 members carrying the coffin set it down and began to open it. Just as the lid was being lifted, a hand suddenly pressed down on it. The group turned in unison to see a figure standing at the foot of the coffin. Shrouded in dark purple demonic energy, it was none other than Guan. His right hand firmly held the coffin lid shut. A heavy silence fell over the forest. Yet, the 13 figures did not flee or attack. Instead, 12 of them turned their gaze toward Li Xiaoya. Their bodies were pitch black, resembling shadows, making their expressions unreadable. Li Xiaoya gave a slight nod then knelt. Seeing this, the other 12 followed suit. The 13 fiends of the Nine Nether Path pay respects to the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Li Xiaoya's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Guan was taken aback. So they were here for me? No wonder their movements seemed so unusual. They weren't acting like intruders. Guan spoke coldly, "Give me one reason not to annihilate you all." These 13 were likely ghost cultivators. Dark chi swirled around them, yet their bodies still carried human vitality. Li Xiaoya replied, "We, the 13 fiends of the Nine Nether Path, come under the orders of Nightshade Ghost Mother. We bring the Immortal King's crown as an offering to aid you in reclaiming your place among the earthly immortals." Guan's expression darkened. Nightshade Ghost Mother? Her cultivation was actually lower than these 13. How could she command them? And why would she do this? Guan questioned. He sensed no hostility from them, meaning they might not be lying. Li Xiaoya explained, "The Ghost Mother has studied your Taixuan frightening god sword for years within Taixuan Sect. She has determined that this technique, though widely practiced by the Taixuan Imperial clan, was not created by their founder. It originally belonged to the Immortal King of the Nightshade Sect, the ancestor of the Ghost Mother. Because of this, the Ghost Mother journeyed to the Taixuan Empire, hoping to reclaim her ancestral inheritance before the Nightshade Sect destroys the empire. 200 years ago, she came seeking a successor, but the later generations of the Li family were too mediocre to comprehend the Taixuan frightening god sword. Left with no choice, she went into hiding." Guan frowned. His Taixuan frightening god sword had indeed come from the Li family, but he never expected that the Li family's founder had ties to the Nightshade Sect. "Your Ghost Mother wants the Taixuan frightening god sword?" he asked. Li Xiaoya shook his head. "The Ghost Mother wishes to invite you to the Nightshade Sect to use your sword intent to reclaim the position of Sect Master." Guan fell silent. What kind of scheme is this? Using me to eliminate her enemies? He pushed the coffin lid open with one hand. The coffin was surprisingly sturdy, lined with layers of restrictive formations, clearly a powerful artifact. His gaze fell upon the skeleton inside. Though lifeless, the bones carried a sinister presence. Just in case, he used lifespan probe on it. Evil Emperor, 5th level of the Grand Ascension Stage 7600/9999/9,999. Damn, Guan remained outwardly composed but internally, his heart pounded. This thing was still alive? And its maximum lifespan was identical to Hao's. Guan leaped onto the edge of the coffin and peered down at the evil emperor's remains. The 13 fiends remained kneeling in silence. His eyes flashed coldly. Boom! 2 beams of divine light shot from his pupils, obliterating the skeleton in an instant. The bones disintegrated into dust. Only the Immortal King's crown remained in the coffin, and the bottom of the coffin itself had been pierced through by his Deo-breaking divine light. The 13 fiends glanced up briefly before lowering their heads again. A system prompt appeared before Guan. "You have successfully extracted 320 years of lifespan from the Evil Emperor, 5th level of the Grand Ascension Stage. Holy sh*t. That scared the hell out of me. Who could have guessed that the skeleton was still alive and at the 5th level of the Grand Ascension Stage?" For a brief moment, Guan imagined countless disaster scenarios. He even felt as though he had just saved the world from a calamity. The name Evil Emperor alone sounds ominous, and the fact that it had been hiding in a coffin all these years. Clearly, there had been a terrifying scheme in play. Guan reached out and lifted the Immortal King's crown, but he didn't touch it directly. Instead, he wrapped it in spiritual energy, avoiding physical contact. Then, he turned to Li Xiaoya. You knew about the Evil Emperor. Li Xiaoya hesitated, then nodded. Indeed, this skeleton belonged to the Evil Emperor. 5,000 years ago, the Nightshade Sect was embroiled in a civil war. The Evil Emperor was betrayed and poisoned, preventing him from circulating his spiritual energy. In desperation, he donned the Immortal King's crown, but it instantly drained his life force, reducing him to bones. Because of this, the crown was declared a cursed artifact, and none dared to touch it. Then why the hell did you bring it to me? Guan's voice turned icy. Li Xiaoya remained calm. If you have mastered the Taixuan Frightening God Sword, the Immortal King's crown will recognize you as its rightful owner, because the same person who created the sword also forged the crown. Guan narrowed his eyes. What is the Ghost Mother's relation to the Evil Emperor? The Ghost Mother is his descendant. Then why would she offer her ancestors' remains to me? Isn't that blasphemy? She despises her bloodline. As a child, she was turned into a ghost fiend by her own father. That is why she seeks a successor unrelated to her lineage. The Li family's founder was merely a disciple of the Nightshade Sect. She wants someone else to inherit the Taixuan Frightening God Sword and reclaim the sect in her place as revenge. Guan narrowed his eyes. And how were you so sure you'd find me? The Ghost Mother said that if we approached the Outer Sect City, where the Heavenly Mending Platform is located, you would sense us no matter how well we concealed our cultivation. Li Xiaoya and the others had used an advanced concealment technique. Only someone at Guan's level could see through it. Guan continued questioning them, and Li Xiaoya answered each time. After an incense stick's time, Guan finally spoke. I'll take the Immortal King's crown. You may leave. Li Xiaoya flipped his hand, producing a short flute. This is the 9 nether flute. If you play it, we will come immediately, ready to serve at your command. From now on, to us, you are the rightful sect master of the Nightshade Sect. Guan extended his hand and summoned the flute toward him. Using his divine sense, he carefully inspected it, confirming that there were no hidden surveillance formations or reverse tracking restrictions before tossing it into his storage pouch. Then, he leaped down from the coffin and gestured for the 13 fiends to leave. The group bowed deeply to him, lifted the coffin, and silently departed. Guan did not immediately return to Xian Valley. Instead, he sat beneath a tree in meditation, placing the Immortal King's crown before him. According to Li Xiaoya, thousands of years ago, there had been an immortal dynasty where all people could cultivate. At that time, there were no emperors, only the ruler of the immortal dynasty, who called himself the Immortal King, governing the land's immortal gods. But disaster struck the immortal dynasty. Calamities plagued the land, cultivators fell into heart demon tribulations, and plagues swept across the empire. In just 10 years, the once glorious immortal dynasty was wiped out. The Immortal King survived, but his empire did not. He no longer dared to call himself immortal, fearing heavenly punishment. In the centuries that followed, his descendants founded the Nightshade Sect. One of its sect masters later created the Taixuan Frightening God Sword, a technique so powerful that it disturbed the heavens, triggering divine tribulations. Thus, it was named Frightening God. That sect master believed he had reached the level of his ancestor, the Immortal King. But even then, he could not achieve eternal life. As his end drew near, he forged the Immortal King's crown using his own cultivation. The crown contained the power of the Immortal King, yet no sect master had ever been able to subdue it. Instead, all who attempted to control it were cursed with misfortune. Guan sent his divine sense into the Immortal King's crown, but even with his 9th level Grand Ascension stage cultivation, he was unable to penetrate its mysteries. There was no way he would dare to use his sword intent to probe it. Even if Li Xiaoya had spoken the truth, the method he suggested might not even work. After all, no one had ever succeeded. After careful thought, Guan concluded that this artifact was far too ominous to keep near him. He stood up, activated the infinite free step, and sped toward the northern sea mountain range. Diving to the seafloor, he buried the Immortal King's crown and the 9 nether flute deep in the mud, sealing them with powerful restrictions. He would return to study them after advancing several more major realms. For now, Guan had no need for the Immortal King's crown's power. With that matter settled, he quickly returned to Xian Valley just in time to continue celebrating the festival with his disciples. After the 13 fiends left, Guan's life returned to tranquility. No one disturbed him. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guan turned 70. That day, in Horizon Valley, Guan had just finished harvesting herbs. Feeling pleased, he personally delivered them to the storage building. As he stepped out, he spotted Lucien approaching. Lucien's expression turned stiff upon seeing him. Ever since Guan had defeated him, Lucien had thrown himself into relentless training. His cultivation skyrocketed. Now, he was at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. A 99-year-old at the 6th level of nascent soul? That was astonishing. Yet Lucien still felt defeated. Even after consuming countless pills, he had failed to reach the transformation stage before turning 100. Are you participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament? Lucien asked as he walked up. Guan chuckled. Why would I? My talent is too poor, it'd just be embarrassing. Lucien's mouth twitched. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'm planning to enter. 3 years ago, in the middle of the night, I suddenly felt an immense pressure lift from me. Ever since, I've been free of heart demons and nightmares. So, I figured why not go to the golden ranking tournament and relax a little. Relax? He's going to make everyone else suffer. Guan internally ridiculed him. Then, he focused his senses on Lucien's soul remnants. One of them was missing. Previously, Lucien had 7 souls, now, he had only 6. 3 years ago, Guan suddenly made a connection. Could it be that the evil emperor had left a remnant soul inside Lucien as well? That didn't make sense. What connection could there possibly be between the evil emperor and Lucien? The evil emperor was a long-deceased sect master of the Nightshade sect. Lucien was the biological son of Lubatian. Wait, could Lubatian be connected to the Nightshade sect? Guan was merely curious and had no intention of investigating Lubatian or Lucien. No matter what their identities were or what schemes they might have, as long as they didn't affect him, he couldn't be bothered. The human heart is unpredictable. If one had to investigate every little thing, how exhausting would that be? Guan casually chatted with Lucien. Now, Lucien was extremely respectful toward him, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. After chatting for a while, Guan finally left. Everyone in Horizon Valley had already grown used to him not spending the night there. After Guan left, Lucien found Yi Liuyun, and they began sparring in preparation for the Golden Ranking tournament. Only 2 years remained until the tournament. As time passed, the land of the 9 dynasties enjoyed peace, while the Taixuan Sect's Golden Ranking tournament drew the world's attention, becoming a once-in-a-century grand event. 2 years later, as the tournament approached, cultivators flew past the skies above Xian Valley every day. Unlike before, the Taixuan Sect had dispatched many disciples to patrol, protecting all the outer sect errand disciples to maintain its righteous reputation. Guan, ranked 72nd among the row, was in his pavilion, meeting with Yalan. The first batch of disciples who had gone to train in the 9 Nether Path had all returned, now preparing to participate in the Golden Ranking tournament to bring glory to the Taixuan Sect. After years apart, Yayan's aura had grown even stronger, exuding the demeanor of a true genius female cultivator. She had faithfully followed Guan's advice, diligently practicing the Daoyan technique, which resulted in no increase in her cultivation level. Seated across from each other, the two chatted, with Yalan sharing exciting stories of the 9 Nether Path while Guan listened with great interest. The 9 Nether Path was less of a path and more of a secret realm where demons and ghosts ran rampant, creating their own unique ecosystem filled with rare natural treasures. Yalan mentioned that she had even encountered cultivators and demon clans from beyond the land of the 9 dynasties. As she described them, Guan visualized the scenes in his mind and found them fascinating. After a full hour of conversation, Guan finally asked, "Are you participating in the Golden Ranking tournament?" Yalan nodded. "Yes, the elders gave me an invitation. All 100 disciples from the 9 Nether Path must participate. The first Golden Ranking tournament must be held in a grand manner, and we can't allow the Taixuan Sect to lose face." Guan blinked, feeling a bit helpless. So his invitation was useless now? Shenzhen, Guyu, and Zolin all had invitations, while the disciples in the valley had mediocre talent. Sending them to participate would be futile, and they would only suffer. "Senior brother, why don't you join as well? Your cultivation level may not be high, but your strength is far from ordinary," Yalan teased with a smile. She had always remembered how formidable Guan's kicking techniques were. Since Guan's cultivation hadn't improved, he must have devoted most of his time to refining his leg techniques, making his combat strength exceptional. Guan sighed. "I can't even beat you. If I enter the Golden Ranking tournament, wouldn't that just be asking for a beating?" Hearing this, Yalan didn't press further and instead started discussing the latest events in the cultivation world. They talked until evening before Yalan finally left Xian Valley. Guan stood on the pavilion balcony, a smile on his face. Yayan's maximum lifespan had increased by a year. Though insignificant, it proved that the Daoyan technique was indeed effective. Meanwhile, Chu Jingfeng, Lu Jujia, and Xiao Chuan's maximum lifespans hadn't increased. This was likely due to their lack of dedication. Additionally, the spiritual energy in the 9 Nether Path was far richer than in Medicine Valley, making a significant difference. Guan turned back into his room and continued studying the Purple Star Array Manual. This book had deepened his understanding of formations, bringing him closer to becoming a true Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. A Grand Ascension Stage cultivator wasn't just defined by their cultivation level but also by their vast life experiences and mastery of various disciplines. Since Guan didn't need to cultivate, he could devote his time to other areas of knowledge. That night, Guan secretly traveled to the Northern Sea Mountain Range. Hiding beneath a tree, he activated his lifespan barrier and then invested 50,000 years of lifespan into the Daoyan technique. Since the Daoyan technique was effective, he wanted to see how much he could improve it. A flood of notifications filled his vision as the Daoyan technique upgraded to the Daoxian technique. It had only taken 20,000 years of lifespan to evolve, while the remaining 30,000 years simply enhanced his mastery of it. Without hesitation, Guan invested another 50,000 years. This time, after 20,000 years of refinement, the Daoxian technique transformed into the innate reincarnation technique. Seeing the word innate appear so soon meant that the Daoyan technique had always been of a high grade. No wonder only Yalan and Wu Xian had successfully cultivated it. Additionally, the innate reincarnation technique granted him a divine ability called the Path of Primordial Return. Guan immediately began receiving the inheritance of the innate reincarnation technique. Earthly spiritual energy surged into his body, and an immense amount of knowledge flooded his mind. The innate reincarnation technique retained the essence of the Taixuan technique but extended its cultivation accumulation across multiple lifetimes. Unlike the Taixuan technique, which only allowed one restriction to be lifted in a lifetime, this technique could lift restrictions repeatedly. The more cultivation one accumulated, the greater the transformation in their aptitude. Moreover, the innate reincarnation technique imprinted a soul mark, allowing its practitioner to reincarnate and regain their memories upon reaching adulthood. Through endless reincarnations, one could accumulate cultivation until they attained immortality or perished entirely, breaking the cycle. The Path of Primordial Return was a sealing divine ability extremely domineering. It could suppress a cultivator's power to a designated realm or even completely seal them, reducing them to an ordinary mortal. Once sealed, the only way to break it was through the Path of Primordial Return itself. Even if a powerhouse vastly stronger than Guan tried to help, their interference would cause the sealed cultivator's spiritual energy to go berserk, leading to instant death. After grasping this divine ability, Guan was delighted. This was precisely the kind of technique he lacked. As for the innate reincarnation technique, he had already mastered it and had no desire to continue cultivating it. He had no interest in competing for power across countless lifetimes, he only cared about the present. However, he could pass it on to those he cherished. Through the memories granted by the innate reincarnation technique, Guan became aware of a harsh truth. The immortal path had 9 heavenly barriers, each more difficult than the last. The first barrier was nirvana. What was nirvana? Nirvana was the transition from a mortal to a true cultivator. Before reaching nirvana, one's lifespan could never exceed 10,000 years. Only after nirvana would their life essence transform, granting them an explosive increase in lifespan. Guan suddenly realized that maximum lifespan didn't just represent potential, it was the ultimate limit of one's time in the world, like a predetermined lifespan. For instance, An Hao had tens of thousands of years to pursue the nirvana realm. Meanwhile, Yelan had less than 200 years. No matter how many opportunities she encountered, it would all be in vain. The Taixuan technique could extend Yelan's life, but only to a limited degree. Even if she cultivated the innate reincarnation technique, her maximum lifespan would only increase a few times over. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative. Heaven's fate. With the arrival of summer, the Taixuan Sect's Golden Ranking Tournament commenced as scheduled. The tournament was open to all cultivators ranked below the 500-row. Taixuan Sect conducted thorough tests to verify the participants' aptitude. Guan had no idea who to give his invitation to, and wasting it felt wrong, so he decided to sign up himself. At 72 years old, he was young enough to qualify and was successfully registered. The tournament was a one-on-one elimination battle with no time limit. The Taixuan Sect ensured injured participants were healed to maintain fairness. A special formation suppressed the higher-ranked contestants' cultivation level to match their opponents, ensuring an even playing field. As the tournament began, Guan sat atop the outer sect rooftops with Yelan, sipping wine and enjoying spiritual fruits. Before them, a massive light screen hovered in the sky, displaying the battles in real time. Guan didn't recognize the two cultivators currently dueling, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the spectacle. As Yelan peeled fruit for him, she commented, "Senior brother, the technique you taught me is way too difficult, even harder than the last one. I have no idea when I'll be able to master it." Guan replied, "Cultivation isn't supposed to be easy. The Taixuan technique could, at most, double one's maximum lifespan, whereas the innate reincarnation technique could increase it several times over. If Yelan succeeded in mastering it, living to 800 years old might not be impossible. For someone with Yelan's natural aptitude, this was already a great blessing." Yelan smiled. "I'll definitely master it. Don't worry." Just then, a deafening commotion erupted from the city below. The first duel had concluded. The winner is Duan Su from the Flame Sect of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Gu Zong's voice echoed from the massive light screen, setting off a wave of discussions across the city. Yelan gazed at the screen and smiled. "Impressive." Guan nodded and took a sip of his wine. "Gu brother." A voice called from the side. Both Guan and Yelan turned their heads to see Wu Ju standing on a nearby rooftop, looking at them with a rather unpleasant expression. It had been 5 years since they last saw each other. Wu Ju was still at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, but his vitality was completely different from before. Ignoring him for 5 years must have caused his maximum lifespan to skyrocket, right? Guan felt like he was opening a mystery box as he cautiously used his lifespan detection ability on Wu Ju. Wu Ju, foundation establishment stage, 9th level 74/350/7600. 7,600 years. Damn, this guy had truly become a dragon now. Wu Ju suddenly appeared on the same rooftop as Guan and Yelan, standing just 7 steps away. He frowned and asked, "Who is this woman? Are you not ashamed before Miss Shan?" The moment he said this, Yelan narrowed her eyes and looked at Guan, who is Miss Shan. Guan felt a headache coming on and quickly replied, "This is my junior sister, Yelan." "And Miss Shan? What is she compared to Yelan? She and I just have some minor connections, that's all." Hearing this, Yelan's expression softened. Wu Ju, however, was furious. Fine, let's not talk about Miss Shen. But after all this time, why haven't you come to find me? Yelan was momentarily stunned. She had assumed Wu Ju was here to stand up for Miss Shen, but why had his tone suddenly changed? Guan shook his head. Why are you being so loud? I didn't want to disturb your cultivation. What, you want to fight me now? Wu Ju's face turned red with frustration, and he muttered, how could I possibly hit you? Yelan could tell that Wu Ju was no ordinary person. Seeing his flustered expression, she became even more curious about his relationship with Guan. After a moment, Guan gestured for Wu Ju to sit down. Although reluctant, Wu Ju still sat beside him. Junior sister, this is a friend of mine, Wu Ju. He's also participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament, Guan introduced. Yelan nodded at Wu Ju in greeting. Scratching his head, Wu Ju added, I was only able to join the Golden Ranking Tournament thanks to Gu brother giving me an invitation. Yelan immediately turned to look at Guan, her eyes filled with suspicion. Her senior brother was quite capable. Not only did he register himself, but he even secured an extra invitation for someone else. Guan, Yelan, and Wu Ju sipped wine and ate fruit while watching the battles of the Golden Ranking Tournament. Since none of them had matches in the first few days, they were free to enjoy the spectacle. As time passed, Yelan and Wu Ju became more familiar with each other, and Wu Ju was no longer as reserved. On the fifth day, it was finally Wu Ju's turn to compete. As he left, Yelan curiously asked, Senior brother, whose disciple is he? He doesn't seem ordinary. She had seen plenty of talented cultivators and could easily tell that Wu Ju was exceptional. After multiple enlightenment experiences, Wu Ju's demeanor had completely transformed. Though his appearance was plain and his clothes unremarkable, he exuded a presence that left a lasting impression. His master died. He's been an orphan since childhood. We hit it off right away, and I'm probably his only friend. I deliberately ignored him for the past 5 years, which is why he's so mad, Guan replied. Hearing this, Yelan felt both sympathetic and amused. She sighed. Senior brother, you really are. What? Nothing. Yelan turned her gaze to the massive light screen above, and Guan followed her line of sight. The battle displayed on the screen was between two formidable opponents. One was a young deist clad in a blue robe, while the other was an armored warrior wielding a long weapon. Guan could immediately tell that these two were far stronger than the previous contestants. The blue-robed deist was likely in the transformation stage, while the armored warrior was at the void transformation stage. Both were under 500 years old, making them absolute geniuses. Above the core formation stage, cultivation was no longer something that could simply be bought with resources. Guan had expected a spectacular battle, but the outcome was far more decisive than he anticipated. The blue-robed deist raised his hand, forming a mystical seal with his fingers. A massive glowing Dao character, 100 feet tall and wide, shot forward like a mountain crashing down. Before the armored warrior could react, he was struck, vomiting blood as he was sent flying. The impact rendered him completely incapacitated. Though the armored warrior's cultivation had been suppressed to the transformation stage for fairness, his swift defeat was still unexpected. With Guan's keen eye, he could tell that the Daoist's seal contained traces of divine ability. A single move to claim victory, the entire city was in an uproar. The winner is Xianmiao Zhenren from the Three Pure Mountains of the Shentang dynasty. A grand elder's voice rang out from the screen, ensuring that everyone would remember the name of this blue-robed deist. Yelan marveled, the Three Pure Mountains are truly formidable. I encountered them in the Nine Nether Path before. They're the #1 sect of the Shentang dynasty. Though their numbers are small, every disciple is extraordinary. It's said they once produced an immortal, though no one knows if it's true. Guan silently memorized the sect's name. Xianmiao Zhenren's Dao seal was indeed powerful, proof of the deep heritage of the Three Pure Mountains. An hour later, it was finally Wu Ju's turn to fight. Foundation establishment stage battles weren't as flashy as Xianmiao Zhenren's, so most people weren't particularly excited. However, when Wu Ju threw his first punch, the force of it shattered the silence. A booming impact rippled through the city. His punch was like a blazing sun crashing down, the sheer heat making it difficult for his opponent to even counter. Every one of his punches carried immense power, each more ferocious than the last. After just 8 strikes, his opponent was forced to their knees, coughing up blood uncontrollably. The winner is Wu Ju from the Taixuan Sect of the Taixuan Empire. A wave of discussions filled the city as people began talking about Wu Ju. Yelan was stunned. She had known Wu Ju was special, but she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Meanwhile, Guan smirked. He knew that Wu Ju's legendary journey was about to begin. His falling sun fist was a rather basic technique, but Wu Ju had refined it to near perfection. It was even showing signs of evolving into a more advanced form. It seemed that enlightenment could deepen one's understanding of martial techniques. That afternoon, in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan met with Liu Badian in a pavilion. After months apart, Liu Badian looked radiant and full of energy, a broad smile on his face. Opening his right palm, he revealed a small pearl and said, "This is the Thousand Shadows Pearl, a top-grade magical artifact. Take a couple of days to refine it and use it in the tournament at the end of the month." Guan accepted the pearl, shaking his head with amusement. "You still want me to keep winning?" Some cultivators had already won their matches using magical artifacts, though the rules only allowed each contestant to bring one artifact or formation tool to ensure relative fairness. After all, sword cultivators, blade cultivators, and formation masters all relied on their artifacts. Completely banning them would be unfair. Despite this restriction, some participants had still secured victories through superior artifacts, sparking controversy in various cities. Lubadian grinned. I've already planned out your matchups and duel schedule. There's still time. I don't expect you to become famous, but if you can make it into the top 500, that'll be a solid foundation. With all the geniuses of the 9 dynasties competing, the top 500 were undoubtedly elites among elites. Guan had initially joined just for fun, but he hadn't expected Lubadian to be pulling strings behind the scenes. Master, fairness, don't forget those 2 words, Guan reminded him, feeling exasperated. Lubadian had always been an unorthodox figure. Even his cultivation techniques were unconventional. Lubadian scoffed, how is this unfair? Every noble family cultivator relies on their clan's resources. I'm just giving you a magical artifact, while they have elders supporting them. As for arranging matchups, I'm only making your luck a little better. The final outcome still depends on individual strength. Guan played with the 1,000 Shadows Pearl, hesitating slightly. If you reach the top 500, I'll reward you with a 6th grade spirit tree, Lubadian declared. Hearing this, Guan immediately gripped the 1,000 Shadows Pearl tightly. Well, in that case, I have no choice but to give it my all. Lubadian stood up, smiling. All right, refine its restrictions early. I've already removed the most difficult ones, so the rest shouldn't be a problem for you. With that, he left the pavilion. Guan didn't see him off. Instead, he sat there, staring at the 1,000 Shadows Pearl, deep in thought. The Golden Ranking Tournament would last for several months. Since Guan had to take care of Medicine Valley, he didn't watch the battles every day. Yelan and Wuju also had to focus on their own training. At the end of the month, Guan finally received his first opponent. The invitation he had received had been exchanged for a Golden Ranking Token, a magical tool used for transmitting messages. That morning, the Golden Ranking Token vibrated with a message, instructing him to head to his match. The Outer Sect City had teleportation formations for the tournament, making it easy to find the venue. After teleporting to the battle site, he patiently waited. The arena was an open valley, split into 2 areas, one for waiting and the other for dueling. The duel area spanned several miles, surrounded by mountain formations that sealed off the space. Guan, you're competing too? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? A light-hearted voice called out. Guan didn't even need to turn around to know that Shenzhen was approaching him. Just giving it a try, Guan replied calmly. Lately, the secrets of Taixuan had taken an annoying turn. In the story, Guan bullied a weak girl. Though it was all a misunderstanding, his actions seemed a bit domineering, which made him less fond of Shenzhen. Shenzhen seemed to realize this and didn't take offense. Instead, she smiled. If you face me, I won't hold back. But if you say something nice to me, maybe I'll let you win. A real man doesn't let himself be humiliated. Guan shot her a glare and snorted. Shenzhen burst out laughing and playfully bumped his shoulder. Don't be mad. That book is ending soon anyway. Once the tournament is over, I'll be going into seclusion for decades. You might not see me for a long time. Hearing this, Guan's expression eased as he asked, did you gain some insight from the painting? Exactly. I think I might be about to attain enlightenment, Shenzhen replied smugly. What a bragger? Guan continued chatting with Shenzhen as he waited for his match. Suddenly, a woman teleported into the valley, and her aura caught Guan's attention. Nightshade Ghost Mother? Why is she here again? Does she think Taixuan Sect is empty? Coming and going as she pleases? Guan kept his thoughts to himself and avoided looking at her directly. Despite her wanting to make him the sect master, he still found her presence repulsive. After all, she had once presented him with a supposedly ordinary artifact only for him to discover, using his lifespan detection ability, that it contained a dormant demonic emperor at the 5th level of the Grand Ascension stage. Had he been any less cautious, he wouldn't have even realized the evil emperor wasn't actually dead. Far too dangerous. The Nightshade Ghost Mother had clearly changed her form, likely using a possession technique. She also paid him no mind, probably not even remembering him. Half an hour later, Shenzhen secured her victory and was teleported out of the valley. Guan waited another hour before it was finally his turn. His opponent was weak, just a core formation cultivator, whose level was suppressed to foundation establishment for fairness. Guan played along, exchanging dozens of moves before finally using the 1,000 Shadows Pearl to claim victory. For the spectators, the match was utterly forgettable. Only a few people even remembered his name. As summer gave way to autumn, Guan participated in 3 battles, each one appearing to be a hard-fought victory. At this point, 1,000 cultivators were still in the tournament. The Taixuan Sect didn't mind the tournament dragging on. After all, Spirit Stone revenue from all the major cities had doubled during this time. It was an absolute goldmine. After 3 months, several prodigies had already risen to prominence. The strongest by far was Anhao, completely unmatched. He hadn't even used his Taixuan Frightening God Sword yet. Instead, he relied solely on spells learned within the Taixuan Sect, using raw power to crush every opponent. Close behind were Lu Xian, Qian Miao Zhenren, and other top talents from the 9 great dynasties. Although Ji Xuanyu had not participated, other Ji family members had made a strong showing. The Golden Ranking Tournament had spread across the entire 9 dynasties, drawing the attention of cultivators worldwide. This, in turn, propelled the Taixuan Sect's reputation beyond the Taixuan Empire and into the other 8 dynasties. Even within the Taixuan Empire, sects from the other 8 dynasties were making a name for themselves, perhaps one of the reasons they had chosen to participate. For Guan, the Golden Ranking Tournament was just entertainment. He didn't care about his ranking. At first, he enjoyed the excitement, but as his interest waned, he turned his focus to cultivation and research instead. On this particular day, a major rumor spread ahead of schedule. Anhao versus Liya? Liya had already proven his strength, showing himself to be worthy of a top 100 spot. Now, facing the tournament favorite, Anhao, their match naturally became the center of attention. While in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan overheard disciples flying overhead, shouting the news as they rode their swords toward the outer sect city. This piqued his interest, so he decided to go watch the match. As he traveled, he noticed disciples flooding in from all directions, all heading for the outer sect city. He couldn't help but be impressed. Liu Baitian has finally mastered marketing. Even Guan was eager to see the outcome. Anhao versus Liya, who was stronger? Both of them had protagonist-like destinies, yet their paths in life had been completely different. On the battlefield, dressed in black, Liya slowly lifted his Northern Sea heavy sword from his back. His expression was cold, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit as he stared at his opponent, standing 100 feet away. Anhao stood tall, wearing an elegant blue robe adorned with a gold-threaded purple belt. His long hair was neatly tied beneath a silver crown, which was embedded with a golden phoenix. At that moment, he was casually adjusting his ornate bracers, the gentle wind ruffling the strands of black hair at his temples. His brilliant smile exuded an air of absolute confidence. Tilting his chin slightly, he looked at Liya and smirked. Up until now, you've relied entirely on your sword's weight to overpower your opponents. But this time, your opponent is me, so don't even think about holding back. Liya asked, Anhao, how old are you this year? Anhao replied, 40. Why? 40 years old and already at the 9th level of core formation. Liya fell silent. Just hearing that was enough to make anyone jealous. Taking a deep breath, he raised his Northern Sea heavy sword and said, then let me say the strength of the Taixuan Sect's #1 genius. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, crossing 3 steps in an instant, his sword cleaving down with immense force. The massive blade sliced through the air, generating powerful shockwaves. Anhao, in response, simply raised 2 fingers on his right hand. With a flick, he formed a sword aura, effortlessly parrying Liya's strike. Clang! Sword light exploded. The 2 fighters weaved through the battlefield, their movements swift and relentless. The duel was fierce and lightning fast, drawing waves of cheers from the outer sect city. Guan, standing atop a rooftop, watched the battle unfold. Beside him, Wu Ju landed lightly, also gazing up at the skyscreen projection. He sighed, these 2 are incredible. That's expected, Guan replied. They're the top talents of the Taixuan Sect, after all. Both Anhao and Liya were at the core formation stage, but their battle far surpassed the level of other core formation cultivators. Liya's strikes were heavy and ferocious, each one carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and rivers. Anhao, in contrast, was effortlessly graceful, countering Liya's blows with complete ease. Their speed was phenomenal. Most of the outer sect disciples couldn't even follow their movements. Only the flashes of sword light gave away their locations. Clang! Anhao suddenly flipped midair, swinging his arm downward. His sword aura pressed against Liya, forcing him to bend his knees. The Northern Sea heavy sword, held above his head, trembled violently under the overwhelming force. Liya hadn't expected Anhao to match his dragon elephant divine essence enhanced strength. The pressure was immense. Boom! A terrifying surge of sword intent erupted, sending Anhao flying. He twisted in midair, landing smoothly 100 feet away. Instead of being rattled, Anhao grinned wildly, his laughter almost manic. The battle screen was enchanted to transmit some of the combat pressure to spectators, ensuring they understood that the fights weren't staged. Thus, when Liya unleashed his sword intent, the entire Taixuan sect trembled in excitement. That's the sword sovereign of the righteous path sword intent. Liya inherited the sword sovereign's legacy. I trained at the heavenly mending platform before. That is definitely the sword sovereign's sword intent. Liya is incredible. So he's actually the strongest royal disciple. He's even stronger than his sister, Li Xuanyu. In the outer sect city, the atmosphere exploded with discussion. Liya's use of the Taixuan frightening god sword had stunned everyone. Beside Guan, Wu Ju felt the oppressive sword intent and murmured in awe, incredible. Beating him won't be easy. Guan shot him a look. Just not easy? Covered in sword intent, Liya straightened his posture, lifting his massive sword and pointing it at Anhao. His black hair whipped wildly in the wind, and his black robe billowed, his entire aura undergoing a drastic transformation. The real fight begins now, Liya said coldly. He hadn't expected to reveal his trump card this early. It was just unlucky that he ran into Anhao so soon. Still, with the Taixuan frightening god sword unleashed, he believed the fight was already over. Even though Anhao hadn't used any powerful spells yet, no spell could match the might of the Taixuan frightening god sword. Having been away for years, Liya had no idea about Anhao's true strength. But when he saw Anhao still smiling, he felt uneasy. Was this guy insane? Anhao dusted off his robe, his lips curling into a smirk. Boom! A monstrous surge of sword intent erupted from Anhao, far surpassing Liya's. The entire valley trembled, and an overwhelming sword aura condensed above Anhao's head, forming a colossal spectral face that loomed over Liya. Compared to this terrifying manifestation, Li Ye appeared insignificantly small. His own sword intent seemed utterly feeble. Impossible? You can use the Taixuan frightening god sword too. Li Ye gasped in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The outer sect city erupted in chaos. And Hao also inherited the sword sovereign's legacy. Standing atop the heavenly mending platform, the Nightshade Ghost Mother furrowed her brows as she watched the sky screen. Even she was shaken. The Taixuan frightening god sword, which had disappeared for thousands of years, had now resurfaced with 3 different inheritors. As someone who knew its origins, she was deeply unsettled. At the same time, her awe toward the sword sovereign grew stronger. She could tell that both Hao and Li Ye had indeed inherited their sword intent from the same master. Inside the battle screen, Hao soared into the air, gazing down at Li Ye with an imposing presence. Smiling, he declared, "Since we share the same master, let's see whose sword intent is stronger." He raised his right hand, palm facing Li Ye. His smile disappeared. The moment Li Ye used the Taixuan frightening god sword, Hao had felt a sense of kinship. Li Ye was his fellow disciple. But even so, he would not hold back. Hao was born to be the strongest. Every opponent had to kneel before him. With a piercing gaze, Hao activated his sword intent, and the giant spectral face above him opened its eyes. Countless sword shadows burst forth like a galaxy of stars, their immense power overwhelming. Li Ye gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly as he prepared his strongest technique. His expression twisted with determination, and he roared in his heart, "I cannot lose." The 2 monumental forces collided. The entire city was engulfed in blinding sword light. Wu Ju's face was illuminated, and for a moment, he was completely lost in the sight. Murmuring to himself, he admitted, "Hao is too strong. I don't stand a chance." If his opponent were Li Ye, he might still have some hope. But against Hao, he had zero confidence. Guan, meanwhile, remained expressionless. He was pleased to see both fighters growing stronger. But knowing that Li Ye was about to suffer a heavy defeat, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. In fact, he even suspected that Lu Baitian had arranged this match on purpose. Perhaps to humiliate Li Sundeo's beloved son? Moments later, the sword energy dissipated. The ground lay in ruins. Covered in blood, Li Ye collapsed, his black robe tattered, completely drained of strength. The winner is Hao of the Taixuan Empire's Taixuan Sect. As soon as the elder announced the result, the entire city erupted in excitement. Everyone marveled at Hao's overwhelming strength. Before, he had never unleashed such spectacular sword techniques, yet he had always won effortlessly. But this time, all witnessed the sheer power of his sword aura and spiritual energy. It was so astonishing that he hardly seemed like a core formation cultivator. In fact, his might was more comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator. Guan glanced at Wu Ju and warned, "If you run into Hao, don't try to fight him head-on." At the same level, anyone who faced Hao was guaranteed to be eliminated. Even Wu Ju, despite his multiple enlightenment experiences, was no exception. Among all the tournament participants, Guan himself was likely the only one who could defeat Hao, but he had no intention of doing so, and Lu Baitian wouldn't let him face Hao anyway. "You should be careful too," Wu Ju muttered. Guan chuckled. This kid was getting interesting. News of Hao inheriting the legacy of the sword sovereign of the righteous path spread like wildfire, shaking the entire cultivation world. Meanwhile, Li Ye, the loser of the duel, was quickly overshadowed. Most people believed that his sword intent was merely an enlightenment gained at the heavenly mending platform, not the true inheritance of the sword sovereign. Even though both wielded the Taixuan frightening god sword, Li Ye's sword intent paled in comparison to Hao's. Thus, while Hao's famed sword, Li Ye was quickly forgotten. After his defeat, Li Ye never sought out Guan, likely nursing his injuries and brooding in seclusion. 10 days later, in Horizon Valley, Guan met Li Sundeo. From afar, Li Sundeo waved him over, prompting Guan to take a seat. Around the table, Lu Xian, Yi Liuyun, and Luo Hun were already seated. Seeing Guan approach, Luo Hun tactfully gave up his seat. "How's Li Ye doing?" Li Sundeo asked with a booming laugh, showing no hint of concern over his son's defeat. Guan noticed that Li Sundeo's cultivation had increased again. He had now reached the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. To be honest, Guan would have loved to see Li Sundeo participate in the golden ranking tournament. He was confident that Li Sundeo could easily reach the top 10. After all, he was under 300 years old, meaning he still met the eligibility requirements. For someone not even 300 years old to reach void transformation 3rd level, he was undoubtedly one of the greatest prodigies in the world. "I'm not sure," Guan replied. "He hasn't come to see me." Li Sundeo sighed. Losing to Hao isn't shameful. His reputation has already spread to the other 8 dynasties, and the entire world acknowledges his unparalleled talent. Indeed, setting aside pure combat ability, just Hao's rate of cultivation alone made him unmatched. Even Zhang Qiang had only reached core formation at 40 years old, which was already considered peerless genius-level talent. Yet, at 40, Hao was already capable of reaching the nascent soul stage. The only reason he hadn't broken through yet was that he was deliberately delaying it for the tournament. If he were to fight a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator at his true level, even if he could win, it would be an extremely costly battle. However, with the tournament's level suppression, forcing all fighters to core formation 9th level, Hao had zero competition. Guan nodded. Hao is indeed formidable. Senior brother Li was just unlucky. Lu Xian scoffed, "No worries. I'll avenge Li Ye myself. So far, Lu Xian had fought 3 battles, not a single opponent had lasted more than 10 moves against him. At this point, Li Sundao turned his gaze toward Guan. I sent your disciple, Ye Yan, to train at the 3 pure mountains of the Shentang dynasty, Li Sundao said. When he returns, he will be a completely different person. Ye Yan? Guan recalled the disciple who always carried a long spear. He hadn't expected Ye Yan to receive such a major opportunity. Of course, Guan understood Li Sundao's message loud and clear. Without Li Sundao's influence, Ye Yan never would have been given such an opportunity. Thank you, uncle, Guan immediately responded. Li Sundao then added, tell me, if I manage to recruit the sword sovereign of the righteous path, would my claim to the throne be secure? Guan replied without hesitation. Even without him, you'll sit firmly on the throne. Hearing this, Li Sundao burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yi Liuyun and Lu Xian remained silent. They agreed completely with Guan. After laughing for a while, Li Sundao's expression turned serious. I've already figured out who the sword sovereign is. Who is it? The one who asked wasn't Guan, but Lu Xian, with Yi Liuyun also looking curiously at Li Sundao. The sword sovereign of the righteous path had an unparalleled reputation, to the point where many believed he was the strongest cultivator in the Taixuan Empire. Li Sundao smirked. He has a close connection to Li Ya. Guan's heart skipped a beat. How did he figure that out? Lu Xian frowned. Li Ya? What connection? Li Sundao shook his head. The specifics are not for me to disclose. I wouldn't want to offend the old master. Old master? Guan internally sighed in relief. After that, the conversation shifted to other geniuses from the Golden Ranking Tournament. Li Sundao praised the tournament, feeling that Lu Baitian had finally wisened up, no longer as reckless as before. They chatted for an hour before Li Sundao finally let Guan leave. This time, he brought a batch of high-grade spirit tree seedlings, which greatly interested Guan. The quality of herbs in Horizon Valley was improving as well, which indirectly proved Li Sundao's increasing influence. Even though the herbs technically belonged to Li Sundao, Guan could harvest lifespan from them, so he hoped Li Sundao would continue to prosper. And Lu Baidian as well, as long as everyone got along peacefully. In cultivation, momentary victories didn't matter. Whoever lived the longest was the true winner. By late autumn, Guan barely made it into the top 500 in the Golden Ranking Tournament, relying on the Thousand Shadows Pearl. For his next match, he planned to intentionally lose. Despite his winning streak, no one remembered his name. His battles were too difficult and visually unremarkable, and his opponents weren't well known either. At noon, in Xian Valley, Guan was helping Yelan with the innate reincarnation technique. Yelan had already been eliminated, but instead of feeling discouraged, her determination had only grown stronger. They spent several hours discussing the technique, resolving many of Yelan's confusions. Senior brother, your understanding of this technique is incredibly deep, Yelan marveled. You must have been secretly practicing it. No wonder your cultivation hasn't improved. Internally, Yelan's respect for the sword sovereign deepened. The sword sovereign was already a peerless master of swordsmanship, yet he also possessed such a powerful technique. She was now convinced that the sword sovereign was Guan's master. After all, when she had been in danger, Guan had taken the Qinghong sword to find the sword sovereign and saved her life. She had even suspected that Guan himself was the sword sovereign, but considering the sword sovereign's terrifying cultivation, Guan's age didn't match. Guan didn't bother correcting her. This explanation worked just fine. He raised his right hand, summoned a storage bag, and handed it to her. Take this with you and focus on your training. Yelan didn't even check its contents before fastening it to her belt. Before leaving, she said, Senior brother, it's best to keep your distance from senior brother Li Ya for now. The sect is investigating all members of the Li family, and though their motives are unclear, it's definitely not something good. Guan frowned slightly but nodded. He wasn't particularly worried about the investigation. This wasn't the first time such things had happened. The Taixuan Sect, despite being the foremost righteous sect, had never been free of internal strife. Whether or not it endangered Li Ya, Guan couldn't intervene. He couldn't possibly watch over Li Ya all the time. Everyone has their own life to live. Whether good or bad, as long as they overcame their struggles, those experiences would belong to them alone. A few days later, Guan arrived at the Golden Ranking Tournament and immediately surrendered in his match, shocking his opponent. A month later, the top 100 were officially revealed. Among them, Wuju was the only Foundation establishment cultivator. Every other contestant was at least at the core formation stage. This news spread quickly, skyrocketing Wuju's reputation. When Lu Baidian later delivered the 6th grade spirit tree as a reward, Guan mentioned Wuju, hoping Lu Baidian would find him a good master. This made Lu Baidian look at Guan differently. You managed to spot this kind of talent ahead of time, and you still say you're unfit to be sect master. Lu Baidian laughed. Guan smiled. It's just coincidence. The Taixuan Sect has plenty of geniuses. This only proves the sect's deep foundation, not my foresight. Lu Baidian was pleased with his response. Even if it wasn't sincere, it was the kind of diplomatic speech fit for a sect master. As for Wuju, I can't promise anything. He has already become a disciple of Zhou Yu, one of the venerable elders of the Taixuan Sect, held more power than the Elder Hall. Becoming his disciple meant Wuju's future was limitless. Guan suddenly thought of the true legacy first disciple, who was not Lu Baidian's direct disciple but still stood at his side. Clearly, even accepting disciples required careful political maneuvering. Of course, the main reason was that Liu Beitian wasn't strong enough. He couldn't single-handedly suppress the three great noble families. I'm planning to make a move against the Li family, Liu Beitian suddenly revealed. But don't worry, I won't harm Li Ya. Hearing this, Guan immediately bowed in respect. Liu Beitian waved his hand dismissively. The Golden Ranking Tournament will elevate the Taixuan Sect to new heights, but potential dangers still lurk. Besides the Nightshade Sect's main bloodline at the other end of Nine Nether Path, there are also forces within the Nine Dynasties plotting against us. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll be coming to Medicine Valley less often from now on. You need to stop slacking off and focus on cultivation. Got it. By the end, he sounded exasperated. After all, he had already passed down the Reverse Fate Divine Art to Guan, yet Guan hadn't produced any results. Guan nodded. I'll take good care of Medicine Valley, and I won't let the Taixuan Sect down. Liu Beitian glared at him before standing up and leaving. As he disappeared into the snow-covered Third Medicine Valley, his figure quickly vanished into the swirling blizzard. Another spring festival has arrived. The Golden Ranking Tournament ended the day before the festival. At dusk, Guan joined the disciples of Xian Valley for the celebrations. Just then, Zhen Qin returned from the Outer Sect, discussing the final rankings of the tournament. The sect would publish a book detailing the backgrounds of the top 100 participants, serving as an official record. There was no surprise in the championship and Hao took first place. However, the runner-up was neither Lucien nor any of the royal descendants. Instead, it was Xianmiao Zhenren of the Three Pure Mountains, whose duel with Hao had already become legendary. As a mysterious voice echoed through the heavens and earth, the massive azure gate roared open. A colossal hand emerged from within, reaching out across the void and seizing a fleeing void transformation grandmaster. The captured cultivator was terrified, struggling frantically to break free, but it was futile. Even when he attempted to escape with his primordial spirit, he found himself utterly trapped. Why you? Who exactly are you? The void transformation grandmaster's voice trembled with fear. Suddenly, the giant hand clenched, crushing him into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit and golden core were completely annihilated, erased from existence. The remaining transformation stage cultivators fled in terror. However, the mysterious hand made no further moves and merely withdrew into the azure gate. Under the night sky, the fierce winds howled relentlessly. The green sigil surrounding Xianmiao Zhenren began to dissipate, and the azure gate above his head vanished. Ugh! Xianmiao Zhenren spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly weakening. He immediately focused on regulating his breath, struggling to recover. Far away in Xiantian cave dwelling, Guan idly toyed with a teacup, a look of intrigue flashing across his face. That mysterious hand, it was undoubtedly from someone in the profound mind realm, and not just any level, it had to be at least the 5th level or higher. No wonder Xianmiao Zhenren dared to attend the Golden Ranking Tournament alone. So, he had a way to summon powerful reinforcements. Guan found himself particularly interested in this divine ability. It was both formidable and capable of shielding one's juniors, a technique that even someone like him, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, was tempted by. At the same time, he grew more curious about Three Pure Mountains. A force strong enough to conceal a profound mind realm cultivator at the 5th level or above, not quite at the Grand Ascension stage, but still enough to surprise him. The land of the Nine Dynasties was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No wonder the Nightshade Sect only dared to stir up trouble within the Taixuan Empire instead of sweeping through the Nine Dynasties outright. Guan recalled what Yelan had once mentioned: Three Pure Mountains did not have many disciples, barely over 1,000. Yet, despite their small numbers, they still held the position of the strongest sect in the Shentang dynasty. Clearly, their strength lay not in their quantity, but in their overwhelming number of high-level cultivators. As for the Shentang dynasty, it was anything but simple. It was named Shentang because its predecessor, the Heavenly Tang dynasty, once came close to unifying the entire Nine Dynasties. However, the emperor of that era committed such heinous acts that the heavens themselves cast down an unending deluge, submerging the empire in a great flood. This natural disaster led to a shift in power, and the dynasty's rule was replaced. As a result, the Shentang dynasty became a land of lakes, where most of its cities and sects were built upon islands. Though the flood had drowned an empire, it had also vastly enriched the spiritual energy of the region, shrouding it in mist year-round. Among the Nine Dynasties, the Shentang dynasty was the most mysterious and steeped in legend. Many believed that immortals resided within its countless isolated isles. Guan withdrew his gaze. Although Xianmiao Zhenren's divine ability fascinated him, he had no intention of befriending or provoking the man. After all, the mysterious backer behind Xianmiao Zhenren was an entire major realm above him. Guan was not so foolish as to be complacent. Careful growth, no reckless risks. 1,000 years from now, how many major realms above the Nine Dynasties would he stand? He was eager to find out. Dark clouds loomed over the land, casting shadows across mountain ranges and forests. The dense trees, their twisted shapes resembling demonic figures, lined the path to a massive palace nestled between two peaks. The grand hall stood ominous and bloodstained, with red pillars and eaves soaked in crimson, exuding a sense of foreboding terror. Inside, a group of black-robed figures knelt in submission. Some were humans, others were demons, and even wandering spirits. At the forefront knelt a masked man, his face obscured. He spoke in a hoarse voice, spectral energy seeping from beneath his mask. Master, the 9 dynasties have joined forces and stationed troops along the 9 nether path. This is beginning to interfere with our grand plan. Should we retreat or continue to bide our time? Standing at the head of the hall, on the raised platform, was a towering figure draped in a billowing black robe, a blood-red dragon coiled upon its fabric, its fangs bared, as if ready to leap out at any moment. His long white hair swayed gently. Upon his head sat a crown of bone, adorned with 2 sharp, gleaming horns, radiating an icy glow. This was the Nightshade Sect leader, Jing Tuxian. Jing Tuxian slowly turned around, revealing a pale, emotionless face. His crimson pupils glowed ominously, and upon his forehead were the markings of 2 wicked spirits, merged into one, their razor-sharp claws striking fear into the heart. The 9 dynasties, laughable. They actually dare to set foot in the 9 nether path? They're courting death. His chilling voice swept through the hall like an icy gust, causing the robes of every cultist to flutter in its wake. A black-robed white tiger-headed cultist stepped forward. Master, the 9 dynasties all possess profound mind realm grand masters, and the sword sovereign of the righteous path from Taixuan Sect is especially unfathomable. If we wish to conquer the 9 dynasties before the demonic cataclysm, I fear our chances are slim. Another black-robed spirit entity added. The Golden Spirit Lord and Nightshade Fairy both perished at the Sword Sovereign's hands. He is our greatest obstacle in unifying the 9 dynasties. His cultivation is at least at the 5th level of the profound mind realm, perhaps even the 8th. Boom! A low rumble of thunder echoed outside, like the roar of a ferocious beast. Ha! The 8th level of the profound mind realm. Jing Tuxian sneered, his white hair billowing as his blood-red pupils flickered with malice. Then tell me, can the Sword Sovereign withstand the power of the Grand Ascension stage? Grand Ascension stage? The masked cultist at the forefront hesitated before responding. The 9 dynasties haven't seen a Grand Ascension tribulation in nearly 10,000 years. He wouldn't be your match, Master. But if you make a move now, wouldn't it interfere with your recovery? TCH. If only you all weren't such useless trash. Jing Tuxian's gaze grew cold. Summon the cultists. Once everyone is gathered, we shall sweep through the 9 dynasties, and bring the Nightshade Mother Tree. His words shook the Grand Hall. Master, you don't mean to. I've made my decision. Leave. With a wave of his sleeve, Jing Tuxian vanished into the darkness. The remaining cultists exchanged uneasy glances. Another night passed. Guan returned to Xiantian cave dwelling. It had been half a month since his last visit. As usual, he tended to his herbs, planting new ones after harvesting. But instead of leaving immediately, he decided to spend half the night here, enjoying the tranquility. Lying on a net he had woven between the branches of an old tree, he exhaled in satisfaction. Comfortable. As he flipped through a travelogue, something unusual caught his spiritual sense. Xian Miao Zhenren was still here. Guan observed for a while before finally withdrawing his gaze. By the time dawn was approaching, he had already returned to Xian Valley. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. It was the end of summer, and a heavy rain had just swept through, leaving Xian Valley feeling hot and humid. That morning, Li Ya came to visit Guan, once again entering through the window. Guan had no choice but to play along, pretending to be startled. Look at you acting all scared. You're at least ranked within the top 500 of the golden ranking tournament this time, Li Ya snorted as he landed lightly on the ground. Guan rose to greet him with a chuckle. My top 500 ranking was pure luck. You, on the other hand, could have easily placed in the top 10, if only you hadn't run into an house so soon. Hearing this, Li Ya's mouth twitched. He suspected that Guan was deliberately rubbing salt in his wound, yet the guy wore such a genuinely regretful expression that he had no way to argue back. Little did he know Guan had absolutely done it on purpose. Stepping on my window ledge again, huh? Li Ya pulled out a chair at the desk and sat down before finally speaking. I'm leaving? Where to? And for how long? Guan asked casually as he walked over to the tea table, beginning to prepare tea. My father has ordered me to go train at 3 pure mountains in the Shentang dynasty. I probably won't be back for several decades, Li Ya replied. 3 pure mountains again. Guan's eyes narrowed slightly. So Li Sundao had such a close connection with 3 pure mountains? First Xian Miao Zhenren, and now he was sending Li Ya as well. He couldn't help but remark, that is a worthwhile destination, given that a disciple from 3 pure mountains took 2nd place in the golden ranking tournament. Xian Miao Zhenren really is impressive, Li Ya agreed. Even if I fought him, I doubt I could win. During the golden ranking tournament, Xian Miao Zhenren was the only one who had managed to last a full incense stick's time against An Hao. Guan brought over the freshly brewed tea, placing it on the table. Since you're going to 3 pure mountains, you'd better train properly. Don't go meddling in other people's business and end up getting yourself injured again. Li Ya coughed. Aside from getting beaten up by An Hao, I haven't been injured at all these past few years. Oh, really? Would I lie to you? The two chatted idly, discussing Xian Valley, the golden ranking tournament, and various sect matters. By the time midday arrived, Li Ya finally stood up. I should get going, he said. Gushidi, I hope that when I return, your cultivation will have improved significantly. Making it into the top 500 isn't something you can just chalk up to luck. I'm sure you've already found your own opportunities. Don't waste the years ahead. Do your best to catch up to me. With that, he strode toward the window, leaped out and left another footprint on the windowsill. Absolutely intentional? Guan sighed helplessly. Li Ya usually acted serious and proper, so why did he always pull these childish stunts around him? Gazing out the window, Guan's expression turned contemplative. Did Li Sundao have another reason for sending Li Ye away at this time? And what about the soul within Li Ye? Why did it feel so weak, as if it might fade away at any moment? Guan shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't bother thinking about it for now. That evening, Guan returned to Xiantian cave dwelling once more. Just as he was about to start harvesting medicinal herbs, his brows furrowed slightly. Xianmiao Zhenren? Why is he nearby? His Daoist temple was 8,000 miles away from here. There was no way he had come this far by coincidence. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, 10 miles away, Xianmiao Zhenren held a compass in his hand, carefully advancing while muttering to himself. This should be the place. I wonder what kind of blessing is hidden here. Guan listened to Xianmiao Zhenren's murmuring in silence. Searching for fortune only to end up at my doorstep? His gaze fell upon the compass in Xianmiao Zhenren's hands, intrigued by its ability to locate blessings and opportunities. It was far more effective than his own white spirit mouse, which had been slacking off ever since the sevenfold purity tree appeared. The little thing now spent its days napping, having completely abandoned treasure hunting. Deep in the forest, mist swirled between the trees. Xianmiao Zhenren spotted wandering spirits drifting through the air, but he paid them no heed. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept through, rustling his robes and causing him to narrow his eyes. This is sacred ground. Mortals shall not pass. A mysterious, ethereal voice echoed through the night, forcing him to halt. Xianmiao Zhenren looked around, yet saw no one. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't detect a single trace of life. But he was certain he hadn't hallucinated the voice. Clasping his hands in a respectful bow, he declared, I am Li Xianmiao, a direct disciple of the Taking lineage from 3 pure mountains of the Shantang dynasty. Li Xianmiao, Li Sundao. There was no way they weren't related. Guan simply didn't believe in coincidences. The name 3 pure also reminded him of ancient Daoist myths from his past life, the 3 pure ones of Chinese mythology. Could there be a connection? Probably not. Otherwise, the romance of the gods he had written in this world would have already caused trouble. Maybe the Dao of the 3 pure ones echoes across all heavens, manifesting in different worlds in its own unique way. Guan's thoughts raced, but he remained silent, not responding immediately. Xianmiao Zhenren continued, I have come seeking fortune. May I request an audience with the mountain god? He spoke with certainty, as though the existence of a mountain god was something he took for granted. Guan found this interesting. Could it be that mountain gods truly existed in this world, making Xianmiao Zhenren's request seem natural? For the first time, Guan considered befriending him, learning more about the world through him. Why do you wish to meet the mountain god? Guan's voice rang out again, its source impossible to trace. Xianmiao Zhenren smiled and replied, immortal beings and divine spirits are elusive. If I can witness one with my own eyes, it would be a blessing beyond treasures. Of course. I also have a small selfish request. If he could meet a mountain god, he would be more excited than if he had stumbled upon a rare artifact. Despite his transformation stage cultivation, he couldn't sense the other party at all. That could only mean one thing: this being's realm far surpassed his own. Even if it wasn't a mountain god, it had to be a grand master level cultivator of unimaginable power. And since the entity hadn't attacked him outright, it was likely not an evil being, which meant it was worth befriending, no matter what it was. Whoosh! Another gust of wind swept through, sending leaves fluttering. Xianmiao Zhenren instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. When he lowered his arm, his pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with shock. On a large tree ahead, a tiny white-robed figure stood. A 3-inch tall man? So small that he could be held in one hand? He wore a white robe and a theatrical mask, making him appear utterly mysterious. This tiny figure was Guan. He had used the great size manipulation divine art to shrink himself. This technique was an innate ability awakened through his primordial wishful art, a skill he had cultivated through years of qi refinement. Xianmiao Zhenren immediately knelt on one knee, raising his hands in reverence. Li Xianmiao pays respects to the mountain god. He was certain this wasn't an illusion. He had never before seen a technique that could shrink a person like this. The most he had encountered were spells that trapped people in small spaces, but not something that physically reduced one's size. With no prior reference, his mind naturally accepted the most reasonable conclusion: this being was indeed a divine mountain god. Guan leaped along the branches, finally perching at the tree's edge to look down at Xianmiao Zhenren. What is that treasure in your hands? He casually threw out a lifespan scan. Sun Miao Zhenren, transformation stage, 5th level 198/900/4500. 4,500 years max? That didn't quite match his impressive capabilities. The inheritance from 3 pure mountains must be incredibly strong. Xianmiao Zhenren quickly answered. This is a sacred artifact passed down through generations in 3 pure mountains. By keeping it close, it synchronizes with my fate and guides me toward my destined fortunes, accelerating my growth. He smiled as he spoke. This was fate. He was meant to meet the mountain god. Guan, on the other hand, was thinking, could Xiantian cave dwelling have originally belonged to Xianmiao Zhenren? Quite possibly. If not for his own cheat-like abilities, he wouldn't have come to North Sea Mountain Range for his tribulation, wouldn't have broken open Xiantian cave dwelling, and it would have naturally fallen into Xianmiao Zhenren's hands instead. So, in a way, he had taken someone else's fated opportunity. Xianmiao Zhenren then added, Mountain God, I have recently taken in a disciple, but he is afflicted with a deadly poison beyond my ability to cure. Might I ask for your assistance? He had come seeking fortune, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a divine being. And since gods were meant to bestow blessings, surely one could cure a mere mortal affliction? Guan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he rubbed his chin with one hand, resting the other on his elbow, pretending to contemplate deeply. Xian Miao Zhenren immediately understood the hint. He flipped his hand, revealing a 6th grade Earth Spirit Lingzi, and offered it with both hands. This is a 6th grade Earth Spirit Lingzi. May the mountain god accept it. Guan casually levitated the Lingzi into his grasp. Given that it was larger than his entire shrunken body, the sight of him holding it looked quite comical. But Xian Miao Zhenren didn't laugh, he found it profoundly mystical. Divine beings should never be judged by mortal logic. Bring your disciple here tomorrow night. Guan finally spoke. Xian Miao Zhenren bowed gratefully, and when he looked up again, Guan had already vanished. Seeing him leave without hesitation, Guan found himself somewhat pleased. At least for now, Xian Miao Zhenren didn't seem like the scheming, power-hungry type. Guan had already examined his disciple, a young fox demon, and had identified the poison within him. It was something he could cure. That night, Guan returned to 8-View's celestial realm and began refining a pill. He took out a nightshade flower, placed it in his pill furnace, and ignited a taking flame beneath it. The next night, Xian Miao Zhenren arrived with his fox demon disciple, returning to the mist-shrouded forest. After kneeling in ritual respect, a thumb-sized pill rolled toward them. Have him swallow it. Guan's voice drifted through the mist. Upon hearing Guan's words, Xian Miao Zhenren's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and cursed. The Nightshade Sect has plagued the world for 1,000 years. They deserve utter annihilation. Guan crouched on a tree branch, watching them. Your disciple is saved. Now, it's time for you to leave, he said flatly. Remember, tell no one about me. If word spreads, I will come looking for you. Xian Miao Zhenren looked up. Mountain God, would you be willing to teach me an unrivaled technique? I am willing to offer everything I have in exchange. Being defeated by An Hao had become a mental scar for him. It was the real reason he had delayed returning. He couldn't bear to face his fellow disciples in 3 pure mountains. Unrivaled. Guan scoffed lazily. If you had the potential to be the strongest, you wouldn't be here begging me. And since you aren't the strongest, everything you own is worthless in comparison to the power you seek. Xian Miao Zhenren's face twitched, but his heart was ignited with hope. The mountain god hadn't outright refused. What he had intended as a mere test had unexpectedly yielded a glimmer of possibility. It made sense throughout history. No 3 pure mountains disciple had ever encountered an earthly immortal deity. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Xian Miao Zhenren bowed deeply. Mountain god, please enlighten me. As long as it does not go against the principles of 3 pure mountains, I swear to fulfill any requirement. Guan crossed his arms, pretending to be deep in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly snapped his fingers. I've got it. That divine ability you used to summon a profound mind realm cultivator, give me that in exchange. Xian Miao Zhenren's face drastically changed. His respect for the mountain god deepened. This being had actually seen through the realm of his backer from an inconceivable distance. Such divine insight was utterly terrifying. Without hesitation, he replied. This divine ability is called Gate of Divine Summoning. It can only be used to summon others, and it does not harm mortals. I am willing to trade it for your teaching. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, holding it up with both hands. Guan beckoned with a hand, and the scroll flew into his grasp. After a quick scan with his divine sense, he confirmed its authenticity and then flicked his wrist. A book fell before Xian Miao Zhenren. 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body. Xian Miao Zhenren's eyes lit up the moment he saw the title. Guan had no hesitation in passing it down. He would eventually cultivate this technique himself. Besides, it originated from Thousand Autumn Pavilion. He was curious to see how many years it would take for Xian Miao Zhenren to fully master it. As he flipped through the pages, Xian Miao Zhenren's hands trembled. Then, he snapped the book shut, storing it away with great care. He suddenly reached into his storage ring, pulling out 7 wooden boxes and laying them before the mountain god. This technique is far superior to the Gate of Divine Summoning. I cannot accept it unfairly. These are seeds of 7th grade natural treasures, gifts from various dynasties. I had intended to use them to cultivate my cave dwelling, but now, I offer them to you. He knows how to behave. Guan's opinion of him improved. He flicked his fingers, drawing the 7 wooden boxes onto a tree branch beside him. You may leave now. Xian Miao Zhenren immediately bowed deeply, instructing his fox demon disciple to do the same before swiftly departing without hesitation. Guan watched their figures fade into the distance and muttered to himself. Now that is a fated entanglement. But he wasn't referring to himself and Xian Miao Zhenren. He meant Xian Miao Zhenren and his fox demon disciple. On impulse, he threw out another lifespan scan. Yellow Springs Fox Demon, 4th level Qi Refining Stage 14/999/14000. A 14,000-year lifespan? The exact same maximum lifespan as the Huangquan Demon Emperor? And they both bore the name Huangquan. This couldn't be a coincidence. Guan suddenly suspected. Could this fox demon actually be the future Huangquan Demon Emperor? The sky was clear and refreshing, the early autumn breeze light and pleasant. Guan was in the midst of harvesting medicinal herbs, while Lu Lingjian followed closely behind, carrying a bamboo basket filled with neatly bundled plants. She sighed in frustration. I don't see you doing anything important most of the time, so why do you even need my protection? She complained. A dignified inner sect elder acting as a bodyguard for an outer sect disciple? If word got out, it would be a disgrace to the Taixuan Sect's inner elders. Most of the time, I don't even ask you for help, Guan replied casually, smirking. You're enjoying the benefits of an inner elder, basking in enlightenment beneath the sevenfold purity tree. There are plenty of elders jealous of you right now. His lips curled into a grin. Right now, he was harvesting 6th grade medicinal herbs, each plant extending his lifespan by 60 to 100 years. Tending flowers and herbs was far more efficient than killing cultivators. Slaying a integration stage cultivator would only yield roughly the same amount of lifespan, and it would inevitably create unnecessary grudges. Hearing Guan's reasoning, Lu Lingjun had to admit he had a point. But deep down, she still felt her position had been diminished. This whole arrangement was Lu Badian's way of disrespecting her. Lu Lingjun had already set a new goal in her heart. She would become the Taixuan Sect master. Since Lu Badian had tied her fate to Guan, she might as well strengthen their relationship further. Guan's potential was enormous. Just the high-grade medicinal herbs in this valley gave him substantial influence. She could protect Guan, leverage his herbs to form alliances, and slowly establish a power faction centered around the two of them. As she entertained these thoughts, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Unfortunately for her, Guan caught sight of it and immediately got goosebumps. What's with that creepy smile? You're not plotting against me, are you? He asked warily. Lu Lingjun grinned. How could I? You're my valley master. Without your connections, how could I have gained such privileges? Guan cleared his throat. Right now, I don't even limit your cultivation time under the tree. In terms of benefits, you're better off now than before. After all, 7th grade treasures in Taixuan Sect are incredibly rare. He then went back to harvesting herbs. Fine, fine. You're right, Lu Lingjun replied. Either way, I owe you a favor. I'll repay it someday. That's more like it. She didn't interrupt his work after that. As they made their way back, Lu Lingjun suddenly asked. Valley Master, have you ever considered increasing your cultivation? You made it onto the golden ranking tournament, which means your talent isn't bad, but you just don't seem interested in training. If Guan's cultivation improved, it would greatly benefit her own ambitions? Guan scoffed. Not bad. I'm no genius, that's for sure. I made it onto the rankings because of my artifacts. You don't need to convince me otherwise. He shook his head and continued. Besides, hard training only leads to a miserable life. Even if I live for 700 or 800 years, what's the point if I spend most of it in seclusion? Why should I suffer endless training, when I can just enjoy life instead? If anything, not cultivating too hard is the real shortcut in life. My talent isn't anywhere near as high as yours, so I might as well focus on making the most out of my years. His words startled Lu Lingjun. For the first time, she felt a strange sense of sadness. As a cultivator who had ascended from the mortal world, she had seen too many people devote their entire lives to cultivation, only to die before reaching immortality. How many had spent centuries training, only to perish in tribulations, vengeance battles, or their own inner demons? Even she herself, looking back on her long life, could she say she had as much joy as the man standing beside her? In this moment, Guan's image shifted in her mind. His cultivation may be low, but his perspective on life was something that few could attain. Lu Lingjun matched his pace, asking, Valley Master, do you think I should live like you? Guan laughed. Live like me? Ridiculous. Your cultivation level already proves that you have talent. Life is about struggle. For some, it's about depth. For others, it's about length. I lack the talent to chase length, so I make sure to experience the depth. But you were born for longevity. You should pursue the heights of cultivation. Lu Lingjun fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Her respect for Guan had deepened. That evening, Guan returned to Xiantian cave dwelling. It had been half a month since his exchange with Xianmiao Zhenren. He planted all 7 7th grade natural treasure seeds in the cave dwelling. Even if the location was exposed, he wasn't worried. He could move the entire cave using the great size manipulation divine art. Because of the high quality of the seeds, he visited every 2 days to ensure they grew properly and didn't interfere with each other. Satisfied that everything was progressing smoothly, he smiled. With his constant lifespan gains, he never felt tired, only more eager. For his next breakthrough, he planned to establish another cave dwelling and recruit assistants to help him manage it. Of course, he'd need people who could tolerate solitude. For now, though, that was a plan for the future. He retrieved the Purple Star Array manual and began setting up new formations. The next cave dwelling would need multiple defensive arrays, and he needed to be prepared. In a hidden deist temple, deep within the mountains, Xianmiao Zhenren sat before a pill furnace, cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Dark green demonic energy coiled around him as he performed complex hand seals. Knock, knock. The door creaked open. Xianmiao Zhenren didn't even open his eyes. Come in. His fox demon disciple stepped inside, knelt before him, and murmured, Master, I had a nightmare just now. Xianmiao Zhenren finally opened his eyes. What kind of nightmare? I dreamed of the sky tearing open, countless demons and cultivators descending, slaughtering all life. I saw a massive, terrifying tree with a face growing on it. The boy shivered, whether from fear or the cold wind outside. Xianmiao Zhenren frowned. He retrieved his compass and began divining the truth. As the compass glowed, he extended a finger toward the boy's forehead. Light strands emerged from the child's body, feeding into the compass. Suddenly, boom, the light erupted, forming a projection of the nightmare. The sky cracked apart, black fissures stretching across the land. A horde of demons and black-robed cultivators surged forth, engulfing entire forests in black mist. Everything they touched withered into lifeless husks. Among the chaos, a colossal, twisted tree loomed, a horrifying face carved into its bark. Xian Miao Zhenren's expression darkened, because within the vision, he recognized the North Sea. Xian Miao Zhenren carefully put away his compass and stepped out of the Daoist temple, entering the courtyard. Under the moonlight, he retrieved a yellow talisman paper and quickly wrote a series of messages. Once finished, he folded the paper and ignited it with his own spiritual fire. The burning talisman turned into glowing ashes that soon vanished into the night. Behind him, the fox demon boy curiously asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm sending a message to my section." "You mean the 3 pure mountains you always talk about?" "That's right. Master, when will you take me to 3 pure mountains?" Xian Miao Zhenren answered casually. "Train hard. Foreign disciples must pass numerous trials before being allowed entry. Your cultivation and temperament are not strong enough yet." He gave a quick reminder before leaving the temple. As moonlight filtered through the trees, it illuminated the fox demon boy's small, seemingly harmless face. But as he watched his master disappear into the distance, his innocent expression gradually turned cold, his eyes flashing with icy intent. "Mountain god, huh?" Inside Xiantian cave dwelling, Guan set down his brush and talisman paper, his expression suddenly serious. A notification appeared before his eyes. "Huangkan fox demon has developed hostility toward you. He fears your strength. Would you like to perform a lifespan scan?" Fear? What level of hostility did this imply? Should he kill him now? Just thinking about the fox demon's 14,000-year lifespan made Guan uneasy. Although monsters generally lived longer than humans at the same level, any demon surpassing 10,000 years was considered a supreme existence. Guan glanced up, his divine sense picking up Xian Miao Zhenren approaching from a distance. "I'll deal with him later. First, let's see what Xian Miao Zhenren wants." By the time an incense stick burned down, Xian Miao Zhenren had arrived in the forest. He knelt on the ground and called out, "Your humble servant seeks an audience with the mountain god." The moment his voice fell, Guan appeared on a nearby tree branch silent, without warning. Xian Miao Zhenren secretly admired his abilities. Such a profound technique. Before Guan could speak, Xian Miao Zhenren took out his compass and activated a spell, narrating the details of his disciple's dream premonition. Once the compass fully projected the vision, he concluded. The North Sea appeared in the vision. This could be an omen of disaster. Guan silently cursed. More trouble. The Nightshade Sect again. The giant tree in the dream was undoubtedly a nightshade tree. This meant the Nightshade Sect's main branch was preparing to launch a full-scale invasion of the 9 dynasties. Just how many of these damn trees do they have? For the first time, Guan seriously considered wiping out the entire Nightshade Sect not only to eliminate a future threat, but to protect his medicinal herb cultivation. However, before dealing with them, he planned to teach the fox demon a lesson first. "You should be careful of your disciple," Guan said leisurely. "Whether he brings you fortune or disaster, remains uncertain." Hearing this, Xian Miao Zhenren's face turned pale. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Guan was puzzled by his extreme reaction. Did I really shake him that much with just one sentence? Xian Miao Zhenren suddenly recalled his master's words from long ago. "Xian Miao, you will face 9 great tribulations in your lifetime. Each will be a matter of life and death, arising from your connections to the mortal world. You cannot escape them. You cannot avoid them. The only path forward is to overcome them or perish." Now, as he looked at the mountain god, his respect deepened. A being that could see through fate and discern karma, this was undoubtedly a true immortal. Taking a deep breath, Xian Miao Zhenren stood up and bowed deeply. "Thank you, mountain god, for your wisdom. I will tread cautiously." With that, he turned and left immediately. Guan tilted his head, baffled beneath his masked face. What the hell just happened? After returning to Xiantian cave dwelling, Guan lost interest in practicing formations. Instead, he focused on spectating, sending his divine sense to follow Xian Miao Zhenren. Sure enough, upon returning to his Daoist temple, Xian Miao Zhenren clashed with the Huangquan fox demon. A heavy rain poured down in the night, making the world roar with noise. Amidst the stormy night, Xian Miao Zhenren gripped his treasured sword and questioned the Huangquan fox demon about his origins. The fox demon appeared fearful, claiming he had suffered injuries and lost his memory. He insisted that without his master's rescue, he would have perished at the hands of other demons. Under the downpour, the master and disciple engaged in a fierce argument. After a while, Xian Miao Zhenren suddenly started chanting about breaking tribulation. As if possessed by demonic energy, he raised his sword, ready to strike down the fox demon. Terrified, the Huangquan fox demon fled, desperately pleading for mercy. However, Xian Miao Zhenren showed no sign of compassion. Guan detected a trace of demonic energy from Xian Miao Zhenren. He wasn't sure if it had always been lurking within him or if it was a side effect of cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Eventually, the Huangquan fox demon could no longer keep up the act. His body erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, and he began rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, a monstrous demonic figure formed a manifestation that resembled a summoning spell. The terrifying demonic shadow's aura was comparable to the 9th level of the void transformation stage. Guan suspected that this was the true form of the Huangquan Demon Emperor. As a cultivator of the transformation stage, Xian Miao Zhenren was no match for this entity. In a critical moment, he once again activated the Gate of Divine Summoning, calling upon a Grand Master of the Profound Mind Realm for aid. The moment the Grand Master made a move, he crushed the demonic shadow effortlessly. The Huangquan Fox Demon used this chance to flee. Yet, at the last moment, Xian Miao Zhenren hesitated. He chose to let the demon live and instructed the Grand Master not to pursue. Once the Gate of Divine Summoning disappeared, Xian Miao Zhenren collapsed, coughing up blood violently. The cost of using that technique was clearly immense. What an exhilarating clash. Guan sighed in admiration. It felt just like watching a novel unfold before his eyes. The Huangquan Fox Demon has developed deep hatred toward you and now sees you as his mortal enemy. Would you like to activate Lifespan Probe on him? Here it comes. Time to get to work. Guan stood up and stretched his muscles. Deep in the forest, the Huangquan Fox Demon fled desperately. Under the torrential rain, he looked utterly wretched. After running for an unknown length of time, he stopped beneath a massive tree, clutching his wounded waist. The rain drenched his long hair, and his expression twisted with rage. Mountain God. Damn it, I was so close to succeeding. Muttering to himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't believe in any so-called mountain god. He figured that meddling fool must have been some malevolent spirit in disguise. Either way, whoever dared to ruin his plan to infiltrate 3 pure mountains would pay dearly. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Startled, the Huangquan Fox Demon instinctively turned his head, only to see a small, masked figure in white standing on his shoulder. Before he could react, a terrifying divine sense surged into his soul. Gotcha? When Guan's divine sense infiltrated the fox demon's body, he discovered another hidden primordial spirit deep within. The Huangquan Demon Emperor. This bastard was cunning, managing to escape the notice of even Grand Ascension stage cultivators. Too bad for him, he messed with the wrong person. Guan activated Soul Search, forcefully extracting the Huangquan Demon Emperor's memories. His vast reservoir of memories was overwhelming, but Guan couldn't be bothered to sift through everything. He decided to extract only the last 100 years of recollections. After rapidly scanning the stolen memories, he finally pieced together the demon's origins. The Huangquan Demon Emperor hailed from Nine Nether Path, an independent realm known as the Nine Nether Domain. It was home to demons, devils, and vengeful spirits, all of whom had been relentlessly hunted by Nightshade Sect for ages. 200 years ago, during Nightshade Sect's expansion into Nine Nether Path, the Huangquan Demon Emperor managed to escape into the land of the Nine Dynasties. For the past 2 centuries, he had roamed the world, infiltrating various sects. In his eyes, the most formidable sect was 3 Pure Mountains, a bastion of Daoist knowledge that had stood for over 10,000 years. He had once tried to sneak into its gates, but before he could even set foot inside, he was discovered and nearly killed. Since then, he had obsessively plotted revenge against 3 Pure Mountains. The Huangquan Fox Demon was nothing more than a host for the Demon Emperor's soul, its original consciousness completely erased. The Demon Emperor had used an extremely covert soul-seizing technique, making it nearly undetectable. His reason for fabricating an attack by Nightshade Sect was to lure Xian Miao Zhenren back to 3 Pure Mountains, ensuring that he didn't linger in Northern Sea Mountain Range. However, Xian Miao Zhenren had unexpectedly gone searching for the so-called mountain god instead. Now, after the intense battle, the Demon Emperor had shifted his hostility toward this mysterious mountain god, vowing revenge. This whole situation was a bizarre twist of fate. But since the Demon Emperor now harbored murderous intent toward Guan would never let him live. An hour later, Guan withdrew his divine sense. With a flick of his finger, Taixuan flame ignited the Huangquan Fox Demon, incinerating him completely. His body turned to ash, his soul shattered. Guan successfully extracted 93 years of lifespan. With that done, he returned to Taixuan Sect. Back at Xian Valley, Guan sat at his desk and picked up a brush. He wrote down 3 large characters. Nine Nether Domain? From the Huangquan Demon Emperor's memories, Guan learned that Nine Nether Path was an isolated realm known as Nine Nether Domain, where demons, devils, and spirits suffered under the oppressive rule of Nightshade Sect. He decided to compile this information into an encyclopedia, which he would later deliver to Taixuan Sect through other means, aiding their future expeditions. As autumn leaves blanketed Xian Valley, over 20 errand disciples busied themselves sweeping the fallen foliage. Guan descended the tower and spotted several Taixuan Sect disciples flying overhead at great speed. He merely glanced at them before turning his focus back toward Third Medicine Valley. Before he could reach the teleportation platform, he sensed a strong aura behind him. Turning around, he looked at the errand disciples at work. An hour later, Yelan rushed into Medicine Valley, pulling Guan upstairs. Once she shut the door, her expression turned grave. Nine Nether Path is under siege. Nightshade Sect has arrived. A massive battle is about to break out. But it's not just Nine Nether Path. Nightshade Sect's demonic cultivators have surfaced across multiple regions. This time, it's completely different from before. The enforcement hall is being dispatched to protect civilians. I have to leave today. That urgent. Without hesitation, Guan handed her a batch of healing pills. Yelan accepted them and warned, be careful. Our investigation found Nightshade Sect spies within Taixuan Sect. This time, we're facing their main bloodline. They might be going all in. This could be a once-in-a-millennium catastrophe. Guan nodded. I understand. Just keep your white spirit sword close. She grinned, waving the sword. Always. After exchanging a few more critical pieces of intelligence, Yelan departed swiftly. Watching her leave, Guan could already sense battles erupting across distant lands. This time, Nightshade Sect wasn't just defending, they were invading. But Guan remained patient. He would let the 9 dynasties take the brunt of the attack first. His real target was a Grand Ascension stage cultivator. Before facing them, he needed to break through first. Grand Ascension versus Grand Ascension, he needed to be ready. After returning to Xiantian cave dwelling, Guan lost interest in practicing formations. Instead, he focused on spectating, sending his divine sense to follow Xianmiao Zhenren. Sure enough, upon returning to his deist temple, Xianmiao Zhenren clashed with the Huangquan fox demon. A heavy rain poured down in the night, making the world roar with noise. Amidst the stormy night, Xianmiao Zhenren gripped his treasured sword and questioned the Huangquan fox demon about his origins. The fox demon appeared fearful, claiming he had suffered injuries and lost his memory. He insisted that without his master's rescue, he would have perished at the hands of other demons. Under the downpour, the master and disciple engaged in a fierce argument. After a while, Xianmiao Zhenren suddenly started chanting about breaking tribulation. As if possessed by demonic energy, he raised his sword, ready to strike down the fox demon. Terrified, the Huangquan fox demon fled, desperately pleading for mercy. However, Xianmiao Zhenren showed no sign of compassion. Guan detected a trace of demonic energy from Xianmiao Zhenren. He wasn't sure if it had always been lurking within him or if it was a side effect of cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Eventually, the Huangquan fox demon could no longer keep up the act. His body erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, and he began rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, a monstrous demonic figure formed a manifestation that resembled a summoning spell. The terrifying demonic shadow's aura was comparable to the 9th level of the void transformation stage. Guan suspected that this was the true form of the Huangquan demon emperor. As a cultivator of the transformation stage, Xianmiao Zhenren was no match for this entity. In a critical moment, he once again activated the Gate of Divine Summoning, calling upon a Grand Master of the Profound Mind Realm for aid. The moment the Grand Master made a move, he crushed the demonic shadow effortlessly. The Huangquan fox demon used this chance to flee. Yet, at the last moment, Xianmiao Zhenren hesitated. He chose to let the demon live and instructed the Grand Master not to pursue. Once the Gate of Divine Summoning disappeared, Xianmiao Zhenren collapsed, coughing up blood violently. The cost of using that technique was clearly immense. What an exhilarating clash. Guan sighed in admiration. It felt just like watching a novel unfold before his eyes. The Huangquan fox demon has developed deep hatred toward you and now sees you as his mortal enemy. Would you like to activate lifespan probe on him? Here it comes. Time to get to work. Guan stood up and stretched his muscles. Deep in the forest, the Huangquan fox demon fled desperately. Under the torrential rain, he looked utterly wretched. After running for an unknown length of time, he stopped beneath a massive tree, clutching his wounded waist. The rain drenched his long hair, and his expression twisted with rage. Mountain God. Damn it! I was so close to succeeding. Muttering to himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't believe in any so-called mountain god. He figured that meddling fool must have been some malevolent spirit in disguise. Either way, whoever dared to ruin his plan to infiltrate 3 pure mountains would pay dearly. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Startled, the Huangquan fox demon instinctively turned his head, only to see a small, masked figure in white standing on his shoulder. Before he could react, a terrifying divine sense surged into his soul. Gotcha? When Guan's divine sense infiltrated the fox demon's body, he discovered another hidden primordial spirit deep within. The Huangquan demon emperor. This bastard was cunning, managing to escape the notice of even Grand Ascension stage cultivators. Too bad for him, he messed with the wrong person. Guan activated Soul Search, forcefully extracting the Huangquan demon emperor's memories. His vast reservoir of memories was overwhelming, but Guan couldn't be bothered to sift through everything. He decided to extract only the last 100 years of recollections. After rapidly scanning the stolen memories, he finally pieced together the demon's origins. The Huangquan demon emperor hailed from 9 Nether Path, an independent realm known as the 9 Nether Domain. It was home to demons, devils, and vengeful spirits, all of whom had been relentlessly hunted by Nightshade Sect for ages. 200 years ago, during Nightshade Sect's expansion into 9 Nether Path, the Huangquan demon emperor managed to escape into the land of the 9 dynasties. For the past 2 centuries, he had roamed the world, infiltrating various sects. In his eyes, the most formidable sect was 3 Pure Mountains, a bastion of deist knowledge that had stood for over 10,000 years. He had once tried to sneak into its gates, but before he could even set foot inside, he was discovered and nearly killed. Since then, he had obsessively plotted revenge against 3 Pure Mountains. The Huangquan Fox Demon was nothing more than a host for the Demon Emperor's soul, its original consciousness completely erased. The Demon Emperor had used an extremely covert soul-seizing technique, making it nearly undetectable. His reason for fabricating an attack by Nightshade Sect was to lure Xianmiao Zhenren back to 3 Pure Mountains, ensuring that he didn't linger in northern Sea Mountain range. However, Xian Miaogenren had unexpectedly gone searching for the so-called mountain god instead. Now, after the intense battle, the demon emperor had shifted his hostility toward this mysterious mountain god, vowing revenge. This whole situation was a bizarre twist of fate. But since the demon emperor now harbored murderous intent toward Guan, Guan would never let him live. An hour later, Guan withdrew his divine sense. With a flick of his finger, Taixuan flame ignited the Huangquan fox demon, incinerating him completely. His body turned to ash, his soul shattered. Guan successfully extracted 93 years of lifespan. With that done, he returned to Taixuan Sect. Back at Xian Valley, Guan sat at his desk and picked up a brush. He wrote down 3 large characters. 9 Nether Domain? From the Huangquan Demon Emperor's memories, Guan learned that 9 Nether Path was an isolated realm known as 9 Nether Domain, where demons, devils, and spirits suffered under the oppressive rule of Nightshade Sect. He decided to compile this information into an encyclopedia, which he would later deliver to Taixuan Sect through other means, aiding their future expeditions. As autumn leaves blanketed Xian Valley, over 20 errand disciples busied themselves sweeping the fallen foliage. Guan descended the tower and spotted several Taixuan Sect disciples flying overhead at great speed. He merely glanced at them before turning his focus back toward Third Medicine Valley. Before he could reach the teleportation platform, he sensed a strong aura behind him. Turning around, he looked at the errand disciples at work. An hour later, Yelan rushed into Medicine Valley, pulling Guan upstairs. Once she shut the door, her expression turned grave. 9 Nether Path is under siege. Nightshade Sect has arrived. A massive battle is about to break out. But it's not just 9 Nether Path. Nightshade Sect's demonic cultivators have surfaced across multiple regions. This time, it's completely different from before. The enforcement hall is being dispatched to protect civilians. I have to leave today. That urgent. Without hesitation, Guan handed her a batch of healing pills. Yelan accepted them and warned, be careful. Our investigation found Nightshade Sect spies within Taixuan Sect. This time, we're facing their main bloodline. They might be going all in. This could be a once-in-a-millennium catastrophe. Guan nodded. I understand. Just keep your white spirit sword close. She grinned, waving the sword. Always. After exchanging a few more critical pieces of intelligence, Yelan departed swiftly. Watching her leave, Guan could already sense battles erupting across distant lands. This time, Nightshade Sect wasn't just defending, they were invading. But Guan remained patient. He would let the 9 dynasties take the brunt of the attack first. His real target was a Grand Ascension stage cultivator. Before facing them, he needed to break through first. Grand Ascension versus Grand Ascension, he needed to be ready. Guan refrained from using his divine sense to probe the profound mind realm cultivators inside the library hall. Lifespan probe didn't work through divine sense alone, and using it carelessly could be dangerous. If those cultivators had special techniques that allowed them to detect high-level surveillance, it might stir up unnecessary trouble. Returning to Xian Valley, Guan went upstairs and pulled out a map scroll and the book from Sulu. The book, titled Record of the World, documented the general conditions of various regions. Within its pages, Guan could find information on every location marked on the map. He carefully examined it, searching for a suitable place to break through. From the map's perspective, the 9 dynasties only occupied 1/10 of the continent. Beyond that lay vast lands dominated by demons and devils, filled with perilous landscapes bearing terrifying names: Demon Shadow Peak, Demon Bone Mountains, Severed Head Ghost Forest, Fallen Immortal River, and so on. After much thought, Guan decided to break through in the lands of demons and devils. The demonic lands were rich in spiritual energy. Moreover, since ancient times, demonic lands had no dangers from the sea, making them safer than many other regions. This map served as proof. After all, even supreme elders had traveled across the entire continent. As night fell, Guan silently departed, heading northeast. With the map in hand and the infinite free step underfoot, he traversed the darkness. Before long, he left the Taixuan Empire behind. Taking less than 20 steps, he crossed the borders of the 9 dynasties and entered the lands of demons and devils. Instantly, he felt overwhelming demonic, devilish, and ghostly energy surging through the air. The terrain was shrouded in dense fog, and towering mountains loomed like ancient demons, their shadows barely visible, exuding an eerie presence. Guan sensed countless living creatures, nearly all of them demonic beings. Occasionally, he spotted cultivators, but at night, they all remained hidden, setting up formations to conceal their presence. After half an hour, Guan arrived at Phoenix Mountain. This colossal mountain stood at over 10,000 zhang tall, stretching across tens of thousands of miles. According to Record of the World, in ancient times, a phoenix had once descended upon this mountain and left behind offspring, giving the mountain its name. However, Phoenix Mountain was now occupied by demons. The book's author had once encountered a great demon equivalent to the integration stage here. Though not the most spiritually rich place, it was still a viable location for breakthrough cultivation. Guan spread his divine sense across Phoenix Mountain, sensing the presence of 3 integration stage great demons and over 1 million demonic creatures. Countless lesser demons roamed the area, making it clear why demonic calamities were so common. Landing midway up the mountain, Guan found a secluded forest clearing. He sat cross-legged beneath a tree and activated his lifespan barrier. The mist swirled around him, and the night wind rustled the grass, creating an eerie, wave-like effect. Glancing at his status panel, Guan sighed. 2,380,000 years of lifespan. He felt a twinge of pain. Who knew how many times he'd failed this breakthrough? He was prepared to burn through centuries if necessary. But he had to do it. Staying alive was the priority. First, he sacrificed 100,000 years. You invested 100,000 years into cultivation. You cultivated for 4,000 years, using your profound mastery of the innate divine immortal art to forcibly challenge the nirvana stage. The tribulation has begun. You failed to endure the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation. You cultivated for 8,000 years. You failed again. Damn, only 4,000 years before tribulation each time? No wonder the nirvana stage was the first major roadblock in the 9 tribulations of the immortal Dao. Failure notifications flooded the panel, but Guan remained expressionless. 100,000 years wasted. Again? He burned another 100,000 years? Still failed? Again? A third 100,000 years. By this point, Guan's expression darkened. All 3 attempts failed. His face turned gloomy as he sacrificed a fourth 100,000 years. Failure messages continued to assault his mind, but finally, you cultivated for 74,000 years. You successfully endured the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation. Your cultivation has advanced to nirvana stage, first level. The dark clouds in Guan's heart instantly cleared, and a wide grin appeared on his face. Breakthrough successful? You cultivated for 77,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to nirvana stage, second level. You cultivated for 80,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to nirvana stage, third level. You cultivated for 83,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to nirvana stage, fourth level. You cultivated for 98,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to nirvana stage, 8th level. At nirvana stage, 8th level, he only needed 5,000 more years to reach 9th level. Without hesitation, Guan sacrificed another 4,000 years, successfully pushing his cultivation to nirvana stage, 9th level. He simply couldn't stand seeing a non-9 number in his cultivation level. With the breakthrough complete, he could now focus on accumulating lifespan again. Boom! The spiritual energy of the land erupted, surging violently into Guan's body. His robes were instantly torn to shreds, leaving him bare-chested. Raising an eyebrow, he continued absorbing the rampaging energy. Unlike his previous breakthroughs, this time, he felt pain. Nirvana signified the transformation of both body and soul. A little pain was to be expected. Simultaneously, new knowledge about the nirvana stage flooded his mind. As Guan devoured the surrounding spiritual energy, Phoenix Mountain's energy levels plummeted. The phenomenon was so intense and abrupt that it alarmed every single demonic creature in the region. The entire Phoenix Mountain quaked. Hurricane-like winds howled through the night. Countless demons roared and shrieked, their cries shaking heaven and earth. Late at night, a group of Taixuan Sect disciples sat around a campfire deep within the mountains. Not far from them, Xianmiao Zhenren meditated beneath a tree. After hesitating for a moment, Zhen Qin stood up and walked toward him. "Senior, shouldn't we set up a formation?" she asked cautiously. They were Enforcement Hall disciples. While carrying out a mission on the Taixuan Empire's border, they had been ambushed by Nightshade Sect's demonic cultivators. Captured inside a magical artifact, they had been smuggled all the way to Northern Sea Mountain Range. Had Xianmiao Zhenren not saved them, their fate would have been unimaginable. Xianmiao Zhenren kept his eyes closed and replied calmly, "No need. If those Nightshade bastards come, I'll just kill them." After what happened with the Huangquan Fox Demon, his hatred for Nightshade Sect had deepened immeasurably. He believed that the Fox Demon had been a pawn of Nightshade Sect after all. It had used their poison and even warned him of their coming attack. Zhen Qin hesitated. Was he using them as bait? She held back her doubts. Even though Zhen Qin found the situation perplexing, she refrained from questioning further. With their foundation establishment stage cultivation, it was almost impossible for them to survive in the Northern Sea Mountain Range alone. They needed Xianmiao Zhenren's protection. But Xianmiao Zhenren wasn't a disciple of Taixuan Sect. He had no obligation to protect them. Now was not the time to offend him. Zhen Qin turned away, returning to her previous spot to continue meditating. Meanwhile, the other Enforcement Hall disciples began whispering among themselves, discussing Nightshade Sect. The chaos engulfing the world was escalating. This time, the disaster Nightshade Sect had unleashed was far worse than before. Many of these disciples felt overwhelmed by the pressure, terrified that they might perish in this calamity. Just then, Xianmiao Zhenren's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "You don't need to worry. This area is under the protection of the Mountain God. Once my injuries are healed, I will escort you back to Taixuan Empire." A male disciple, curious, asked, "Mountain God? What mountain god?" Xianmiao Zhenren responded, "A true celestial deity of the mountains. As for where he is, I won't tell you." The disciples exchanged glances, feeling that Xianmiao Zhenren was speaking nonsense. Had he hit his head too hard when he got injured? Even Zhen Qin began to wonder if something was wrong with his mind. A heavy silence settled over the forest. The entire forest shook like raging waves, the ground trembled slightly, and the spiritual mist descended while demonic fog surged upward. From a distance, it looked as if countless dragon shadows were writhing through the land, a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Sitting beneath a tree, completely bare-chested, Guan meditated as his cultivation continued to solidify. After an hour of refinement, he finally broke through to the nirvana stage. Upon reaching nirvana, his spiritual energy transformed into true mana, and his primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Guan's profound heart was now inscribed with divine runes, on the verge of hatching his own unique divine ability. He had already formulated an idea to create a divine ability based on his cultivation techniques. Yet, he did not slow down. He continued absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth, still striving to reach nirvana stage, 9th level. Then he opened his eyes, frowning. A demonic creature was flying toward his location, still about 100 miles away. If it didn't change direction, it would likely enter his lifespan barrier. I hope the heavens bless you. If you step inside, even if we have no enmity, you will die. Guan thought to himself, then closed his eyes again. He didn't enjoy killing indiscriminately, not even demons. To him, as long as a being had gained intelligence, it was a sentient life slaughtering carelessly could accumulate negative karma. But if something threatened him, he would show no mercy. Time continued to pass. After another hour, Guan's cultivation had reached nirvana stage, 6th level. The wild winds around Phoenix Mountain began to subside not because he had slowed down, but because he had nearly drained the mountain's spiritual energy. Now, his lifespan barrier was pulling in energy from even further away. A red figure moved forward. As the demonic mist in the sky dispersed, the moonlight shone down. Beneath the silvery glow, a woman in red staggered forward. Her hair was disheveled, her bare feet covered in dirt and blood, and her steps unsteady, as if she could collapse at any moment. Her long hair was tangled and matted with dried blood, strands sticking to her pale face. Only one feature stood out: her bright, clear eyes. But her gaze was downcast, filled with exhaustion. I can't fall here. Just a little further. If I can reach the forest ahead, I can rest. She mumbled to herself, her vision blurring. She staggered forward, but the mere distance of a few miles took her half an hour to traverse. Finally, as she entered the forest, she collapsed into a patch of grass. She could no longer stand. And now she was less than 100 meters from Guan's lifespan barrier. Guan lifted his gaze toward the red-clothed woman, sensing a strong demonic aura emanating from her. Normally, any demon capable of fully transforming into human form would be considered a great demon. Yet, this woman's aura was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, a strange contradiction. Without hesitation, he activated the lifespan probe. Tianyao, Foundation Establishment, 9th level 17/999/18000. Her lifespan limit was even higher than the Huangquan Demon Emperor's, breaking Guan's previous record for demonic beings. Among all creatures he had encountered, aside from spirit trees, the highest recorded lifespan limit belonged to the Nightshade Ghost Mother, which reached 5,400 years. But the Ghost Mother was a spirit, not a demon, so it wasn't a fair comparison. Guan couldn't help but sigh. Humans really had it rough. Their natural lifespan was barely 10,000 years. Of course, humans had superior comprehension abilities, surpassing both demons and ghosts. At least, Guan had yet to see a demon or ghost with a cultivation speed faster than Li Sundeo's. As he contemplated, Guan patiently waited for his breakthrough to conclude. Now that his spiritual energy had transformed into true mana, its power had undergone a fundamental change. Guan could effortlessly crush his pre-breakthrough self. The difference was overwhelming. Perhaps this was the true path of the Immortal Dao? The 9 tribulations of the Immortal Dao. He had finally stepped past the first tribulation. He was no longer an ordinary cultivator. Unfortunately, unlike other cultivators, breaking through did not increase his lifespan. Perhaps it was because he had cheated, bypassing the natural heavenly tribulation, so his lifespan could only be increased through stealing it from others. But that didn't matter. His ability to seize lifespan was already absurdly fast. Once his lifespan barrier stopped absorbing the mountain's spiritual energy, Phoenix Mountain fell into an eerie silence. The majority of the demonic creatures began fleeing, as they instinctively sensed that such a phenomenon heralded disaster. Time flew by. When Guan finally reached Nirvana stage, 9th level, he remained in a profound state of comprehension. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Checking his lifespan barrier's energy consumption, he realized that this breakthrough had consumed close to 540,000 years of lifespan. In total, he had expended 454,000 years to reach Nirvana stage, 9th level. Now, he had 1.92 million years remaining. Not bad. Guan stood up, retrieved a black robe, and began dressing. As he did, his gaze shifted toward Tianyao. Now, he could see things that ordinary beings could not. On Tianyao's body, he saw strands of gray mist. When his divine sense entered the gray mist, it revealed fragments of her past. Could this be the legendary power of karma? Intrigued, Guan continued peering into her past, deciding not to dispel the lifespan barrier just yet. Since the energy consumption had drastically slowed after his breakthrough, keeping it active a little longer wouldn't hurt. After finishing dressing, he finally deactivated the barrier and walked toward Tianyao. His ability to perceive karma wasn't particularly strong, but he could at least see the past 10 years of her life. That was already impressive. In just a few breaths, Tianyao's past decade unfolded before his eyes. He stepped forward, bent down, and lifted her unconscious body into his arms. Under the moonlight, their elongated shadows stretched across the ground. Tianyao dreamt of a nightmare. In her dream, she was surrounded by demons and devils, their claws tearing at her flesh. They wanted to cook her into a broth, offering her to their demon mother. With a frightened gasp, she awoke abruptly, sitting up in a panic. Her breathing was heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, realizing that she was inside a cave. Her eyes were drawn to the firelight, where a black-robed figure sat meditating. Terrified, she shrunk back against the cave wall. "Why you?" Tian Yao stammered, her voice trembling. She took a closer look. The figure was dressed in black, wearing a mask, exuding an aura of mystery and power. It was Guan. At that moment, Guan was fully immersed in the power of the Nirvana stage. His divine sense stretched across vast lands, allowing him to see the entire 9 dynasties from Phoenix Mountain. The experience fascinated him. So this is the realm of the immortal Dao. A sense of limitless power surged within him. For the first time, Guan felt like a true immortal standing above the mortal realm. Tian Yao's gaze drifted toward a small bottle of pills on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously stepped forward, picked it up, and uncorked it. A fragrant medicinal aroma filled her senses, making her eyes light up. Without hesitation, she poured the pills into her mouth. The moment they entered her stomach, a surge of vitality coursed through her body. A refreshing sensation spread through her limbs. She noticed that her wounds had already scabbed over. Subconsciously, she curled up again, pulling the hem of her robe over her dirt-covered feet. Now that her mind was clear, she understood that this mysterious black-robed man had saved her. Curious, she observed Guan, finding his presence unfamiliar. Since her birth, she had never encountered a human cultivator before. She had been raised by the demon mother, and her red robe was a gift from her. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine sense and slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head, his masked gaze met Tian Yao's wide eyes. For a moment, she froze, before suddenly snapping back to reality. Thank you, senior, for saving me." Her voice was soft and timid, like a frightened kitten. Guan asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Based on his previous karmic visions, he knew that Tian Yao had been raised in captivity by an integration stage demon king. That demon's lair housed several other young demons, all of whom had remarkable talent and potential. During a migration, many demons believed a calamity was approaching, and an internal battle erupted. Tian Yao used the chaos to escape, eventually stumbling into Guan's territory. Because of their shared orphaned past, Guan felt a hint of sympathy for her. That was why he hadn't left immediately. Tian Yao hesitated, uncertain of her future. Guan made her an offer. "You have 2 choices. First, I can take you far away from Phoenix Mountain, where you can survive on your own. Second, you can swear loyalty to me and work under me. In return, I will protect you." Tian Yao's eyes filled with conflict. Finally, she gritted her teeth. "If you can avenge my parents, I will follow you forever." Guan's answer was simple. "The Phoenix Demon Mother is too powerful. I am not her match. But I can teach you how to cultivate, so that one day, you can take revenge yourself." After a long pause, Tian Yao whispered, "If I follow you, will I truly have a chance?" Guan smirked. "At the very least, it gives you hope, doesn't it?" Tian Yao took a deep breath. "Then, I will follow you." With a flick of his sleeve, the ground behind Guan suddenly collapsed. A moment later, water gushed forth, swiftly forming a small pool. "Go wash up," Guan said casually, then rose to his feet and walked toward the cave entrance. Tian Yao quickly stood up, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. "Where are you going?" "Just stepping outside. I'll come back once you're done." Guan didn't stop, simply waving a hand as he left. Tian Yao hesitated as she watched his departing figure, feeling a strange warmth in her heart. For some reason, this gesture made her like him even more. Maybe, following him wouldn't be so bad. She turned back toward the pool, gazing at the clear water as her thoughts drifted. He's so powerful. Is he really not strong enough to defeat the demon mother? Outside the cave, sunlight bathed Guan's body, its warmth contrasting against the crisp mountain air. Standing midway up the mountain, he surveyed his surroundings. Though flowers and trees grew nearby, they did not obstruct his view. From his vantage point, rolling mountains stretched into the distance, shrouded in mist. The scene resembled an immortal's paradise, making it hard to believe this was a land ruled by demons and devils. Guan extended his divine sense, scanning for a suitable location to establish a proper cave dwelling. For now, he would construct an underground refuge, ensuring Tian Yao was settled before he left. Fortunately, he had already prepared an array of formation materials. At the very least, he could set up a well-hidden cave for now and gradually enhance it later. Soon, he located a spiritual vein, deciding to build his cave dwelling beside it. Leaving behind a yin-yang clone, his real body vanished on the spot. An hour later, Tian Yao sat by the campfire, hugging her knees. The firelight flickered across her delicate features, her eyes dull and unfocused as she stared into the flames. She seemed lost in thought, absent-mindedly absorbing the warmth. Only when she heard footsteps from the cave entrance did she snap out of her daze. Startled, she quickly stood up. Moments later, Guan re-entered the cave, his gaze landing on her now clean figure. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Not bad. If she was going to manage his cave dwelling, at least she would be pleasing to the eye. With another flick of his sleeve, a soft breeze swept through the cave, lifting Tian Yao's long hair and causing her clothes to flutter. A momentary glimpse of the scene beneath her robe made Guan avert his gaze instantly. Tian Yao, on the other hand, felt a sudden lightness in her hair and clothes. Her previously damp and uncomfortable garments were now completely dry. Before she could react, Guan raised his hand, pulling her toward him through the air. He firmly grasped her shoulders, and in the next instant, both of them vanished from the cave. Tian Yaoer felt her world spin, an intense dizziness overtaking her. Her eyes squeezed shut, and her divine sense failed to extend, leaving her completely disoriented. Instinctively, she clung to Guan's waist belt. Before long, her feet touched solid ground. The discomfort faded, and as she opened her eyes, she gasped in awe. Her wide, beautiful eyes sparkled in the dim light. They stood inside a vast underground chamber, nearly as spacious as Xiantian cave dwelling. The walls were adorned with embedded spirit stones, glowing faintly and illuminating the area with a soft radiance. The air was dense with spiritual energy, filling Tian Yaoer's lungs with refreshing vitality. This cave, Guan had carved it out himself. At first glance, it looked as if nature had sculpted it over millennia, its design breathtakingly intricate. A masterpiece of precision and power. From now on, this is your home. Guan's voice echoed through the chamber. Rest and recover first. Don't wander outside, this is still Phoenix Mountain. If you get bored, you can read. With a casual motion, he retrieved several books from his sleeve, placing them on the ground. Titles included Romance of the Gods, The Secrets of Taixuan Immortal Venerable, and others. Without waiting for a response, he disappeared into thin air. Tian Yaoer crouched down, picking up a copy of Romance of the Gods. Curious, she flipped it open. Her expression quickly turned to confusion. She couldn't read. In the third Medicine Valley, the autumn wind swayed gently. Guan stepped out of the teleportation array and headed toward a distant garden. Though he had just made a breakthrough, he hadn't forgotten the ripening schedules of the various herbs. Before he had walked far, Lu Lingjun quickly approached him and said, "Valley Master, let me accompany you for the harvest." Guan nodded, having no objections. After traveling several miles, Guan bent down to pick herbs while Lu Lingjun took out a bamboo basket, ready to collect them. "Master, the world is in chaos now. With my cultivation, shouldn't I go out and make some contributions?" Lu Lingjun suddenly asked. "So that's what this is about." No wonder she was acting so attentive. Guan casually replied, "Then go ask the sect master and see how he plans to deploy you. If he intended to summon me, he would have sent word already. In that case, just stay in Medicine Valley. Who knows, maybe one of those demonic cultivators from the White Nightshade sect will sneak in. The valley might need you for protection. But, Lingjun, for someone of your level, your heart sure wavers easily. Devotion is devotion. Guarding the herbs, isn't that also a merit? Is it any less valuable than slaying enemies?" Guan spoke sternly, but his hands never stopped moving. Having just expended over 400,000 years of lifespan, he needed to replenish it. Lu Lingjun sighed. She had wanted to go out and exterminate demons for the grand plans of the sect master. But she couldn't tell Guan that she aimed to become the sect master herself. After all, Guan was closer to Lu Batian. Seeing that her plan had failed, Lu Lingjun changed the subject and asked, "Master, do you think immortals exist in this world? The heavens are vast, yet if immortals exist, why can't mortals ever see them? Of course they exist. Otherwise, why would we cultivators pursue the path of immortality? We're just still chasing after it. Of course, they exist. I am one. I just can't tell you." Guan felt secretly pleased, but then a thought struck him. Could it be that immortals are already hidden in the mortal world, and his previous divine sense simply couldn't detect them? Or perhaps they resided beyond the ocean, separated from the mortal realm, and even after becoming an immortal, one would still have to compete for even higher realms. Nirvana was merely the first step on the immortal path. One still had to endure 8 great tribulations before reaching the pinnacle of immortality. And beyond the immortal path, what lay ahead? For a moment, Guan was lost in thought. Though his mind wandered, his hands never stopped plucking herbs. In the land where I was born, there were no immortals. Cultivators who reached the peak could only seek to shatter the void. We believed immortals were hidden in realms beyond mortal reach, Lu Lingjun continued, a hint of sorrow on her face. After ascending, she felt no real difference from before. She still had to struggle in the mortal world, only now, the world was even vaster, and the immortal path remained just as distant. Guan listened, occasionally responding with a nod. Half an hour later, the two returned to the pavilion area and went their separate ways. Guan walked toward the sevenfold purity tree. From a distance, he saw Xiaochuan crouching near the tree, observing a white spirit mouse sleeping beneath it. Although Xiaochuan kept many demonic beasts, his favorite was still the white spirit mouse. Unfortunately, the mouse didn't seem to care much for him. Guan suddenly noticed that Xiaochuan's figure seemed older. Xiaochuan was only 3 cycles younger than him, yet now, at 70 cycles of age, he still hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. It was no surprise that time had begun to leave its mark on him. Guan had given Xiaochuan a youth retention pill before, but that only preserved his youthful appearance. His demeanor and mindset had already begun to age. This realization left Guan feeling a bit dazed. In 100 years, Xiaochuan would leave him. Xiaochuan never enjoyed cultivating, and Guan couldn't force him. Still, even without progress in cultivation, Xiaochuan lived a happy life. This lifetime, because of Guan, he had no regrets. Guan walked up behind him and asked with a smile, "Xiaochuan, what are you looking at? If you want to hold it, just pick it up." Xiaochuan looked up and sighed, "It's got a bad temper. I tried holding it before, and it scratched me." "Oh?" And you didn't tell me? That little bastard. Guan immediately walked over, grabbed the white spirit mouse by its tail, and lifted it up. The startled mouse woke up, but upon seeing Guan, it stopped struggling. Guan placed it into Xiaochuan's arms, giving it a warning glance. The mouse could only curl up pitifully. Finally able to hold the white spirit mouse, Xiaochuan's face lit up with joy as he gently stroked its back. Just then, Guan sensed the aura of battle in the distance. A battle between profound mind realm cultivators? One of the combatants was none other than Ancestor Xian Quan. Guan merely glanced in that direction without any intention of interfering. Unless the Grand Ascension cultivators of the Nightshade Sect stepped in, he had no interest in getting involved. This was the Nine Dynasties' calamity, not his alone. Besides, he couldn't allow the Taixuan Sect to become dependent on the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. After chatting with Xiaochuan for another half-hour, Guan finally left. Xiaochuan let go of the white spirit mouse, which quickly darted back under the sevenfold purity tree to resume its nap. Watching Guan's departing figure, Xiaochuan suddenly felt that the distance between them was growing. Even though they had always been together and Guan had no plans of leaving the Taixuan Sect, there was an inexplicable sense of loss. Fortunately, the feeling came and went quickly. Xiao Yang, come with me to check on the spirit chickens. They should be laying eggs today. Xiaochuan called out to a nearby errand disciple, his face lighting up at the thought of fresh spirit chicken eggs. Phoenix Mountain, underground chamber. Guan sat on the ground, staring at a stone tablet in front of him, rubbing his chin in thought. Nearby, Tian Yaoer squatted curiously, watching him. She held back for a long time before finally asking, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking of a name for this cave." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his eyes and looked at Tian Yaoer. "If you could name it, what would you call it?" Tian Yaoer tilted her head, pondered for a moment, then said, "How about Tian Yao's cozy nest?" Guan immediately shut his eyes, unwilling to engage. Tian Yaoer pouted, raised her hands like claws, and playfully swiped at him, sticking out her tongue like she wanted to scratch him. An incense stick's time later, Guan stood up. Startled, Tian Yaoer followed suit, her wide eyes watching him. Guan raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers, and traced the air above the tablet. Tian Yaoer looked down and saw a faint energy engraving 4 words onto the stone. Nianchu cave dwelling. Nianchu to never forget one's original intentions. His conversation with Xiaochuan had stirred many emotions in him, and Nianchu was a reminder to cherish the first people he had met on his path to immortality. After finishing the engraving, Guan lifted the stone tablet and walked forward. Tian Yaoer trailed behind him, never more than 7 steps away since his return. Once he planted the tablet in place, Guan began casting spells, then crouched down to slap the ground. In truth, he didn't need to go through this trouble, he just wanted to put on a show for Tian Yaoer. As his mana seeped into the soil, grass began to sprout across the barren land. Within mere seconds, lush greenery covered all of Nianchu cave dwelling. Tian Yaoer stared, dumbfounded. The autumn wind howled through the mountains and forests as Zhen Qin and the others followed Xianmiao Zhenren forward. Xianmiao Zhenren walked at the front, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, causing those behind him to feel great concern. However, they knew that offering comfort was pointless, they could only try not to disturb him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the distance, and a raging wind swept through, toppling trees. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their spiritual energy to withstand the shockwave. Xianmiao Zhenren raised his sword to block, his transformation stage cultivation absorbing most of the pressure. Yet, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, making the disciples of the Taixuan Sect's law enforcement hall behind him even more anxious. A few breaths later, the storm subsided. Xianmiao Zhenren staggered and fell to one knee, using his sword to steady himself. The surrounding forest lay in ruins, fallen trees, and scattered debris painting a scene of devastation. Zhen Qin and the others quickly gathered around, deeply worried about Xianmiao Zhenren's condition. Since he had saved them, they had endured battle after battle daily, leaving him no time to recover. His injuries had only worsened. Xianmiao Zhenren lifted his head, his pale face filled with frustration. Clenching his teeth, he said, "The enemy is coming, everyone, sit down and meditate." The group obeyed without hesitation. After spending the past few days together, they had developed absolute trust in Xianmiao Zhenren. Without him, they would have died long ago. Xianmiao Zhenren took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Call upon the mountain god in your hearts. Pray for his intervention." He had no other choice. His spiritual energy was insufficient to use the gate of divine summoning again. His only hope was the mountain god. Although they were far from where the mountain god resided, he firmly believed that the deity would sense their plea. Upon hearing his words, some disciples hesitated, and a few even grew agitated. "This isn't the time to pray, shouldn't we be running?" "Exactly. The world is in chaos, battles rage everywhere. We might be able to escape in the confusion. We can take turns carrying you, master. We will find a way out. We can't just sit here and wait for death." If a mountain god really existed, would the White Nightshade Sect be allowed to run rampant? As they argued, the immense pressure of an approaching force became more evident. Xianmiao Zhenren cut through their panic with a stern voice, "There is no escape. They've already locked on to us. Meditate now, as I instructed. There is still a sliver of hope. If you delay and let them capture you, you will neither live nor die." At his words, the disciples clenched their jaws and sat down. Zhen Qin, seated among them, shut her eyes and began calling out to the mountain god in her heart. She refused to die here. Soon, all of them were meditating, whispering silent prayers. Inside the inner sect city, Guan was at the alchemy hall, selecting high-grade herb seeds when he suddenly sensed something strange. It felt as if someone was calling out to him. The sensation was indescribable, something he had never experienced before. He extended his divine sense, covering the entirety of the 9 dynasties, and quickly locked onto Xianmiao Zhenren. The one calling him was none other than Xianmiao Zhenren. Though the others were meditating as well, Guan could clearly feel that only Xianmiao Zhenren was truly reaching out to him. He couldn't hear his thoughts, but he could sense the intense desire to meet him. Could this be because of his identity as the mountain god? Guan found it intriguing. He suspected it had something to do with his nirvana stage cultivation. He had known Xianmiao Zhenren for a while, yet he had never felt this kind of connection before his recent breakthrough. His gaze landed on Zhen Qin, and he noticed a group of White Nightshade Sect cultivators closing in on them. After a brief hesitation, Guan put down the seeds and walked toward the door. Northern Sea Mountain Range. In a stretch of forest flattened by devastation, Xianmiao Zhenren, Zhen Qin, and the others sat in meditation, eyes shut as if they had accepted their fate. A group of black-robed cultivators descended from the sky, led by an elder wielding a wooden staff. He had a head full of white hair, a face marred with age spots, and a massive serpent coiled around his shoulders, giving him a sinister and menacing appearance. He looked down at Xianmiao Zhenren and sneered. "Xianmiao Zhenren, are you surrendering?" He didn't attack immediately. According to intelligence, Xianmiao Zhenren possessed an ability to summon powerful cultivators. Many of the White Nightshade Sect's Grand Ascension experts had already died because of it. Xianmiao Zhenren ignored him and continued chanting in his heart. The wooden staff elder scanned the group, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The law enforcement hall disciples were drenched in sweat. Fearful of what was coming, they kept their eyes shut and prayed desperately for the mountain god to appear, clinging to hope for a miracle. After a brief silence, the wooden staff elder sneered and raised his staff. With a single tap, a surge of demonic energy erupted, enveloping the sky within 10 miles in darkness. The disciples felt the change immediately. When they opened their eyes, it was as if they had been plunged into eternal night. Above them, the White Nightshade Sect cultivators hovered like specters of death. Despair spread across everyone's faces, including Zhen Qin's. Even Xianmiao Zhenren sighed, raising his gaze to the sky. His eyes grew calm, disappointed. A voice rang in Xianmiao Zhenren's ears. He turned sharply, his eyes widening in shock and joy. "Mountain God." The disciples, hearing these words, followed his gaze. When they saw what was on Xianmiao Zhenren's shoulder, their eyes widened in disbelief. A small figure in white stood on his left shoulder, wearing an opera mask. He wasn't even as tall as Xianmiao Zhenren's ear. Some disciples thought they were seeing things, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Above them, the wooden staff elder frowned deeply, noticing the tiny figure as well. The White Nightshade Sect cultivators whispered among themselves. They had never seen such a small person before, and when they tried to probe with their divine sense, they couldn't perceive his true form, nor did he emit any demonic aura. Guan leaped from Xianmiao Zhenren's shoulder onto a nearby crooked tree. Xianmiao Zhenren immediately knelt. "Mountain God, please save us." The White Nightshade Sect commits countless atrocities, even seeking to sacrifice the people of the 9 dynasties. Such evil must not go unpunished. Please, save the innocent. The disciples followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Zhen Qin, too, bowed. Strangely, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness toward the small figure in white. "Mountain God? Huh? Pretending to be divine? I advise you to stay out of this," the wooden staff elder sneered. Guan ignored the transformation stage cultivator's threat. Instead, he turned to Xianmiao Zhenren and said indifferently, "The mountain god does not save all beings, only his land. You are not of this land, and yet you ask for my aid? That defies the laws of the immortal Dao." Xianmiao Zhenren quickly replied, "If you help us, we will offer tribute to you." Sincerity moves the divine. Guan finally turned to the wooden staff elder and raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The earth trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Massive roots burst from the ground like writhing serpents, surging toward the sky. The wooden staff elder dodged in alarm, but his subordinates were not as fortunate. One by one, they were impaled, their bodies torn apart, blood raining from above. The suffocating demonic energy was instantly dispelled, and sunlight poured down once more. Zhen Qin and the others, witnessing the spectacle, were left utterly speechless. After safely delivering Xianmiao Zhenren, Zhen Qin, and the others to the border of the Taixuan Empire, Guan withdrew his power and disappeared from the scene. The primary reason he had intervened was for Zhen Qin. However, he had to admit using his power felt incredible. It allowed him to truly experience the strength of the immortal Dao. No wonder the nirvana stage was so unique. Without undergoing nirvana, human cultivators couldn't surpass 10,000 years of lifespan. The difference between the nirvana stage and the grand ascension stage wasn't just in spiritual energy but in an all-encompassing transformation. Back at the Taixuan Sect, Guan resumed purchasing herbs to prepare for planting in Niancha cave dwelling. But before he began, he needed to properly instruct Tianyao. Now that he had achieved methods akin to immortals, he didn't need to teach Tianyao step by step. He could simply touch her forehead and transfer vast amounts of knowledge directly into her mind. Still, to conceal his true strength, he decided to teach her slowly. After all, he had plenty of time. by a great river. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Xian Miao Zhenren, hesitant to speak. The joy of surviving their ordeal was overshadowed by worry for their master. If not for saving them, would Xian Miao Zhenren have ended up like this? Washing his face in the river, Xian Miao Zhenren stood up and smiled. No need to worry about me. My cultivation has merely been sealed for a year. It was my mistake for breaking my promise to the mountain god. I deserve this punishment. The disciples rushed to take responsibility upon themselves, but Xian Miao Zhenren merely laughed it off. Being suppressed to the foundation establishment stage didn't upset him. In fact, he felt more excited than ever. Now, he was utterly convinced that the mountain god was a true immortal. The divine power he had witnessed was beyond comprehension, yet it also filled him with hope. The path to immortality was real? Alright, everyone. Now that we've returned to the Taixuan Empire, it's time for us to part ways. Remember, never speak of the mountain god's existence. The disciples cupped their fists in acknowledgement, all swearing secrecy. Even Xian Miao Zhenren had been punished. None of them dared to risk the mountain god's wrath. Yet, they shared the same excitement. For centuries, the existence of immortals had been debated within the cultivation world. But now, having witnessed one firsthand, their belief in the immortal Dao had never been stronger. Autumn turned to winter, and heavy snow blanketed Xian Valley. Zhen Qin returned to visit Guan, recounting tales of the worsening chaos in the outside world. The White Nightshade Sect's forces are endless. Even with all 9 dynasties working together, we still can't wipe them out, she sighed. As a foundation establishment cultivator, her perspective was limited. Guan, however, frequently witnessed battles between Profound Mind Realm cultivators. At present, every region had its own Profound Mind Realm grandmasters holding the line. The combined number across the 9 dynasties had already exceeded 20 and continued to grow. The White Nightshade Sect matched them in strength, leading to an extended stalemate. This war would last for years. Guan wasn't in a rush. He was waiting for the Grand Ascension cultivator of the White Nightshade Sect to finally appear so he could kill them instantly. His divine sense covered all 9 dynasties, but since the White Nightshade Sect's main branch resided within the 9 Nether Path, he had yet to locate their Grand Ascension expert. He wasn't about to charge into the 9 Nether Path to hunt them down. No, he wanted them to surface on their own. That way, their defeat would be widely known, and the White Nightshade Sect, leaderless, would collapse in disarray. After Zhen Qin finished speaking, Guan poured her a cup of tea and smiled. You seem different. More energetic than when you left. Zhen Qin grinned. Even though the world is filled with bloodshed, this experience has given me a greater drive to cultivate. Master, I'm preparing to go into seclusion. Our current mission is complete, and the law enforcement hall has given us permission to rest. Guan retrieved several bottles of pills from his storage bag and handed them to her. Train well. One day, I'll be relying on you to protect me. Zhen Qin accepted them without hesitation, smiling. When I become an immortal, I'll refine an elixir of eternal life just for you, Master. Her confidence made Guan chuckle. Ever since Sohan and Yayan left, Zhen Qin often visited Xian Valley, still treating it as her home. Guan never found it bothersome. In fact, he was always happy to see her. Once she left, he strolled through Xian Valley, admiring his cultivation efforts. Time continued to flow. Despite the turmoil in the cultivation world, the Taixuan Sect had remained unscathed. Guan's life within the sect remained peaceful. As the new year approached, celebrations were far more subdued than in previous years. Guan ended up spending the festival with the errand disciples. Late into the night, he quietly made his way to Niancho cave dwelling. Standing on the grass, he sensed the growing concentration of spiritual energy and nodded in satisfaction. The spirit gathering array he had personally arranged was finally taking effect. Just then, Tian Yaoer approached him excitedly. Master, did you bring meat? Ever since Guan had roasted meat for her last month, she had become obsessed with barbecued food. Now, every time he visited, it was the first thing she asked. Since Niancho cave dwelling had no exit, she was trapped inside and could only cultivate or wait. I did, Guan replied, but first, we need to plant the crops. Based on your performance, I'll decide how much meat you get. Tian Yaoer pouted but complied. Together, they planted herbs. Guan demonstrating first, then watching as she followed. Hours passed. To his surprise, Tian Yaoer had a natural talent for cultivation. She might seem a little dim, but she was careful and precise. Once the planting was done, Guan retrieved a leg of lamb, along with his special seasoning blend. Tian Yaoer's eyes lit up, and she eagerly gathered firewood. An incense stick's time later, she sat hunched over the fire, chewing on the juicy lamb while eyeing the second piece roasting on the spit. They're both yours, Guan chuckled. Eat slower. Why did this feel like he was raising a cat? In truth, Tian Yaoer wasn't a cat demon, she was some kind of bird demon. Judging by her extreme lifespan, Guan suspected she had phoenix blood. Mouthful of meat, Tian Yaoer asked, Master, why did you come to Phoenix Mountain? Though they had been together for months, she still knew nothing about him. Sensing his good mood, she finally dared to ask. Phoenix Mountain is vast and rich in resources. I came here specifically for the herbs I planted. Master, do you know alchemy? Of course. The demon mother has an alchemist under her command who she values greatly. Can you teach me alchemy? We'll see how you behave. Master, where did you come from? Their conversation echoed in the quiet cave, their shadows flickering on the stone walls. For the first time, Tian Yaoer felt truly at ease. Though she remained trapped in the cave, with Guan here, she felt safe, no longer living in fear. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Guan, now 74 cycles old, had a lifespan exceeding 2 million years. Everything was progressing smoothly. Then, news spread. The White Nightshade Sect had constructed a massive sacrificial altar in silent desolation forest, preparing to offer live sacrifices. Guan's divine sense swept over the altar. It spanned over 100 miles, with a massive cauldron at its center. Inside was a towering flag infused with countless trapped souls. 40 profound mind realm cultivators guarded it. The White Nightshade Sect was making their final gamble. This meant their Grand Ascension Master would soon reveal himself. Guan withdrew his divine sense and headed toward Wuju's residence. The time for the final battle was near. After parting ways with Wuju, Guan witnessed a steady stream of Taixuan Sect disciples soaring over the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley every day. The Taixuan Sect had begun its campaign. Standing on the balcony, Guan gazed into the distance, observing the battle erupting in silent desolation forest. The first sects to arrive had already launched an offensive against the White Nightshade Sect. Unfortunately, the combined strength of 40 profound mind realm cultivators was nearly invincible. The allied forces of the 9 dynasties suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat, gathering strength for another assault. Turning his gaze toward the dustless wasteland, Guan saw that the White Nightshade Sect had re-established control over it. From the entrance of the 9 Nether Path, a steady stream of their cultivators emerged, all heading toward the Taixuan Empire. The 9 dynasties were as follows: Taikang, Dao, Shentang, Tianwei, Taixuan, Hanlu, Dazao, Dejiang, and Wuhan. Among them, the Taixuan Empire was weaker in strength despite its vast territory and central position. It had already fallen to the White Nightshade Sect. Viewing the battlefield from a grand perspective, Guan could see cultivators converging on Taixuan from all directions, creating a truly spectacular sight. As he watched, a surge of battle fervor rose in him. He almost wanted to join the fray, but his priority was still his Medicine Valley. That was the most important thing. Besides, if he made a move too early, the White Nightshade Sect's Grand Ascension expert might never appear. The fact that this figure had remained hidden all this time meant they were likely preparing something significant. To Guan, the massive altar in silent desolation forest seemed like an obvious trap. He suspected the White Nightshade Sect might launch a sneak attack on the Taixuan Sect instead. Apparently, the sect shared his concern. Even now, a profound mind realm grandmaster remained behind to guard their main city, and it wasn't ancestor Xian Quan. The tension within the Taixuan Sect had escalated significantly. Patrols in the sect's various cities had increased, and even the errant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley were affected by the rising anxiety. As the chief disciple of Xian Valley, Lu Jujia began organizing rotations of disciples to stand guard atop the surrounding mountains, preventing White Nightshade Sect infiltrators from getting too close. Similarly, the Third Medicine Valley implemented stricter patrols, with stewards leading disciples on regular inspections. That morning, after the daily exercises concluded, Guan was on his way back to his pavilion when he suddenly sensed something. His expression flickered slightly, though he didn't stop walking. Boom! A deafening thunderclap split the sky, startling everyone in the valley. All turned their heads toward the source of the noise. A massive storm of dark clouds rolled in from the direction of the inner sect, spreading rapidly toward the Third Medicine Valley, as if seeking to engulf the entire sky. What was that sound? Could it be the White Nightshade Sect attacking? But aren't they still in Taixuan? We're one of the strongest sects in the 9 dynasties. If we fall, morale across the 9 dynasties will plummet. I just hope the battle doesn't reach the Medicine Valley. The disciples huddled together, whispering nervously. Guan halted, resting his hands on the wooden railing at the edge of a garden while watching the storm approach. His divine sense peered into the heart of the sect's main city, where battle had already erupted. The sect main city was the largest city in the Taixuan sect. Inner sect disciples could enter, but only the sect's elites and higher-ranking figures lived there. Currently, 2 integration stage grandmasters were engaged in combat over the city. As their battle intensified, more cultivators joined the fray, leading to an all-out clash. This wasn't an external invasion, it was the White Nightshade Sect's spies making their move. After watching for a moment, Guan noticed that most of the rogue disciples seemed to come from a single noble family. Just then, Lu Lingjun approached him. Master, from now on, do not leave the Medicine Valley, she warned. Her gaze was locked on the sect main city, her expression grave. She could sense at least 5 integration stage cultivators. That alone wasn't enough to unsettle her, but she had a bad feeling that something even more terrifying was about to unfold. Guan nodded lightly and continued watching. The Third Medicine Valley quickly dimmed, as though night had fallen. Rumble. Low thunder growled across the sky, reminiscent of an ancient beast roaring within the sea of clouds. The earth trembled beneath its might. A cold, commanding voice echoed across the entire Taixuan sect. It is time for you to show yourself. Our battle will decide the fate of your sect. The words carried immense pressure, making even seasoned cultivators feel an oppressive weight upon their chests. Lu Lingjun's expression changed. The speaker's cultivation surpassed the integration stage. Guan's eyes remained fixed on the sky. A figure walked through the rolling clouds. Clad in a black robe and a violet crown, with 18 golden daggers floating behind him, the man strode through the air with effortless grace. His very presence stirred the winds, creating a turbulent wave of energy. 5th level Profound Mind Realm. This was undoubtedly one of the White Nightshade Sect's highest-ranking experts. The Taixuan Sect's profound mind cultivators were all at least 3 small realms below him. Meanwhile, in the library hall of the inner sect city, Elder Su Lu stood by the counter, watching as a robed figure descended a staircase in the distance. "How confident are you?" he asked. The man, dressed in black with an air of profound wisdom, held a whisk in his hand. He continued descending the stairs without pause, answering simply, "I will do my best." Su Lu turned to the window, gazing at the rolling thunderclouds. They resembled a vast, dark ocean, roiling with deadly waves. Worry flickered across his eyes. A deep, resonant voice echoed across the entire sect. "Today marks the first time since I reached the profound mind realm that I will fight another of my level. May I ask for your name?" "I am Deist Kusong." His words silenced the entire sect. Profound mind realm? Lu Lingjun had never heard of this stage before. Was it a realm beyond integration? Her divine sense locked onto the battle above the clouds, her eyes shining with ambition. She had to reach this realm. No, she had to surpass it. A voice filled with disdain replied, "I am Akgan of the White Nightshade Sect. Dying by my hand will not help you prove your Dao." His arrogance made even the Taixuan Sect cultivators uneasy. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended upon the sect, causing mountains to tremble and protective barriers to flare to life across the cities. Akgan and Daoist Kusong had begun their battle. The two clashed high above, their devastating techniques shaking the world. Although they fought far from the ground, the sheer force of their battle made even entire mountains shudder. Lu Lingjun stared intently at the sky, analyzing every movement, every technique, absorbing as much as she could. Guan glanced at her. Was she about to gain insight from this battle? After a while, seeing that Lu Lingjun was still lost in concentration, Guan turned away. He began walking toward the entrance of the valley. The White Nightshade Sect hadn't just sent Akgan, there was an even stronger force at play. That entity had already reached the entrance of the third Medicine Valley. From a distance, Guan spotted a woman in white walking into the valley entrance. She wore a conical hat and exuded an air of mystery. Her hands were gently placed before her stomach, skin as pale as snow. Her posture was graceful, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal world. Nothing about her appearance suggested she was a demonic cultivator. White Mist Fairy, Profound Mind Realm, 9th level 2180/4900/6500. 9th level of the Profound Mind Realm? They were truly trying to flatten the Taixuan Sect in one decisive strike. Guan sighed inwardly and quickly approached her. Soon, he stood before White Mist Fairy and cupped his hands. The White Nightshade Sect is stirring chaos across the land. May I ask what brings Senior here? Beneath her veil, Guan could barely make out the hint of deep red lips, thickly painted with rouge. This woman was cautious. She had used a secret technique to conceal her true cultivation, making it appear as though she was only at the first level of core formation. "Young man, this valley is overflowing with spiritual energy. Your identity must not be simple. Tell me, who are you?" White Mist Fairy spoke, her voice soft and alluring, evoking a sense of intrigue. Guan reached out and gently clasped her wrist. "I am merely an ordinary outer disciple of the Taixuan Sect." White Mist Fairy laughed coldly but made no effort to withdraw her hand. Instead, she used transmission technique to whisper directly into Guan's mind. "Rumor has it that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path only appears within 1,000 miles of this region. Young man, if you have any information about him, I might just spare your life." Guan had anticipated her use of transmission and allowed her to finish speaking. His expression hardened. "So, you really are a demonic cultivator." In an instant, White Mist Fairy felt an overwhelming force invade her body. Beneath her veil, her face paled in terror. She tried to shake off Guan's grip but found she couldn't move at all. Her wide eyes reflected utter disbelief. Worse still, she realized that she couldn't speak nor could her primordial spirit escape. A sensation of pure, unrelenting horror gripped her for the first time in her life. Her cultivation rapidly plummeted, her primordial spirit forcibly suppressed, reducing her to the very core formation realm she had been pretending to be. Impossible. White Mist Fairy was on the verge of mental collapse. The sheer disparity in strength, her helplessness as her cultivation was forcibly sealed, drove her into absolute despair. Before she could react further, Guan pulled out a black pearl. The Thousand Shadows Pearl, a gift from Lu Batian? With his left hand still gripping her wrist, Guan pressed the pearl against her abdomen. "Demon, face your end." With a loud boom, the Thousand Shadows Pearl erupted with dazzling light, releasing countless bursts of energy. White Mist Fairy's body exploded into a bloody mist. Her blood splattered all over Guan. The Thousand Shadows Pearl alone wasn't enough to kill a Profound Mind Realm expert, but before he activated it, Guan had already used his divine power to obliterate her soul, ensuring instant death. His loud shout attracted the attention of many errand disciples nearby. A moment later, Lu Lingjun appeared beside him, frowning at the blood-covered Guan. "You okay? Why didn't you call me?" she asked. Guan deliberately put on a terrified expression and stammered, "I thought she was an inner sect disciple. But she turned out to be a demonic cultivator from the White Nightshade Sect. We need to destroy the body before they come looking for her." His hands, still gripping the Thousand Shadows Pearl, trembled slightly. Slaying White Mist Fairy had granted him 495 years of lifespan. Not bad. Lu Lingjun glanced at Guan, who still seemed shaken. She immediately cast a spiritual fire spell, engulfing White Mist Fairy's remains. The last traces of her power flared up momentarily but were quickly incinerated. Lu Lingjun was unable to detect the nirvana-level energy at play. The difference in their levels was simply too vast. As far as she could tell, White Mist Fairy had truly been just a core formation cultivator. Watching her body turn to ashes, Guan let out a breath of relief. Damn, she didn't even have a storage bag or ring, he muttered. Lu Lingjun rolled her eyes. Doesn't look like you were too scared to notice that, she remarked dryly. You're a golden ranking genius, and yet you let a mere core formation demonic cultivator frighten you this much. She turned her gaze skyward. The battle between Akgan and Daoist Kusong still raged above. Something stirred within her. Deep down, she felt as though she was on the verge of grasping something profound. The profound mind realm was truly awe-inspiring. The gap between 9th level integration stage and profound mind realm was unimaginably vast. At that moment, Lu Lingjun realized, only by achieving the profound mind realm could one be considered a true master of cultivation. Seeing Lu Lingjun fall silent once again, Guan could sense that she had grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. Lu Lingjun had clearly been stuck at the 9th level of the integration stage for a long time. Her spiritual power had reached a bottleneck where it could no longer increase. Pulling her along, Guan led her deeper into the valley while casually asking, tell me, what kind of realm is the profound mind realm? It sounds so impressive. Profound mind, does that mean something special about the heart at that level? Lu Lingjun's gaze flickered upon hearing his words. A subtle transformation was occurring in her heart, where a faint surge of peculiar energy was stirring. Naturally, this energy came from Guan's magic. He had infused it so skillfully that, given the vast difference in their cultivation levels, Lu Lingjun remained completely unaware. Instead, she mistook it for the precursor of her impending breakthrough. That thread of magic circled once through Lu Lingjun's heart before withdrawing back into Guan's body, leaving her with a fleeting sense of loss. At that moment, the other disciples in the valley gathered around, asking about the identity of the female demonic cultivator from earlier. Still covered in blood, Guan gave a brief explanation before returning to his quarters to clean himself up. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun returned to the wooden railing, tilting her head back to gaze at the thunderclouds as she continued to watch the battle. For the Third Medicine Valley, Bai Xia Ferry was nothing more than a brief episode. Even the errand disciples barely paid any attention to it. Little did they know that the deceased demonic cultivator had a cultivation level surpassing that of all 9 dynasties. Apart from Guan, she had been the strongest of them all. Taixuan Empire, Silent Desolation Forest. Enormous banners stood along the forest's edge, encircling a vast open space spanning 100 miles. The ground was carved with deep trenches forming an intricate network of runes when viewed from above. This was the sect-protecting grand formation of the Nightshade Sect, the six-fold Grand Ascension Array. At the heart of the formation, 7 figures in black robes sat cross-legged in a circle. Each of them had reached the profound mind realm, and not just any level, but above the 5th level. They were none other than the top 7 elders among the 100 venerables of the Nightshade Sect. An elderly woman among them opened her eyes and said, there are fluctuations from a battle between profound mind cultivators in the direction of Taixuan Sect. It seems the Vice Sect Master and Akgan have made their move. I wonder if the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path will intervene. Hearing this, the other 6 opened their eyes as well. Taixuan Sect is on the verge of destruction. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path will surely take action. They say his cultivation is at least at the 8th level of the profound mind realm. I wonder if that's true. No matter what, with the Vice Sect Master involved, Taixuan Sect can only rely on him. I must admit, we underestimated the sects in this land. What seemed like a barren, backward region has managed to gather so many profound mind cultivators. Well, they've stood for thousands of years. It's only natural that some have reached the profound mind realm. The 7 elders of the Nightshade Sect conversed casually, speaking as if the fate of Taixuan Sect was already sealed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, amidst the mountain ranges, Taixuan Sect's forces had set up camp. Every peak within 1,000 miles had disciples stationed to monitor their surroundings. Inside the central war camp, in a grand hall hastily constructed for the occasion, Liu Badian, Ancestor Xian Quan, and dozens of Taixuan Sect's high-ranking members were gathered. An Hao and Wu Ju were present as well. An Hao stood beside Liu Badian, while Wu Ju stood behind Zhou Yu of the Venerable Pavilion. Sitting in an imposing manner, Liu Badian looked nothing like a righteous sect leader. Instead, he resembled a demon lord. His expression darkened as he asked, so what? King Heaven Sect wants to be the leader. Ji Chen of the Ji family sighed and said helplessly, that's right. There are now over 40 sects in the 9 Dynasties coalition. If we act without coordination, we'll only get in each other's way. King Heaven Sect has proposed electing a leader, and since they've sent 1 million disciples and 4 profound mind supreme elders, they believe they should take charge. 4 profound mind cultivators, what a terrifying force. Before the Nightshade Sect's catastrophe, integration stage was the peak of the 9 dynasties. No one had expected King Heaven Sect to summon 4 profound mind supreme elders when calamity struck. Among the allied sects, not all of them had even a single profound mind cultivator. And these were just the warriors King Heaven Sect had dispatched. Surely, there were still more powerful figures guarding their home, just as Taixuan Sect had done. By contrast, Taixuan Sect had only 1 profound mind supreme elder to send. The disparity was undeniable. Ji Chen's words plunged the hall into silence. Many elders wished to object but found themselves unable to refute. The Ji family, Zhou family, and Gu family were the three great families of the Taixuan Empire, but within the 9 dynasties, they might not even rank among the top 3. Taking a deep breath, Liu Beidian locked his gaze onto Ji Chen and asked, "What about your Ji family's ancestor? When will he arrive?" Ji Chen replied, "Within a few days. But we've only managed to find one of our ancestors." Just like sects, great family clans rarely had their profound mind cultivators staying home. Most wandered the world in search of greater opportunities. Liu Beidian turned to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu immediately responded, "Our senior members are tied up, but our family head is working hard to persuade them. We should be able to get one profound mind cultivator within a month." Liu Beidian scowled. He was particularly frustrated because one of the 4 profound mind cultivators from Cultivate sect bore the surname Zhou. Turning to Gugua from the Venerable Pavilion, Liu Beidian asked for his family's response. Gugua remained calm as he said, "It's hard to say. Our ancestors are eccentric. I can't promise a number, but rest assured, the Gu family will contribute to the 9 dynasties cause." Hearing this, Liu Beidian laughed coldly. And Hao, observing the entire exchange, was inwardly amazed. This was his first time witnessing the influence of the 3 great families. Even a sect master had to be polite to them. Liu Beidian was known for his tyrannical ways, but his attitude depended on whom he was dealing with. Against the Chu family, he could wipe them out entirely, but against the 3 great families, he had no choice but to show respect. Beneath the profound mind realm, Liu Beidian was invincible. But now, thanks to the Nightshade sect, it was profound mind cultivators who dictated the rules. And Hao clenched his fists and vowed, "When I become sect master, all these families will bow to me." To him, Liu Beidian's struggles were simply because he wasn't strong enough. Wu Ju, however, had little interest in these matters. He only felt that the meeting was pointless noise. If they didn't crush the Nightshade sect soon, Taixuan Sect would remain in grave danger. Just then, an elder rushed into the hall, holding a jade slip. "The sect is under attack by a profound mind cultivator from the Nightshade sect." At those words, the entire hall erupted in shock. And Hao frowned, thinking of his sister, an Xin. Wu Ju clenched his fists, thinking of Guan. Liu Beidian demanded, "How many profound mind cultivators?" "Just one." Liu Beidian laughed. "That's nothing. Even if Elder Qusong isn't a match, there's still the sword sovereign of the righteous path." As Zhou Yujian trembled, Zhou Lin also noticed his father's sword reacting strangely. That overwhelming sword intent made the scabbard vibrate violently. Under Zhou Lin's stunned gaze, the sword and scabbard floated into the air. Zhou Yujian rose to his feet, staring at his sword. He was certain that his senses were not mistaken. This was the sword intent of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. On the heavenly mending platform, more and more people began to feel the presence of the sword intent, including Yelan. She turned her head, gazing in astonishment toward Zhou Yujian. Boom! Suddenly, the thundercloud split apart, instantly illuminating the outer sect city. A violent wind descended from the sky, shaking the city's buildings. The oppressive force caused weaker disciples and errant disciples to collapse to the ground. Struggling to lift their heads, everyone saw a massive opening in the thunderclouds above the city, spanning dozens of miles in diameter. The storm failed to reform, and under the sunlight, Qi Qianzun and Elder Qusong continued their battle, locked in an intense struggle. The 2 cultivators, separated by 100 feet, exchanged spell attacks. The collision of their techniques created shockwaves and blinding flashes of light. The sheer force of their battle distorted the city's protective barrier, which looked as though it could shatter at any moment. "Father, this." Zhou Lin looked at Zhou Yujian in disbelief, his voice trembling. Could his father be the legendary sword sovereign of the righteous path? The same thought crossed the minds of many others because the sword intent was simply too powerful. Even Qi Qianzun, who was in midair, sensed the sword intent. His sharp gaze locked onto Zhou Yujian, his brows furrowing. Could this man really be the sword sovereign? At that moment, Zhou Yujian suddenly dropped to one knee, looking at his violently trembling sword and shouting, "Sword sovereign, please save my sect." As soon as his words fell, clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed ripped through the heavens, silencing everything. Qi Qianzun instantly leaped backward, retreating onto the thunderclouds, widening the distance between himself and Elder Qusong. Staring down at the heavenly mending platform, Qi Qianzun brought together his 18 golden short blades, merging them into a single long sword. His face twisted into a crazed grin as he shouted, "Sword sovereign of the righteous path, come out. Let me see your strength, Arno Thailand bot." His voice resounded throughout Taixuan Sect, not just as a challenge to the sword sovereign, but also as a signal to the vice-sect master of the Nightshade Sect, urging him to act quickly. After all, Qi Qianzun was at the 5th level of the profound mind realm. Even if he couldn't defeat the sword sovereign, he could certainly stall for time. However, his provocation was met with only one response: a piercing sonic boom. The moment Qi Qianzun finished speaking, Zhou Yujian's sword suddenly shot toward him with a force beyond comprehension. The terrifying sword intent erupted, sweeping everyone off their feet. From all corners of the city, people watched in awe as a blinding streak of sword light shot upward, piercing through the heavens, its unstoppable force splitting the stormy sea of thunderclouds apart. Zhou Lin, midair from the blast, saw the sky itself being cleaved in two by that sword. The image burned itself into his mind, filling him with unparalleled shock. Even Qi Qianzun, for the first time, felt true fear. So fast? He had no time to dodge. Instinctively, He raised his great blade to block, but his reaction speed was nowhere near fast enough. Boom! His sword shattered instantly. As the piercing sword tip reached his body, the sheer force of the Taixuan frightening god sword exploded, obliterating him completely. One strike. Qi Qianzun was gone. Not even his soul had time to escape, let alone unleash his divine abilities. The difference in power was unfathomable. He stood no chance. Elder Qusong, still floating in the air, his robe fluttering in the winds of battle, was left utterly speechless. His disheveled gray hair blew wildly as he stared at the distant sword energy that had annihilated Qi Qianzun. He knew firsthand how terrifying Qi Qianzun was. Against that demon cultivator, Elder Qusong had struggled bitterly just to hold his ground. Yet, such a powerful figure had been killed instantly, by just one sword strike from the sword sovereign of the righteous path, and the sovereign had never even shown himself. Whoosh! Another piercing sound echoed through the skies. That same sword having completed its mission sliced back through the sky, drawing a perfect arc before plunging straight down into the heavenly mending platform. Clang! It embedded itself deep into the platform, sending sparks flying. The blade trembled violently, vibrating with residual energy. Lying on the ground, Zhou Yujian stared at his own sword, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. The entire city fell silent. Far away in the third medicine valley, Gu An's lips curled into a smirk. A notification appeared before his eyes confirming that he had successfully reaped Qi Qianzun's lifespan. That bastard was truly dead. Glancing toward the sect's main city, Guan sensed that the battle there was still ongoing. However, he chose not to interfere. He had already intervened twice today. A third time would be excessive. Taixuan Sect needed to overcome its own tribulations. Before long, a deafening cheer erupted from the outer sect city, so loud that even the errand disciples in the third medicine valley could hear it. Though they couldn't make out the exact words, they could tell it was a celebration. Meanwhile, Guan remained beside Lu Lingzhan, ensuring that no one interrupted her comprehension state. Outer sect city. As excitement surged, more and more people rushed onto the heavenly mending platform. Elder Qusong descended, landing in the center of the crowd, standing before Zhou Yujian. At that moment, Zhou Yujian clutched his sword tightly, unwilling to sheath it or hand it over to anyone. Elder Qusong smiled and asked, "Junior, may I take a look at that sword?" Zhou Yujian guarded it like a treasure, glaring at the elder warily. Suddenly, "Wait, the sword intent beneath our feet has strengthened." An elder exclaimed in shock, prompting everyone to lower their gazes. They saw that the two characters for righteous path carved into the platform were now flowing with sword intent. It seemed that as the sword landed, Gu An's sword intent had merged into the inscription, reinforcing the sword sovereign's aura. Elder Qusong turned to look at the inscription, sensing the profound sword energy within. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yujian took a step back and whispered to his son, "Linner, pick up my copy of Romance of the Gods." Third Medicine Valley. Guan smirked. He had shaved off 100 years from Lu Lingzhan's cultivation journey, so why should she make a fuss over something as trivial as holding hands? Lu Lingzhan, however, merely smiled. "That's fine. From now on, you belong to me." Before Guan could react, she turned and left. Guan immediately chased after her. "Miss Lu, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." Lu Lingzhan only laughed. It was already too late. The masked elder's words had just fallen when the floating black flames trembled slightly. The other 6 elders all lowered their heads, their expressions dark and uncertain. After the battle at Taixuan Sect, their fear of the sword sovereign of the righteous path had deepened even further. The masked elder continued, "Over this period, the main branch has lost nearly 20% of its followers, including 17 integration stage cultivators. We are unable to determine the fate of the vice sect master. Sect master, do you have any way to confirm it?" A deep voice echoed from within the black flames. It was the sect master of the Nightshade sect, Jing Tuxian. "The vice sect master is a free spirit. Even I am unaware of her whereabouts. However, it is impossible for her to have perished unless a grand ascension cultivator has appeared in the 9 dynasties. Even if one had, killing her wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Have any of you sensed battle fluctuations beyond the profound mind realm?" The masked elder answered, "No, but the vice sect master's sudden disappearance makes it necessary for us to consider all possibilities." "Don't worry." Jing Tuxian's voice was calm yet firm. "She may have been caught up in something, but she wouldn't just die silently. Moreover, I have already placed a curse upon myself. There is no turning back. Continue gathering sacrificial offerings, as many as possible. I am preparing to peer into the mandate of heaven." The 7 elders responded in unison, "Understood." Nestled within a vast lake, the 3 pure mountains were revered as a sacred land of immortals. Towering peaks loomed above, their summits barely visible through the mist, resembling mirages. Beneath an ancient tree, Li Ya sat cross-legged, facing a precipice. His northern sea heavy sword was planted beside him. With his hands resting on his knees, he frowned at the chessboard before him, his expression troubled. With a groan, he ruffled his hair in frustration. At that moment, a spectral figure descended from the tree. It was the spirit of the Li family's ancestor. Oddly, his soul had become even more corporeal compared to before. "Ha ha ha, boy, I told you the trials of the 3 pure mountains are incredibly difficult. They require intelligence and wisdom. You're still lacking in comprehension. You're nowhere near my level. Back in my day, I cracked this chess puzzle in just 3 years." Judging by your miserable state, I doubt you'll solve it even in 10 years. The Li family ancestor laughed gleefully. Li Ya glared at him, snapping, "What kind of ancestor are you? Hoping your descendants will be dumber than you? I refuse to believe I'm worse than you." The Li family ancestor grinned. "My master once foretold that someone from the Li family would be destined by the mandate of heaven and help me transcend my tribulation. At first, I thought it was you. But now, I realize, it's probably someone else." He sighed, then patted Li Ya's shoulder. "Kid, maybe you should just give up on cultivation. Go down the mountain, get married, and have kids. Maybe your son will be the destined one." Li Ya shot to his feet, grabbed his heavy sword, and swung at his ancestor. "You're looking to die again, aren't you? What are you two bickering about this time?" A calm yet powerful voice suddenly rang out. Li Ya turned to see a figure emerging from the mist, an elderly deist in a blue robe, with a crane-like beard and a whisk shimmering like clouds. Instantly, Li Ya straightened up and respectfully bowed. "Disciple greets the Grand Master." Even the Li family ancestor bowed as well. "Greetings, Master." This blue-robed elder was none other than deist Tiangsu. He possessed the aura of an immortal, his demeanor as refined as a transcendent sage. Deist Tiangsu gracefully stepped onto the precipice and smiled. "Who says the heaven's mandate has not yet been born? I recently performed a divination. The Li family's fortune has begun to soar. This means the destined one has already arrived." The Li family ancestor chuckled. "I was just teasing the boy. He's too arrogant and needs to temper his temperament, or he'll cause trouble after leaving the mountain." With a flick of his whisk, Deist Tiangsu instantly erased the chessboard from existence. Li Ya panicked. "Grand Master? What are you doing?" Was he being denied the opportunity to prove his worth? Did his Grand Master also think he lacked wisdom? Deist Tiangsu smiled. "The great calamity of the 9 dynasties is upon us, and the danger is even greater than before even the 3 pure mountains could face destruction. Therefore, I can no longer test you. All 3 branches of our sect must descend the mountain to save the world." Descend the mountain? Both Li Ya and the Li family ancestor were stunned. "Please grant me the sacred technique, Grand Master. I want to fight as well," Li Ya immediately declared. But Deist Tiangsu shook his head. "Your cultivation is too weak. You will not make a difference in this tribulation. If we fail, there are people in the mountains who will take you far away to another world. After all, this land originally belonged to the demon race. Our sects have stood here for centuries, but our time is running out." His voice was calm, without a trace of worry. He smiled, as if he had already transcended worldly concerns. "But, no buts. Obey." Li Ya wanted to say more, but he hesitated. Seeing his struggle, Deist Tiangsu chuckled. "Do you have someone you can't bear to leave behind?" The Li family ancestor teased. "He's thinking about his junior, Gu An." Deist Tiangsu softly said, "In life, those who can control their fate are already beyond mortality. Do not force destiny, just do your best." Li Ya fell silent. The sky darkened, and disciples gathered in the valley, watching a spectacular heavenly phenomenon. Guan was among them, observing closely. Golden lightning, resembling celestial dragons, rained down upon Lu Lingjun's tribulation array, unleashing radiant rainbow light across the sky. On the distant mountain peaks, countless Taixuan Sect cultivators and elders, all at least core formation stage, stood vigil, watching the tribulation unfold. The thunderclouds stretched for 100 miles, glowing ominously red like a massive celestial eye overlooking the valley. Even though the tribulation was focused on Lu Lingjun, the sheer power of the lightning was enough to obliterate an integration stage cultivator instantly. Guan's expression was solemn. "Tribulations are terrifying. Without formations and pills, he doubted an integration stage 9th level cultivator could survive." Nearby, Elder Guzong stood beside him, sighing. "The profound mind realm is truly profound. Even watching someone endure a tribulation fills me with insight." 3 days had passed since Lu Lingjun began her tribulation. Yesterday had been the most dangerous, but today's lightning had weakened, though each strike was still strong enough to kill an integration stage cultivator. Even so, many high-ranking elders had helped Lu Lingjun by reinforcing her formation with their own spiritual power. This display of unity within Taixuan Sect had been impressive. Guan watched closely. Lu Lingjun had succeeded in forming her profound mind. Her cultivation was about to skyrocket. The spiritual power of a 9th level integration stage cultivator was indeed vast, but the consumption required to withstand heavenly tribulation was equally terrifying. Guan didn't bother counting how many pills Lu Lingjun had consumed, but the number was undoubtedly astronomical. At one point, Guan even considered stepping in to help, as she was on the verge of collapse, barely able to take her pills in time. Fortunately, the integration stage cultivators of Taixuan Sect acted swiftly, and with over 20 elders, along with Elder Qsong of the Profound Mind Realm, joining forces, they managed to safeguard Lu Lingjun through the ordeal. Once the most dangerous phase of the tribulation had passed, Elder Qsong left at daybreak. Guan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Elder Qsong's departing figure looked rather lonely. "Looks like the tribulation was a success," Elder Guzong remarked. "I should be going too. Once her cultivation stabilizes, you should try to build a good relationship with her. See if you can keep her in Medicine Valley until the sect master returns." With those words, Elder Guzong took his leave, first transmitting a few messages to the other integration stage elders before departing into the sky. Though Elder Guzong was only at the void transformation stage, his status was extremely high. First, he was backed by the Gu family, and second, he held authority over the sect's administration, a responsibility that had hindered his own cultivation progress. For those who reached the integration stage, most would retreat into seclusion, focusing on their own advancement rather than sect affairs. Nearby, Shen Zhen was furiously sketching a painting of Lu Lingjun's tribulation. Guan nearly choked on his own breath. Is she insane? Even a profound mind cultivator dares to be offended. The heavenly tribulation finally dissipated, and Lu Lingjun successfully ascended to the profound mind realm. As soon as she retracted her formation, the integration stage cultivators of Taixuan Sect rushed over, eagerly greeting her. Grateful for their assistance, Lu Lingjun maintained a humble demeanor, which greatly pleased the elders. Taixuan Sect had gained another profound mind cultivator. Especially at such a critical moment? Truly, the heavens were favoring Taixuan Sect. After a long exchange of formalities, Lu Lingjun finally escaped the sea of flattery and flew toward Medicine Valley just in time to see Guan being pestered by Shen Zhen. The moment Lu Lingjun landed, Shen Zhen immediately stuffed her painting into her storage pouch. Lu Lingjun looked at her and asked calmly, "Were you drawing my tribulation?" Guan quickly jumped in, "This is Shen Zhen, the saintess of Taixuan Sect. She meant no offense, she simply admires your strength." The key point was that she was from Taixuan Sect. Lu Lingjun's expression darkened slightly when she noticed how close Shen Zhen was standing to Guan. She spoke in a cold tone, "Miss Shen, please maintain a respectable distance from Guan in the future." Shen Zhen blinked in surprise. "Why? Could it be that someone as powerful as you?" Lu Lingjun didn't answer. She simply stared at Shen Zhen with an expressionless face. Shen Zhen tilted her head in curiosity, then suddenly asked, "Guan, doesn't that name sound familiar to you?" Hearing this, Guan immediately blurted out, "This is all your fault? You used my name to write that ridiculous book, tarnishing my reputation." Lu Lingjun had already read the secrets of Taixuan and had even suspected him before, so Guan took the initiative to expose himself before she could question him. Shen Zhen, however, wasn't the least bit offended. She smiled and said, "Tarnish your reputation? Please. Didn't you profit handsomely from it?" Lu Lingjun's gaze turned strange. She stared at Guan, and he could feel her silent judgment. She was probably calling him greedy in her head. Shen Zhen continued with a playful smirk, "Senior, don't underestimate Guan. He's no ordinary person. He's the author of Romance of the Gods, the legendary writer, Panin. You'd best keep an eye on him. There are countless women who admire him." With that, she politely bowed to Lu Lingjun and turned to leave. Guan's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Lu Lingjun ignored Shen Zhen. Instead, she turned to Guan and stared at him with a piercing gaze. "You're really Panin." Guan dealt with Lu Lingjun for quite a while before finally sending her off. Of course, there was another reason: she also needed time to adjust to the profound mind realm. He had a bad feeling. Now that Lu Lingjun knew his identity as Panin, would she become even more entangled with him? He remembered that she loved reading Romance of the Gods in her spare time. In the days that followed, Lu Lingjun's name spread throughout the Taixuan Sect, thrilling all the disciples. The mere mention of profound mind realm was enough to boost morale across the entire sect. News quickly reached the Taixuan Empire. All the cultivators in the Taixuan Sect's headquarters were ecstatic upon hearing this. Lately, they had come to understand the terrifying power of the profound mind realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the only factor determining victory on the battlefield now was the presence of a profound mind realm cultivator. No matter how many integration stage cultivators they had, they couldn't match up to a profound mind realm expert. Lu Batian was delighted and openly declared that he had personally recruited Lu Lingjun into the Taixuan Sect. This eased the concerns of high-ranking members who were unfamiliar with her. After all, an unknown and invincible profound mind realm grandmaster appearing out of nowhere, especially at such a critical juncture, would naturally make the sect leaders suspicious. They began urging Lu Batian to summon Lu Lingjun to the battlefield. With only ancestor Xian Quan fighting for the Taixuan Sect, their contribution to the war was barely noticeable. Among the 9 Dynasties alliance, they had little say, ranking barely within the top 5. This was a humiliating reality for the Taixuan Sect, especially after hosting the Golden Ranking Tournament. Lu Batian temporarily suppressed these requests, wanting to give Lu Lingjun time to consolidate her cultivation. Under the leadership of the King Heaven Sect, the sects of the 9 Dynasties launched frequent assaults on Silent Desolation Forest. Grand Masters led the charge, mid-tier cultivators worked to rescue captured prisoners, and lower-tier cultivators handled logistics and supplies. Yet no matter how hard the 9 Dynasties forces attacked, they could not break through the 6-fold Grand Ascension array protecting the Nightshade Sect. Word of the escalating conflict spread, and more people became aware that the 9 Dynasties cataclysm had arrived. This was a crisis affecting the entire world. As autumn arrived, Lu Lingjun had been in seclusion for a month. During this time, Guan refrained from disturbing her. He continued to manage the Medicine Valley. With Nianchu cave dwelling now running smoothly and Tianyao proving more capable than expected, he hadn't visited the cave dwelling in 6 days. Then, one day, Gu Zong came to visit Guan. He had a message for Lu Lingjun. As soon as she exited seclusion, she was to head to Silent Desolation Forest to provide support. Guan agreed to relay the message. Beta S. The battlefield at Silent Desolation Forest had grown even more brutal. When Guan scanned the area with his divine sense, he saw an ongoing battle. Every direction was filled with formations of cultivators clashing in an earth-shattering war. The spiritual energy of the entire Taixuan Empire was being drawn toward the battlefield. It was an absolute bloodbath. Guan watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The number of sacrificial offerings continued to rise. It was highly likely that they were preparing for a grand ascension stage cultivator. The death of White Mist Fairy had apparently not disrupted that person's plans. Guan resumed his patrol of the Third Medicine Valley. By dusk, Lu Lingjun finally stepped out of her courtyard and visited Guan in his pavilion. Guan passed along Guzong's message, but whether she chose to go was entirely up to her. As a profound mind realm cultivator, no one could order her around. I already heard about it. I'll be heading out soon. Lu Lingjun nodded, her expression cold. Perhaps this was her true self. She was the strongest cultivator of the lower realms. Now that she no longer needed to hide her cultivation, she no longer needed to conceal her true nature either. Guan looked at her, puzzled as to why she hadn't left yet. Lu Lingjun locked eyes with him and said, I can sense many profound mind realm auras in Silent Desolation Forest. There's even one that makes my heart tremble. This trip will be extremely dangerous. Her gaze was deep and piercing, as if hardened by countless trials. The way she looked at Guan made him inexplicably nervous. Guan responded, do what you can. If the situation is beyond saving, prioritize your own survival. Lu Lingjun smiled. Of course. I wouldn't sacrifice myself for the Taixuan Sect. But since I'm about to enter such a perilous battle, don't you have anything to say to me? Guan cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Miss Lu, I truly didn't mean anything when I held your hand before. Don't overthink it. As for romantic matters, they should be built on mutual feelings, not just a simple touch. And, to be honest with you, Romance of the Gods wasn't written by me. I merely heard it from a deist named Su Zonglin. Lu Lingjun chuckled. If it truly wasn't written by you, then why have you been basking in its fame for decades? Guan was speechless. He couldn't exactly say that the original author didn't exist in this world, could he? Honestly, whether or not you wrote Romance of the Gods doesn't matter, Lu Lingjun continued. Over the years, I've come to know your true nature. You're greedy, yes, but only in mutually beneficial ways. You're always polite, never arrogant toward those above you, nor condescending toward those below. Guan couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. So I'm actually such a great person? But then, Lu Lingjun's tone shifted. You're good in every way, except for your weak cultivation. If you want to be my Deo companion, reach the void transformation stage first. Until then, I'll be keeping an eye on you. And once you do reach that level, I have a cultivation technique we can practice together. Together? Guan suddenly recalled certain scenes from The Secrets of Taixuan. A surge of heat rushed through him. Something wasn't right? Is she trying to shake my Deo heart? Guan glanced at Lu Lingjun again, feeling as if her smile concealed hidden danger. A 2,000-year-old woman trying to seduce a 70-year-old man like me? Forget it, Guan said solemnly. In this lifetime, I will never reach the void transformation stage. Lu Lingjun simply smiled, then stood up. She placed a ring with a red gemstone on the table and said, this is the twin heart ring. If you refine it, I'll be able to sense whenever you're in danger. Who knows? I might even be able to save your life. Before Guan could respond, she vanished from the room. Guan stared at the twin heart ring in silence. He turned to the Qinghong sword lying on the table beside it. This scene felt strangely familiar. Damn it, heavens. Why do you keep making women fall for me? Are you that afraid I'll keep lying low? The next day at noon, Guan visited Horizon Valley, only to find that Luo Hun was the only one left. When he asked about Lucian and Yi Liuyun, Luo Hun replied, they've joined His Majesty's expedition to the Taixuan Empire. He said that as the emperor, he must do his part in this crisis. Guan was surprised by Li Sundeo's sense of duty but made no comment. Instead, he simply nodded and left. 2 weeks passed. Standing at the window of Xian Valley Pavilion, Guan extended his divine sense toward Silent Desolation Forest. Lu Lingjun was battling a profound mind realm cultivator, while several others fought nearby. The surrounding mountains had been reduced to ruins, corpses littered the battlefield, and dust filled the air. And yet, the Grand Ascension stage cultivator had yet to appear? Guan couldn't believe it. Is he really planning to hold back forever? If the sacrificial array activated before that cultivator showed up, Guan would have no choice but to step in. After all, there was still the impending demon cataclysm to deal with. The nightshade mother tree burst from the earth, its enormous branches unfurling as countless leaves rapidly sprouted, covering the entirety of Silent Desolation Forest and stretching for thousands of miles. Its massive trunk was like a towering mountain. A grotesque human face emerged from the bark, its features twisted into a greedy, sinister grin. The sheer horror of its expression sent terror surging through the captives below. In that moment, countless people fainted in fright. All of them had seal talismans stuck to their bodies, preventing them from speaking, which only amplified their fear to the extreme. The sight of the nightshade mother tree's human face drove the 9 Dynasties Grand Masters into a frenzy. Everyone, we have nowhere left to retreat. Think of your descendants, your disciples. If we lose today, humanity will have no place left in this world. A thunderous voice echoed across the heavens like rolling thunder, shaking the earth. As the words fell, a golden radiance streaked across the sky, cutting through the clouds with unstoppable force. 4 profound mind realm cultivators from the Nightshade sect appeared midair, casting their spells in unison to intercept the golden light. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, the golden radiance suddenly exploded into 10,000 beams of light, continuing its deadly charge forward. From behind, a mighty river of energy surged forth. At its head stood a black-robed man wielding a monk's staff, his overwhelming spiritual power sending tidal waves rippling through the battlefield. From all directions, Grandmasters launched their assaults, unleashing their divine techniques in a spectacular display of power. On the Nine Dynasties side, all profound mind realm cultivators surged forward with full force, determined to reach the Nightshade Mother Tree at all costs. Lubadian raised his great war banner, and below, 100,000 inner sect disciples simultaneously summoned their spiritual weapons. They swiftly moved into formation, interweaving their powers, creating dragons of elemental energy that soared into the sky, one blazing with fire, the other roaring with ice, their cries shaking the heavens. Riding atop a white python, Lu Lingjun glided through the sky. She released the swords in her hands and pulled out a giant bow, drawing its string to full tension as spiritual energy condensed into an arrow. The world's spiritual energy surged toward her arrow, intensifying its aura. Her right hand, gripping the bowstring, began to glow brilliantly. From another direction, Daoist Tiangsu of Three Pure Mountains led dozens of Daoists in a swift charge toward Silent Desolation Forest. A battle far greater than any before had begun. Boom! From his vantage point on a mountain peak in Xian Valley, Guan could hear the deafening roars of battle from afar. Beside him, Chu Jingfeng trembled at the sheer intensity of the conflict, struggling to maintain his composure. This sound. Chu Jingfeng furrowed his brows, recognizing the distant echoes from the Silent Desolation Forest. The war there had long become the talk of the cultivation world. Even errand disciples returning from the outer sect spoke of it constantly. But now, after so long, the explosive escalation of the battle was unimaginable. Dark clouds rolled in from the heavens, vast and ominous, threatening to shroud the sky itself. Staring into the distance, Guan murmured, "The Nine Dynasties are facing their moment of life and death. Too bad there's nothing we can do. We can only pray that heaven favors the righteous." AOES. Chu Jingfeng took a deep breath and asked, "Tell me, what level must one reach to single-handedly save all living beings?" Guan glanced at him, amused. "What, do you have such ambitions? The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path has single-handedly saved the Taixuan Sect time and time again," Chu Jingfeng said solemnly. "As a sword cultivator, he is someone I wish to become. But the longer I cultivate, the more I feel that my talent and comprehension are painfully mediocre." Guan chuckled. "If you've realized that, then you should focus on training in the Daoyan technique I passed to you. That technique comes from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I never mastered it, but I believe you can. Perhaps you can witness the world 1,000 years from now on my behalf." Chu Jingfeng frowned at him. "You always tell me not to give up hope, yet you've given up on yourself. Why?" Guan turned away, patting him on the shoulder without answering, and started walking down the mountain. "Where are you going?" Chu Jingfeng called after him. "If tomorrow is the end of the world," Guan replied, "I want to spend my last moments with my most beloved herbs." With that, he disappeared into the forest. Chu Jingfeng stood there, stunned for a moment, before shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Compared to him, I really am just worrying over nothing," he muttered, before turning his gaze back to the horizon. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling his robes and making him squint. Guan completed his rounds in Xian Valley before returning to his pavilion. Locking the door, he activated the room ceiling formation and turned his divine sense towards Silent Desolation Forest. He could sense space fluctuations within the Nightshade Mother Tree, subtle, yet unmistakable. More importantly, he detected a new, foreign presence inside the tree. A Grand Ascension Stage cultivator? Having remained in the Grand Ascension Stage for many years, Guan was extremely familiar with its aura. Finally, he's about to appear. At that moment, someone called out to him. Guan concentrated. It was Xian Miaogenren again. This guy never learns, huh? Far away in the northern sea mountain range, Xian Miaogenren knelt in the same forest where he had once spoken with the mountain god. Bowing repeatedly, he had long lost count of how many times his forehead had struck the ground. Finally, a voice echoed in his ears. "Oi, brat. Here to bother me again? Do you even have enough treasures to offer me this time?" Looking up, Xian Miaogenren saw the mountain god squatting on a tree branch, head tilted in curiosity. Hurriedly, he pleaded, "The Nine Dynasties are facing utter annihilation? If all their people perish, and demons overrun the land, who will be left to worship you? Who says I need humans to worship me? Who told you that I only protect mortals?" For a moment, Xian Miaogenren was stunned. He had no answer. Then, Guan the mountain god spoke again. "I could intervene, but only on one condition." "What is it? What do you want?" Xian Miaogenren asked, his voice trembling with desperation. Guan's tone turned icy. "I want you to be my eternal servant, to build my Dao temple, to guard it for life, never to taste freedom again." Xian Miaogenren's face paled. He hesitated, silent. Guan had come to end the Grand Ascension Stage cultivator of the Nightshade Sect, but he wanted to do it as the mountain god, not the sword sovereign, to avoid future entanglements with the Taixuan Sect. This enemy was unlike any before. His cultivation was nearing the 9th level of the Grand Ascension Stage. The impact of killing him would be far too great. After a few moments of struggle, Xian Miaogenren gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll willingly serve you. Just save the world." Guan flicked his sleeve, and a wooden figurine landed in Xianmiao Zhenren's hand. It was carved in the likeness of the mountain god. Taking it, Xianmiao Zhenren looked up. Guan was gone. A whisper echoed through the trees. Take it, and save the world. This, what kind of realm is this? Beneath the rolling thunderclouds, Liu Badian stood atop his artifact, his face filled with fear as he gazed at the Nightshade Mother Tree, speaking to himself in disbelief. As a cultivator at the 9th level of the integration stage, even he felt terror. What of those weaker than him? Below, the Taixuan Sect disciples felt as if a mountain was crushing them. They began falling from the sky, their formations collapsing as a result. What are we even facing? This is impossible, it can't be. Does the Nightshade Sect really have an immortal? What do we do? Do we truly have no chance of victory? We still have the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path? If he arrives, perhaps we'll have a glimmer of hope. While the disciples of the Taixuan Sect still clung to a fragile hope, cultivators from other sects had already sunk into complete despair. Deist Chiangsu of 3 Pure Mountains paled as he stared at the Nightshade Mother Tree. He cast his divinations, but no matter how many times he tried, he could not see hope. There is no escape from this calamity. His voice trembled, and his once righteous aura began to dissipate. With Jing Tuxian's overwhelming presence engulfing the Taixuan Empire, the morale of the 9 dynasties cultivators shattered instantly. However, some still refused to surrender. Grandmasters from Cultivate sect fought to the death, demonstrating the unyielding resolve of the 9 dynasties' leaders. Meanwhile, Anhao and Wuju flew at full speed, their lower cultivation levels allowing them to slip through unnoticed. They rushed into silent desolation forest, trying to rescue the prisoners meant for sacrifice. No, but the moment they landed, crimson threads of blood coiled tightly around their feet. Before they could even react, the runes beneath them erupted with an earth-shattering scarlet light, spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, the entire Taixuan Empire was swept into the ritual's influence. Every living being within the empire froze. Even the grandmasters hovering in the sky were trapped. Though they could still move, their actions became agonizingly slow, like autumn leaves drifting in the wind. The profound mind realm cultivators who tried to flee fell into despair. The Taixuan Empire now seemed endless. On a cliff's edge, Li Sundao, Lu Xian, Yi Liuyun, and a group of powerful cultivators were all frozen in place. What is this? A cultivator shrieked as he stared in horror at the mystical blood threads wrapped around his legs. He struggled, but no matter how much he fought, he couldn't break free. Worst of all, he could feel himself losing control over his own body. Lu Xian lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. Li Sundao remained calm, as if completely unfazed by the unfolding disaster. At that moment, a voice echoed through the heavens. This is the 6-fold Grand Ascension Array? It requires the power of a Grand Ascension stage cultivator to activate? Do you all understand what that means? It was Jing Tuxian's voice, cold and merciless, sending a chill through the entire empire. Hearing these words, Li Sundao's gaze flickered. Above, Lu Lingjun also found herself ensnared by the blood threads. They had appeared out of nowhere, impossible to avoid. Beneath her, the white spirit demon emperor let out a pitiful wail. We're completely screwed. Lu Lingjun turned her eyes toward the Nightshade Mother Tree, her gaze sharpening. She could see a shadow emerging from the dark rift. It was Jing Tuxian. His black robes billowed violently, his sleeves and hem tattered, making him look like a demon cloaked in black flames. His pale face twisted into a cruel grin, and on his forehead, 2 evil spirit sigils pulsed, as if ready to leap from his skin at any moment. Boom! The ground quaked violently, and a crimson barrier rose over silent desolation forest, making the sparse trees below look as small as blades of grass. More and more Nightshade Sect cultivators knelt in fanatical worship, their eyes filled with mad devotion. Jing Tuxian mocked the world with his voice. Where is the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path? Where is the longevity deist of 3 Pure Mountains? Didn't someone from Cultivate Sect once boast that destroying the Nightshade Sect would be easy? Where are you all now? If you don't appear soon, every living being here will merge into the 6 paths and aid my ascension to immortality. Each of his words crushed the remaining hope in the 9 dynasties cultivators' hearts. His blood-red eyes reflected the Nightshade illusions swirling behind him. The Nightshade Mother Tree's grotesque human face opened its mouth, releasing an enormous nightshade blossom that floated beneath Jing Tuxian, lifting him into the air. As he ascended, every person in the Taixuan Empire felt their life force being drained away. The sensation only deepened their despair. Far away in Xian Valley, Guan's heart clenched. This bastard's power is terrifying. His cultivation level had almost reached the 9th level of the Grand Ascension stage. Thankfully, Guan had broken through ahead of time. And not just to the Grand Ascension stage, but to the Nirvana stage, 9th level. He locked onto Xianmiao Zhenren with his divine sense. With Guan's power enhancing him, Xianmiao Zhenren moved far faster than before, almost reaching the Taixuan Empire. But hearing Jing Tuxian's voice, Xianmiao Zhenren's heart burned with urgency. Mountain God? We're out of time. His grip tightened around the mountain god's wooden effigy, his hands trembling. If you're out of time, then throw it. Guan's voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Xianmiao Zhenren hurled the effigy forward. The moment it left his fingers, the wooden effigy transformed into a streak of azure light, accelerating at an unimaginable speed, tearing across the sky like a comet. Jing Tuxian instantly sensed something. His gaze snapped to the horizon, and Lu Lingjun, caught in his sightline, felt her very soul tremble. Even the white spirit demon emperor shuddered in fear. For a brief moment, Lu Lingjun felt something. She instinctively turned her head. Time seemed to freeze. In her peripheral vision, she saw a streak of azure light, and within it, a tiny figure. And Hao, still struggling, looked up just in time to see the azure light flash over his head. On the cliff's edge, Li Sundao caught a glimpse of it, and for a moment, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. Then, in the gaze of millions of despairing souls, the azure radiance split the darkened sky, bringing light back into their eyes. Jing Tuxian reacted faster than anyone. He raised his hand, summoning black energy to intercept the incoming force. His face darkened. A grand ascension stage cultivator? Who are you? But before he could act, a colossal azure beam erupted from beyond the heavens. Faster than I thought. Jing Tuxian never even had time to react. Under the sunlit sky, the dust from the cataclysm still lingered, refusing to settle. The leaders of the 9 dynasties sects gathered atop the colossal roots of the destroyed Nightshade Mother Tree, silently taking in the devastation around them. Even Lu Badian remained speechless. Though the Nightshade sect's upper echelon had been dead for a while now, the shock in his heart had yet to subside. They had fought for so long without breaking through the Nightshade sect's defenses, yet in mere moments, their leader and every profound mind realm cultivator had been wiped out. What had just happened? These were the most powerful figures in the 9 dynasties cultivation world, and yet, in this moment, they were filled with unease. They had survived this calamity, and while that should have brought them joy, it also filled them with fear. If some mysterious force could so effortlessly erase the Nightshade sect, then wouldn't it be just as easy to erase them? King Heaven Sect's sect master, Liang Qinghai, turned toward Daoist Tiangsu of 3 Pure Mountains and asked, Daoist Tiangsu, may I ask, what kind of power did this? Everyone's eyes turned to Daoist Tiangsu, filled with anticipation. As the oldest sect among the 9 dynasties, the 3 Pure Mountains undoubtedly had the greatest knowledge of the heavens. Daoist Tiangsu's expression was complicated. Taking a deep breath, he said, I do not know what entity acted, but perhaps it was the will of heaven punishing the Nightshade sect. The will of heaven? The sect leaders' faces darkened, their emotions shifting between uncertainty and fear. From the absolute mountain sect of the Taixuan Empire, sect master Zhong Wujin sighed as he gazed into the distance. If heaven has a will, why did it wait until so many had died before taking action? Following his gaze, they saw countless disciples escorting survivors of the Nightshade sect's sacrificial ritual. Though their numbers were as vast as the stars, they seemed so small amid the endless sea of towering trees. No one could answer Zhong Wujin's question. This war had shattered their arrogance. Having witnessed such an overwhelming power, they finally understood how insignificant they were. Even integration stage cultivators were meaningless, and profound mind realm experts were merely slightly stronger ants. The Nightshade sect's strongest cultivators had perished without resistance, and the horrified expressions on their faces before death would never be forgotten. It was the mountain god. A shout rang out, snapping everyone's attention toward the horizon. Xianmiao Zhenren was rapidly flying toward them. Lu Badian recognized him immediately. The second-ranked genius on the golden ranking, the only cultivator who had ever forced Hao to go all out. Xianmiao Zhenren landed before Daoist Tiangsu, cupped his hands, and greeted him respectfully. A senior Daoist from the 3 Pure Mountains hurriedly asked, Xianmiao, what is this mountain god you speak of? What do you know? Xianmiao Zhenren took a deep breath, looking at the sect leaders with solemn reverence. The one who destroyed the Nightshade sect was the mountain god. The mountain god resides in the deep mountains, impossible to find. I was fortunate enough to meet him, and he gave me this wooden effigy, telling me to bring it to save the world. Everything that happened was caused by this wooden effigy. His face was filled with awe and reverence. The sect leaders immediately began bombarding him with questions, their voices overlapping in excitement and disbelief. At that moment, Liang Qinghai of King Heaven Sect seemed to realize something. He gestured toward the distance, and soon after, a disciple flew over holding a wooden effigy. Liang Qinghai extended his hand, drawing the effigy toward him. Xianmiao, is this the same wooden effigy? Xianmiao Zhenren immediately nodded. Yes, this is the mountain god's wooden effigy. You must not disrespect it. Everyone's eyes focused on the small wooden figure. Liang Qinghai suddenly felt like it was burning in his hand. Still, some doubted Xianmiao Zhenren's claims. Then, Daoist Tiangsu raised his hand, sealing Xianmiao Zhenren in place. With a sweep of his whisk, he extracted a memory projection from Xianmiao Zhenren's mind. Everyone saw Xianmiao Zhenren kneeling in a forest, while on the branch before him sat a tiny, white-clad figure. At that moment, Liang Qinghai gasped and dropped the wooden effigy. The mountain god's form was identical to the effigy. From the memory projection, the mountain god's voice echoed. The 9 dynasties are on the verge of annihilation. If the people perish, demons will invade. Then, there will be no one left to worship me. Who says only humans can worship me? Who told you I only protect mortals? If you want me to act, I will, but there is a price. What do you want? I want you to serve me forever. You will build my Dao temple. You will guard it for eternity. You will never know freedom again. Hearing this, chills ran down everyone's spines. At first, the mountain god's intentions were unclear, but his final demand made them truly fear him. Making a deal with a divine being came at an unthinkable cost. And then, they saw Xianmiao Zhenren's response. I willingly become the mountain god's eternal servant. If only he will save the world. Take this, and save all living beings. The mountain god tossed him the wooden effigy, and the memory cut off abruptly. As the vision ended, deist Tiangsu violently coughed up blood. His face paled, and he staggered backward, supported by fellow deists. The sect leaders looked at Xianmiao Zhenren with complex expressions. Though they had once seen him as a rival, they now felt a deep respect. He had sacrificed himself for the world. A true disciple of the three pure mountains. Now knowing the mountain god was real, the sect leaders felt relieved. Compared to some unknown cosmic force, a divine protector was far less terrifying. Besides, from his words, it seemed the mountain god did not care for worldly power. The mountain god must never be investigated, deist Tiangsu declared weakly. Liang Kenghai took a deep breath and proclaimed, "We must not offend the mountain god, but we must also ensure that his deeds are honored. All sects shall build shrines and temples in his image. Let all the world sing the praises of the mountain god's grace." The sect leaders nodded in agreement. Xianmiao Zhenren bowed to his fellow deists. "From now on, I am no longer a disciple of the three pure mountains. My life now belongs to the mountain god." And with that, within the past month, thanks to the nightshade, Guan had harvested a total of 1.07 million years of lifespan, most of it obtained during the first half of the month. As time passed, however, it became increasingly difficult to extract lifespan. More and more nightshade flowers withered the moment he picked them, which he found rather peculiar. It felt as if some mysterious force was prematurely draining the vitality from these flowers. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, Guan was quite satisfied. Thanks to the Nightshade Sect, he had saved himself 20 years of effort, bringing his lifespan to a staggering 4.39 million years. With the fall of the Nightshade Sect, the 9 dynasties erupted in celebration. Numerous stories about the sect spread among the people, painting it as the most terrifying cult in existence. Meanwhile, the mountain god became a revered figure of popular belief. On this day, in a dense forest within the northern sea mountain range, Xianmiao Zhenren knelt on the ground, his expression devout. Suddenly, he heard a voice, his face lighting up with joy. Without hesitation, he turned and walked in the indicated direction. 2 hours later, he stopped atop a hillside, gazing into the distance where the northern sea shimmered under the sunlight. "This will be the site of my Dao temple. Clear a field nearby for an herb garden and cultivate medicinal plants for me." Guan's voice echoed in Xianmiao Zhenren's ears. Without hesitation, Xianmiao Zhenren agreed. He was filled with anticipation for the days ahead, eager to serve. A day and a night passed. At dawn, Guan, in the form of a white-clad little figure, appeared on Xianmiao Zhenren's shoulder. Xianmiao Zhenren was seated on the temple's front steps, meditating. Guan surveyed the newly constructed Dao temple. It wasn't particularly grand, but it wasn't shabby either. The courtyard walls were made of stone, the temple itself built from the same material. The beams and columns were crafted from redwood, while the roof was tiled with red bricks. Nestled in the mid-mountain forest, it blended into the surroundings, its presence subtle yet distinguished. Incense burned in a grand cauldron at the center of the courtyard, sending wisps of smoke curling into the air, creating an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. Clearly, Xianmiao Zhenren had put a great deal of thought into it. He had done well in pleasing Guan. Guan commented, "The inscription on this plaque is no good. Mountain God Temple is too generic. There are likely other mountain gods in this world besides me." Xianmiao Zhenren's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively turned his head, only to see the mountain god perched on his shoulder. His body went rigid, not daring to move. Carefully, he asked, "May I ask, what is your divine name?" "Haven't thought of one yet." Guan hopped down from his shoulder and strolled into the courtyard. Xianmiao Zhenren quickly followed, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean, you haven't thought of one? Don't you belong to a pantheon of divine beings, like the heavenly court in Romance of the Gods?" "No, Thailand bodies. Romance of the Gods? What's that?" Xianmiao Zhenren briefly explained the story, his tone filled with reverence. After listening, Guan scoffed. "Mere mortals daring to speculate about deities? I don't know if a heavenly court exists, but I was born without ever seeing another divine being. Then how do you? You want to ask why I dare call myself the mountain god? And no, I didn't mean that. Being a deity is not just about status, it is also a state of being. Train diligently, and perhaps one day, you may reach it too." Xianmiao Zhenren's heart ignited with passion at these words. He, too, wanted to be as powerful as the mountain god. Seeing Guan in a good mood, he took the opportunity to ask about herbs. "Plant whatever you like," Guan replied nonchalantly. "When the time comes, I'll harvest them and send them on their way to the afterlife." Xianmiao Zhenren was taken aback, then filled with deep respect. He had never heard of plants needing passage to the afterlife before. Indeed, the mountain god's wisdom was beyond his comprehension. After giving Xianmiao Zhenren a few instructions, Guan vanished into thin air, saying he was going underground to sleep. Underground, to sleep. Xianmiao Zhenren found himself gaining yet another new understanding. 2 months had passed since the destruction of the Nightshade Sect. The Grand Masters of Taixuan Sect had begun returning with their disciples, bringing back numerous insider stories that rekindled the legend of the mountain god within the sect. Lu Lingjun had also returned. Lu Baitian had promoted her to the Elder Hall, significantly elevating her status. However, when he tried to transfer her out of the Third Medicine Valley, she unexpectedly refused. "From now on, I'll be cultivating in the Third Medicine Valley, continuing to protect you." but don't think you can order me around. If you give me some good herbs every now and then, I might consider helping you with something, she said casually. Sitting across from Guan in a pavilion, Lu Lingjun's demeanor was quite the act. Guan chuckled. I don't mind giving you herbs. Actually, you could just buy seeds, and I'll grow them for you. You'll get the entire harvest, it's no trouble for me. With you stationed in the third medicine valley, I can rest easy. Lu Lingjun found this quite reasonable. True. I'll head to the sect's main city in a couple of days there, the seed quality is higher. She then began recounting the fierce battle in Silent Desolation Forest, narrating it through her first-hand experience. It had been even more brutal than the rumors suggested. As a cultivator who had ascended, the idea of deities and immortals carried great significance for her, and she held deep reverence for the mountain god. Listening to her admiration filled Guan with secret delight. Naturally, he didn't expose himself. Instead, he interjected with astonished exclamations at the right moments. When she finally finished, Guan sighed, the realm of the mountain god is truly beyond imagination. I wonder if a mortal, even after a lifetime of effort, could ever reach such heights. Lu Lingjun replied solemnly, it may be near impossible, but once we set foot on the path of immortality, we must pursue it to the end, no regrets, even in death. Guan noted that her lifespan had reached its maximum 3,700 years. She still had around 1,700 years left. He wondered whether she could defy fate and reach the nirvana stage before her time ran out. For now, he had no intention of teaching her the innate reincarnation technique, their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. He would wait and see how she performed. If she pleased him, he might lend a hand. If she displeased him, she could forget about it. Half an hour later, Lu Lingjun stood to leave. Before departing, she teased, stop reading those worthless books. If you have time, write a sequel to Romance of the Gods. I'd love to see what happens after they all become deities. Worthless books? You don't understand anything? Guan shot a glare at her, departing back. Only after she had closed the door did he pull out the secrets of Taixuan. This was the final volume. Once he finished it, he planned to burn it. As he flipped to the first page, his eyes widened in surprise. Shen Zhen's writing style had changed. This last volume carried a melancholic tone, far from his usual bold and extravagant style. Not bad, I like it. As a naturally melancholic person, Guan decided not to burn the secrets of Taixuan after all. Aside from tending to the medicinal herbs, Tian Yaoer spent the rest of her time cultivating. Her days were monotonous, so every time Guan visited, he would bring her all sorts of delicacies. This was Tian Yaoer's first time drinking alcohol. She held the jar in her hands and, with her first sip, immediately choked. This was spirit wine. Even a core formation stage cultivator would get drunk if they drank too much. Though intoxicating, this wine was also an excellent elixir for cultivation, capable of enhancing one's strength. Tian Yaoer's delicate face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Guan reminded her, if you can't handle it, don't rush. Keep it for later and drink it slowly. The more you drink, the more you'll get used to it. A demon turning red from drinking? This was beyond Guan's expectations. Tian Yaoer shook her head stubbornly. I can drink. Why wouldn't I be able to drink? Seeing Guan down a whole bowl of spirit wine in one go, she naturally refused to back down. Besides, despite the burning sensation spreading through her body, she found the warmth rather comfortable. The more she drank, the more she wanted. Guan was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He stood up. Eat some meat first, I have to step out for a bit. With that, he vanished into thin air. Tian Yaoer picked up the jar again, licked her lips, and took another sip. This time, she forced herself to endure the sharp sting in her throat, determined to drink more. Under the dark night sky, amidst the vast mountain range, a long ridge seemed to be shifting, rising, and falling like waves. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a giant serpent with 2 legs and a human face. It was Chen Snake, who had previously appeared in Silent Desolation Forest. His massive body was drenched in blood, his aura weak. His heavy breathing rumbled like muffled thunder. Dark demonic mist churned around him, and eerie shadows flickered in the haze, drawing closer. Chen Snake's once bright eyes were now filled with exhaustion, on the verge of closing at any moment. Such powerful vitality. A primordial remnant. A chilling voice rang out, jolting Chen Snake awake. He looked up and saw a shadowy figure hovering above the demonic mist, a black-robed old woman. She had 2 sharp horns on her head, a pair of feathered wings on her back, and fine black hair sprouting from her face, making her look even more sinister. It was Heavenly Phoenix Demon Mother. She gazed at Chen Snake hungrily, her eyes brimming with greed. Chen Snake struggled slightly but had no strength left to rise. Heavenly Phoenix Demon Mother stepped closer, releasing thick, rolling demonic energy, which coiled around Chen Snake like 2 black dragons, tightening their hold on him. If you don't want to die, turn around and leave. A voice rang out from Chen Snake's direction. Heavenly Phoenix Demon Mother halted, narrowing her eyes. Perched on Chen Snake's forehead was a white-clad little figure wearing a mask. She sneered, who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? Guan was about to reply but found it too troublesome. Instead, he simply waved his sleeve. A terrifying surge of divine power swept toward Heavenly Phoenix Demon Mother like a storm. She disintegrated into dust on the spot. You have successfully taken 203 years of lifespan from Heavenly Phoenix Demon Mother, 9th level of the integration stage. The feared Demon King, whom even great demons dreaded, had perished in an instant completely powerless before Guan. Chen Snake struggled to keep his eyes open, speaking in a faint, indistinct voice. Are you the mountain god? His voice was neither male nor female, weak and fading. During the battle against the Nightshade Sect, he had been gravely wounded. As he lay on the battlefield, he had caught a glimpse of the wooden effigy. The wooden effigy's appearance was eerily similar to the current Guan. Guan spoke, "For your efforts in saving the innocent, I will grant you life." He took out a few bottles of alchemy-refined pills and poured them into Chen Snake's mouth. Chen Snake had not only sustained heavy injuries but had also been poisoned by the Nightshade Mother Tree's venom. The only cure was a pill made from the Nightshade itself, Nightshade Pill. As the medicine took effect, Chen Snake struggled to speak. Mountain God. Someone has inherited the power of the Nightshade Sect. His serpentine body flickered with a strange light, revealing a shadowy figure. Guan narrowed his eyes behind the mask. Him? Li Sundao? How did this guy inherit the power of the Nightshade Sect? Guan frowned and asked, inherit its power? What power does the Nightshade Sect even have to pass down? Chen Snake struggled to respond. The nightshade that blankets the land exists to channel spiritual energy into the Nightshade spirit. It, too, is an ancient remnant, capable of absorbing spiritual energy through the nightshade. Once it fuses with a living being, all nightshade flowers will wither, leaving behind only empty husks. The image in its eyes became clearer, revealing none other than Li Sundao himself, his true face fully visible. He appeared to be conversing with someone, though no sound could be heard. Guan asked, "You were injured trying to stop him." "That's right. He has support from a profound mind realm master, but he didn't kill me," Chen Snake admitted. Guan continued, "Do you want me to kill him? If possible, at the very least, cripple his cultivation. The Nightshade spirit is ultimately an ominous thing. Then recover well and deal with him yourself someday. Your poison will soon be purged." Guan answered casually. Whether true or false, there was no way he'd cripple someone just because Chen Snake said so. After a moment of silence, Chen Snake sighed. "I was being presumptuous." Guan vanished from his forehead. Though heavily injured, Chen Snake was still a profound mind realm cultivator. Once the poison was removed, even the demons of Phoenix Mountain wouldn't be able to harm him. Feeling Guan's presence fade, Chen Snake finally closed his eyes, his breathing slowing. Back in Nianchu cave dwelling, Guan was momentarily stunned to find Tian Yao completely drunk, slumped over the table. Lifting the jar, he discovered that the entire vat of spirit wine was empty. This girl. Guan chuckled helplessly, then picked her up and carried her inside. Master, help me. The demon mother, avenge my parents." Tian Yao murmured in her sleep, arms wrapped around Guan's neck, her breath warm against his skin. Guan didn't tell her that Heavenly Phoenix demon mother was already dead. As long as she had a target for revenge, she would have the drive to keep cultivating. At noon the next day, Guan arrived at Horizon Valley. Last night, he detected Li Sundao's return with his divine sense. From a distance, he spotted Li Sundao sitting at a stone table beneath a tree, reading a book. Li Sundao, Void Transformation Stage, 7th level 271/1599/6050. 7th level of the Void Transformation Stage? His cultivation had advanced again, but the most astonishing part was that his lifespan had doubled. Guan distinctly remembered that Li Sundao's maximum lifespan had been barely over 30 years before. Could the Nightshade spirit really be this powerful? Guan suddenly found Li Sundao incredibly intriguing. Many cultivators with greater potential had slower progress than him. Even An Wu might not cultivate as fast as he did. Most alarming of all, no one knew his true cultivation level. Li Sundao had mastered some kind of unique concealment technique, making his surface cultivation appear to be only at the first level of core formation. A void transformation cultivator disguising himself as core formation. That's insane. As Guan pondered, he approached Li Sundao. "Greetings, uncle." Guan saluted. Li Sundao set down his book Romance of the Gods and smiled. "Guan, you're finally here. I've prepared an exceptional golden core for you. It belonged to a first-rate genius. Once you reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, I'll have a Grand Master assist you in forming your core formation." Hearing this, Guan immediately expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Li Sundao gestured for him to sit and casually said, "Lately, I've been rereading Romance of the Gods and have gained some insights. Tell me, what do you think would have happened if King Zhou had allied with Chen Sect from the start?" Guan replied, "There's no point in discussing what ifs. Different personalities make different choices. Many things are fated to happen. King Zhou was domineering. Chen Sect would never have approved of his ways." Li Sundao shook his head. "That's too shallow. I believe there's deeper meaning hidden within." "Is this demonic enlightenment?" Guan wasn't sure how to respond. He focused on sensing Li Sundao's aura strangely. He couldn't detect even a trace of nightshade energy. This made him even more curious about Li Sundao's cultivation techniques. His instincts told him that Li Sundao's cultivation art was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even surpassing Liu Baitian's reverse fate divine art. Not only was Li Sundao recruiting talents everywhere, but he also had support from a profound mind realm master. Guan was eager to know how he accomplished this. Did he win over noble families through favors and alliances, or had he apprenticed under a hidden master? Most likely the latter. Why else would a grand master support a mere emperor? Li Sundao delved deeper into his analysis of Romance of the Gods, interpreting the motivations of various characters. Guan noticed that Yi Liuyun and Lucien were absent. Previously, Lucien had possessed the remnant soul of the Nightshade Sect's evil emperor. Guan suspected that Li Sundeo's inheritance of the Nightshade spirit was related to Lucien. The conversation continued for a long time before Li Sundeo finally ended it with lingering enthusiasm, then allowed Guan to go gather medicinal herbs. Once Guan finished his tasks, he returned to bid farewell. Before leaving, he curiously asked, "Uncle, why have you come here this time?" Li Sundeo, still engrossed in his book, replied absent-mindedly, waiting for Taixuan Sect's venerable pavilion to approach me. Venerable pavilion? Guan's curiosity deepened. Had Li Sundeo already won over one of the three great families? He didn't press further. Let them scheme and fight all they want as long as it didn't affect him, he didn't care. At his current strength, he might not be invincible across the entire continent, but within the 9 dynasties, no one posed a threat to him. His curiosity was merely that of a bystander enjoying the show. From a high vantage point, watching these powerful figures maneuver and struggle it was actually quite entertaining. With peace restored, Guan's life returned to normal. He traveled between various medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the outer sect city, where he chatted with old friends. To him, every day was enjoyable, never dull. Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. That summer, Guan turned 79. His lifespan surpassed 5 million years, bringing him closer to the legendary threshold of 10 million years. By now, the Profound Mind Realm was no longer a secret. He even overheard discussions about Profound Mind Realm Grandmasters within the Inner Sect City. On this day, Guan arrived in Inner Sect City and invited Wuju for a drink at an inn. Wuju was delighted by his visit. After finishing an entire jar of wine each, Wuju sighed. "Guan, next month, I'll be leaving. It'll be at least 10 years before I return." Over the years, Wuju's maximum lifespan had not increased, perhaps due to a life of comfort and ease. Guan asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Wuju replied, "The emperor has declared his ambition to unite the 9 dynasties and rally the world's strength against the impending demonic cataclysm. My master has sent me to support him." The Zhou family? 5 years ago, Guan had used divine sense to investigate who Li Sundeo had met. From the venerable pavilion he discovered it was Wuju's master, Zhou Yu. After their meeting, Li Sundeo returned to the imperial court and declared a shocking ambition. Unite the world and battle the demons together. Li Sundeo's audacious proclamation had stirred controversy even within the Taixuan Sect, with many disciples voicing their doubts. And yet, against all expectations, the sect actually dispatched disciples to support the imperial court, carrying out missions for Li Sundeo. This was clearly not Liu Beitian's doing. Guan could sense a shift in the inner sect's atmosphere, a growing tension. It was also worth noting that Liu Beitian hadn't sought him out for the past 5 years. If Guan hadn't previously used his divine sense to confirm that Liu Beitian was still alive in seclusion, diligently cultivating, he might have assumed that the man had once again lost control and fallen into madness. Over drinks at the tavern, Guan said with a smile, "I have a disciple named Ye Yan. He joined the army years ago. If you run into him, take care of him for me." Wu Ju thumped his chest and laughed. "Of course, your disciple is my disciple." Guan raised his bowl, clinking it against Wu Ju's. The two continued chatting, with Wu Ju enthusiastically discussing his cultivation progress. His understanding of Falling Sun Fist and Fierce Wind Phantom Kick had advanced, and he had even developed a stronger technique from them. Suddenly, Guan's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the staircase on the 2nd floor. Someone had arrived. Wei Tiangong, Profound Mind Realm, 3rd level 3889/4500/4600. Profound Mind Realm, 3rd level? Guan quickly withdrew his gaze, but inwardly, he was intrigued. Who is this person? He's lived for over 3,800 years? Even the late Xiantian ancestor would be a junior compared to him. Wei Tiangong was dressed in a blue daoist robe, holding a whisk in his hand. His long beard reached past his chin, and his hair was tied in a high bun. His aura was carefully concealed, making him appear no stronger than a core formation cultivator, which was why he didn't draw the attention of the other sect disciples. Such an appearance wasn't uncommon in the cultivation world. In fact, there were 2 others on the 2nd floor dressed similarly. Wei Tiangong scanned the tavern before locking his gaze onto Wu Ju. He strode over, stopping at their table, and smiled. "Young friends, may this humble daoist join you." Wu Ju frowned and glanced at Guan. Guan smiled politely. "Since we are fellow cultivators, how could we refuse? Please, daoist friend, have a seat." Wei Tiangong stroked his beard and took a seat. "I am Wei, but I am not from the Taixuan Sect. I am merely a guest. Upon seeing you both, I felt an immediate sense of kinship and wished to join you for a chat." His words only deepened Wu Ju's frown. Throughout his life, Wu Ju had witnessed numerous instances of spies infiltrating the Taixuan Sect, leading him to be highly wary of cultivators from outside factions. Guan asked casually, "May I ask which sect you hail from, Wei daoist?" Wei Tiangong turned to him with a smile. "I come from the 7-star spirit realm. Have you heard of it?" Guan shook his head. Wu Ju, growing impatient, scoffed. "If you have something to ask, say it plainly. Don't disturb our drinking." Wei Tiangong chuckled, shaking his head. From his sleeve, he pulled out a blue jade token, placing it on the table before sliding it toward Wu Ju. "I see great potential in you. The spiritual glow of your crown chakra is extraordinary. You are fated with the 7-star spirit realm. I wish to invite you to join us for cultivation. He then turned to Guan, causing Guan to instinctively lean forward, anticipating an invitation. However, Wei Tiangong simply nodded and smiled, his manner polite but distant. Guan maintained his smile but remained silent. Wu Ju snorted. 7-star spirit realm? Never heard of it. I'm not interested. Wei Tiangong stroked his beard, laughing without saying a word, his amused expression making it clear that he found Wu Ju ignorant. His condescending attitude only fueled Wu Ju's annoyance. Clenching his fists, Wu Ju glared at him. Wei Tiangong finally spoke. Young friend, do you have any idea how many people across the 9 dynasties would kill for the chance to enter the 7-star spirit realm? Even if they could train there for just a few years, they would eagerly beg for it. Hearing this, a thought struck Guan. Could the 7-star spirit realm be the legendary sacred land that Ji Xuanyu had gone to? Wu Ju scoffed. If the 7-star spirit realm is so powerful, why do you need to invite me? I'll come begging you myself one day. Wei Tiangong merely chuckled and shook his head, unfazed by Wu Ju's blunt rejection. For the next while, Guan watched as Wei Tiangong continued to extol the wonders of the 7-star spirit realm, trying his best to persuade Wu Ju. But no matter how eloquent he was, Wu Ju refused to be swayed. Guan found Wu Ju's stubbornness amusing. If he knew that Wei Tiangong was actually a profound mind realm master, how would he react? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Wei Tiangong. Guan glanced up and immediately recognized the newcomer Wu Ju's master, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, Integration Stage, 9th level 864/2000/3100. As a venerable pavilion elder, Zhou Yu's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. His talent was on par with Liu Baidian, proving he was far from ordinary. Zhou Yu looked at Wei Tiangong and said, Senior Tiangong, Wu Ju is my disciple. If you have something to discuss, let's take it elsewhere. Wei Tiangong turned to him and narrowed his eyes in thought. Zhou Yu, is it? Yes. 500 years ago, I trained under you for several years, Zhou Yu responded, his tone respectful. Wu Ju immediately stood and saluted his master. Realization dawned on Wei Tiangong. He smiled and nodded. I see. In that case, let's speak elsewhere. By now, other disciples in the tavern had taken notice, and continuing the conversation here was no longer appropriate. Without waiting for Wu Ju to say goodbye to Guan, Zhou Yu grabbed his shoulder and vanished on the spot. Wei Tiangong, however, smiled at Guan and gave him a polite nod. Guan returned the gesture, raising his hand in a brief salute. Once Wei Tiangong disappeared, a smirk formed on Guan's lips. Lifting the wine jug, he poured 2 full cups, raised his bowl toward Wu Ju's empty seat, and whispered, May your future be bright, and may you one day shake the world RAOES. Then, he downed his drink in one go. After finishing, Guan rose, descended the stairs, settled his bill, and left the tavern. Rather than returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Guan headed toward the Intersex Library Hall. Ever since borrowing world records and the continent map from the library hall, Guan had built a strong relationship with Elder Su Lu. Over the years, the two had bonded over their shared passion for adventures of the Green Hero, forming an unlikely friendship across generations. Notably, Guan had also befriended Ancestor Qsong during his visits to the library hall. Qsong had concealed his identity as a supreme elder, mingling among the disciples as an intersect cultivator. Guan, of course, had seen through him but chose not to expose him. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Guan found Su Lu, handed back his borrowed books, and grinned. Elder Su, do you have any more books by Daoist Sun Chun? Su Lu had previously introduced Guan to Daoist Sun Chun's works, which weren't officially stocked in the library hall but had been sent to Su Lu by a traveling friend. These books came from overseas land, where they were immensely popular. After reading them, Guan realized that Daoist Sun Chun's writing style was truly exceptional. He even noticed traces of inspiration that had influenced adventures of the Green Hero. Later, Su Lu confirmed that the original author of Green Hero had read Daoist Sun Chun's books and gained inspiration to write his own stories. Su Lu took Guan's returned books, looked up at him, and scolded, Brat, you should only be reading in your free time. Don't get too addicted. Guan chuckled. I have average talent. No matter how hard I train, I probably won't get past core formation. As the Valley Master of the Medicine Valley, I can rely on pills to cultivate. Why waste time training? Might as well enjoy life while I can. Su Lu, being an elder who had already accepted his own fate, found this surprisingly reasonable. Laughing, Su Lu said, There is one more book by Daoist Sun Chun, but someone upstairs has it. You'll have to ask them. Guan cupped his hands in gratitude and headed toward the 4th floor. There were only 2 people on the 4th floor, Ancestor Qsong and a Void Transformation Grandmaster. The two sat separately, lost in their reading. Guan approached Ancestor Qsong, who sat by the window, engrossed in a book. Taixuan Immortal Venerable? This was a popular fantasy novel written by Pannon. Over the years, thanks to the Taixuan Sect's efforts, both Taixuan Immortal Venerable and Romance of the Gods had spread across the 9 dynasties, becoming bestsellers. Of the two, Taixuan Immortal Venerable was the most widely loved, while Romance of the Gods was mainly revered by cultivation elites. There was even a famous saying in the cultivation world. Low realms read Immortal Venerable. High realms read Romance of the Gods. Seeing Ancestor Qsong engrossed in a fantasy novel, Guan was a little surprised. Senior, Elder Su recommended me to you. May I borrow Daoist Sun Chun's book? Guan asked softly. Without looking up, Ancestor Kusong reached into his robe, pulled out a book, and tossed it to him. Guan caught it and flipped through a few pages, a smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Kusong asked, Guan, have you read Taixuan Immortal Venerable? Pan An's identity was still a closely guarded secret within the Taixuan Sect, and Kusong wasn't prying into the author's identity. Guan responded casually, I have. It's decent. In truth, Guan had written the novel himself, but he didn't enjoy reading it since he already knew every twist and turn. Kusong chuckled. Then you don't understand its brilliance. In my opinion, it surpasses Romance of the Gods. It resonates with most people, proving the author understands the mortal heart. Guan countered, but I still prefer Romance of the Gods. It's more detailed, more imaginative. The two began debating which book was better. Guan didn't hold back. After all, on the surface, they were just two book lovers sharing a discussion. If he always agreed with Kusong, the old man would have lost interest quickly. After much back and forth, Guan came out on top, leaving content and victorious. Ancestor Kusong, fuming, watched Guan descend the stairs before breaking into a playful smirk. At that moment, the Void Transformation Grandmaster approached a grey-robed deist. Ancestor, why argue with a Foundation Establishment cultivator? He asked, amused. Kusong replied, he may be Foundation Establishment, but do you really think it's that simple for someone like him to move freely in the inner sect? The grey-robed deist shook his head. Maybe he has connections, but talent doesn't lie. Kusong merely smiled and said nothing, returning to his book. That night, at Phoenix Mountain's Niansha cave dwelling, Guan was teaching Tian Yaoer the infinite free step. Tian Yaoer was the only person to inherit this technique. Combined with her innate divine immortal art, she would one day become a peerless powerhouse. As Guan observed her training, he suddenly sensed something strange. Extending his divine sense, he gazed down from the heavens, surveying Phoenix Mountain, and what he saw was shocking. An endless horde of demons, ghosts, and fiends was marching northward, dark clouds of demonic mist boiling in the night sky. The earth trembled beneath their advance. Even Niansha cave dwelling began to shake. Tian Yaoer clung to Guan's arm, her eyes filled with fear. It's happening again. Guan frowned. What do you mean? Tian Yaoer took a deep breath and whispered, every few decades, all demons gather to worship the demon ancestor, in hopes of bringing him back to life.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.